Chapter 491. This time, Ryan didn't hold back. He manipulated his main head, and the proto-dragon's head, firmly biting the strange fire dragon's neck. Meanwhile, the translucent void dragon's head on one side simultaneously released void breath. A ball of blue flames instantly and cunningly struck the wound on the strange fire dragon's abdomen. Hiss! Because the wound was unprotected by the lava armor, the intense, corrosive blue flames penetrated the wound and began to eat away at the strange fire dragon's interior. Ah! The strange fire dragon, in excruciating pain, or perhaps in near-death distress, began to struggle violently. Seeing this, Ryan immediately focused on restoring his strength. But for a moment, even he and the three dragons combined felt unable to hold the other down. Flame breath. Gravel breath. While Thassa and Ted pinned each other down, they imitated Ryan's technique, blasting streams of dragon breath, one of flame and the other of gravel, at the other's wounds. The strange fire dragon, in pain, struggled desperately. Ryan's void dragon head, after exhaling, joined the others in biting down hard on the strange fire dragon's neck. Although the strange fire dragon's neck was also protected by lava armor, it could not withstand the combined bite of Ryan's three dragon heads, especially two of which were particularly skilled in close combat. In an instant, before the strange fire dragon could break free, the lava armor on its neck was torn apart, sending blood splattering everywhere. Ah! This time, the dragon's roar was devoid of brutality, instead filled with a relentless desire for life. Within a few seconds, the two giant dragons, Thassa and Ted, felt that the strange fire dragon under their claws became motionless after a violent struggle, and the occasional twitching was the muscle nerve reflex. Dead? This caused both dragons to glance sideways in surprise at Ryan's position. They saw the strange fire dragon's neck nearly a third of the way through, bitten through by Ryan's three heads. No wonder. Even a giant dragon would struggle to survive a neck injury nearly ripped off. However, Ryan, still in his transformed form, did not stop. A large amount of metal particles condensed on his sharp claws, emitting waves of dark silver. Puff! Ryan's claws pierced the strange fire dragon's chest, striking its heart. Seeing Ryan's cautious and ruthless approach, Thassa and Ted exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of surprise in the other's eyes. But in reality, a major reason Ryan acted this way was to absorb the strange fire dragon's dragon genes. Otherwise, he could simply rip its head off. As the dragon claws pierced through, a system prompt immediately appeared. Ding! Detected the host has touched the blood essence of the old fire dragon. A partial dragon gene fragment has been found suitable for absorption. Yes/no? Note: absorption of this dragon gene fragment will significantly increase the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Huh? Not just a small amount. A partial amount. Not bad, higher than expected. Ryan was delighted. After all, his bloodline concentration had already reached pure blood, and further improvement would be extremely difficult. Although this strange fire dragon was powerful, Ryan knew it was only a top-level sub-dragon. Therefore, he initially didn't believe its gene fragment would be of much benefit to him. But now it seems I underestimated it. As soon as Ryan chose yes, a system notification flashed across the screen. Congratulations, your mutated dragon bloodline concentration has increased to super. Congratulations, with the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the sixth form of your mutated dragon bloodline, Old Dragon form. In this sixth form, the host will continue to possess the Void Dragon's special ability, Vivification. In this sixth form, the host will continue to possess the special ability, Three Heads. Three Heads effect. In addition to the host's head, the host can choose and grow two additional dragon skulls with different attributes, thereby gaining corresponding dragon abilities, including but not limited to dragon breath, innate abilities, and melee abilities. Note: the host currently possesses the Void Dragon head, the Corrupted Dragon head, the Proto-Dragon head, and the Red Dragon head. Ding! The host's dragon bloodline concentration has been raised to super, increasing the power of the Dragon Sorcerer's core skill, Dragon Soul Smash. Mutated Dragon Bloodline 6th Form, Old Dragon form. Upon activation, the body transforms into a giant dragon, reaching 130% of its normal dragon form size. Attributes, such as strength and agility, are simultaneously increased, granting immunity to all mid- and low-level poisons and diseases, as well as sorcery damage below 300 degrees. Note: duration is directly correlated with bloodline concentration and constitution. Huh? Bloodline concentration has actually increased? Seeing this notification, Ryan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Although the previous display was only partial, Ryan didn't think this would be the only opportunity to increase his bloodline concentration. After all, his current bloodline concentration was already comparable to that of pure-blooded dragons, like the red dragon Thassa. The chances of absorbing enough beneficial dragon gene fragments from a single fire dragon were truly low. But unexpectedly, he had successfully entered the next stage this time. This also confirmed a suspicion he had harbored. Pure blood wasn't the endgame. As for whether this super was the endgame, that would have to wait for further verification. Sixth form? As Ryan reviewed the system prompts, his attention was quickly drawn to the description of the new form. Old Dragon? Ryan looked back at the system description of Old Fire Dragon and vaguely understood something. Since embarking on his bloodline path, Ryan had naturally also consulted numerous ancient texts and materials on dragons. A dragon's strength is closely related to its bloodline, size, and other factors. Size and lifespan, more precisely, to the number of years it grows, are almost directly linked. If it were a giant dragon in its juvenile stage, an adult hybrid dragon would likely be able to easily kill it. An old dragon is a state of being a mature dragon. Judging from its size, and the lava armor covering its body, it must have been dormant in the volcanic magma for millennia. Ryan glanced at the strange fire dragon's dark red form, lost in thought. However, mastering a new form is certainly a good thing. With a 30% increase in size, I'd definitely be over 50 meters tall once I transform. The power of dragon soul's heavy attack has also increased, further enhancing my strength. At this moment, the nearby red dragon, Thassa, had been gazing at Ryan with her enormous, vertical pupils for a while. Just as she was about to ask him about the 3 dragon heads, she heard the sound of others approaching. Ryan's ears twitched slightly, and he immediately began to retract his dragon head and undo his transformed form. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Ryan transformed into his human form. At this moment, Federation Swordmaster Tyrion and Dawn Wizard Hernandez hurried over. "Sir Ryan, I wonder if you have such a hidden trick up your sleeve," Tyrion said, laughing and patting Ryan on the shoulder. "By the way, Sir Ryan, what is your relationship with the Imperial family? Are you a bastard?" After a few warm greetings, Tyrion leaned close to Ryan's ear and whispered, "Bastard?" Ryan immediately waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty Tyrion, if I were the Emperor's bastard, I wouldn't be here with this delegation." "No, I'm talking about that bastard." Tyrion lowered his voice and pointed upwards. "Which one?" Ryan was momentarily confused. But a second later, he realized what was happening and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Lord Tyrion, if His Highness Menia heard this joke, it would be disastrous. Although I heard His Highness Menia has never been married, that doesn't mean she doesn't have children. Even with the intense battle just now, His Highness Menia didn't let you join, and you still say it's okay? Also, Lord Ryan, your age also fits the bill." Tyrion spoke eloquently. Ryan was speechless for a moment. He hadn't expected that the Federation Swordmaster Tyrion would reveal such a gossipy personality after getting to know him. But Ryan didn't have to worry about how to respond. At that moment, in the sky, Menia and Reginald, both clad in red wizard robes, also used levitation to slowly descend. The arrival of these 2 men immediately brought a sense of solemnity to the scene. Menia's beautiful eyes first glanced in surprise at the massive fire dragon's corpse on the ground, then at Ryan. She nodded, saying nothing, and instead slowly approached the strange fire dragon. She extended her fair hand, and first probed the wound on the dragon's body, as if examining the skin and muscle tissue. Then, she dabbed a little of the dragon's dark red blood and sniffed it between her small noses. This fire dragon is over 3,000 years old. In terms of lifespan, it far exceeds that of an adult dragon, reaching the level of a veteran dragon, Menia concluded. "Very old dragon. No wonder it's so powerful," Reginald explained in astonishment. "It took the combined efforts of 3 giant dragons to kill it. It turned out the dragon had already reached the level of a veteran dragon." "Huh?" Ryan looked at Menia with equal surprise. This confirmed his earlier suspicion. This strange fire dragon must have a very long lifespan. As for Swordmaster Tyrion and Federation Water Dawn Wizard Hernandez, they were even more surprised. They exchanged a glance, then Tyrion couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness Menia, we're not questioning your judgment, but as far as we know, we've never heard of a top-tier dragon like a fire dragon living over 2,000 years? Hearing Tyrion's question, Ren couldn't help but nod slightly. This was the question he'd been asking. Even top-tier dragons couldn't compare to the lifespans of giant dragons, typically ending at 2,000 years. True giant dragons, on the other hand, could live for 3,000 years or even longer. As for the Red Dragon King, Strotzid, his lifespan was even more difficult to estimate. "Your Majesty, generally speaking, it's as you say. However, This ancient fire dragon exudes a strong aura of a red dragon. I judge it to be either a first-generation hybrid of a red dragon or one that has devoured a red dragon in the past. What? Devoured a red dragon? Tyrion couldn't help but glance again at the massive form on the ground, stunned. Meanwhile, on the massive Federation airship, the Lieutenant General from the Intelligence Department strode quickly into the captain's cabin, his face filled with joy. He said, "Your Excellency, Vice Speaker, the origins of this fire dragon have been thoroughly investigated. It's called Anguskin, an ancient fire dragon active thousands of years ago. It stands to reason that its lifespan wouldn't last that long, so the Intelligence Department didn't consider it a potential threat. Stop talking. The battle is over now. What's the point in talking about its special abilities now?" Vice Speaker Bertrand said unhappily, waving his hand. What? The Lieutenant General was visibly stunned. The next second, he hurried over to the lookout, grabbed a bronze telescope, and peered in. Sure enough, a mountain of corpses lay lying in a clearing in the forest below. 2 giant dragons, and a host of powerful warriors from the Empire and the Federation surrounded them, seemingly discussing something. This fire dragon killed and devoured a pure-blooded red dragon in its youth. Therefore, we estimate it to be at least in the late epic realm. And now it's dead. The Lieutenant General muttered to himself, clearly in disbelief. Deputy Speaker Bertrand was still seething with anger, but when he turned and saw Trenna beside him, his mood brightened considerably. Although the airship fleet suffered heavy losses this time, it did reveal a major secret of the Imperial delegation. This Ryan, he's a very important person, he mused. After a moment's thought, Bertrand said to the beautiful female counselor beside him, "Counselor Trenna, the importance of this young man, Ryan, needs to be further elevated. His identity is likely quite significant. So you understand some things." "Oh, okay, I do my best." Trenna understood Bertrand's words. But the question was, did she really want to actively seduce a young man who was even slightly younger than her daughter? Trenna's pretty face flushed at the thought. At this moment, Trenna recalled what Ryan had said earlier. His status was unsuitable for being the guardian knight of the Duchy of Heidenberg. Could it be that Lord Ryan truly carries the royal blood of the Dragon Empire? No wonder Lord Ryan refused to become the Principality's guardian knight. But he agreed to become his own guardian knight. Thinking of this, Trenna's heart fluttered. A few minutes later, Swordmaster Tyrion, on the ground, received a message from the airship. After listening, he looked at Minia with a strange expression and said, "Your Highness Minia, it's exactly as you said. This ancient fire dragon is named Anguskin. It was active in the New World thousands of years ago. According to ancient records, it defeated and devoured a red dragon at that time and then disappeared." As expected. Minia nodded calmly, not surprised at all. Ryan glanced at Minia in surprise, thinking, it seems the Imperial family's understanding of the dragon bloodline is deeper than I imagined. Minia's warning to me earlier was probably not simple. But when I looked up the relevant ancient texts, I didn't seem to find any records of two-headed or multi-headed dragons. I have to research it again when I get back. Minia seemed to think of something and continued, but this fire dragon has awakened at this time. It's likely someone has awakened it. Didn't you send someone to check the crater over there? There should be some clues, like remnants of the awakening ritual. Minia extended a white finger, pointing to the volcanic path still emitting black smoke 10 miles away. I send someone immediately. No, I go there myself, said the Swordmaster Tyrion, feeling slightly ashamed. After all, it's not enough that the Federation failed to withstand the attack of the ancient fire dragon Anguskin this time, but they haven't even begun a follow-up investigation. This is truly deplorable. If you didn't know better, you'd think the Federation was staging this drama themselves. Chapter 492. Half an hour later. Ryan, Minia, and the others had returned to the Imperial airship fleet, while Vice President Bertrand and Senator Tarina personally rushed to the Imperial airship flagship to apologize to Minia in person. Your Highness Minia, we deeply apologize for this incident, Bertrand said solemnly, bowing slightly to Minia. Also, at the foot of the volcano, we've found some clues. The awakening of the ancient fire dragon Anguskin was no accident. It's being manipulated by an organization called the Zalal Rebellion. Oh! It seems His Majesty Tyrion has made some discoveries? Well, I'm sorry, Your Highness Minia, we were a little late. The traces of their departure were covered by the erupting lava and ash, so we didn't capture any survivors, Bertrand said with a slightly embarrassed smile. Inwardly, he cursed the Federation Intelligence Department's slow response. His subordinates were incompetent, forcing him to clean up the mess. What a shame, but... The Zalal rebels? I know this organization. They've been wreaking havoc along the Empire's coastal borders. Minia frowned slightly. Sir Bertrand, could it be that someone high up in the Federation is funding them? This time, are they planning to attack and kill the Imperial delegation? Of course not, Your Highness Minia, you're joking, Bertrand quickly denied. While both sides knew the truth about this matter, some things couldn't be officially acknowledged. Now that the Zalal rebels dared to do something like this, they're naturally enemies of the Federation. Bertrand declared forcefully. Well, that's great. In that case, I hope the Federation and the Empire can work together to completely eliminate this terrorist organization, Minia said with a smile. Of course, we will fully support this matter, Bertrand nodded. With the Federation mobilizing 2 more heavily armed airships for escort, the rest of the journey went smoothly. Ryan had originally wanted to quietly improve his leatherworking skills in his cabin and pursue his elven leatherworking career, but the Federation, especially the beautiful woman Trenna, offered him several invitations that he couldn't refuse. For one thing, Trenna was a Federation senator, so there was no harm in befriending her. Also, Ryan had a vague concern. The Imperial family seemed to have some fear of the Hydra bloodline. Of course, this was still unclear. But if one doesn't plan ahead, there will always be immediate worries. If something unexpected really happened, Ryan might be safe, but he would always have to leave a way out for his family and friends. On the other hand, the other party had what he urgently needed, the follow-up to the 3rd-level sorcery, the Serrated Ring, which was the final piece of the puzzle for the New Dawn's killer move. So, over the past 2 days, Ryan and Trenna had become even closer than before. And Ryan had also learned some of Trenna's personal details. For example, her husband, Grand Duke Heidenberg, tragically died in battle with a giant beast last year. 3 days later, in a luxurious cabin on a massive Federation airship. Senator Trenna, there's something wrong, Deputy Speaker Bertrand said, rubbing his temple with a troubled expression. Mr. Vice Speaker, please feel free to tell me. Trenna looked at Bertrand with a hint of confusion. As far as she knew, the airship fleet seemed to be calm these past few days, with nothing major happening. Could it be that the intelligence department had learned of some new plot by the Zalal rebels? It's about that spell. Which spell? Could it be the one for Lord Ryan? Trenna was puzzled at first, then a look of sudden realization crossed her face, as if she had remembered something. Because the spell was actually in the federal government's collection, not hers or the Heidenberg family's, she was momentarily stunned. Yes, it's that rare 4th-level metal spell. The original manuscript of this spell was taken to Zatia by Hiram. Then couldn't we contact Hiram and have him make a copy? Trenna's curiosity grew even more pronounced. She knew Hiram well. He was the director of the Federal Mechanical Institute and a mentor to her daughter Rebecca. He was kind and easy to talk to. Trenna easily understood why the other party had taken the 4th-level spell, as she had known for a long time that Hiram was about to reach the 4th-level Dawn Wizard. The problem now is that Hiram has lost contact. Lost contact? Well, a while ago, Zatia discovered an ancient goblin ruin. As you know, he's always been interested in this area, so he led a team to explore it. He's been out of contact for over a week now. Just now, intelligence confirmed that Hiram is still unreachable. Can you give Ryan another 4th-level metal spell? Trenna thought for a moment and asked again. After all, no matter how rare metal spells are, it's impossible for a federation as large as this one to not have another 4th-level metal spell. Wouldn't it be possible to use other 4th-level metal spells as an emergency measure? No. Because the Imperial Intelligence officers told Ryan clearly that this is a complete set of metal-based Dawn killer skills, consisting of 4 metal spells of different levels. And the one they didn't give him was the last one. Upon hearing this news, Trenna was speechless. So, if we can't find Hiram, then the promise to Ryan can't be fulfilled? Is that right? Trenna frowned. Now, all communication with Ryan is handled by her, which means that this problem now needs her to deal with. Yes, that's my biggest headache. I've already had the Zatian garrison dispatch 2 elite investigation teams to the ruins to investigate. So, after arriving at Antihor, Senator Trenna, I hope you can delay for a few days. Just a delay? That's not a big deal. The capital has arranged a grand welcome ceremony and various activities. But the problem is, even if you delay further, I estimate it won't last more than 3 days. Mr. Vice Speaker, what if there's still no news after 3 days? Well, I hope there's news within the next few days. If not, then. At noon, the mixed airship formation arrived at Antihor, the federal capital. From the side of the airship, Ryan gazed down at the vast city below, a stark contrast to the imperial capital of Tamriel. Below, Besides the age-old Gothic spires, the city also boasted numerous square buildings with simple, symmetrical lines, clearly built over the past decade or so. In the distance, tall factory chimneys rose in a row, plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Evidently, even the Federation capital wasn't concerned with air pollution at this point, and was vigorously developing industry. With Ryan's eyesight, he could clearly see the bustling streets, with the clatter of horse-drawn carriages and steam locomotives pulling some kind of rail train. For a moment, Ryan felt as if he were in 18th century London, England. When the airship formation docked, a dense crowd of people were already waiting below to greet them. Next came several days of grand receptions. For Ryan, this was a bit tedious. But since this was a joint mission of the Imperial delegation, he naturally couldn't be too rude. Also, he noticed that the beautiful councilwoman Trenna seemed to be very busy this time, having been the Federation leader on the previous visit to the Empire, and needed to accompany her on various activities. So, he didn't press Trenna about her witchcraft and waited patiently. In a high-level office in the Federal Parliament, Senator Trenna, it's now confirmed that the exploration team led by Hiram has been completely trapped at the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire. In addition, there has been no news of the two elite teams that went to explore. What? Is the situation so serious? Trenna's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. Well, the situation at this site is very complicated. Based on the current external investigation, it is very likely the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital. Currently, the General Staff is considering whether to request the intervention of a Federation-level expert. Alas, the key issue is that all of this will take time, but as for Ryan, I have to trouble you to explain things, Bertrand sighed. I understand what the Vice Speaker means. At the very least, we can't let Mr. Ryan harbor any grudges against the Federation because of this matter, Trenna said at the right moment. That's right, Senator Trenna. At the very least, we can't let Mr. Ryan think our Federation is double-dealing and breaking its promises. Bertrand looked at the beautiful Trenna and nodded. Otherwise, the good impression the Federation has just planted in the heart of this young Imperial powerhouse will be shattered. However, he also knew that this matter was extremely difficult. Even though he was optimistic about Trenna, he felt it was a bit too much to ask. By the way, speaking of Ryan, the Imperial spies have sent in the latest intelligence, essentially confirming that Ryan has no connection to the Imperial family and is a high-quality target for us to pursue. I understand. Trenna nodded, making a decision. That afternoon, Ryan finally received the long-awaited invitation. The dinner invitation, from the beautiful councilwoman Trenna, essentially invited Ryan to tour the mansion and dine together. Since it was a formal dinner, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to change into formal aristocratic attire. In the evening, a luxurious four-wheeled carriage was waiting at the entrance of the Federal State Guest Manor, where Ryan was staying. Although Unta Hall had a small steam locomotive, it was still primarily used for public transportation due to the noisy engine noise. The nobility and the upper class were still accustomed to luxurious four-wheeled carriages. About half an hour later, Ryan arrived at the mansion in the luxurious carriage arranged by Trenna. Ryan looked through the small window of the carriage and immediately spotted Trenna, dressed in an elegant white lace dress, standing in the mansion's front garden, smiling brightly, followed by two young maids. Ryan didn't see any other guests, not even Rebecca. This immediately made him realize that he was likely the only guest tonight. Sir Ryan, I'm sorry. I should have asked you to come sooner, but I was too busy with official duties the past 2 days. Please forgive me. Of course not, Counselor Trenna, you're welcome. Here's a small gift. I hope you enjoy it. Ryan took out a fist-sized gift box and handed it to Trenna, smiling. Sir Ryan, you're so thoughtful. Everyone loves a gift, especially Trenna, who had something to ask of him. Since it was already dinner time, Ryan was led directly to the mansion's banquet hall. In the setting sun, Ryan took in the beauty of the entire mansion and the front garden. In late summer, a variety of flowers and shrubs bloomed in layers, and even the lawn was immaculately manicured, evidently maintained by a dedicated staff. Reliefs and fountains were spaced regularly. The entire garden design was richly layered. Inside the luxurious banquet hall, Ryan and Trenna sat facing each other. The long, solid wood dining table in front of them was covered with a satin tablecloth and adorned with fresh seasonal fruit and flowers. The main course was an Angus bison rib and char-grilled giant Salt Lake salmon. Side dishes included braised chocobo and honey-roasted duck. Considering Ryan's appetite, Trenna had the kitchen prepare double portions. This is Harris County tequila. Annual production is extremely limited. Lord Ryan, how about we taste it together tonight? Trina waved, and a young maid approached, holding a bottle of pale blue wine. Of course, it would be a great honor. Ryan gulped it down, his eyes flickering slightly. He noticed that the alcohol content of this Harris tequila was quite high, far exceeding the Bordeaux vintages he'd tasted before, even higher than aged rum. Furthermore, in addition to the herbal fragrance, it also had a distinct spicy flavor. This puzzled him. After all, this kind of wine, no matter how expensive, didn't seem suitable for women, did it? Could it be that Trina was a skilled drinker? Ryan glanced at the beautiful woman beside him with a hint of doubt, only to see that her behavior was far different from what he had expected. Trina had only taken a sip, and 2 blushes had already appeared on her fair, round face, and her beautiful eyes were a little unsettling. Clearly, the other person wasn't a good drinker. Interesting. Could this be? Ryan smiled. After a few drinks, Ryan could feel a faint warmth rising from his lower abdomen, indicating that the tequila had special properties, further confirming his suspicions. Of course, given his formidable constitution, this effect was minimal. And by this point, Trina's eyes were already shimmering, her cheeks flushed, and she looked like she was intoxicated. Ryan's heart fluttered at the sight, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to hold her and offer her some tenderness. But then, a thought struck him. He turned his head to Trina and smiled. "Senator Trina, when can I borrow that witchcraft I mentioned to you last time?" Trina had assumed that, under the influence of Harris County's tequila, which possessed special aphrodisiac properties, Ryan would have something to say to her first, and then things would become easier to discuss. But she hadn't expected him to suddenly bring up this matter while he was drunk. "I'm so sorry, Your Excellency Ryan. There's been a bit of an unexpected incident." Ryan's eyes narrowed, his aura suddenly changing, and his gaze towards Trina became incredibly sharp. He felt that the Federation was planning to go back on its word, or more accurately, to impose some kind of blackmail. And that was exactly what he hated. Even if a woman he had feelings for was on the other side, then, he wouldn't show much sympathy. At the sight of Ryan's sharp gaze, Trina sobered up a bit. She realized that, though he was young, he was determined. "Sir Ryan, please listen to me first. This is what I'm saying. Zatia. Hiram." Trina immediately stopped hiding and slowly recounted the story. "Oh, is that so?" Ryan nodded, his face calm. But in reality, his heart was already swirling with turmoil. Weren't those ancient Goblin Empire ruins in Zatia the very ones he planned to explore? Did the Federation find them first? But the fact that Hiram, the director of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute, and his men were trapped there suggests that the ruins harbored unknown dangers, something quite serious. After all, 3,000 years ago, the leader of the ancient wizard school, Walzig, had also been trapped there. Also, he could see that Trina wasn't lying. Furthermore, it wouldn't be difficult for him to verify this. He only needed to contact the Empire's spies in the Federation to get a rough outline of the matter. "Yes, so, Lord Ryan, as additional compensation, I'd like to offer you this mansion. Perhaps one day, your family or friends might need it, right? Also, I promise that if Lord Hiram escapes, I arrange for the sorcery to be delivered to the Empire, and into your hands immediately. Of course, if the ruins are truly exceptionally dangerous, we're willing to compensate you with other Dawn Killer techniques. Is that acceptable to you?" Trina, fearing Ryan might misunderstand her again, laid out all her terms in one breath. Then, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, slightly nervous, awaiting his response. Chapter 493. After hearing the compensation terms that Trina outlined, Ryan's judgment was further confirmed. The other party was most likely not lying about this matter. Because judging by the compensation terms, both this luxurious mansion in the core area of the Federation capital, Antahor, and a complete set of other Dawn-killing skills were astronomical. The latter, in particular, was inestimably valuable and nearly impossible to obtain through any unofficial channels, even major auction houses. It could only be obtained through official channels within the Empire or the Federation, and normally, this would require a significant contribution. This was sufficient proof of the Federation's sincerity. However, while Ryan sensed the Federation's sincerity, he had his own ideas. He was determined to obtain the new Dawn-killing skills. This was a crucial component of his power boost. Now, with his mutant dragon bloodline concentration reaching super level, the true damage percentage of Dragon Soul Smash would increase further. In other words, the Dawn-killing skills would contribute even more to his strength. This new Dawn-killing move was particularly different from the domain-based Iron Forest. Ryan had already roughly determined from the previous 3 sorceries, including the Serrated Ring, that this was a powerful single-target Dawn-killing move, Precisely the kind of decisive move he currently lacked. With his rapid increase in strength, some of his previous trump cards were no longer effective. The only thing he could truly call a trump card now was his newly mastered sixth form. Even the domain-based dawn-killing move Iron Forest wasn't particularly effective against a single, powerful foe, such as the ancient red dragon Anguskin. Ms. Trenna, I sense the Federation's sincerity. However, compared to the compensation you mentioned, I would rather personally retrieve what belongs to me. Therefore, I hope you will allow me to travel to the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire. If Lord Hiram is still alive, I will rescue him. If he unfortunately dies, I can also take what I want from his remains. As for the compensation you mentioned, it is not necessary, Ryan said seriously. Trenna's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Ryan in surprise. This was another answer that completely surprised her. In her opinion, as one of the Empire's top talents, it was not wise for Ryan to risk his life. If she were Ryan, she would definitely not choose to take such a risk. But what Ryan said made it difficult for her to refute it for a moment. After all, what's wrong with reclaiming what's rightfully his? However, she couldn't agree to this immediately, as Vice Speaker Bertrand had already stated that this was likely the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital. If this were true, then it likely contained valuable information of great significance to the Federation, such as golem manufacturing and mechanical production. Normally, these would be assets of the future Federation, and must not be leaked without permission. There's also the issue of risk. Although Ryan's demonstrated strength was that of a true epic-level warrior, capable of transforming into a dragon, ancient ruins with high risks, capable of causing the downfall of epic-level warriors, are not unheard of. In fact, there are more than one or two such sites. Therefore, if Ryan were to perish there, not only would the Federation's initial investment be wasted, but it would also cause a diplomatic dispute with the Empire. I'm sorry, Lord Ryan, but this site appears extremely dangerous. I doubt either the Federation or the Empire would allow a young genius like you to take such a risk. Trenna spoke sincerely, but she also mentioned the risks involved, both for the Empire and the Federation. She believed Ryan understood the implications. Hearing the beautiful councilwoman's words, Ryan nodded and said, I contact Her Highness Minia. As for the Federation, I have to trouble Ms. Trenna. As for the risks? Haha, for example, fighting that ancient fire dragon, Anguskin, isn't there a risk? Ms. Trenna, with all due respect, this metal magic is very important to me. Therefore, I will bear the risk myself. Very well. I hope Your Excellency Ryan can give me some time. I need to discuss this with the Vice Speaker. Of course, but I hope you and the Vice Speaker can make a decision quickly. After all, Mr. Hiram might still be waiting for rescue at the ruins, isn't he? You're right. Trenna nodded. There's currently no clear evidence that Hiram is dead, and the report uses the term lost contact. Trenna also recalled a case where an exploration team had been missing from a ruin for months before reappearing. She remembered that incident making the headlines of major Federation newspapers. Due to Ryan's lack of understanding of romance, the dinner ended hastily. Ryan also headed straight back to the Imperial Delegation's state guest house in Antahor. Meanwhile, in Zataya, underground on the west side of the Reserlo Canyon. In the ruins of a vast ancient goblin city, a muscular man in a Federation military uniform was running at a rapid pace. However, judging by his constant glances back and the apprehensive look on his face, it was clear that something terrifying was pursuing him. If one listened carefully, one could hear a dense, clattering sound coming from dozens of meters behind him. This rhythmic clattering sound didn't resemble the footsteps of a human or creature. It sounded more like the sound of metal hitting the ground. A few seconds later, a series of 7 or 8 mechanical devices, over 3 meters tall, appeared on the same stretch of road. These devices resembled some kind of gigantic chocobo. Logically, after thousands of years, even the best of them would have been damaged without maintenance. But strangely, these mechanical devices seemed well maintained. But that wasn't the strange thing. Behind these mechanical chocobos sat the corpses of goblins in uniform. Yes, a corpse. Their skin was dried out, almost entirely covered in deep wrinkles. Their eyes were almost entirely white. Their expressionless face controlled the machines, chasing the Federation man in front. There's no escape. Let's fight. The burly man in the Federation major's uniform had beads of sweat on his forehead and a flushed face, looking exhausted to the point of near limit. The exhaustion and the thrill of near death made him recall the entire expedition. This hellhole seemed harmless at first. But at some point, as they advanced deeper into a certain area, they began to hear an all-pervasive whispering sound, as if a woman were constantly whispering in their ears. This kind of situation would drive a normal person mad in less than 10 minutes. Even the well-trained team members began to become irritable, easily angered, and gradually went berserk. To make matters worse, the ghostly creatures behind them began to suddenly appear and attack them. Mummies? Mechanical monsters? These combined monsters were incredibly powerful, and coupled with the pervasive whispering, he was the only one left alive out of their group of 12. But the problem was, he had lost his way, and had completely lost hope of escape. I'm so unwilling. I haven't even passed on the information yet. The Federation Major muttered to himself, feeling rather guilty. Despite the pervasive whispering, he remained mentally clear thanks to the calming amulet. As the captain, he knew full well that if he failed to spread the news, everyone on the team, himself included, would have sacrificed their lives in vain. Even if the Federation sent a team to investigate, they would likely follow in their footsteps. This place was too eerie and terrifying. Swish. Suddenly, in an empty area nearby, ripples, like a film of water, appeared in the air. Then, a hand pulled the Federation Major into the ripples. The next second, the Federation Major vanished as if out of thin air, leaving no trace. And in an area invisible to the naked eye. Shoo! Hush! At this moment, the Federation Major realized he had arrived at an open space, surrounded by cylindrical magnetic devices. Intricate wizard formations were carved into the ground, and 6 or 7 people were busy. In the center of the clearing stood an elderly man in silver-gray wizard robes. It was he who had just pulled him in, staring intently at him. You're Lord Hiram. The surviving Federation Major exclaimed. Before setting off, everyone in their team had seen a portrait of the elderly man before them, the director of the Federation Mechanical Research Institute, so they recognized him instantly. It seems I was wrong. You must have been sent to find us. The elderly man named Hiram nodded and smiled. Yes, Lord Hiram, since you're all right, why didn't you send a message? The captain said, his eyes slightly red. In the search for Lord Hiram, his elite team had perished, and now he was the only one left. So, no matter how high the other party's rank, he wanted an explanation. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Hiram replied calmly, seemingly unperturbed by the captain's somewhat rude questioning. This is a magnetic shield. If I hadn't happened to be carrying it, I'd probably have perished. Hiram pointed to the 4 cylindrical devices surrounding the clearing. Huh? The captain was stunned. The entire site is covered with some kind of ancient goblin detection device. Otherwise, how could those mummified goblins have tracked you so accurately? Hiram asked. Yes. The Federation Major was stunned by this. He had never quite grasped the point. Several times, their team members had sacrificed themselves to divert the pursuing monsters, only to be overtaken again shortly thereafter, and in even greater numbers. It was simply incomprehensible. So this was the problem. Without this blocker, we wouldn't have been able to hide safely here for so long. It's just that with the blocker activated, all communication methods are ineffective, Hiram explained. I see. But, Lord Hiram, with your strength, you can't break out? The Federation Major, his heart not untangled, softened his tone, and asked with a slight bow. Because even before the mission, he had heard of Lord Hiram, a formidable being, second only to the Federation's national protectors. If it were just about getting past the mummies and mechanostriders you encountered, it wouldn't be that difficult. But the real horror here isn't that. Did you hear the whispers that constantly echo in your ears? Yes, they seem to have a disorienting effect. If I didn't have the Tranquility Amulet, I'd probably be like everyone else. At this point, the Federation Major's voice choked again. Tranquility Amulet? Lucky me. Look, this isolation magic array on the ground is designed to block the whispers of this unknown ancient evil god. Hiram pointed to the intricate magic array on the ground and said, Alas, it's my fault too. I thought with Prototype 1's help, even if we couldn't successfully explore this site, we could still retreat safely. But I didn't expect the prototype to suddenly lose control not long after exploring deeper. Meanwhile, in the core area of Antihor, the federal capital, in a small meeting room within the Parliament building, Bertrand, Trenna, and several other high-ranking federal officials were discussing something. Because Trenna's description involved newly discovered ancient goblin ruins, Vice Speaker Bertrand had specifically invited the relevant officials from the federal military and industry departments. No, I disagree. That place could very well be the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital. Allowing an imperial genius to explore there could very well leak ancient goblin technology, a federal admiral declared, clearly refusing. Especially since this genius hasn't yet explicitly stated his intention to join the Federation. An elderly man, smoking a valuable pipe, clearly disagreed. If you disagree, I can be certain that we will forever lose the opportunity for the young and powerful Lord Ryan to join the Federation, Trina said after a moment's thought. Her expression was calm, as if she were stating a fact. Trina recalled the look on Ryan's face when he had spoken, and knew the young man wasn't joking. There are geniuses every year. It's very likely that next year there will be one more suited to the Federation than Ryan, the old man said, tapping the ash from his pipe. But the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital are only found here. If the cutting-edge Goblin technology within is leaked, our bargaining chips for cooperation with the Empire will be greatly reduced. It's simply a matter of risk, Trina argued. But I don't think the risk is worth taking. All right, Senators, I think I understand what you're trying to say. Deputy Speaker Bertrand knocked on the table, interrupting the argument between Trina and the pipe-smoking old man. After a moment's hesitation, he said, in principle, I agree to allow Lord Ryan to travel to the newly discovered ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire. The military general and the pipe-smoking elder frowned visibly upon hearing this, their lips trembling as if they were about to speak, but Bertrand waved his hand in time to stop them. He continued, however, he can't go alone. Counselor Trina, please ask Swordmaster Tyrion and His Majesty Hernandez. If they agree, they can go together. In that case, with these two His Majesties around, even if Ryan wanted to obtain ancient Goblin technology, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the chance. What do you think? Chapter 494. If that's the case, I have no objection. With these two Your Majesties here, even if Lord Ryan wanted to take some data on ancient Goblin technology, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do so. The pipe-smoking old man pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed. However, judging from his expression, the old man seemed to agree with reluctance. It was likely that Vice Speaker Bertrand's recent statement had forced him to make a compromise. The military general, observing this, thought for a moment and nodded, saying, since we can contact these two Your Majesties to participate, the next rescue operation will be much more secure. I've heard that Lord Ryan is very capable, so I agree. In that case, it's settled. Bertrand smiled. Senator Tarina, I leave it to you from now on. Okay, Vice Speaker. The beautiful Senator Tarina nodded, her face calm, but she was truly relieved. She had a hunch that Lord Ryan would go to the ruins regardless of their consent. In the state guest manner, inside a luxurious single-family villa. Ryan, you're going alone to explore an unknown ancient Goblin Empire ruin on Zataya? Minia looked at him in surprise. Yes, Your Highness. This is related to my current advanced meditation method. Perhaps you should take a look at it, Ryan said sincerely. At the same time, he produced an ancient parchment scroll map and displayed it on the coffee table. It was the same map from the Walzig school ruins. Before arriving, Ryan had considered how to gain Minia's consent. He thought for a moment and decided to reveal a portion of the secret, explaining his reasoning from the perspective of advanced meditation. For a Dawn Wizard, advanced meditation methods are nearly irreplaceable. In other words, if he wasn't allowed to search for them, it would be tantamount to cutting off his escape route. This was something all Dawn Wizards could not accept. Minia examined the map carefully, looked at Ryan with a hint of surprise, and said, I didn't expect you to possess such an ancient map. The advanced meditation you practice is Iron Heart, right? Yes, Your Highness Minia. Ryan nodded. He wasn't surprised that Minia knew the name of the Bishu Constructor School's advanced meditation method. Well, I heard that the Bishu Constructor School only had Iron Heart advanced meditation up to the 4th level. I didn't expect the 5th level to be here. Ryan, in principle, I agree with you going, but not now. This place is too dangerous. Minia shook her head. Ryan didn't expect that Minia, while agreeing, would only ask him to go later. Seeing Ryan's surprised expression, Minia slowly explained, I've received confidential intelligence from Imperial spies. This site is likely the remains of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital, and exploration is extremely risky. According to reliable sources, the Federation has already lost several high-level exploration teams. Therefore, I suggest you wait until you have more information about the site before considering going. Ryan hadn't expected Minia to have learned about the site as well. After a brief pause, Ryan said, Your Highness, Minia, the follow-up to the advanced meditation method I need is likely on a corpse within the site. In other words, the Federation doesn't need to explore the entire site. It's possible to discover it during the exploration process. What do you think I'd have to offer to get it from the Federation if it were acquired? This? Minia's eyes flickered, clearly reflecting on something. Yes. If the Federation acquired it, and used it to invite Ryan to join the Federation, most Dawn Wizards wouldn't refuse. Then how will you infiltrate the ruins? I plan to accept Federation Senator Trena's invitation to visit the Principality of Heidenberg. The ruins, located in Zataya, also happen to be within Heidenberg. I find an opportunity to visit. If all goes well, I should be able to meet you there before the delegation arrives in Zataya. Ryan, it seems you're quite close to this senator, Minia said, glancing at Ryan with a half-smile. Hearing this, Ryan was at a loss for words. Now that the ruins have been discovered by the Federation, there must be security around them. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to infiltrate. However, Minia only mentioned it briefly before returning to the main topic. This is a transformation ring. If you imagine someone's appearance in your mind, you can transform into that person, Minia said as she removed a ring from her hand and handed it to Ryan. Thank you, Your Highness Minia. Ryan hesitated for a moment before accepting the ring. However, he still felt a little puzzled. Minia seemed to be being too kind to him. When do you plan to leave? If you agree, I plan to leave early tomorrow morning. Well, be safe. We meet you in Zataya, Minia nodded. Thank you, Your Highness Minia. I be careful. That evening, Trina was a bit busy. After visiting His Majesty Tyrion and Hernandez, she hurriedly contacted Ryan. The next morning, everything was ready. A streamlined airship carrying Ryan and his companions flew south at high speed. In the evening, Zataya, Reserlo Canyon. Ryan, Swordmaster Tyrion, Dawn Wizard Hernandez, and their companions had reached the bottom of Reserlo Canyon. Looking at the narrow canyon on both sides, Ryan felt a little strange. Generally speaking, natural canyons formed by wind erosion, water impact, or glacial movement are usually of varying widths. But this canyon seemed a little too uniform. Just now, he noticed that the canyon was about 100 meters wide from beginning to end, stretching for dozens of miles. Furthermore, the canyon's depth exceeded his expectations. The deepest area reaches nearly 1,500 meters. For example, right now, in the middle of the canyon, near its deepest point, looking up from the bottom, all they see is a narrow slit in the azure sky. It doesn't look like this canyon was formed naturally, Ryan muttered softly. Your Excellency Ryan has a keen eye. Hernandez, standing beside him, smiled, as if having heard Ryan's words. Oh! Your Excellency Hernandez knows about this canyon? Ryan's eyes lit up slightly, and he smiled at him. Yes, I have some knowledge. According to federal archaeologists, this canyon was no more than 10,000 years old, and it's likely formed thousands of years ago. Therefore, we suspect it's likely the product of a major war. But because it's a new continent, there's so little information available, so the details aren't clear yet, Hernandez said. Ryan nodded. However, as he took another look at the sprawling canyon, he was quite surprised. To cause this level of destruction, even a demigod wouldn't be able to do it, let alone a true god? Ryan pondered. At this moment, a capable federal lieutenant stopped and pointed to the rock face ahead, announcing, Gentlemen, the entrance to the ruins is just ahead. The lieutenant's words interrupted Ryan's musings. He looked up and saw a massive hole in the nearly vertical canyon wall to his left. The hole was roughly irregularly circular, tens of meters high. A faint red glow emanated from within, and a burning aura emanated from it. Although the hole was large, it was located at the deepest part of the canyon, where venomous scorpions, steppe wolves, and other creatures were common, making it a sparsely populated area. Upon entering the cave, they discovered that numerous Federation soldiers were already rapidly setting up tents and deploying various small defensive formations. It seemed they had only recently arrived, and their work had only just begun. Seeing Ryan and his group enter, everyone dropped their work and saluted. Simultaneously, the highest-ranking Federation colonel present stepped forward and asked, My lords, would you like a break? No, are the ruins just up ahead? Blade Master Tyrion waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty Tyrion, they are not far ahead. Well, you lead the way, and briefly explain the situation. Yes, Your Majesty Tyrion. The colonel explained as he led the group through a rock face tens of meters thick. Then, the view ahead suddenly opened up. The outline of a vast, nearly circular city appeared before their eyes. The entire city lay hundreds of meters below their current position, surrounded by a dark red, flowing lava stream, like a moat, circling the vast city. I don't know if it was the lava gas or the dim light, but even with Ryan's dark vision, the vast city ahead was only hazy. It was as if a giant beast was lurking there, its maw gaping. I have a bad feeling there's something dangerous hiding there, said Blade Master Tyrion, his expression growing serious as he pointed toward the city ahead. Well, otherwise, with Hiram's strength, it's impossible that he couldn't even get the news out. Hernandez nodded, his face equally solemn. My lords, there's a simple steel bridge here, presumably built by Lord Hiram's team. The colonel pointed to the steel bridge suspended above the lava. Well, you can send them here, and we handle the rest. Tyrion nodded. Soon, the group crossed the steel bridge and officially entered the ancient goblin city. Even at the edge of the city, the outlines of houses dozens of meters away were indistinct. A smoky, foggy haze permeated the entire city. My lords, Lord Hiram and the two previous teams' tracks disappear here. At this moment, the Federation lieutenant scouting ahead suddenly stopped and turned to report. The footprints disappear here? Swordmaster Tyrion frowned and said in a deep voice. Yes, sir. The lieutenant nodded confidently. Ryan couldn't help but bend down to take a look. Sure enough, the footprints that had been on the ground before him suddenly disappeared. The ground here was paved with square marble blocks. Previously, there was a thick layer of dust, but the area in front of him was surprisingly clean. That shouldn't be the case. If the disappearance of human footprints and the volcanic ash cover could explain it, then Hiram was controlling Prototype 1. Such a massive golem couldn't possibly not leave some trace. Swordmaster Tyrion frowned. Ryan nodded, but didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up and looked ahead. The houses ahead were mostly intact, and the streets were unusually clean, as if the city's residents had disappeared in a short period of time, and the entire city was frozen in time. Just then, he faintly heard the sound of gears turning in the distance. However, the noise seemed to come from deep within the city, barely audible at this distance. I feel like something's watching us from out there, Tyrion said, frowning and pointing ahead. Although he couldn't see any enemy movements, the Swordmaster's keen senses wouldn't lie. I also sense a shadowy aura. Hernandez casually cast a water spell, and a flickering blue symbol floated in midair. There's definitely something wrong with this city. You too, how about we just use our killing move and destroy this area? That way, even if something's hidden within, we can force it out. Swordmaster Tyrion proposed a very simple and drastic plan. That's not right. Ryan and Hernandez said almost simultaneously. If Hiram isn't dead, but is hiding somewhere, then our combined attack might accidentally injure or even kill him outright, Hernandez explained. The combined might of 3 epic warriors could easily destroy a small portion of the city ruins before them. That's right, Lord Tyrion. We're here to rescue him, so we must first determine whether he's alive or dead. Ryan nodded and agreed. He came this time to find Lord Hiram. Regardless of whether he's dead or alive, he must obtain the sorcery. Also, he wanted to find as much trace of the ancient wizard school Varzig's exploration team as possible, particularly the remains of the owner of the Black Leather Diary, the leader of the Varzig school himself. If they used high-powered sorcery, the ruins would likely bury everything, making any trace impossible. Well then, let's go in. With just the 3 of us, even if we can't explore it completely, we can still leave. Seeing that neither of them agreed, Tyrion gave up and led the way, leading the way. Ryan and Hernandez were in the middle, while the remaining elite Federation soldiers followed behind, advancing deeper. After walking about a dozen meters, Tyrion suddenly stopped and asked, "Did you hear that?" A female voice. It's getting louder and louder. As the group stopped, everyone, including Ryan, seemed to hear a female voice whispering something. But no matter how hard they listened, they couldn't make out what was being said. Even Hernandez, a knowledgeable and veteran Dawn wizard, couldn't make out what was being said. No, it's some kind of mental influence, Ryan suddenly said in a deep voice. As he turned around, he noticed that the elite Federation soldiers, both knights and grand knights, behind him had rolled their eyes and were involuntarily wandering off. Purification. A stream of light blue water exploded in front of Hernandez, creating ripples that enveloped the surrounding Federation soldiers. However, even after the light blue ripples repeatedly swept over the soldiers, it seemed unable to revive them. It's ineffective? Hernandez's eyes widened slightly, surprised. At the same time, a series of rapid, clicking sounds emanated from not far ahead. Chapter 495. Ha! The Blade Master Tyrion roared furiously. Sound waves, imbued with the Blade Master's special will, rippled from Tyrion's center, rapidly spreading outward, instantly stirring the surrounding mist. When the sound waves reached the elite soldiers, whose eyes rolled back, they all awoke as if from a dream, regaining consciousness. They looked down at their bodies and their surroundings, their faces filled with fear. However, years of training had swiftly enabled them to draw their weapons, form a formation, and retreat back to their ranks. However, whispers were inevitable. What's going on? Why am I here? Yes, I was just. From the soldiers' conversation, Ryan immediately concluded that the sound seemed to be disorienting, simultaneously dragging their consciousness into some kind of illusory state. As for him, Tyrion and Hernandez were unaffected, likely because both the Dawn Wizard and the Sword Master were relatively resistant to this kind of mental aberration. However, Ryan would not take it lightly, because the constant whispering made it hard to say whether it would affect the three of them. If the change was subtle, in the current environment, it would likely be difficult to detect over time. Your Majesty Hernandez, I think we should block the influence of that voice on these soldiers, Ryan said, turning to Hernandez. Hernandez nodded. He also saw that after Tyrion's roar, which contained a special will, ended, these elite soldiers, under the influence of that eerie whisper, began to undergo some unnatural changes. Pay attention. I will cast a silencing spell upon you. You will hear nothing, and you will also be unable to make any sound. Hernandez immediately began to cast the spell. Silencing spell. Hernandez's lips moved rapidly, and with a raised hand, he directed a spell at the soldiers at the rear of the column. Then, each of the soldiers' faces showed surprise, for they discovered they could no longer hear the whispers that had been affecting their minds. Although they could no longer make any sound, this was not a problem for them. Ryan, along with the Swordmaster Tyrion, now focused most of their attention on the front. The clicking sound grew clearer and more frequent. Suddenly, from the mist dozens of meters away, shadowy figures over 3 meters tall emerged. However, these tall figures did not resemble humans, but rather animals. Swish. After confirming the opponent was a foe, not a friend, Swordmaster Tyrion flicked his wrist. Instantly, over a dozen sharp silver sword beams lashed forward from multiple angles. She. The sword beams sliced through certain objects. Bang. Clang. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed one after another. Mechanical chocobo? The elite soldiers in the rear finally saw clearly that the clicking sound had come from the mechanical chocobos, creatures of the ancient Goblin Empire. Strange. The Goblin Empire existed thousands of years ago. How could there be a mechanical chocobo patrol operating? Hernandez muttered. Ryan shared the same question. If these mechanical chocobos were kept in some kind of sealed warehouse, and functioning normally, it would be relatively reasonable. But if they had been operating like this for thousands of years, the thought of this is quite bizarre. After all, even dragons struggle to survive that long, so how could these goblins? That's right, goblins. Focusing on the goblin operators, even Ryan's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that the goblins, chopped into pieces, had wrinkled skin, resembling mummies. It was hard to imagine that these very beings had just been controlling the mechanical chocobos. If they were, that would explain why the mechanical chocobo patrols had been going on for thousands of years. But then again, could it be that these mummified goblins were also responsible for maintaining the equipment? Can ordinary zombies retain their consciousness? Ryan frowned slightly. Zombies? Undead creatures? Swordmaster Tyrion frowned, turning to ask Hernandez. It doesn't seem like zombies in the typical sense. If these mummified goblins had been transformed into zombies among the undead, they wouldn't be able to control the mechanical chocobos, Hernandez said solemnly. In other words, the mummies are likely just a facade. Ryan nodded, stepping forward to examine it more closely. The hardened adamantium in his hand quickly transformed into a knight's long sword, which he used to poke at the broken remains on the ground. Suddenly, a small black insect scurried out from the side of the goblin's shrunken head, or rather, from its ear, at incredible speed. Huh? And most importantly, the black insect sprang up at high speed, following the knight's long sword, aiming for Ryan's face. A flash of silver sword light shattered the black bug in midair. Strangely, the remains of the black bug didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they transformed into a puff of black smoke and dissipated into the air. If anything remained, it seemed only a tiny, barely detectable amount of black dust. At this moment, the black bugs in the brains of the other mummified goblins began to rustle and crawl out. However, as if sensing the danger of Ryan and his companions, they immediately fled in all directions. Want to escape? Swordmaster Tyrion swung his sword again. Instantly, a silver sword flash followed each black bug. Instantly, the bugs were annihilated. However, as before, the chopped remains of the black bugs quickly erupted in black smoke and dissipated. Was this the thing controlling these goblins just now? Hernandez's expression grew even more grim. Should be. Has Your Majesty Hernandez seen anything like this? Ryan couldn't help but ask. No, Hernandez shook his head. However, I seem to have read in an ancient book about a monster called a xenomorph, which devours the brains of intelligent creatures and controls their bodies. But the xenomorph's appearance is quite different from the black, beetle-like creature before us. The most important point is that the former has a distinct physical form, while this one looks more like some kind of sinister energy transformed. Yes. Ryan nodded, saying nothing. Indeed, that was the case. When Ryan first saw the black bug, he thought he had encountered a Zerg-like creature, but now it seemed that was not the case. How about sending these soldiers out first? This place isn't one they can explore, Tyrion said to Ryan and Hernandez, glancing at the group of elite soldiers behind him. Okay, Hernandez nodded. I'm afraid it'd be difficult, Ryan shook his head. The two looked at Ryan in slight surprise. Ryan pointed behind him and said, Your Excellencies, look behind you. I just noticed it too. Tyrion and Hernandez looked up and saw, in the mist, the familiar houses lining the street had unexpectedly shifted. Although they were still residential buildings, the two were certain that many were new to the scene, such as a store with a large beer bottle sign. Are these houses moving? Swordmaster Tyrion was surprised for the first time. No, it's not just the houses. The ground is shifting, Ryan said gravely. Although the faint sound of gears he'd heard earlier seemed quite a distance away, the thought of the gears gave Ryan a clue. I suspect the ground beneath this isn't ordinary ground. Ryan bent down and reached out to touch the ground. A strong dark silver light blossomed in his palm. The ground trembled slightly, and then the square marble blocks paving the street shattered one after another, revealing a solid, metallic object beneath. However, Ryan quickly extracted it with a metal transformation. This is metal? There's metal underneath? Hernandez exchanged glances with Tyrion. If the base of a city this vast were entirely made of metal, then the technology within this ancient goblin capital would likely far exceed anyone's previous assumptions. Yes, and it's not natural, it's some kind of high-purity alloy. Ryan examined the dark metal in his hand carefully, nodded, and said, Then let's go directly from below. As Tyrion spoke, suddenly, a bright red light appeared in the air, several hundred meters to the right, and in front of him. Even through the layers of mist, the faint glow of a dark red could be vaguely seen. Ryan squinted. It appears to be a Federation distress flare, Swordmaster Tyrion said solemnly. Although normal flares would be much brighter than this one, considering the influence of the unusual mist here, the current brightness was reasonable. Just ask those soldiers. In fact, there was no need to ask. The excited gestures of the soldiers, all under the silencing spell, pointing in the air clearly indicated that this was indeed the Federation Army's internal distress signal flare. It's not far from us. If it's really a signal flare, it means someone is still alive. Yes, and it's most likely Hiram's team, Ryan nodded, his eyes brightening slightly. If Hiram is alive, that would be even better. It would mean Ryan's Dawn of Death move has been found. Why can't it be the two search teams from before? Tyrion asked, puzzled. Tyrion, do you think even the most elite military team could withstand the whisper just now? Hernandez answered for Ryan. That's right. With that reminder, Tyrion immediately understood. Then shall we continue forward? I agree. After rescuing Hiram and the others, we immediately withdraw, Hernandez nodded. That's fine with me, Ryan agreed. Okay, Swordmaster Tyrion instinctively frowned. For although he had easily dispatched the enemy, a lingering gloom hung over Tyrion's heart. This place made him uncomfortable. Soon, the team adjusted their course and began advancing towards the location of the red flare. Locked under a silencing spell, the small group of elite Federation soldiers once again scouted the front and sides. Their inability to speak or hear, aided by combat sign language, surprisingly had no effect on them. A few minutes ago, inside the ruins, within the shielding force field. Lord Hiram, this is the second last flare. We've been firing every hour, and now every 3 hours, but there's still no sign of help from outside. A level 2 liquefaction wizard reported, licking his chapped lips. We still have some food, but we're running low on water. Although they were almost completely shielded from the unknown horrors and dangers of the ruins by the dual protection of the shielding device and the isolation magic array, the problem was that they couldn't hold out for much longer. The shielding device's energy is running low. For optimal effectiveness, it's been operating at full capacity. So, at most, it can last another 3 days, a hoarse voice said. This was also a level 2 liquefaction wizard from the Federal Mechanical Research Institute. He fiddled with a shield, his expression grim. Has the Federation given up on us? No, but it's very likely the rescue team has run into the same trouble as us. The major from the previous exploration team shook his head. But the result will be the same, isn't it? We won't get any help. Damn goblins, damn monsters. A young wizard was clearly losing control of his emotions. He had been stuck in this area, less than 30 square meters, For a full week. Sir Hiram, should we try to break out? The Major turned to look at Hiram, the most senior person present. Do you think we don't want to? But before we met you, we tried twice. Not only did we lose manpower, but we also lost a lot of supplies. Otherwise, we could have held out longer. Another wizard answered for the thoughtful Hiram. Wait one more day. If there's still no reinforcements tomorrow, we give it a try. Hiram snapped out of his thoughts and said. Meanwhile, Ryan and his group advanced rapidly in the direction of the signal flare. But perhaps because they had just killed that strange Mechanostrider patrol, less than 3 minutes later, Ryan and his team encountered 2 more patrols. They're appearing more and more frequently. The second time, it took a minute and a half, and this time, it took about 40 seconds, Ryan said gravely. It doesn't matter how many of these things come. It's a 1-second solution. Tyrion shrugged. Tyrion, you don't understand Lord Ryan's point. He means... As Hernandez spoke, a heavy metallic collision suddenly erupted from the front. Bang! Bang! This crash was completely different from the previous clattering sound, and the ground began to tremble slightly. It seemed someone big is coming. Hernandez, is that what you were trying to say? Swordmaster Tyrion said, looking forward and slowly drawing his long sword. No, what I meant to say is that there must be something here directing the actions of these goblin corpses. Hernandez shook his head. This is a prototype. Suddenly, Hernandez's eyes widened as he looked at the massive machine emerging from the smoke, shocked. Ryan looked closely, and saw that it was a gigantic humanoid golem, approximately 20 meters tall, but its style was very different from the destroyer of the Valzig school. Its arms, without palms, ended in 3 dart-barreled gun barrels. Even more striking were the 6 massive barrels centered in its chest, resembling a Gatling gun. But the diameter of each barrel was the size of an adult's fist, clearly a killing machine. Prototype? The giant golem Hiram controlled when he entered here? Tyrion, who was about to attack, paused and asked. Previous intelligence indicated that Hiram had entered this ruin with a prototype, a giant golem excavated and restored from another goblin ruin. Now that the prototype had appeared, could it be that Hiram's brain had been ravaged by the strange black bugs? Or was he still safe, simply unable to escape? For a moment, Swordmaster Tyrion did not initiate the attack. Chapter 496. However, after just 2 seconds, Swordmaster Tyrion knew that the person operating the prototype wasn't Hiram, or at least not the real Hiram. The moment the prototype's 2 arms, each equipped with a thick cannon barrel, saw them, they immediately raised and took aim. Suddenly, a storm of metal erupted. A dense barrage of metal projectiles descended upon the team like a torrential downpour. Water snake spin. Of course, Ryan's team wasn't completely unprepared. Hernandez raised his hand, and a surging stream of water, like a giant transparent snake, enveloped them all. The spherical, red-hot metal bullets struck the surging water, sending up a massive splash, but the water quickly absorbed the bullets' kinetic energy. For a moment, the barrage of bullets seemed to be hitting thick cotton. However, at this moment, Hernandez's expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, "Something's wrong. The power of my water spells has dropped by over 30%. Just now, I thought it was due to the influence of the magma field below, but the power wouldn't be this much less." Hernandez, a Dawn wizard extremely sensitive to fluctuations in the power of his own spells, noticed something amiss the moment he cast his spell. Upon hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but carefully sense the Sawtooth Ring spell he had just cast, but he discovered, to his dismay, that the metallic energy particles there were strangely active. The power of his spell had actually increased by 10%. The 6 whirring, high-speed serrated rings he cast moved like a force unto themselves, easily slicing the dense flock of mechanical chocobos attacking from behind into a vast pile of fragments. "Sir Ryan, are you unaffected?" Hernandez wondered, observing the astonishing power of Ryan's serrated ring. "Not at all. On the contrary, its power has increased by approximately 10%, Ryan said bluntly. This, faced with the prototype's attack, Blade Master Tyrion, as the team's spear and sword, naturally launched a counterattack. He flashed, leaving several afterimages behind, and with a multi-step, zigzagging movement, dodging the dense barrage of bullets, he charged towards the enemy. As if sensing the powerful threat posed by Blade Master Tyrion, the 6-barreled Gatling gun in the center of the prototype suddenly surged with powerful energy waves. "Be careful of the energy cannon," Hernandez shouted. The prototype's arm cannons fire solid bullets, but the 6 cannons in its center fire some kind of energy projectile. When the prototype was discovered, it caused quite a stir in the Federation. "Everyone, including me, has studied it thoroughly," Hernandez quickly explained to Ryan. Ryan nodded, focusing his attention on the prototype's chest cannons. Sure enough, as the energy surged, baseball-sized energy spheres blasted towards Swordmaster Tyrion like a torrent. But Tyrion, having been warned and possessing immense speed, easily dodged them, placing the pressure on Hernandez instead. Energy spheres brushed past Swordmaster Tyrion and struck the water serpent's shield, instantly causing a flurry of explosions. This caused Hernandez, whose sorcery power had noticeably decreased, to immediately increase his mental output to maintain the shield's stability. At this moment, Ryan raised his hand, and the 6 serrated rings that had completely annihilated 3 teams of mechanical chocobos whizzed into the air in front of him, forming a neat formation. Hernandez glanced at the buzzing, serrated metal rings with a hint of surprise. He could sense the surging energy fluctuations within them, barely reaching the threshold of 4th-level sorcery. But clearly, this should only be 3rd-level sorcery. This Lord Ryan not only possesses rare dragon bloodline, but also an exceptional talent for metalwork. No wonder the Federation holds Lord Ryan in such high regard, striving to win him over, even involving him in such a crucial exploration of ancient goblin ruins. At this moment, Swordmaster Tyrion had already launched over 10 consecutive strikes of silver sword light at the prototype. Plasma shield. Ancient goblin. A mechanical, slightly shrill voice echoed, and 2 beams of pale blue plasma suddenly erupted from the prototype's shoulders, quickly enveloping its massive form and forming an energy shield. Then, over 10 silver sword beams from Tyrion's sword blasted into this so-called plasma shield. But the shield merely dented slightly, generating numerous arcs of electricity to counter the blow. It seemed effortless, blocking the Swordmaster Tyrion's strikes. Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly at this sight. Even a simple sword strike from a Swordmaster, with a power no less powerful than a typical 4th-level dawn magic, was easily blocked by the giant golem before him, known as the prototype. He began to understand why this golem had captured the Federation's attention and earned the name Prototype 1. This golem was a completely different beast from the destroyer he had found in the Valzig ruins. The destroyer was more of a close-quarters fighter, though it also had some ranged attack capabilities. However, the prototype before him was clearly focused on ranged attacks. Go! Ryan waved his hand, and the 6 serrated metal rings in his hand flew in 6 beautiful arcs, arriving behind the prototype and launching an attack. The metal rings spun at high speed, colliding fiercely with the prototype's plasma shield. Although the 6 serrated metal rings couldn't penetrate the plasma shield's defenses, Ryan's goal wasn't to do that. He wanted to create an opportunity for Blade Master Tyrion. The energy and arcs of the plasma shield began to gather towards the prototype's back, and the blue shield in front of it dimmed noticeably. Citing this, Blade Master Tyrion naturally understood Ryan's intention. He immediately seized the opportunity, briefly gathering his strength, and slashed another cross of sword light at the prototype. It was his ultimate weapon, the Super Divine Cross Slash. A long silver sword flash instantly sliced through the already weakened plasma shield directly in front of it. Then, without stopping, the sword split the prototype into an X shape. The 6-barreled Gatling gun in the center was shattered, and both arms were completely severed, completely destroying the prototype's offensive capabilities. However, it was clear that Tyrion had deliberately avoided the prototype's control room. Evidently, he considered that if Hiram, who had been infested by the black bugs, was inside, he would at least be able to retrieve his remains. Swordmaster Tyrion flashed and instantly slashed through the control room shield, revealing a shrunken goblin. The only difference between this goblin and the one that had previously controlled the Meccano Chocobo was that it bore something resembling a human rank on its shoulder. This meant it was a goblin of higher rank. But the other goblin also had a blank look in his eyes, clearly unable to communicate. Bad luck. Tyrion cleaved the goblin in 2, killing the small black bug along the way. Hiram isn't in there, that's not a bad thing. Yes. Let's go. Hurry. Ryan noticed that after Tyrion had performed the Transcendent Cross, sweat began to form on his forehead. This time, a full 5 minutes passed, and no more mechanical monsters arrived to siege them. But everyone's attention wasn't focused on that matter. They were searching for any survivors. This should be the spot. Why isn't anyone there? Swordmaster Tyrion wondered, recalling the location of the red flare he had seen earlier. It was right here just now, but it might not be the same now. Your Majesty, don't forget, the ground here is moving. Ren thought for a moment and reminded him. How do we find them then? We can't just wait for them to fire the next flare, can we? Tyrion's brow furrowed. Then, as if a thought struck him, he turned and said, Your Majesty Hernandez, could you please use your divination? I'm afraid it's difficult. My divination can only predict the general area of Hiram, but here, a 20-meter error could easily mean an entire street is off. Hernandez shook his head. Let me do it. If I'm not mistaken, even if there's movement, it shouldn't be too far. Ryan took over, bending down and gently touching the ground with his palm, which was emitting a rich dark silver light. Tyrion and Hernandez looked at Ryan in surprise. They all knew Ryan was a metal wizard, but they had never heard of any metal-based spells for finding someone. But soon, they understood. The next second, a dark silver metallic ripple, centered on Ryan's palm, spread outward like a wave. Instantly, the marble on the ground cracked, and small metallic protrusions suddenly grew from beneath. Yes, protrusions, not spikes. This was a somewhat weakened version of the Dawn of the Realm's ultimate move, Iron Forest. Ryan minimized the power of the Iron Forest before unleashing it, so the steel bulge that rose from the ground was only 20 to 30 centimeters high, extending outward like a wave. 50 meters. 100 meters. 150 meters. Pop! About 170 to 80 meters to the right, a number of humans suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Found it. Ryan's face lit up with joy. Tyrion and Hernandez naturally understood they had found a survivor. However, compared to Ryan's team's joy, those within the shielding system were suddenly panicked and at a loss for words. Many people watched as the dark silver metallic ripples flashed across the ground, and then many jumped as the metallic bulge formed on the surface. Damn it! Did the flare we just released attract monsters? But we failed to attract them so many times before. How could we be so unlucky this time? This is clearly a metallic energy fluctuation, and with such a wide coverage area, it must be some kind of goblin technology within this ruin. Maybe the flare has attracted something truly formidable this time. Even Hiram, the director of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute, couldn't help but frown upon seeing the steel protrusion on the ground. Without time to lament the lack of a plan, he cleared his throat and immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. We split up and break out from all directions later. If anyone manages to escape, submit the observation report immediately." Everyone's expression was grim upon hearing Hiram's words, but no one flinched. For they all knew that facing the mummy-like goblin monster, surrender was pointless. The only option was to fight to the death. However, as soon as they broke out of the shielded camp, everyone, including Hiram, stopped dead in their tracks, stunned. In their hands or in front of them, balls of sorcerous energy were still condensing, emitting various colors of light, but as if they had been petrified, they were slow to wield. "Your Majesty Tyrion. Your Majesty Hernandez." Hiram was both surprised and delighted. As the director of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute and a veteran third-level crystal wizard, he was actually about the same age as Hernandez, even a few years older than the Swordmaster Tyrion. Naturally, he recognized these two powerful men of the Federation's contemporaries. However, his attention was soon drawn to a young man. He saw the tall young man bending over and pressing a palm emitting a rich dark silver light to the ground. Hiram immediately noticed that the vast metallic energy fluctuations had emanated from the opponent's palm. Such a wide range. Domain magic? Even a metal wizard at the peak of crystallization couldn't pull it off. Could the opponent be a dawn wizard? But is there such a young, top-tier expert in the Federation? Haha, Hiram, I knew you were okay, Swordmaster Tyrion laughed heartily. Good to see you're okay, old friend. Hernandez smiled and nodded. However, the two men quickly noticed Hiram's gaze, staring blankly at Ryan. After exchanging glances, they both burst into laughter. Tyrion patted Hiram's shoulder firmly and jokingly said, "This is Lord Rain of the Empire, a rare metal dawn wizard. Look at you, at such an old age, and yet you're still." Sigh. What? Lord Rain of the Empire? But, didn't the intelligence say he was a crystallized wizard? How come? However, Hiram, having immediately realized his slip of the tongue, fell silent. At this moment, Rain slowly stood up, unfazed by Hiram's careless slip of the tongue, and said with a smile, "It seems Lord Rain knows me well. My apologies, Your Majesty Rain. Your astonishing talent is well known even in the Federation." Just as Hiram bowed slightly to Rain and offered compliments, suddenly, a dull thumping sound began to echo all around, rapidly approaching from both the front and the back. Also, a dense, creaking sound accompanied it. "Oh no! It's those goblin corpses and mechanical monsters. Your Majesties, follow me in." Hiram waved his hand hastily, and a mirrored surface appeared from the previously empty air, revealing the small camp within. Chapter 497. The elite sergeants accompanying Ryan, and the others immediately followed Hiram into the small camp. However, Ryan, Tyrion, and Hernandez did not enter immediately. Instead, They paused and looked at each other. Let's go in first. We can ask Hiram about the situation. Hernandez looked at Ryan and Tyrion inquiringly. A very safe approach. Ryan thought for a moment and nodded. Hearing the two's words, Swordmaster Tyrion, who had originally wanted to say kill these mechanical scum first, felt the situation worse, and could only nod in agreement. Then, the three of them entered the small camp together, and the mirror in the air quickly vanished. As soon as they entered the camp, Ryan felt as if he were cut off from the outside world. He could not hear the sounds of the mechanical monsters, which should have been growing louder, nor could he sense the energy fluctuations outside. Ryan glanced around and spotted 4 cylindrical metal objects placed around the camp. Clearly, it was these 4 devices that were responsible. Blockers and isolation magic arrays. Hiram, it seems you're well prepared. Hernandez glanced at them, and couldn't help but laugh. Excuse me, Your Majesty Hernandez. We don't have many of your strength in our team. Without the blockers, we wouldn't be able to hold out. However, even with these 2 items, everyone didn't let down their guard. After several minutes, once they were certain the mechanical monsters couldn't detect them, everyone finally relaxed. And that's when the elite soldiers accompanying the team came into play. They quickly pulled supplies from their bulging backpacks, which delighted Hiram and the other 6 wizards in his squad. Great! I haven't had any water in almost 3 days. A level 2 liquefaction wizard took the water bag and gulped it down. This ruin seemed to have a particularly strong suppression on the power of water magic. Ordinarily, even a liquefaction or crystallization wizard, even one not specialized in water, could easily use water magic to obtain some drinking water, but unfortunately, this was a terrible place. Even Hernandez, the Dawn Wizard, had his water magic suppressed. Huh? You brought an energy device. Great. With that energy, the shield will last at least another 2 weeks. Another wizard exclaimed in admiration at the small energy device the sergeant had taken from his backpack. Although these elite soldiers played little role in the recent battle, it now seemed they had at least given Hiram and the others a shot in the arm. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. At this moment, Hiram stroked his goatee, turned to look at Ryan and the other 2, and said with a smile, Your Majesties, I have an idea. With sufficient supplies of water, food, and energy, this small camp can last at least 2 weeks. Now, with 3 of you epic warriors here, perhaps we could consider exploring this site? I'm almost certain this is the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital. Although there are those eerie goblin mummies here, if the mechanical devices and information here can be successfully brought out, it will bring a huge advancement to our technology. It would be extremely beneficial in dealing with the resurrection of the great beasts, or even the arrival of the gods, Hiram said, glancing at Ryan and the other 2. That isn't impossible, but exploring the ruins isn't my forte. I'd rather follow the opinions of your excellencies Hernandez and Ryan. Swordmaster Tyrion paused, then spoke first. What's your excellency Ryan's opinion? To Hiram's surprise, Hernandez didn't express his opinion, but instead politely inquired of Ryan. I suggest finding a way out first, or rather, a method of leaving. Otherwise, I don't think it's appropriate to rush into exploration. Ryan thought for a moment, then offered a response that surprised everyone. Logically, Ryan's metal magic wasn't weakened within the ruins, but rather enhanced. Coupled with his impulsive age, he should be the most likely to agree to continue the exploration. But what Hernandez and Hiram didn't expect was that, despite his youth, Ryan acted with considerable caution. The expressions they gave Ryan grew even more complex. No wonder Ryan had thrived in the Empire's environment. After all, there are plenty of geniuses in this world, but perhaps not many thrived. I agree with your opinion, Your Excellency. Hernandez smiled at Ryan and agreed. A very cautious and prudent arrangement. Let's rest for a while, leaving the shield and these supplies here. From now on, whether everything goes well or not, this will serve as a resting point. Hiram also smiled and echoed the other's words. With Hernandez and Tyrion present, the team's control naturally passed from him to them. Since both agreed with Ryan's opinion, any ideas he had could only be kept to himself. As if a thought had occurred to him, Ryan smiled at Hiram, pulled a document from his pocket, and handed it to him, saying, Sir Hiram, I have obtained permission from the Federation to study a metal-related sorcery. But I heard that the document is with you. Hiram took it, and quickly flipped through it, his expression even more surprised. But he glanced at Hernandez, who smiled and nodded, and he immediately understood that this was true. But Hiram's mind shifted, and he immediately speculated, could this Sir Ryan be joining the Federation soon? If so, he would be one of us. Only then would the Federation's approval be surprising. After a brief thought, Hiram became more certain of his judgment. He smiled and immediately pulled out a strangely shaped, translucent crystal resembling a key from his bosom. He handed it to Ryan and said, "Sir Ryan, the spell you need is here. However, I have a special use for this crystal. I hope you can return it to me after you've memorized the spell." Of course. Ryan suppressed his excitement, calmly took it, and immediately began to examine it. "Sir Hiram, why are you carrying this precious spell with you?" Hernandez, standing nearby, asked with some confusion. After all, carrying such an important 4th level dawn spell on one's person was not a safe thing to do. Furthermore, he had heard that the 4th level metal-based sorcery within hadn't been copied. Otherwise, they likely wouldn't have made this trip. "Your Majesty, this memory crystal is very special. With my abilities, I can easily access and copy the 1st through 3rd level spells within it, but I'm still unable to copy the 4th level spell, the Blade Disc. As you know, I've been preparing to reach the Dawn Wizard level recently, and I intend to use this 4th level spell, the Blade Disc, as a 4th level innate spell." Hiram paused, seemingly considering whether to say the next words, but he quickly made up his mind and continued, "More importantly, this memory crystal appears to be the key to a certain door or secret chamber. This special memory crystal was previously discovered in another goblin ruin, alongside the prototype. I wondered if we might find relevant clues in this ruin." "I see." Hernandez glanced at the key-shaped crystal in Ryan's hand, a look of realization on his face. "It's impossible to copy, yet it has a special purpose. No wonder Hiram carries it with him." Even as the two were talking, Ryan had already focused most of his attention on the 4th level metal spell, Blade Disc. About half an hour later, Ryan seemed to have a realization, and a system notification followed. "You have learned Blade Disc, and your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill. Blade Disc. Your Blade Disc skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 4. Ryan quickly found a new icon on the Dragon Mage Legend class panel. The icon depicted a circular metal disc. Most strikingly, it featured a short, curved, sharp dagger on each of its 4 sides: top, bottom, left, and right. Below the icon was a line of small text: Blade Disc Level 1, 1/100. Blade Disc Level 1 effect. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy, using a specific sorcery model to attract surrounding metallic energy particles to form a disc, which spins at high speed and attacks the enemy. Note: casting time, 3 seconds. At this moment, seeing Ryan seemingly immersed in his new sorcery, Hiram couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This Lord Ryan is indeed still young, and a bit too impatient. Even for a Dawn Wizard, mastering the equivalent 4th level Dawn sorcery would take at least 10 days to half a month, and that's just the beginning. To achieve proficiency and apply it in combat would require at least several years, perhaps even over 10. But Hiram naturally wouldn't say these words out loud. Ryan, of course, had no idea what Hiram was thinking. Having already accumulated enough skill points, he immediately invested 11 of them, plus 8 gold points, into the new level 4 Blade Disc spell. Instantly, the level 4 attack Blade Disc spell surged from level 1 to level 20. Simultaneously, a flood of memories related to the Blade Disc spell flooded into Ryan's mind. For a moment, Ryan felt as if he were in a mysterious space, constantly practicing the level 4 Dawn Blade Disc spell for decades, his insights flooding in. When Ryan regained consciousness, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. The fluctuations in Ren's aura immediately caught the attention of nearby Swordmaster Tyrion. Tyrion glanced at Ren with surprise, as he had just sensed a sudden fluctuation in Ren's aura. Could it be that Lord Ren had grasped something so quickly? Ren, after mastering the new 4th level spell, Blade Disc, naturally connected it with the 3 spells he had already mastered. Level 1 Metal Spell, Metal Transfiguration. Level 2 Metal Spell, Cutting Web. Level 3 Metal Spell, Serrated Ring. And this Level 4 Metal Spell, Bladed Disc. It can be combined into the extremely powerful Dawn's killing move, Bladed Disc. Ryan pondered the techniques for these 4 spells, feeling a surge of excitement. As thoughts raced through his mind, a system notification sounded. Ding. Host has grasped the prototype of the Dawn's killing move. Do you want to consume 312 gold skill points to refine it? Huh? 312 points. That's even more than the previous Dawn's killing move, Iron Forest. Ryan's eyes widened slightly, surprised. However, on second thought, he felt a surge of joy. As experience suggests, the more gold skill points consumed, the more powerful the spell or sorcery move. This in turn made Ryan even more excited about the power of the new Dawn Killer move. Without hesitation, Ryan quickly chose yes. As before, The system's deduction and improvement essentially meant adapting this Dawn Killer move to Ryan's own unique needs. This makes the Dawn Killing move more suitable for Ryan's use, for example, with faster casting speed and a slight increase in power. As Ryan chose yes, a surge of memories from his witchcraft training instantly flooded into his mind. Ding! Deduction successful. The host has mastered the metal-based Dawn Killing move Blade 2's Spin. Blade 2's Spin? A faint smile played across Ryan's lips. Huh? Sir Ryan, could it be that you've memorized the new witchcraft model so quickly? Hernandez noticed the smile on Ryan's face and asked with a hint of surprise. You know, in his opinion, being able to memorize the complex 4th-level Dawn witchcraft model in just half an hour was already quite impressive. As for the introductory level, haha, that's right, Ryan nodded and smiled. Impressive. Hiram gave him a thumbs up. You are truly a rare talent in the Empire. By the way, Lord Ryan, since that's the case, shall we begin now? Swordmaster Tyrion said, smiling. He had actually been wanting to act for a while, but seeing that Ryan was so engrossed, he felt bad interrupting. Of course. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Ryan said with a slight apology. You're welcome, Lord Ryan. We've just rested. This time, they were out to find a way back. To avoid unnecessary sacrifice, all but the 4 of them, including Ryan, would rest in camp for the time being. After everything was ready, Hiram quickly chanted a spell. The next second, a mirrored passage appeared in the air before them, and Swordmaster Tyrion immediately stepped out. As Ryan emerged from the passage, he heard a muffled groan from Swordmaster Tyrion. Chapter 498. After the spatial shift, the first thing that caught Ryan's eye was a massive machine over 20 meters tall. Next to it stood 2 prototypes of the machines that had appeared previously. The massive machine resembled a giant octopus, with 8 metal tentacles as thick as buckets. The tentacles were composed of segments of ring-shaped metal, and it was one of these metal tentacles that had just sent Blade Master Tyrion flying. Huh? Tyrion is so careless? Just as Ryan was surprised that Tyrion, a Blade Master, could be struck by such a massive metal tentacle, he immediately realized something was amiss. The moment he stepped out of the passage and touched the ground with his toes, he was struck by the rapidly changing gravity around him. At that moment, Ryan finally understood why Tyrion, a Blade Master, had stumbled. It can actually slightly affect the surrounding gravity? This mechanical octopus is extraordinary. Just as Ryan was figuring this out, a metal tentacle whipped towards him like lightning. Clang! Sparks flew. A gigantic dragon claw instantly blocked the metal tentacle's path. At this moment, Hernandez and Hiram also emerged from the mirrored passage and appeared behind Ryan. But the 2 were stunned by the scene before them, especially Hiram, who was completely stunned. What did he see? Swordmaster Tyrion was being whipped and attacked by several metal tentacles, and 2 of the prototypes he had previously controlled were now raining down a dense barrage of metal projectiles on Swordmaster Tyrion. And Ryan's situation was even more dramatic. Its body, half dragon, swelled to nearly the height of a man. Its enormous claws forcibly blocked the lashing tentacles of the giant mechanical octopus, unfazed. Is this a dragon vein transformation? Hiram muttered, eyes widening. Quick! Stop standing there, Hiram, help! Hernandez quickly cast his water serpent whirl, protecting himself and Hiram. Compared to Tyrion and Rain, the 2 were pure wizards, so they naturally had to defend themselves first. Seeing Hiram still stunned, he couldn't help but shout. What should I do? Hiram finally came to his senses, slightly panicked. It wasn't his fault, really. The battle before him had erupted too suddenly. Also, in Hiram's original perception, the prototype should have been the crown jewel of ancient goblin technology. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. 2 prototypes appeared before his eyes, and neither was in the center of attention. It was obvious that they were guarding the mechanical octopus in front of them, a fact that greatly shocked Hiram's understanding. Furthermore, as the director of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute, combat wasn't his forte, research was. If Ryan and the other 2 hadn't been present, he and his team would undoubtedly have been killed if they encountered the situation they were facing. Destroy those 2 prototypes first, Hernandez said, as he cast water shield and water film on Swordmaster Tyrion. All right. I attack now. Hiram quickly chanted and cast spells. At this moment, Ryan heard the familiar incantation and energy fluctuations and glanced sideways. He was shocked to discover that Hiram had actually cast a familiar metal spell, Serrated Ring. For buzzing serrated metal rings quickly appeared before Hiram. However, both in terms of number and size, Hiram's serrated rings were slightly less powerful. Furthermore, at this critical moment, Hiram had cast a 3rd-level spell instead of the crystallized killer move, serrated net, further demonstrating that Hiram's mastery of the spell was limited. Ryan, with a quick glance, knew his response had been correct. Facing the mechanical octopus's attack, he could have chosen to dodge or take it head-on. But if he had dodged, Hernandez, who had appeared behind him, might have survived, but Hiram would have most likely been slain by a tentacle. Judging from the power radiating from the dragon claw in his left hand, the attack power of the mechanical octopus's tentacles had reached epic levels. Even Hiram, a seasoned crystal wizard, would likely be thrashed to dust if caught off guard. Considering Hiram's previous cooperation and Hernandez's good relationship with him, Ryan immediately decided to block it. At this moment, the mechanical octopus, after its metal tentacle was blocked, seemed to sense that Ryan was a formidable opponent and immediately mobilized its other two metal tentacles, striking him again. Be careful! Ong! With a deafening dragon roar, Ryan quickly transformed into his fifth form, transforming into a dark silver dragon, looming before Hernandez and Hiram. Although Ryan had mastered the New Dawn's killer move, Blade 2's spin, he naturally couldn't use it in front of everyone. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be considered an alien. This was definitely not the learning speed a human should have. To quickly dispatch the mechanical octopus, Ryan had few options left, essentially relying on his bloodline transformation. However, even with bloodline transformation, Ryan didn't use multiple heads, nor did he choose his sixth form, the old dragon. Instead, he opted for the previously revealed fifth form. A massive dragon, over 40 meters long and coated in a dark silver metallic sheen, appeared and ripped off one of the mechanical octopus's metal tentacles in one gulp. Then, its claws each tightly grasped two metal tentacles, and with a whoosh, it tore off two more. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. For a dragon of this size, Lord Ryan's transformed strength must be at the epic level, right? Hiram was stunned by Ryan's devastating attack. Hernandez, having fought alongside Ryan and witnessed the dragon's transformation, naturally had a much higher endurance. He nodded, confirming Hiram's guess, saying, "Of course not. It's already past the middle epic stage, approaching the late stage." That's too powerful." Hiram gasped at Hernandez's words, staring blankly at the dark silver dragon before him, speechless. Compared to Ryan, his age, over 160, seemed like a dog's. Hiram attacked from behind the prototype. At this moment, the Swordmaster Tyrion's roar brought Hiram's distracted mind back to its original state. It turned out that when Ryan transformed into a dragon and tore through the metal tentacles, the Swordmaster Tyrion had immediately launched a counterattack. However, the two prototypes and the mechanical octopus worked in perfect harmony. The crossfire, coupled with the ever-changing gravity, forced him to resist head-on. Although protected by Hernandez's sorcery, Swordmaster Tyrion, never one to trust his life to others, naturally wouldn't risk injury by forcing a breakthrough. In reality, he only needed someone nearby to briefly distract one of the prototypes to overcome the current predicament. But he saw the serrated metal rings, resembling those used by Ryan before, split into two groups, foolishly battling the plasma shields of the two prototypes directly in front. This infuriated him so much that he nearly spat out blood. Thankfully, upon hearing Tyrion's warning, Hiram quickly moved the serrated metal rings behind the prototypes and launched his attack. Hernandez also summoned 4 water elementals, attacking from behind the prototypes. This forced one of the prototypes to abandon its firepower to suppress Tyrion, and instead attack the enemy from behind. This immediately gave Tyrion an opportunity. Super Divine Cross Slash. A cross of sword light, like lightning, struck the prototype that had just turned to deal with the water elemental. The plasma shield was instantly shattered, and at the same time, the prototype was instantly cut into 4 large pieces. The ensuing battle was a foregone conclusion. The remaining prototype was no match for the Swordmaster Tyrion and his 3 companions. So, after Ren transformed into a giant dragon and completely tore the mechanical octopus apart, the battle ended. At this moment, Hiram, as if he had found a treasure, wanted to go and see the prototype, but when he turned around and saw the mechanical octopus that Ren had killed, he immediately turned around and rushed over, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect there were so many prototypes here. And this massive thing. The metal tentacles are incredibly difficult to craft, and the materials used are unusual. This energy core is unprecedented, and it's different from the large energy devices or furnace cores we use today. This must be the unique technology of the ancient Goblin Empire." Hiram ran to the remains of the mechanical octopus and gazed at the red, translucent energy core, the size of a human head, resting on a metal pedestal, his face filled with reverence. "Ahem, Hiram, now's not the time for research." Seeing this, Hernandez shook his head and warned, Excuse me, your majesties, but can I take this energy core back to camp? This energy core is likely man-made, not naturally formed. This will be of great reference value to us, Hiram said with an awkward smile, a look of eagerness. However, since it was Ryan who had primarily killed the mechanical octopus, Hernandez and Swordmaster Tyrion looked at Ryan without commenting. Of course, this wasn't a distribution of spoils, but rather a gesture of respect. Okay. Sensing the fiery intensity in Hiram's gaze, Ryan nodded immediately. For Ryan, Goblin technology wasn't the primary purpose of his trip. Now that he had acquired the new Dawn Witchcraft, the next step was naturally the 5th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. However, this place was eerie, harboring unknown dangers, and Ryan had no idea what to do. Later, he planned to consult Hiram, a man with extensive exploration experience, and would naturally offer any favors he could. Thank you, Lord Ryan. It's a small matter, Ryan said with a faint smile. As Hiram excitedly ran back to the small camp, Swordmaster Tyrion glanced at the mist behind him and asked, "Shall we go back next?" But the problem is, if, as Lord Ryan said, the ground inside the ruins is moving, how can we be sure that back is the way to leave? Hernandez quickly thought of a question. Swordmaster Tyrion was stunned. After glancing at the thoughtful Ryan, he turned to Hiram, who had run back again, and asked, "Hiram, do you have any good ideas?" "I haven't thought of any yet." "If I had, I wouldn't be trapped here." Hiram shook his head. "Haven't you tried anything these past few days?" Tyrion couldn't help but glance at Hiram speechlessly. "Of course I have. I released over 10 Pathfinder golems before, but unfortunately, they can't be contacted at any distance." Hiram spread his hands and said, "It's not that he's not trying hard, but that's all he can do." "In that case, let's go from below," Ryan said, a glint in his eyes. Hiram couldn't help but look at Ryan in surprise. "But Sir Ryan, although this is metal, it's been imbued with some ancient sorcery similar to solidification. Moreover, I judge it to be at least several meters thick." Hiram stopped talking at this point. Although he knew that the young Sir Ryan before him was a metal-based Dawn wizard, Hiram felt that breaking through this metal floor was unlikely. "I don't doubt Lord Ryan's abilities, but is it safer down there than up there?" Hernandez pondered for a moment, then looked at Ryan and asked. "Hernandez, I think you're thinking in the wrong direction. This isn't a question of safety, but how to get out." Swordmaster Tyrion waved his hand, answering for Ryan. "If you're talking about safety, wouldn't it be safer for the three of us to hide in that small camp in Hiram? But do you think, if no news of us three gets out for a few days, anyone in the Federation will dare to go deep into this ruin, and will anyone come to rescue us?" Hearing this, Ryan looked at Tyrion approvingly and nodded. "Tyrion, you're right." Hernandez came to his senses after a moment's thought, and smiled apologetically. Because his own water magic was suppressed, his perspective on the problem was temporarily skewed. "Since everyone's okay, let's go from below." Ryan spoke as his right palm began to glow with a rich, dark silver light. Immediately, as he bent down and slammed the ground, waves of dark silver ripples spread from his right palm. But unlike last time, this time, Ryan contained the ripples within a circular area several meters in diameter. The force was not transmitted horizontally, but vertically, pointing downward. As Hiram had said, the metal beneath the marble tile surface had been solidified by a special sorcery. Previously, Ryan had only deformed a small part, which was not very difficult, but this time, breaking through it would be quite difficult. Ryan almost used his full strength to unleash his domain-type Dawn Killer move, Iron Forest. "Open!" With a furious roar, Ryan's palm shone with a dark silver light. The metal ground softened like mud, then began to ripple like boiling water. The metal ground within the ripple's radius was rapidly sinking. In less than a minute, a hole over 3 meters in diameter had been melted away. The scene below the hole immediately captured everyone's attention. Chapter 499. Below, a vast space was visible, where gears of varying sizes were constantly turning. The largest gears were the size of several men, while the smallest were no bigger than a palm. "What the hell is this place? Why is there such an area beneath the city? And it's still functioning? How is this possible?" Hiram was horrified. He had explored the ruins of 2 ancient Goblin Empire cities, which, compared to ancient human cities, had more mechanical devices and equipment, but he had never seen anything like this. Maybe it's because of those strange goblin corpses? Tyrion, the Swordmaster, was shocked, but far less worried than Hiram. "Impossible. I'm talking about the energy source. The energy required to operate so many gears is far beyond the artificial energy source of the mechanical octopus." "Not necessarily. If the ancient goblins were able to produce that kind of energy source, how do you know they can't make a larger one? Tyrion said casually. Sword Master Tyrion's words left Hiram speechless. But Ryan thought Hiram's speculation made sense. If such a massive mechanical device relied on some kind of energy source to power it, it could potentially last for a short period of time, perhaps even thousands of years, like nuclear fusion? However, I remember when I arrived, the city was surrounded by lava. Could it be that? Ryan pondered, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. I think we should go down, Ryan said immediately, his ears twitching slightly. He heard the sound of metal clashing all around him. Judging from the sound, the enemy was far more numerous than last time, especially the dull thuds, the sound of mechanical octopuses, and this time, there were more than one. Those mechanical monsters are coming again. We need to hurry. As usual, I go down first, Sword Master Tyrion heard and said immediately. Wait! Solidify! Hernandez shouted from the side, and he immediately cast a solidification spell to maintain the hole. This metal floor has a strong repairing ability. Even my solidification spell will probably only keep the hole open for about a day. I hope we can find a way out. At this moment, everyone noticed that the metal around the hole in the ground that Ryan had created was slowly repairing at a visible speed. If it wasn't stabilized, the hole would soon heal and disappear. Then I go down first. With that, Sword Master Tyrion took the lead and lightly jumped down. Naturally, the remaining three people, Ryan, quickly cast levitation spells and arrived at the underground level. The first thing that caught Ryan's eye was a vast space filled with various mechanical devices. Green emergency-style lights illuminated the surrounding area, though not brightly. The entire place gave the impression of an oversized workshop. Moreover, over 100 meters away, Ryan spotted a number of short goblin figures. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, and with the help of his dark vision, he could clearly see the goblins' details. From the profiles of the goblins, their skin was still gray, cracked, and covered with ravines. Clearly, these goblins were also mummies. However, the clothing these mummified goblins wore was different from that of the Mecha Strider operators on the upper floor. They seemed to be some kind of gray work clothes, similar to those worn by workers. Most importantly, the sound of gears Ryan had heard earlier likely originated from here. It seems Lord Ryan's earlier judgment was correct. The ground above is movable. Hernandez glanced at the massive tray mechanism overhead. At a certain point, the gears would spin at high speed, moving a certain area at the top. The goblins in this ruins have all become undead, yet it's still functioning. How strange. Could it be that a deity with undead powers has invaded this ancient goblin empire, causing this phenomenon? Hiram muttered to himself. Possibly, Hernandez nodded. Although Ryan remained silent, he somewhat agreed with Hiram's point. At least, the various signs revealed so far indicated that this scenario was possible. However, he still had some doubts. If it were a divine invasion, it would be unlikely to ruthlessly transform this prosperous goblin empire into a realm of the undead. Gods require faith, and they would only eliminate their enemies when expanding or eliminating opponents. This can be seen from the various cults, and the arrival of the Void Mother Tree in Ferdinand Forest. Could it be a level 5 full moon wizard of the undead? Only a full moon wizard of that level of power could instantly transform all the goblins in such a vast capital into mummies? But that doesn't make sense. This unholy whisper is most likely the whisper of some evil god or its servants. If it were a full moon wizard, they wouldn't have left behind such a whisper. Huh? Besides the sound of gears, that unknown, eerie whisper has become noticeably louder since arriving here, Ryan thought to himself, frowning slightly. He had just listened carefully, and suddenly noticed that the unknown woman's whispering had intensified. Hiss. Hiram clutched his forehead in pain. Is it the reason for the whisper? Hiram, do you need me to cast a silencing spell on you? Hernandez's expression changed, and he immediately realized that Hiram was unable to withstand the increased intensity of the whisper. Wait, I think I understand this whisper, Hiram frowned. What? The three epic-level masters, including Ryan, turned to look at Hiram simultaneously. Because the situation Hiram described could very well determine whether they could uncover the secrets of the ancient goblin capital ruins. No wonder he was so deeply affected. Partly due to his strength, but also likely because he was listening intently, the impact was even greater. However, if Hiram was under the silencing spell, while he would be immune to the whispering, he would also be unable to decipher its meaning. Besides, if a crystallized wizard can't make a sound, their combat effectiveness is essentially useless. No! Wait, it'd be over soon. Hiram waved his hand, a look of pain on his face. You're kidding. He's the weakest of the group, and he barely showed any value in the previous battle. If he fails again at this point, even he feel ashamed. I'm sure this is ancient goblin language. Ryan raised a brow. He'd always thought this whisper might have come from some evil deity. Now it seemed likely not. Please leave. Stay away. Yes, this whisper is ancient goblin language, and it's repeating the above two sentences. Hiram waved his clenched fist, suppressing the pain, and confirmed. This made Ryan look at Hiram with new eyes. As expected, a wizard who frequently explored ruins couldn't be mediocre. Moreover, having lived for nearly 200 years, he must have some special knowledge and methods to deal with difficult situations. I can't hold on any longer. I need to block out this voice immediately, Hiram said in agony, clutching his head. Hiram, do you want me to silence you? Hernandez asked again. No, it's better for me to deafen myself. I've learned lip reading, so understanding what you're saying shouldn't be a problem. Hiram quickly chanted the spell. As the deafening spell took effect, his complexion quickly improved. Please leave? But isn't that nonsense? We're planning to leave this damn place, but we can't. Sword Master Tyrion thought for a moment, his brow furrowing. None of the three, including Ryan, could answer Tyrion's question. Because what Tyrion said was true, they wanted to leave now, but they didn't know how. Goblin? Warning us to leave? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. Could it be that this was a high-ranking goblin warning the goblin residents at the time to leave? After all, it's unlikely that evil gods or other foreign enemies would speak goblin. In other words, the whisperer was most likely a goblin himself. Hiram, do you know anything about the ancient goblin empire? Was the last emperor a man or a woman? Ryan's eyes lit up as he looked at Hiram and asked. A goblin emperor? Although Hiram had cast a deafening spell on himself, he wasn't exaggerating. From the movement of Ryan's lips, he immediately understood what he was asking. There are sporadic records in this ancient text that the last emperor was a man named Thorson Glenn. Although Hiram didn't know why Ryan asked this question, he thought for a moment and answered immediately. Not a woman. Ryan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. No, but if I remember correctly, it seems that the last goblin emperor had a daughter, a goblin princess named Amora Glenn. According to the ancient texts, she seems to be a rare mechanical genius. Ryan suddenly laughed and said, then perhaps I understand a little. Oh! Lord Ryan, what have you thought of? Hiram couldn't help but look at Ryan curiously. Naturally, the sword masters Tyrion and Hernandez were no exception, their eyes fixed on Ryan. But this isn't a good place to talk about this. Let's move somewhere else. Ryan looked up at the hole above his head. The noise coming from above was getting louder and louder. Although the prototype and the mechanical octopus's size made it unlikely they could jump down through the hole, he wondered if the patrolling mechanical chocobos would. To avoid trouble, they naturally had to hide. Thankfully, this underground level was vast and filled with various mechanical devices, making it easy to hide a few people. 5 minutes later, behind a giant gear. After listening to Ryan's story, the three men pondered in silence, their expressions of surprise and admiration lingering, their words seemingly unspoken. Sir Ryan, what should we do now? Blade Master Tyrion asked after a moment. 2 options. There's no mist here, and the ground won't shift. So, in principle, as long as we keep moving in one direction, we should be able to leave. But I wonder if this place has the same restrictions as the surface, similar to the no-fly spell. Ryan thought for a moment and said, what about the second option? Tyrion continued. The second option is to continue down. Ryan pointed to the metal floor beneath his feet. Continue down? The three of them were all shocked. Let's not even talk about whether they could continue down. Even if they did, wouldn't it be even more dangerous? Well, the secrets should be down there. I think the next level will reveal more secrets and also confirm my suspicions. Swordmaster Tyrion and Hernandez exchanged a thoughtful look. Before coming, Trina had made it clear to him and Hernandez that she hoped they could thoroughly explore the ruins. Because, given the current situation facing the Federation, it would be difficult to mobilize more epic-level experts to explore such a ruin in the short term. Then go down, Tyrion said solemnly. Okay. Ryan, who was inclined to continue exploring, naturally wouldn't refuse. Firstly, if the meditation method existed, it was most likely lost down there. While the mechanical monsters above were powerful, they wouldn't kill an ancient dawn wizard. Secondly, the danger, at this point, seemed relatively manageable. Paw! Ryan's right palm once again glowed with a rich, dark silver light. Then, he crouched down and slammed it heavily onto the ground below ground. Instantly, The dark silver ripples were confined to a diameter of several meters, rippling downward. Beep beep! As the metal ground softened and began to sink, a shrill alarm suddenly rang out. The originally pale green indicator lights around them began to flicker, and the goblin corpses, dressed in work clothes and resembling workers, rushed towards Ryan's position. In the distance, a dull humming sound could even be heard, as if some mechanical device had been activated. "I go clean up first," Swordmaster Tyrion said sullenly, drawing his long sword. "It shouldn't be necessary. It's already done." As soon as Ryan finished speaking, the ground suddenly melted, creating a large hole similar to the one above. The scene below also cheered Ryan and the other three. What they saw was a large workshop for the production of puppets and golems. Finished and semi-finished golems of various models were displayed below. They even saw the prototype and semi-finished mechanical octopus they had just fought. Many spare parts were suspended by chains, and the ground was covered in oil stains and scratches. Even from above the hole, Ryan and his companions could smell the strong odor of engine oil. The importance of the golem manufacturing workshop in Goblin civilization was self-evident. This meant that Ryan and his companions were getting closer and closer to the core of the city. This also meant that they were getting closer and closer to the truth. "Let's go!" Swordmaster Tyrion jumped down again, and the others naturally followed suit. Sure enough, the whispers are clearer and more powerful. Hernandez frowned slightly. This level of whispering was beginning to have a slight effect even on him, a Dawn wizard. Ryan quickly glanced ahead and saw that there were also many goblins here, with the same pale, withered skin and the same mummified appearance, but now they were wearing white coats and resembled scientific researchers. "Enemy! My golems kill these enemies!" Goblin. Suddenly, a low staccato voice, like a baby just learning to speak, came from not far behind them. Chapter 500. Hearing this voice, everyone immediately turned to look. They saw a mummified goblin in a white coat, watching them from dozens of meters away. The dense web of chains and hoisting parts hanging in front of it obscured their view, preventing them from noticing it earlier. However, the most shocking thing wasn't anything else, but the fact that it could actually speak. This meant that its consciousness still existed on some level. After all, this was a relic from thousands of years ago. This creature can actually speak? Swordmaster Tyrion frowned, his face filled with surprise. "It's impossible that he's still alive, is it? But shouldn't he be controlled by those little black bugs?" Hernandez also frowned. Something like a necromancer? Unlike the other three, Ryan wasn't too surprised. When Hiram had just said that the eerie whispers were in goblin language, he had a vague suspicion. That is, perhaps the goblin's transformation into undead wasn't due to an attack by evil gods or necromancers, as everyone initially speculated. Rather, it was the goblin's own doing, naturally to combat those strange black bugs. This would explain why there were no residents here, but these elite mechanical operators and engineers remained. Of course, this was still Ryan's speculation, and there wasn't enough evidence to prove it, but at least it seemed possible now. Dong dong. At that moment, the dull, swift sound of a golem's footsteps interrupted Ryan's thoughts. Two massive golems swiftly burst forth from behind the goblin corpse. They bore a striking resemblance to the prototypes Ryan had encountered previously. The only difference was that one golem's triple-barreled arms had been replaced with twin swords, while the other had been transformed into a pair of massive steel fists. Both golems were also significantly faster than the previous prototypes. This was clearly a deliberate adjustment for close combat. Thus, the Federation's naming of the initial golem as the prototype was not without reason. The two golems before him could be considered improved versions of the prototype. Super Divine Cross Slash. Facing the two rapidly charging golems, one in front and the other behind, Swordmaster Tyrion roared, unleashing his signature move. This startled Ryan slightly. After all, unleashing a special move right at the start of a fight was unwise. Generally speaking, when facing an unknown enemy, it's better to test the waters first. As a sword master, Tyrion couldn't have been unaware of this. In truth, Ryan himself might not have expected this. His recent series of analysis, judgment, and the casting of domain-based sorcery to pierce the ground had profoundly impacted even the veteran epic masters Tyrion and Hernandez. Thus, as if to demonstrate his strength, Tyrion began the fight like a tiger unleashed, going all out. Two massive, intersecting silver sword beams crisscrossed, striking forward like twin bolts of lightning. However, the twin sword prototype's reaction was incredibly fast. The barrels on its chest, resembling enlarged Gatling guns, fired continuously, blasting out dense volleys of energy projectiles. Two spurts of plasma suddenly erupted from its shoulders, forming a swirling blue plasma shield that instantly shielded itself. Boom! But Swordmaster Tyrion's ultimate move wasn't so easily resisted. The Silver Cross sword light pierced through the energy projectiles, then the plasma vortex, clashing fiercely with the prototype's twin swords before exploding with a bang. Instantly, a brilliant shockwave of silver and blue spread out in all directions. The twin swords prototype was sent flying over 10 meters, colliding heavily with the twin hammers prototype behind it. On Ryan's side, Hiram was also knocked over by the powerful blast. However, Ryan wasn't paying attention to Hiram. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared ahead, his brow furrowed. Huh? Swordmaster Tyrion's face darkened as he whispered. Although the twin swords prototype before him had been sent flying, at the last moment, the opponent crossed his swords, blocking the aftermath of his super divine cross slash. In other words, the ultimate move, which had cost him a small portion of his energy, had no real effect in combat. It was merely a sound. As expected, the twin hammer prototype caught the sent-swinging twin sword prototype, and then both charged toward Ryan and his companions once again. However, from the corner of his eye, Ryan noticed something even more disturbing happening. The goblin corpse in a white lab coat suddenly ran up to a large golem resembling the prototype, lying on the ground. It extended its hand and aimed it at the golem's head. A green energy beam suddenly erupted from its palm, piercing the golem's head. Get up. Kill the invaders. The hoarse, infantile voice rang out again. Crack. The dark gray golem on the ground, wielding a massive metal sword and shield, suddenly straightened its upper body and quickly climbed to its feet. This was another prototype golem. The others followed Ryan's gaze and noticed the goblin corpse's behavior. Hiram immediately lost his composure and shouted, 3. At this point, all 3, except Ryan, were furious. But this wasn't the end. The white-coated goblin corpse, after activating the sword and shield golem lying on the ground, ran to its right again and raised his hand toward another massive golem with metal claws. No! We must stop him. Hiram's voice trembled as he shouted. Sir Ryan, these 3 golems are yours. I killed the corpse. Swordmaster Tyrion said in a deep voice, his expression grim. Just as Ryan was about to say something, Tyrion charged forward like an arrow from a bow. Swordmaster Tyrion was the fastest of the group. If Ren hadn't used his bloodline transformation, he would have been the most suited for a surprise attack. But Ren had a bad feeling. The sword and shield golem had a strange shape, with a bulge on its abdomen, as if it were equipped with some kind of device. Whoosh! Tyrion's movements were lightning fast, dodging left and right. In less than 2 seconds, he had broken through the first twin sword prototype's obstruction. At this moment, the twin hammer prototype seemed to sense Tyrion's intentions. A magnified version of the 6-barreled Gatling gun mounted on its chest roared and opened fire at Tyrion. Bang, bang, bang. Pale blue energy pellets rained down on Tyrion like a torrential rain. However, as a sword master, Tyrion's agility was undeniable. In a flash, he dodged to the right, while a blue barrage of energy projectiles followed him like a high-pressure water cannon, but he couldn't catch up. Humph. That's it. Tyrion accelerated again, breaking through the twin hammer prototype's blockade. But the next moment, before his joy could transform into a smile, his body suddenly froze. Gravity field? It turned out that the third activated prototype, in addition to holding a sword and shield in its hands, also had a gravity-affecting device installed on its abdomen. As Tyrion paused briefly, the twin hammer prototype's energy barrage roared towards him. This forced Tyrion to turn immediately to block it. But at the same time, the 6-barreled Gatling gun on the chest of the sword and shield prototype, which was casting the gravity field, roared. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, the sword master, attacked from both sides, was struck by several energy cannons. Bang! Tyrion groaned and retreated to the side. Although Hernandez's protective spells had kept him unharmed, he was dismayed to see that the white-coated goblin corpse had activated a 4th giant golem. Fuck. This caused even the well-trained swordmaster Tyrion to utter a curse. Having just missed a golden opportunity, the situation was becoming even more dire. Now, he was in a dilemma, unsure whether to help his teammates behind him and kill one golem first, or continue his attempt to break through. The problem was that the 2 golems, flanking him from both sides, especially with the gravity field, made it difficult for him to break through. Now that the enemy had activated another, his chances of success were even lower. Lord Tyrion returned first. At this moment, Tyrion heard Ren's voice. For some reason, upon hearing Ren's steady voice, Tyrion didn't question it at all and immediately turned back. Ren had already unleashed his territorial Dawn Killer move, Iron Forest, once again. This time, he softened the metal ground around the dual sword and dual hammer prototypes into a metallic quagmire. The two heavy prototypes were mired in the quagmire, their movement significantly reduced. This allowed Tyrion to easily return to the group. "Lord Tyrion, let me do it." After Tyrion returned to the group, Ren gave the order and immediately rushed forward. "Lord Ren, you..." Tyrion was about to ask Ren what he was planning when he saw him sprint out. Could it be that Lord Ren is about to use Dragon Vein transformation? But once he's enlarged, there's no way he'd be able to break through the enemy golem's defenses, Hiram muttered. After performing Shadow Step, Ryan launched a series of figures, their speed barely slowing down Swordmaster Tyrion. But the three, including Swordmaster Tyrion, were not optimistic about Ryan's sudden attack. In terms of pure speed, Ryan was still slightly behind Tyrion. Furthermore, and most importantly, the enemy had already awakened a fifth prototype. Even excluding the two they had entangled, breaking through the defenses of the remaining three would be even more difficult than Swordmaster Tyrion had just managed. As for Ryan, after passing the two golems, he cleverly adjusted his position to an angle where he could use his sword and shield prototype to block the two golems behind him. In this case, for a short period of time, the only source of intense energy projectiles Ryan would face would be the sword and shield golem in front of him. But Tyrion and the other two believed this wouldn't solve the ultimate problem, because if Ryan tried to bypass it, he would face a barrage of intense projectiles from the two golems behind him. At that point, with the influence of the gravity field, Ryan would likely be defeated. Blade-toothed spinning disc. Suddenly, a jagged, dark silver disc several meters in diameter hovered in midair above Ryan's raised right palm, spinning at an extremely high speed. The disc's fine serrations were so rapid that they were barely discernible. Only a bright glow could be seen circling it. Before deciding on the surprise attack, Ryan had naturally already considered how to handle this situation. The solution lay in his newly mastered Dawn's killer move, the Blade-2 spin. At this moment, the increasing intensity of the projectile fire caused a cloud of dust to rise, allowing Ryan to unleash this move without hesitation. In fact, the battle behind them was also intense. The two prototypes that had escaped were quite powerful, and Tyrion and the other two had no time to focus on other matters. Ren's body swung rapidly from side to side, and his right hand, holding the Blade-2 spin, expanded and contracted with lightning speed. The rapidly rotating dark silver disc instantly pierced the plasma vortex of the sword and shield prototype before him, bypassing the shield and passing just above the metal ankle. Then, the dark silver disc followed Ren's leftward movement, following him like a shadow, and hovered above Ren's raised right hand. At this moment, the two prototypes in the rear, seeing Ryan finally emerge, immediately unleashed a volley of their six-barreled Gatling guns. A barrage of dense energy pellets formed two long blue streaks, forming a crossfire that enveloped Ryan. The prototype that Ryan had just dodged naturally turned and aimed, intending to fire again. But it discovered that its barrage of pellets was uncontrollably launching itself towards its fellow golem, then spiraling upwards, sweeping 90 degrees towards the ceiling, instantly blasting a row of emergency lights, and even creating a dense pattern of craters in the metal ceiling. Boom! The sword and shield prototype lost its balance and fell backwards. It turned out that the bladed disc in Ryan's hand had instantly severed its right metal lower ankle. No wonder the energy cannon had accidentally hit another prototype. Ryan, taking advantage of the other golem's confusion, dodged and reached the fifth golem. Go! With a swift lift of his hand, the dark silver disc swiftly passed through the waist of the fifth golem, and in the next instant, it reunited with Ryan, who had skirted the golem. Ryan had just performed a human disc split. As the dark silver disc returned to its original position, the sixth golem had been awakened by the white-coated goblin corpse. The goblin corpse, muttering something, ran towards another golem beside it. It looked like a seventh golem would appear soon if it wasn't stopped. Buzz! The sixth golem wielded a massive chainsaw, resembling a logging shovel. It swept across the incoming rush of Ryan. Ryan tapped his toes hard, and as the metal floor suddenly gave way, he soared over 10 meters into the air, leaping over the incoming giant chainsaw with lightning speed. With a powerful swing of his right hand, a dark silver metal disc collided with the golem's upper limb at high speed. Swish! As Ryan landed, the sound of a heavy object dropping could be heard behind him. Had someone been looking, they would have spotted the sixth golem's metal right limb, which had previously held the giant chainsaw. Ha! Had his toes touched the ground, Ryan quickly threw a flying pancake. The dark silver disc on his right palm struck the goblin corpse, which was releasing a green wave beam, attempting to activate the seventh golem. The goblin corpse in the white lab coat seemed to sense the danger and raised its hand to block. But the next moment, the dark silver disc, flying horizontally in midair, suddenly spun 90 degrees, becoming vertical, and instantly passed through the center axis of the goblin corpse. The goblin corpse was instantly split in two, and a pool of black fluid suddenly splattered onto the ground. Ryan also noticed that the fleeting black insects on the goblin corpse's head were also instantly destroyed by the bladed flying disc, leaving only a barely perceptible wisp of black smoke curling up. Just as Ryan exhaled slightly, adjusted his posture, and was about to turn back to help the other three members of the team, he suddenly heard a rapid beeping sound behind him, and there were more than one. He turned his head quickly, and saw that the amputated chainsaw golem suddenly emitted a red light, and the other golems in sight did the same. Not good. Ryan's face immediately changed. With alarm bells ringing in his heart, he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! 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 The next second, a series of earth-shattering explosions echoed all around. Chapter 501. Having sensed the danger in advance, Ryan rose and flew back. Protected by his iron armor, he was also blown away by the shockwave, but suffered no serious damage. However, as he was being sent flying, he heard the distant explosion, mingled with the roar of Swordmaster Tyrion and the curses of Hernandez. Clearly, the three on his side were far more severely affected by the blast than he was. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Ryan's figure flashed and swiftly moved towards Tyrion and the other two. Soon, Ryan saw Tyrion struggling to rise from the ground. He saw a palm-sized piece of metal lodged in his abdomen, clutching the wound with his hand. Not far away, Hernandez, the Dawn Wizard, had several metal shards lodged in his left calf. Clearly, the explosion was too powerful, having breached his magical defenses. As for Hiram, as the weakest of the crystallized wizards, he was in the most miserable condition. With the exception of his head, his entire body was covered in irregular metal fragments. He was groaning in agony on the ground. Sir Ren, did you succeed? At this moment, Swordmaster Tyrion, clutching his abdomen, noticed the commotion and immediately stood up, alert. Upon realizing it was Ren, his face was filled with shock. Tyrion's words naturally caught the attention of Hernandez, who was standing nearby. It was a lucky escape, Ren nodded. With that, he quickly stepped forward and began to examine the two men's injuries. Since Tyrion had failed before, he didn't want to say too much, lest his words, though unintentional, be taken seriously. But the more Ren was agitated, the more Tyrion and Hernandez felt that Ren was unfathomable. Tyrion, in particular, pondered for a long time, still unable to understand how Ryan had managed to break through the three giant golems and kill the white-coated goblin corpse. But it wasn't the right time to ask this question. Instead, he looked at Ryan with increasing respect. It's okay, just a minor injury. After treating the abdominal wound and taking a healing potion, Tyrion signaled to Ryan that he was no longer seriously injured. As for Hiram, while this injury isn't fatal, it won't heal quickly. Tyrion glanced at Hiram groaning on the ground, shook his head, and said helplessly. Due to the intensity of the explosion, the goblin corpses that had been wandering around had been killed one after another, creating a vacuum in the area and a sort of safe zone. After a while, Ryan tended to Hernandez and Hiram's injuries, then pointed in the direction of the goblin corpse in the white coat. You two should take a good rest first. I go check over there. Maybe there's some clue about this ruin over there. Tyrion and Hernandez looked in the direction Ryan pointed. The explosion had blown away all the chains and spare parts that had been hanging in the air. They could already make out several brown wooden workbenches in the distant corner. Ryan had noticed these workbenches during his earlier battle with the goblin corpse in the white coat. What caught Ryan's attention was the pile of documents on one of the workbenches. Some of the documents were neatly stacked, but a lot was scattered across the table, untied. Ryan even saw several memory crystals on the table, gleaming in the light. Tyrion and Hernandez exchanged a glance, then nodded, saying, Well, Lord Ryan, be careful. In fact, they knew the Federal Council's decision before arriving, one of which was to prevent Ryan from obtaining any of the ancient goblin technology within the ruins. But the problem was, Ryan had saved several lives. To ask them to stop him now would be a challenge to their moral compass and an insult to an epic powerhouse. So, Tyrion and Hernandez naturally didn't say anything to stop him, much less to stop him. Instead, they watched as Ryan walked toward the distant workbench. Soon, Ryan arrived at the workbench in the corner. Sure enough, a large amount of paperwork was scattered about, further demonstrating that the situation had been sudden and hasty, leaving little time for the documents to be sorted out. Ryan casually flipped through a few pages, but unfortunately, even in the dry conditions of the second underground floor, thousands of years old paper, untreated and untreated, crumbled at the slightest touch. This was the natural aging of the paper fibers, unavoidable. Unless it had been specially treated or magically protected, it would have been preserved intact. But from the faded and yellow drawings on the pages, it was clear that they were likely manuscripts or blueprints for some important mechanical device, not the diary or other items Ryan had hoped might unlock the secrets of the ruins. Therefore, Ryan wasn't feeling disappointed. What caught Ryan's attention more at this moment were the 3 memory crystals still gleaming on the workbench. Generally speaking, memory crystals have a much longer shelf life than ordinary paper and parchment scrolls. This is why long-established wizarding schools often use memory crystals to preserve important information. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately picked up one of them and slowly channeled his mental power into it. As his mental power penetrated, a vast amount of knowledge about the construction of various mechanical devices flooded into Ryan's mind, including flamethrowers, synchronous gyroscopes, and so on. Ryan could sense that this knowledge, arranged from easy to difficult, from shallow to deep, was a relatively systematic collection of goblin engineering knowledge. Any wizard who acquired such a complete and systematic knowledge of goblin engineering, with a little time and effort, would benefit greatly. Goblin engineering? That's... Ryan gazed at the memory crystal in front of him with surprise. He hadn't expected the crystal to contain this. After a brief moment of reflection, Ryan decided to memorize it, as this precious information would be of considerable benefit to both him and his school of Bishio-constructivism. In a short while, using the mental power of the Dawn Wizard, Ryan forced the above information to memory. Of course, this was merely memorization, not complete mastery. Just like knowing the steps and precautions for a chemistry experiment by heart, but truly mastering it requires practicing it several times. The same situation was facing Ryan now. In particular, much of goblin engineering requires practical application. Huh? What's this? Ryan's expression changed slightly. Just as he had memorized the relevant knowledge, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Ding! Host contact with Goblin Engineering detected, triggering a job change. Goblin Engineer, Legendary. Prerequisites for the promotion to Goblin Engineer, Legendary, are 1. Level 5 or higher of a casting or mechanical transcendental class. Great Armorsmith meets this requirement. 2. Strength 18 points or higher, Constitution 18 points or higher, and Spirit 20 points or higher. 3. Mastery of Goblin Engineering knowledge. 4. Independently craft any 3 qualified Goblin Engineering artifacts. The current requirements are not met. Promotion to Goblin Engineer, Legendary, failed. After carefully examining the system prompt, Ryan was overjoyed. I didn't expect that when I came here to search for the follow-up to the meditation method, I would first find the follow-up job change to the Great Armorsmith. What a pleasant surprise! Ryan's biggest shortfall has always been skill points, followed by attribute points. Gold skill points, however, are plentiful due to the continuous battles. If he could transition to Goblin Engineer and then Elf Leatherworker, he wouldn't have to worry about skill and attribute points for quite some time. The contents of the first memory crystal surprised him greatly, causing Ryan to focus his attention on the 2 remaining memory crystals on the workbench. What do these 2 contain? This thought suddenly crossed Ryan's mind. Ryan immediately picked up the second memory crystal and quickly channeled his mental power into it. A vast, even more profound body of knowledge regarding the construction of various mechanical devices flooded into Ryan's mind, including blueprints for improved prototypes and methods for building gravity-influencing devices. This time, even with the mental strength of the Dawn Wizard Ryan, it took him several minutes to force himself to memorize this profound knowledge of goblin engineering. If it were Hiram, seeing this information, he'd probably go wild with joy. Ryan thought to himself, glancing at Hiram's figure in the distance, wrapped in bandages like a mummy. However, although he hadn't examined the 3rd crystal yet, Ryan had a vague feeling that this 3rd crystal was most likely not the 5th level meditation method. He had originally come to the 2nd underground level not to search for knowledge related to goblin engineering, but to find the 5th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method. But now, instead of finding the meditation method, he had found this. Huh? Suddenly, Ryan's eyes narrowed as the system prompt rang again. Ding! Detecting the host has access to advanced knowledge in goblin engineering, triggering a special advanced class change. Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic. Prerequisites for promotion to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, are 1. Goblin Engineer Level 5. Current requirements not met. Promotion to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, failed. Goblin Engineering Expert? Epic? This sudden and even greater surprise truly took Ryan by surprise. So, even if we don't find the 5th level of meditation, This gain is invaluable. Ryan couldn't help but smile. He was well aware of the power of the epic classes in the system evaluation, if upgraded. This was clearer from his own epic class. King of Thousand Blades. After calming his excitement, Ryan picked up the third and final memory crystal on the workbench. What does this record contain? Is it possible to unlock the secrets of this ruin? With these thoughts in mind, Ryan slowly channeled his mental energy. A moment later, his eyes suddenly widened, and he murmured, "These are actually the designs and construction drawings for the floating city." Instantly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Yes! I should have thought of that earlier. This goblin city uses so much metal, and it has a multi-layered structure. Isn't this the pinnacle of ancient goblin technology? A floating city? Although it involved a great deal of advanced goblin engineering knowledge, Ryan couldn't fully understand how the floating city was constructed, but he could certainly grasp its basic structure. I'm on the second basement level, the mechanical construction area. And below that is the third basement level, the material storage area. The fourth basement level is the power and transmission area. The fifth basement level, also the bottom level, is the control room. There's actually a third level? Ryan frowned. The control room is actually at the bottom? What a strange design. He didn't know which floor of the floating city had the problem, but it definitely wasn't in the supply storage area below. In other words, if they wanted to uncover the truth about this floating city, or even repair it, they would have to go at least 2, maybe even 3, floors deeper. But judging by the current situation, the deeper they went, the greater the danger. The 4-man team had already reached the second floor below, with 1 seriously injured and 2 slightly injured. Remember, their team included 3 epic-level experts. No wonder the ancient wizard school of Walzig, even the elite exploration team led by its leader, was trapped here. Ryan clearly remembered seeing the relevant entry in the Blackskin journal while exploring the ruins of the Walzig school. He was immediately puzzled. After all, how could the leader of an ancient wizard school, possibly a peaked Dawn Master, disappear while exploring the new world? He had previously thought he might have encountered members of a rival wizard school and perished in the conflict. But now, it seemed increasingly likely he was trapped here. Ryan's eyes flickered as he pondered rapidly. He had already found a way out from the floating city's blueprints, meaning he could leave at any time. Should I continue exploring downwards or return? The reason for continuing downwards was simple. The follow-up to the meditation method hadn't been found yet. Of course, there wasn't necessarily a follow-up to the meditation method down there. For example, the leader's fierce battle had destroyed the items he carried. Such possibilities were common. The reason for returning, of course, was safety. For a moment, Ryan hesitated. But when he looked at the injured Tyrion and the other 2, he suppressed the thought of continuing his exploration. The risk of exploring further is too high. Not to mention that the whispering would only intensify. Ryan had a feeling that the little black bug was foreshadowing something, that something even more bizarre was bound to lie below. Perhaps I should ask His Highness Menia and other veteran Dawn wizards. I'd find out more. After making a decision, Ryan suddenly thought. He looked at the 3 memory crystals on the table, his eyes flickering, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ryan had no doubt about the importance and value of these 3 crystals. If they were given to the Federation, they would greatly advance both golem crafting and mechanical creation. Destroyed? Only you know? No. Whether it's the Federation or the Empire, or even all of humanity, the primary problem isn't anything else, but the resurrected, powerful beings like behemoths and gods. The contents of the crystals before him could, to a certain extent, improve people's ability to deal with these beings. Ryan picked up the 3 crystals, and quickly walked towards where Tyrion and the other 2 were. Sir Ryan, have you figured out what happened in this ancient goblin capital? Swordmaster Tyrion asked with a hint of anticipation upon seeing Ryan return. Ryan shook his head and said, "Not yet. There's no record. However, it seems the events must have been quite sudden. Perhaps there are records on individual pieces of paper, but after so many years, they've all become stuck together, dried out, and unreadable. Still, it's not completely fruitless." Ryan's words immediately caught Tyrion and Hernandez's attention. Even Hiram, who lay groaning on the ground, glanced over. "The ruins of the goblin capital we're in are actually a floating city." Ryan glanced around and said with a smile. "What?" The 3 of them cried out simultaneously. Ryan's words were like a bombshell exploding in their minds. Hiram, in particular, endured the excruciating pain and suddenly sat up. Seeing the 3 men's eyes widen and their mouths slightly open in shock, Ryan smiled and handed the 3 crystals to Tyrion and Hernandez, saying, "Your Majesties, take a look at this and you understand." Swish. A hand wrapped in white bandages quickly reached out from the side and picked up a crystal as well. "Let me see too, hiss." It was Hiram who reached out. But his movement seemed to reopen the wounds on his body, causing Hiram, despite his age, to grimace in pain. Chapter 502. Witnessing this scene, Ryan couldn't help but shake his head. He said, of course, "But, Sir Hiram, you must be careful about your injuries." But less than 2 minutes after Ryan's reminder, Hiram's face flushed with excitement, his eyes widening. He spoke to Ryan hurriedly. "Sir Ryan, this memory crystal actually contains the complete knowledge of goblin engineering. Do you have any idea how powerful this thing will be? I have a feeling that this discovery of yours will bring about tremendous changes to the Federation, the Empire, and even all of humanity. Hiram, I think you should take another look at this." The Dawn Wizard Hernandez, standing nearby, looked even more confused at Hiram's excitement. As he spoke, he handed the memory crystal to Hiram. Hiram couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could there be more important information than goblin engineering? So, Hiram took the memory crystal handed to him by Hernandez and quickly injected his mental power into it. Seconds later, he began to tremble uncontrollably. "Oh my God! A floating city! These are the complete design drawings and production process for a floating city." Although Ryan had just said that this ancient goblin capital was actually a floating city, Hiram had previously assumed that Ryan had drawn this conclusion from some remaining diary or other artifact, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. It was derived from this memory crystal. The difference between discovering the wreckage of a launch vehicle and discovering a complete set of designs and production plans for a launch vehicle was like the difference between discovering the wreckage of a launch vehicle and discovering a complete set of designs and production plans for a launch vehicle. It's a world of difference. Especially for the Federation. With systematic knowledge of goblin engineering, coupled with complete floating city design and construction methods, it's safe to say that, given enough time, the Federation will be fully capable of building a new floating city, uniquely human. No, perhaps even more than one. Of course, the quickest solution is naturally to repair the floating city beneath our feet. The ultimate solution to dealing with the behemoths and the resurrection of the gods has finally arrived. Hiram danced with joy. "Sir Ryan, you are a savior." "Ahem, Sir Hiram, your bandages are bleeding," Ryan warned in a friendly manner. "Hiss." Hiram then realized that most of his bandages were bleeding, and he gasped in pain. It's okay, Sir Ryan. Your discovery is truly of immense significance. Even the blood I'm shedding isn't enough to celebrate this." After hearing Hiram's words, Ryan was momentarily unsure how to respond. After a moment's thought, Ryan said, "By the way, everyone, I've found a way out of the floating city in the blueprints. We can leave the city from exit 3 on the basement level." "That's the upper level," Ryan pointed overhead. "Sir Ryan, aren't you going to continue exploring?" Hiram asked hurriedly. "Hiram, don't let your gains get to your head. Look at your injuries," Swordmaster Tyrion said gravely. "I've wanted to leave this damn place for a long time. Furthermore, the harvest from these 3 memory crystals alone has far exceeded our expectations, and is far greater than what we've gained from previous ruins explorations. I think we should be content." This, Swordmaster Tyrion's warning, was like a bucket of ice water poured over Hiram's head, instantly sobering him up. Yes. Continuing the exploration is too dangerous. But he was really reluctant. This is the floating city. Once it's repaired, it means. Hiram's face was struggling. "I think we should leave first," Hernandez nodded, agreeing with Tyrion. Seeing that his 2 epic-level warriors both agreed to leave first, Hiram couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he also knew that with a 3-to-1 advantage, his words would be meaningless. "In that case, let's go to the surface first and pick up the people from the temporary camp. Then, we go to the basement level and leave through exit 3 of the floating city." Ryan smiled and said, "Okay, Sir Ryan, I follow your instructions." "I agree." Soon, the 4 of them made it safely from basement level 2 to basement level 1. Near the hole, the alarm had triggered a gathering of goblin corpses and mechanical devices, requiring Ryan to scout and clear the area ahead of time. Since Hiram was seriously injured, the other 3 naturally wouldn't let him participate in the cleanup. He excitedly examined the memory crystal containing the floating city. Over 10 minutes later, the group returned to the surface. There's a military barracks on the -3rd floor," Hiram muttered to himself, pondering as he followed the group. The 3 naturally understood Hiram's obsession with the floating city. "There's a prison on the -2nd floor? I don't think I saw it just now," Hiram muttered again. "Wait, a prison?" Hiram's careless words suddenly reminded Ryan of something. It was like a flash of lightning suddenly flashing through the fog, piercing the darkness. Ryan realized he had overlooked a possibility. The Walzig school team were also outsiders. If they were defeated by the goblin machines, they would either be executed on the spot or, like mummified goblins still following some of their former instincts, be sent to the prison on the second floor below. But once they were sent to the prison on the second floor below, it meant that the things they carried, the follow-up to the meditation method, would also be there. A few minutes later, the four of them returned to the temporary camp. Upon hearing their stories, those remaining there were filled with astonishment. Several wizards from Hiram's Mechanical Research Institute, like pilgrims, clutched their memory crystals, their eyes aglow with joy. At this moment, Ryan said to Tyrion and the other two, "Everyone, I'd like to go down and explore the prison on the second floor below ground." Everyone was stunned. "Sir Ryan, do you think there might be some relics of the prisoners there?" Before the other two could react to Ryan's intention, Hernandez's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Swordmaster Tyrion and Hiram, reminded by Hernandez, also realized something. "I see, Sir Ryan. Although the prisoners are long dead, you believe their remains or belongings might reveal some clues to the truth behind the fall of this floating city, correct?" TSK, truly impressive. "Thinking backwards," Hiram praised. "Thank you. First, there's a chance we might find some clues. Second, I believe that even if only a few outsiders like us are imprisoned, there might be some lost witchcraft or other treasures left behind." Naturally, Ryan wouldn't directly mention the meditation method, but he slightly changed his wording. In reality, Ryan was telling the truth, for if the leader of the Walzig school was captured, he would naturally be among the outsiders imprisoned. "Sir Ryan, I go with you," Tyrion said, standing up. "My wounds have scabbed over." "They're minor injuries, not a big deal," Swordmaster Tyrion added. "Thank you, Your Majesty, but your injuries aren't serious, but you've exhausted yourself considerably, making further exploration unsuitable. Furthermore, with 3 such important memory crystals here, I believe our first priority is to ensure their safety and deliver them." Ryan shook his head. "So, everyone, please stay in camp to recuperate and rest. I'll be back within 24 hours. Of course, if I don't return within the allotted time, you all already have the schematics of the floating city, so you can evacuate on your own." Tyrion and the other two exchanged glances, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. Because Ryan was right, the 3 memory crystals were incredibly valuable. Exploring the prison with the crystals was too risky, and the troops present were too weak to remain in the makeshift camp, and they were worried. "Well, Lord Ryan, please be careful." "Be safe, Lord Ryan." "Thank you, I will." Ryan nodded, then turned and left. Soon, Ryan returned to the mechanical construction area on the second basement floor. By then, a few wandering goblin corpses had begun to appear in the explosion area, but their numbers were still sparse. After casually dispatching a few, Ryan followed his memory and headed west, toward the prison. Dodging the goblin corpses, he quickly walked about 700 meters. The dense mass of dangling chains and parts gradually thinned out, allowing Ryan's vision to become clearer. A few hundred meters ahead lay a spacious hall. To the west of the hall lay a deep corridor. At this entrance stood 2 strange, gigantic busts. Though only half a body, they stood over 10 meters tall. Their immensely thick gray metal arms, each holding a 7 to 8 meter long 2-handed hammer, crossed in midair, like the crossed bayonets of a ceremonial guard during a welcoming ceremony. "Huh? Is this a Thorim golem, modeled after the ancient Thorim giant?" Ryan glanced at the statue, and immediately noticed something was amiss. This was thanks to the goblin engineering knowledge he had forced himself to memorize. Although the statue was a bust, it bore a striking resemblance to the Thorim golem, a creature from advanced goblin engineering described in the second memory crystal. If anyone mistakenly believed it was merely a statue, they would be gravely mistaken. They would likely be severely injured, or even killed. The Thorim golem was created by ancient goblin engineers, modeled after the ancient Thorim giants, who possessed the power to manipulate thunder. Of course, it was only a partial imitation, but its power was still astonishing. Ryan struggled to recall the relevant information. The hammer's impact will be accompanied by a thunderbolt strike within a 10-meter radius. "Wow, complete coverage," Ryan thought, glancing at the less than 5-meter wide passage. "If hit, your entire body will be paralyzed. Even with strong lightning resistance, your limbs will become stiff and your movement speed will be greatly reduced. Also, their eyes will shoot arc rays, making them a very powerful long-range attack. That's quite tricky." However, knowing that the 2 statues were actually golems, Ryan had already avoided the biggest trap. Furthermore, he knew their origins and their special abilities. After a brief thought, Ryan gave up on the trickery. Since trickery was out of the question, he might as well keep it simple. As he rapidly chanted the incantation, he raised his right hand above his head. Soon, a dark silver disc several meters in diameter, humming and spinning at high speed, appeared above his right hand. This was Ryan's newly mastered single-target dawn killer move, the Blade 2 spinner. Go! The next moment, the rapidly spinning dark silver disc, with a ring of light, traced a beautiful arc and pierced the Thorim's golem to Ryan's left. The incredibly hard, permanently solidified shell on the opponent's chest barely held out for a second before the Blade 2's spinner sliced through it. Sizzle! As if struck by some energy device, a burst of electricity suddenly erupted from the cut in the opponent's body. Ryan targeted this spot precisely because the energy device was located 3 meters below the opponent's neck. As the Blade 2 spinner rolled and departed, the next second, boom! A violent explosion echoed, and the Thorim's golem was completely destroyed by Ryan without even firing a single blow. If the goblin engineer, who had built this golem, were still alive, he would surely be furious. Seeing the Thorim golem on his left explode, Ryan's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, after thousands of years, this Thorim golem is still functioning, and it seems the energy stored in its internal energy device is still quite strong. This means that the energy transmission system of this floating city is still functioning to some extent. Also, they only placed half of the Thorim golem's body, which has a special purpose. There must be some kind of charging circuit laid out on the ground below. Ryan immediately understood something else. Suddenly, as if the two golems were somehow connected, or perhaps designed to work together, the Thorim golem on Ryan's right suddenly activated. Intruder detected. Ancient goblin. Accompanied by a low mechanical voice, the other's huge head turned and looked at Ryan, and its fist-sized eyes suddenly lit up. Trying to release arc rays? Alas, there's no chance, Ryan thought. Almost instantly, a massive, dark silver metal disc sliced through the Thorim's chest like lightning. Suddenly, a whirlwind of lightning erupted. Clearly, the opponent's energy device, like that of the destroyed Thorim's golem next to it, was located in the same location, naturally destroyed instantly by the bladed disc. The opponent's gleaming eyes dimmed again. Ryan stepped forward, reconfirming that the two Thorim's golems were completely destroyed, and then headed towards the passage. However, he was not moving quickly, remaining vigilant. Although he had obtained the blueprints for the entire floating city, and knew the prison's location, size, and even the dimensions of each cell, he had no idea what was held there. It's better to be cautious. The area closest to the prison entrance was the common prisoner area. On either side of the corridor were narrower passages. Entering these passages, one could find numerous small cells. These cells held ordinary prisoners. Ryan thought for a moment and decided to take a look. He turned left and headed into the right-hand branch passage. However, after only a few steps, he could smell the dusty air of years of lack of ventilation, and a distinct odor of decay. The dim light didn't affect Ryan's vision, and he soon came into view of the densely packed cells. The cells were relatively densely packed and small, containing only a bed and a sink-like object, about 7 or 8 square meters, resembling pigeon coops. There were no prisoners left alive, and the ground was littered with bones of various sizes. Furthermore, Ryan noticed that, judging by the length of the leg bones, most of them seemed to be goblins. After a quick glance, Ryan shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Since he had decided to take a look, he naturally had to take a look at the ordinary cells on the left. But he found nothing special. Both sides were the same, with no survivors. It seemed that even the black bugs had no interest in infecting such ordinary combatants. Ordinary people can't be infected? Or are they just disdainful? That's an interesting discovery, Ryan pondered. Suddenly, Ryan stopped and looked up at the scene before him. If he was not mistaken, he seemed to have heard a sound from inside. Well, not the stiff footsteps of a goblin corpse, but rather the sound of some kind of rushing air. Breathing? Could something really have survived thousands of years? A hint of surprise flashed in Ryan's eyes. Chapter 503. Ryan recalled the prison section of the floating city design in his mind. On both sides of the corridor ahead of him were the holding areas for extraordinary beings. The rooms were larger, and the cells were more secure, with special energy-limiting devices and strong alloy grills for melee combat. The unknown presence made Ryan even more vigilant. However, Ryan did not linger, and he slowly walked inside. The sound, resembling breathing, grew louder. It should be about 20 meters ahead of him, coming from the 5th cell on the right side of the corridor. Furthermore, he heard other noises coming from cells farther away. Huh? More than one? Also, the air temperature is starting to rise. Ryan thought, slowing his pace slightly. The change in air temperature was already quite noticeable. He had only moved a few meters closer, and the temperature had risen by at least 5 degrees. This slight temperature change would naturally not cause any physical discomfort to him, whose mutant dragon bloodline had reached the super level. However, this suggests that the airflow he just heard likely didn't originate from a humanoid creature, but rather from a high-energy creature like a dragon or dragonborn, one with a scorching breath. Can it survive for thousands of years? Could it be a dragon? Ryan's eyes flashed with a gleam. He wasn't afraid of dragons, even those thousands of years old, unless they were near demigods like the Red Dragon King Strotzid. Otherwise, with Ryan's current 6th form of Dragon Vein transformation, while victory wasn't guaranteed, he certainly wouldn't be afraid to fight one. As Ryan slowly approached, the air heated up, becoming increasingly noticeable. Something's wrong. The air's temperature is nearly 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Even a normal dragon, without using its breath, wouldn't cause such a dramatic temperature change. Could it be a special fire dragon? Ryan couldn't help but think of Anguskin, the ancient fire dragon that leaped from the crater. But he didn't stop. With a hint of doubt, he continued to approach. His shifting perspective allowed him to see one side of the cell, and suddenly he noticed that the 5th cell was emitting a faint red glow. Finally, Ryan stopped. He was certain that neither a red dragon nor a fire dragon's skin or scales could emit such a bright red glow. He was now in front of the first cell holding the transcendence. Ryan glanced. The cell was empty, and there were no skeletons or other remains on the ground. This seemed to indicate that not all the cells in the prison area held prisoners, which was normal. After a moment's thought, Ryan continued forward. In the 2nd cell, a skeleton lay on the floor. Judging from its length, it looked like a transcendental goblin, its clothing tattered and unrecognizable. After a few glances, Ryan confirmed that the person was not human, then passed by again. At this point, Ryan's line of sight could already see part of the 5th cell to his right. In that room, a monster resembling a naga, but with 4 horns of varying sizes on its head, stood over 3 meters tall. Besides the glow of fire, Ryan also noticed a dark aura lingering around its head. Ryan had a feeling that the black energy and the tiny black bugs within the goblin corpse's head shared a common origin. This was the instinctive perception of a dawn wizard. The other person's body seemed fresh. Yes, fresh. The skin wasn't as dry and wrinkled as the goblin corpse's. While slightly dry, it didn't look strange, but rather robust. However, Ryan understood as he recalled the goblins infested by the black bugs. Because the subcutaneous tissue of both the goblin controllers and engineers was merely shrunken, not completely decayed, or perhaps, the decay had been somewhat contained by the black bugs. As Ryan approached the other person's cell, scrutinizing him closely, the other person seemed to sense Ryan and immediately shifted his gaze from the side to the front, scolding him. Despicable. Goblin. How dare you imprison less? Ryan immediately noticed the other person's grammatical error. Goblin? The next moment, he saw that the other person's eyes were completely devoid of pupils, a reddish-white color. And judging from his fragmented speech, he seemed unconscious, or perhaps only possessed a certain degree of instinct. Ryan took a look at the other person, and gave up the idea of taking the initiative. Because the other person didn't seem to be carrying any valuable treasures, no necklace, no ring, not even a thin armor. He was here to find the leader of the Walzig school, or at least the other person had to be human. The humanoid creature before him was not one of his targets. However, the other person's strength seemed quite strong, probably at the late to peak legendary level. Ryan wondered if the opponent's original strength was stronger or weaker, or if it was simply the result of the black mist shrouding his face. Boom! Suddenly, the red light on the opponent's body intensified, and a scorching wave of air swept out. Bang! The naga-like monster rushed toward Ryan, and slammed heavily into the steel grating. You despicable goblin, you won't let go. Clearly, the opponent held a grudge against the goblins, and with his foggy mind and blind eyes, he mistook Ryan for a goblin. Due to the distance, the opponent's attack had no chance of harming him. You can't even see, and you're still thinking about revenge. Ryan shook his head. But the next moment, he was shocked to discover that the thumb-thick alloy gratings in the opponent's cell were actually melting. Huh? Ryan narrowed his eyes, and peered into the cell. He noticed that the intricate lines on the floor of the cell holding the other person, originally a magical formation that limited their power, had somehow become damaged. No wonder the other person was able to break through the grid. In other words, the cell suppression of the other person's power had ceased to function. And unlike the relatively stiff and mechanical steps of the goblin corpses before, the other person's form and speed were perfectly coordinated as he slid. It seemed as if the black mist had a different effect on the other person's power than on the goblins. Did the black mist actually preserve the other person's power? As Ryan's thoughts drifted, he raised his hand, and 6 buzzing, serrated metal rings appeared before him. It was the 3rd level metal magic, serrated ring. The other person's power wasn't epic, so Ryan's serrated ring, nearly as powerful as dawn magic, was more than enough to counter it. Although he had no intention of attacking, if the opponent dared to initiate an attack, he would naturally not hesitate to kill them. Also, this was an opportunity to observe the changes in the black mist. For Ryan, the black mist was what he feared most. As the metal grill melted, a red arm with sharp claws rose, and on the ground around Ryan, vortexes of blazing flames, each several meters in diameter, suddenly appeared. The tops of these vortexes of flames were tinged with white, clearly indicating an extremely high temperature, and they were rapidly expanding. Ryan had already dodged backwards, simultaneously extending a finger and pointing at the opponent. Go! With this gesture, 6 rapidly rotating metal rings, each from different angles, drew different bright arcs, instantly striking the Naga-like monster. She. The 3rd level sorcery, serrated ring, enhanced by Ryan's iron-hard meditation and super metal affinity, was as powerful as a beginner's dawn sorcery. 6 metal rings sliced through the opponent's pale red, scaly body with ease. Instantly, the opponent was cut into several pieces. No! The opponent let out a near-death roar, and then a powerful flame shockwave radiated from the shattered body. He must be at the peak of legendary power. I wonder what role this black energy played in this. Ryan thought, observing the opponent's chopped body. But just as the opponent's body fell heavily to the ground, suddenly, a ball of black mist suddenly emerged from the opponent's corpse, and quickly changed its shape in midair, showing various hideous shapes. Sometimes it looked like some kind of insect, a giant mantis, and sometimes like a giant centipede with sharp claws. The next moment, a black mist suddenly rushed towards Ryan. Swish! Ryan was prepared for this sudden attack. With a flick of his finger, 6 buzzing metal rings flashed from behind the black mist. The black mist surged violently, but the opponent seemed incorporeal, and the jagged metal rings struck like a cloud of smoke. The delay was only a momentary delay before the black mist continued its lightning-fast attack on Ryan. However, Ryan had already prepared a complete plan to deal with this strange black aura before the battle. His neck suddenly thickened, dark silver scales appeared, and his head transformed into a ferocious, enormous dragon head. He suddenly breathed a dragon's breath at the twisted black mist, which was already less than 2 meters away in midair. Roar! The flames from his mouth began as a small beam, but then expanded and expanded into a cone, instantly enveloping the constantly twisting and distorting black mist. Hiss! A sound like hot water being poured on a branding iron echoed. At the same time, Ryan could vaguely sense a piercing scream, like the dying roar of something, a chilling sound. As a faint fishy odor wafted over, Ryan's transformed dragon eyes still vigilantly scanned the interior of the prison. After ensuring there were no remaining dangers, he reverted to human form. Just now, he had used part of his dragon form to unleash dragon breath, successfully destroying the strange, twisting mist. However, his heart was not quite optimistic. As expected, this thing doesn't seem to be physical. Ryan had suspected this since he saw the deformed black beetle, and now it had been further confirmed. No, to be more precise, it seems to be able to transform between physical and misty forms. In fact, the larger the amount of black mist, the more bizarre changes there might be. But one thing seems certain. As the amount of black mist increases, the enemy's aggressiveness seems to increase dramatically. Ryan frowned, pondering, and quickly summed up some experience. The black beetle wasn't so difficult to deal with before, but as the black mist grew in size, it became immune to physical attacks. This was still quite tricky. However, this was merely empirical evidence. The sample size was too small to be a general rule. Bang! Clang! Suddenly, the movement in the depths of the corridor intensified. Ryan quickly turned, focusing his attention on the dimly lit corridor. It seemed that the noise from his recent battle with the monster had triggered a reaction from other things within the prison. He heard numerous stiff footsteps, thumping sounds, and the clang of metal against gratings. There sounded to be more than 1 or 2, at least 4 or 5. This made Ryan's face change slightly, and he watched the changes in the cells on both sides of the corridor with a serious expression. Bang! At that moment, a cell grating to his right and front was completely twisted and deformed by some immense force, suddenly flying out. A black, upright hoof, at least as thick as an adult's waist, stepped out. The other party was a minotaur over 3.5 meters tall, with eyes as big as copper bells and white. One of the two horns on his head was broken, and a mane stretched from the top of his head to his back. His body was muscular, but his skin was dry and cracked, giving it the texture of rough stone. The minotaur's upper body was also shrouded in black aura, especially its face, which was extremely dense. Clearly, this was another prisoner invaded by that strange black fog. An ancient, extinct minotaur? I didn't expect to see one here. Ryan immediately guessed the man's origins from his unique appearance. But that wasn't the end. In a cage to Ryan's left, a dry, wrinkled hand touched the metal grating, and immediately, the grating began to rapidly deform and twist. Metal transfiguration? Ryan's eyes widened. Unlike the previous monster's fire magic, the magic and energy fluctuations cast by the mummy before him were extremely familiar to Ryan. Metal-based energy particle fluctuations. A human mummy, clad in wizard robes, stepped out, shuffling slightly. Ancient human wizard? That attire. There's no mistaking it. Ryan's eyes flashed with a gleam. He had seen wizard robes of this style at the Walzig ruins. They seemed to be the standard style of the ancient wizard school Walzig. Due to the unique witchcraft patterns engraved on them, the robe on the human mummy had not completely worn out after thousands of years, and its unique decorative features could still be roughly discerned. This meant that even if the owner of this mummy was not the leader of the school, he must have been a wizard from the ancient Walzig school. It seems my previous guess was correct. Ryan suddenly became a little excited. Crack! At the same time, suddenly, the sound of a door opening could be heard behind him. A hidden door near the entrance to the corridor also opened. Ryan had seen this door when he had just entered, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. It seemed to be the guard's lounge. At that time, he wanted to check the prison first, so he passed it directly. A short, mummified female goblin, wearing tight, dark leather armor and shrouded in a dark aura, emerged. Ryan noticed a whip tied around her waist. Interrogator? 2 in front, 1 in the back. Does this mean we're surrounded? Chapter 504. Despicable Goblins, you used a trap to capture the Great Lovely. A deep, raspy voice rang out from the ancient minotaur. This time, all of you, die! The minotaur spoke in the ancient common language, which, as a wizard, Ryan had dabbled in, so he naturally understood. Why do you all harbor such resentment towards the goblins? However, facing multiple enemies, Ryan remained unfazed. Before deciding to enter the prison, he had naturally considered how to respond if he were besieged. So, Ryan suddenly raised his palm and slammed it down on the ground. Iron Forest. Then, rich dark silver ripples erupted like waves, sweeping across the entire corridor, centered around Ryan. Because this was a floating city, the floor on every level was almost entirely metal. Although permanently solidified, the concentration of metallic energy particles within the subspace was significantly higher than normal. This is why the power of Ryan's metal magic, instead of weakening, was over 10% greater than normal. A dense mass of jagged, sharp bushes and thorns, gleaming with a dark silver metallic sheen, emerged from the ground and suddenly grew. Moo! As if sensing some kind of danger, the ancient minotaur, its face shrouded in black aura, snorted loudly, sending 2 white gusts of air nearly 2 meters toward the ground. Its stout black hooves suddenly lifted and stomped down heavily. Bang! A shockwave several meters in diameter spread from the spot it had trodden. Although it only covered a few meters, it interrupted the growth of the thorns within this tiny area, which was used by Ryan's dawn-killing move. Huh? This scene naturally surprised Ryan. Because to achieve this, the opponent must possess epic strength. And then, something even more surprising happened. At the other end of the corridor, a female goblin interrogator in tight leather armor suddenly accelerated, leaving a trail of afterimages in their wake. Huh? Such swift speed. Completely different from the stiff, rigid movements of the goblin corpses I encountered before, Ryan thought to himself, raising an eyebrow. If the ancient minotaur's strength had reached epic levels, it was understandable, but the female goblin interrogator's swift movement was completely unreasonable. It was a stark contrast to the stiff performance of the goblin engineer and mecha strider operator before. For a moment, Ryan was puzzled by the reason. But one thing Ryan was certain of. The presence of the black mist had at least preserved the opponent's skin, muscles, fascia, and other tissues that should have long since decayed. Was she an epic-level powerhouse in her lifetime, or was she strengthened by the black mist? Wait, could this black mist enhance special abilities? Suddenly, A flash of inspiration flashed through Ryan's mind like lightning in the night. This female goblin interrogator should have a special ability like swiftness, similar to a thief, while the Minotaur possesses immense strength. Ryan's eyes brightened. Faced with Ryan's Dawn's ultimate move, Iron Forest, an area of effect sorcery, the female goblin interrogator's speed was precisely countered. After all, no matter how fast she was, as long as she was within the area covered by his dark silver metallic ripples, she would be attacked. No escape. As expected. Puff! A massive cactus-like spike pierced the female goblin interrogator's body from bottom to top like lightning, pitting her in midair. But on the other side, something unexpected happened again. Just as Ryan's metal ripples reached the human corpse wizard's feet, the wizard suddenly blocked them with his hands, and the dark silver metal ripples flowed in both directions, like a stream encountering rocks. Although the wizard's entire body was constantly pushed backward by the powerful energy of the metal ripples, he managed to resist them. The Dawn Wizard's strength? Also enhanced by the black mist? No, a wizard's magic derives its power from mental force. Whether this black mist can enhance it is uncertain. Ryan recalled the white-coated goblin corpse in the workshop area. Although he was a goblin engineering expert, the method he used to awaken those golems made him a wizard as well. However, judging by their actions at the time, their countermeasures were very simple, with no signs of magical enhancement. Critically, Ryan observed that both the ancient Minotaur and the goblin interrogator were shrouded in black mist, while the human wizard, like the white-coated goblins, showed no such presence, no visible black mist. This was a significant difference. Ryan's area of effect Dawn attack, Iron Forest, yielded little success, its only achievement perhaps being to immobilize the female goblin interrogator. At this moment, the ancient Minotaur's counterattack began. Moo! Ribely is going to crush. You sneaky, cunning fellows! The ancient Minotaur roared, quickly lowered its waist, and raised its elbow, aiming its intact, sharp horn at Ryan. It immediately strode forward, its speed increasing, its momentum, like a herd of wild bulls charging across the prairie, unstoppable. At the same time, the withered human wizard also raised his hand, and aimed it at Ryan, metallic energy surging around him. One after another, sharp spikes several meters long appeared out of thin air around him, their number increasing by the second. On the other side of the corridor, the female goblin interrogator, who had been pierced and frozen in midair, suddenly drew the whip from her waist, rolled it towards the prison grill to one side, and with a strong pull, she freed herself from the metal spikes. Although a large amount of black blood was shed, her body remained nimble. With a kick of her short legs, she continued charging toward Ryan. With a flick of her long whip, it uncoiled from the prison lattice and lashed out at him like a spirited snake. Looks like we have to make some contact. Unaware of the properties of the black mist, Ryan had always avoided close combat with enemies infected by it. But this time, he was practically unavoidable. Faced with the siege from both sides, Ryan's arms suddenly swelled several times over, dark silver scales appearing on their surfaces. The most significant transformation was the palms at the ends of his arms, which had now transformed into sharp claws several dozen centimeters long. Ryan chose to transform part of his body into a dragon vein. Also, the dragon bloodline's exceptional resistance was a key factor in his confidence in engaging the enemy in hand-to-hand combat without fear of the eerie black mist. Dang! The moment the sharp horns and razor-sharp dragon claws collided, sparks flew, and a metallic, crisp sound echoed. Instantly, the ancient Minotaur's powerful charge was single-handedly blocked by Ryan's massive dragon claw. No matter how hard the Minotaur's thick black hoof lashed out, it couldn't break through the dragon claw's barrier. Open! Ryan roared, and his massive arm, transformed into a dragon claw, flexed its muscles. With a single hand, he completely sent the charging Minotaur flying. The Minotaur's muscular body flew backward like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the human wizard in the middle of his spell. Both men instantly fell to the ground like tumbling gourds. The numerous metal spikes that had been poised to fire around the human wizard, losing their energy support, clanked and fell from the air. Snap! A crisp crack of a whip came from the other side. A powerful gust of wind. But Ryan had been prepared. He just dealt with the Minotaur with one hand, because he had reserved his other dragon claw for the female goblin interrogator's attack. Facing the lightning-fast whip, Ryan thrust out his dragon claw and grasped it firmly. Then, with a powerful tug, he pulled the man towards him. Perhaps the black energy had affected his mind, but the man refused to let go. This made it incredibly easy for Ryan to win the wrestling match. He hurled the man like a hammer, hurling him towards the newly risen Minotaur and human wizard. Bang! Although the female goblin was small, Her sturdy frame was no slouch, and Ryan's throw was powerful. As the three of them collided, they were once again tumbling to the ground. As they rose again, a sudden buzzing sound echoed through the air. Something seemed to be spinning at high speed. From their perspective, they would have seen a straight line several meters long, hurtling towards them like lightning. But in reality, a side view revealed it. It was a dark silver metal disc with a bright hue on its outermost circle, flying perpendicular to the ground, hurtling towards the three at breakneck speed. She. A series of slicing sounds echoed. Then, the female goblin interrogator, the ancient minotaur, and even the withered human wizard, the three bodies of varying sizes, froze. This silence lasted for a full second before something began to change. The female goblin interrogator's body was unevenly sliced into 3 sections. Her head and upper body fell to the ground, while her hips, which had been sticking out when she bent over, were severed separately, leaving only 2 short legs still standing upright. Because she was bent sideways when the bladed disc sliced through her, her cut was unsightly. The ancient minotaur, on the other hand, was much neater. Its massive body had fallen from the center, splitting evenly in 2. The intact horn on its head, which had been bent and extended, had also been chopped off. Now, both horns were broken. As for the last human wizard, since it wasn't aligned with the minotaur and the female goblin, only half of its head had been chopped off diagonally, leaving most of its body intact. Plop! As the shriveled human wizard's body finally fell to the ground, Ryan remained motionless. He didn't move to check on the wizard. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared ahead with an even more solemn expression than before. Because at this moment, 2 wisps of black mist emerged from the remains of the ancient minotaur and the female goblin interrogator. Perhaps due to their close proximity, they quickly intertwined, forming a larger, surging mass of black mist. At this moment, a black beetle within the human wizard's half-severed head seemed to be summoned by some kind of force, transforming into a black arc of light and merging into the surging black mist. With the addition of the black beetle, the surging of the black mist intensified, like a raging fire boiling oil. Something strange was swirling within the black mist. Suddenly, a sharp black claw extended from it. Ryan looked intently and saw that it resembled an eagle's claw, thin, but extremely sharp and powerful, but completely black, and a thick black aura lingered on its surface, like a claw reaching out from hell. And the appearance of this claw was only the beginning of the black mist's dramatic transformation. Soon, another black claw emerged. Eagle? Raptor-shaped? But the next moment, a subsequent change disproved Ryan's guess. Black sickles, like mantis forelimbs, suddenly emerged from the black fog, one after another, for in a row, positioned roughly at the opponent's chest. Arms transformed into sickles? But at this point, Ryan no longer needed to speculate. The opponent's entire form had already emerged from the black fog. Ryan grew increasingly cautious. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying monster. It had no arms, but 4 black sickles on its sides, a pair of sharp black claws on its lower body, and a head covered in spikes, a large mouth densely packed with sharp teeth. A black mist enveloped its entire body, its form looming. This creature simply shouldn't exist in reality, as if some abstract being had simply appeared before Ryan. Furthermore, from the moment it appeared, Ryan's heart was on edge. Since joining the Dawn Wizard, the last time this happened was when he faced the ancient fire dragon Anguskin. Could it be that this monster before us is as troublesome as Anguskin? Sure enough, there's something seriously wrong with this black mist. It must have been this black mist that caused the fall of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital. Before Ryan could even consider, the black monster swiftly launched its attack. Hiss! The creature opened its mouth wide and roared, an unpleasant roar, like a ghost crying, seemingly having a disturbing effect. At the same time, with every step, the opponent's sharp claws pierced the metal floor an inch, and its speed was even faster than lightning. As it approached Ryan, it suddenly expelled a cone of black mist towards him. At this moment, several parts of Ryan's body had transformed into giant dragons, and from his neck grew the heads of a void dragon and a red dragon. Facing the opponent's black mist, Ryan immediately responded with dragon breath. Ong! Flame breath. A ball of blazing flames erupted from the red dragon's head, rapidly expanding from the thickness of a bowl to a blazing flame covering most of the corridor. Void breath. The void dragon's head also simultaneously expelled a ball of light blue void flame, sweeping towards the opponent. Boom! The black mist and the 2 dragon breaths collided violently, sending a hurricane-like shockwave rapidly spreading through the corridor. Suddenly, A black figure several meters tall leaped out of the smoke and dust, its four sickle-shaped forelimbs slashing down at Ryan's head. Ryan's dragon claws flashed with cold light as they charged towards the opponent. Sizzle! Ryan's dragon claws slashed directly into the opponent's black-scaled body, sending sparks flying. The opponent's body was surprisingly strong, comparable to a special alloy. Consider that this creature had just been a cloud of black mist. In contrast, Ryan's body bore a scratch, not too deep, and several small cracks appeared on the surface of his dark silver dragon scales. Although no blood was drawn, it was enough to shock those familiar with the situation. For in terms of physical strength, Ryan's dragon body was actually slightly inferior to the opponent's. Chapter 505. Dang! After another fierce exchange, the two immediately separated by over 10 meters. The black mist monster's claws hooked into the metal floor, sparking and leaving deep scratches that quickly neutralized the recoil. Ryan took 2 steps back, repositioning himself. He scanned the opponent with his 3 pairs of dragon eyes, trying to find a weakness. But alas! From the previous exchange, the black mist claw monster before him surpassed all the ferocious and dragonborn Ryan had ever encountered in terms of strength, speed, and physical strength. In addition, it could unleash a mind-disrupting roar and exhale a black mist-like breath. In other words, it was capable of both close-range and ranged attacks, possessing virtually no weaknesses. As for its resistance to various types of sorcery, Ryan couldn't fully test it yet. However, the power of fire seemed to be able to slightly suppress it. Because Ryan had just cast 2 different breath spells, the flame breath seemed to have a slightly better damaging effect than the void breath. This meant that other high-level fire spells would likely have a more effective killing effect. Is the fire element vulnerable? But the problem was, Ryan wasn't proficient in fire spells, or rather, he hadn't mastered high-level fire spells. Casting first and second-level fire spells would be meaningless in the current battle situation. In that case, it's a good time to try out a new form. At this moment, Ryan felt no fear. Instead, a hint of excitement lingered in his dragon eyes, for he hadn't used it since his bloodline concentration increased, and he attained the 6th form. There wasn't enough space in the corridor, so he certainly wouldn't choose to transform into his full old dragon form. However, he could choose to transform partially into an old dragon form. 6th form. With a roar from Ryan, the dragon scales on his body began to darken, somewhat rivaling the color of the black fog monster before him. His claws grew larger and sharper, each one measuring tens of centimeters long and gleaming with a chilling cold light. On the partially dragonized body, blood vessels began to writhe like earthworms, thickening, and the muscles swelled even further. Is this the effect of a 30% increase in strength and agility? Ryan felt an explosive force surge through his dragonized form. Crack! He stomped his foot, creating a hole several meters in diameter in the permanently solidified metal floor like mud. The rapid friction caused a wisp of burning smoke to rise from the surface. Ryan, propelled by the immense recoil, charged towards the opponent. The corridor, which was not spacious after his transformation, was filled with a humming sound. The black mist monster clearly hadn't anticipated Ryan's sudden increase in speed. Before it could dodge, a lightning-fast slash of increasingly larger claws struck from top to bottom. Sizzle! A series of sparks flew. This time, facing Ryan's dragon-like claws, the 2 sickle-shaped limbs on the black mist claw monster's right ribs were directly severed, and its body was violently thrown back. But Ryan's attack wasn't over yet. Ong! Ryan aimed his red dragon head at the black mist claw monster in midair, and unleashed a fiery breath of fire. A scorching flame the size of a bowl rapidly expanded after leaving the dragon's mouth, forming a cone several meters in diameter that instantly enveloped the opponent's entire body. Hiss! In midair, the black mist claw monster, struck directly by the fiery breath, roared in pain. The fiery breath sent it flying to the top of the corridor, where it fell heavily as the flames dissipated. Ryan could see the opponent's black body transform from its original scaly texture into a black liquid, seemingly softening and emitting wisps of foul-smelling black smoke. At the same time, perhaps due to the damage from the flames, Ryan could clearly feel that the opponent's body had shrunk. Looks like it's working. Kill him while he's weak. Ryan never gave his opponents a break. With a swish, Ryan charged at the opponent again. But the black mist claw monster also sprang up from its spot. Clearly, Ryan's attack had been effective, but not fatal. Clang! Clang! Hiss! 2 black shadows, one large and one small, moved swiftly down the corridor, sending sparks flying as claws clashed with each other, and claws rubbed fiercely against the metal floor and walls. The piercing clashes echoed with the sparks, a constant cacophony. Ryan was certain that neither Swordmaster Tyrion nor Don Wizard Hernandez would have survived this monster. At this moment, the other's figure had changed again, its waist thinner, but the shoulders wielding the side broader. Correspondingly, its strength and speed had noticeably increased. Although the increase wasn't significant, only about 10%, it was clear the opponent was attempting to counter his increased attack power by adjusting his body structure. But it seemed his increased strength had reached a certain limit for the opponent. Therefore, even with his strength and speed increasing slightly, he was still clearly at a disadvantage. Ryan could see that under his continuous powerful blows, the opponent's two hard, dark sickles were trembling and showing signs of cracking. Bang! Suddenly, with lightning speed, Ryan launched a kick that sent the opponent flying into the air. Immediately afterwards, the red dragon's head received another flaming breath. Hiss! The opponent once again waved his sickles in pain in midair, roaring, but seemed powerless against the scorching, invisible flames. Dang! Just as the flames were about to die out, a massive dragon claw suddenly emerged from the flames and slashed down at it again. Crack! In a panic, the black mist claw monster swung its side to block, but this time, the black side, burned by Ryan's fiery breath, could no longer withstand the powerful blow of Ryan's dragon claw and was instantly cut down. The monster was blasted into the metal floor of the corridor. Void breath. After 3 consecutive attacks, Ryan followed up with another void breath, then rushed forward, targeting the struggling black mist claw monster on the ground with another double claw attack. The rest of the battle was a foregone conclusion. After Ryan released several consecutive breaths, the black mist claw monster finally stopped roaring and curled up, its limbs like a roasted baby. Snap! When Ryan stepped on it with his final foot, the monster's shrunken body instantly shattered like coal. Finally dead? Huh? Ryan exhaled deeply. He had gained 3 attribute points in the battle just now, which meant he had recovered 3 times as much stamina. The old dragon form was indeed powerful. Its combat power increased significantly, but the cost of stamina was also greater. At this moment, Ryan's ruptured wounds were rapidly healing. He hadn't escaped unscathed in the battle with the black mist claw monster. Before the monster was destroyed, wisps of black smoke lingered on Ryan's wounds, like a thorn in his flesh, hindering his body's healing. But with the monster's destruction, the smoke began to dissipate rapidly. Nothing like a divine power crystal? Ryan didn't immediately search the human wizard's corpse for items. Instead, he waited for his injuries to heal quickly, frowning in thought. Originally, he wondered if the black mist might be the avatar of an evil god. If so, then after he killed the monster, according to previous experience, the system would trigger a related absorption prompt. But strangely, even after he slew the black mist monster before him, the black mist claw, as Ryan himself named it, no system absorption notification appeared. Of course, the gold skill point rewards were still generous. In the previous battle, Ryan had earned 196 gold skill points. So, the opponent isn't a deity incarnate, but some kind of evil creature? Or perhaps a strange phenomenon caused by the power of a deity? It seems only in this way would the system be unable to absorb it. Ryan had a vague guess. But these were merely speculations. Furthermore, after experiencing the opponent's combat power, Ryan had already given up on exploring the next level. In his opinion, the opponent's combat power was even stronger than the combined strength of Swordmaster Tyrion and Water Dawn Wizard Hernandez. One could imagine the immense danger lurking below as the black mist grew thicker and monsters appeared more frequently. Ryan shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He quickly approached the remains of the human wizard, but when he was 2 or 3 meters away, he stopped and cautiously used metal transfiguration to conjure a rapier, poking the corpse several times. After ensuring there was no danger, Ryan bent down and quickly began to search the corpse. Soon, he found a pendant on the man's chest. The pendant had a thin golden chain, and the charm beneath it was a prismatic crystal. Ryan didn't sense any energy fluctuations, so it didn't seem like a powerful magical weapon. After a brief thought, Ryan put it away and continued his exploration. This time, he felt a hard, square object in the inner pocket of his wizard robe. Pulling it out, he discovered it was a black diary, vaguely familiar in appearance and style. Huh? This material is almost identical to the black leather diary found in the safe of the Walzig school. Ryan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, quite delighted. Could this be the sect leader himself? Although this place wasn't safe, Ryan still decided to take a quick look. He quickly flipped to the last few pages. Damn, I wonder if anyone else will get their hands on this diary, but regardless, I have to write something down. By the time you read this letter, I most likely be dead. But if I were given another chance, I would still come here. Because besides housing the ancient goblin constructions, there's a secret known only to a very few. A secret of special significance to me and all metal wizards. That secret is the ancient goblin empire, the original source of the Iron Heart meditation. In other words, if you want to obtain the complete Iron Heart meditation, you must find it here. Of course, if you're a wizard of another astrology, or even non-magic, I implore you to spread this message, or even sell it. Believe me, metal wizards are absolutely willing to pay a price that satisfies you for this secret. What? Seeing this, Ryan's eyes widened. A thunderclap rang in his mind. So that's it. It wasn't just about constructing golems. It also touched on the contents of the Iron Heart meditation beyond the 5th level. After a moment, Ryan quickly glanced at the last few lines. At first, I thought this place was simply contaminated by some evil being, but I didn't expect it to be a complete nightmare. When we reached the 3rd underground level, we discovered goblin soldiers infested with Shah demons. After we killed them, the evil energy gathered, transforming into even more terrifying Shah demons. And this is only the 3rd level. Warning! Those who come later, the dangers here are beyond your imagination. Every step could be your last. Take my advice and don't explore any further. The dangers of the 3rd floor are beyond the capabilities of a dawn wizard. Coming late, I hope you cherish your life and live well. By the way, there's one more thing. If you're willing to help, Magner and Snape will be very grateful. Send my pendant to the Varzig school. Thank you. Alas, I wonder if Magner and Snape can restore the Varzig school to its former glory. Shadow? Is the 5th level of the Iron Heart meditation here? Ryan was overjoyed. He immediately took out the pendant and focused his gaze on the crystal. Without hesitation, Ryan swiftly probed his mental power into the crystal. A few seconds later, a beaming expression on his face, Ryan carefully stored the pendant. It indeed contained the 5th level of the Iron Heart meditation. With this, he could successfully advance to the 5th level of the Full Moon Wizard through his gradual advancement. Since the target of this operation had been successfully secured, Ryan naturally had no intention of staying here and quickly turned to leave. However, as he passed the body of the female goblin interrogator, who had been cut into 3 pieces, he suddenly noticed a ring-shaped keychain on her waist, densely packed with keys. Prison keys? Ryan bent down to pick it up. But the next moment, he keenly noticed that one key in the bunch was noticeably different. It wasn't bronze, but some kind of stone. This can't be a prison key. Could it be from the interrogation room just now? Interesting. But Ryan weighed the keychain in his hand, glanced at the room to the side, and after a moment's thought, he decided not to explore further. Perhaps further exploration would yield some other rewards, but it would also involve considerable risk. Soon, Ryan disappeared from the prison area. Not long after Ryan left, a series of sparks suddenly erupted from the prison corridor floor. A massive, sharp gear seemed to be cutting upwards from the 3rd floor below. If one switched the view to the 3rd floor below, one could see that the gear was driven by a gigantic mechanical dinosaur resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The gear was located at the end of its tail, which was now raised high, cutting through the metal ceiling above. Surrounding the enormous mechanical dinosaur were densely packed mechanical devices resembling miniature velociraptors. Many were moving back and forth, while others were stationary. Around them, mummified goblin corpses in military uniforms were preparing something. Chapter 506. However, Ryan was unaware of what was happening in the prison, as he had already returned to the vicinity of the temporary camp. As Ryan chanted the spell, an oval mirror quickly appeared in midair. At the same time, everyone in the camp also saw Ryan, their faces filled with surprise. Lord Ryan, I'm so glad to see you back safely. How was it? Did everything go well? Swordmaster Tyrion said with a smile, rising to greet him. Thank you, Your Majesty Tyrion. It went quite well. Ryan nodded and smiled. Lord Ryan, it seems you gained a lot. Hiram glanced at the keychain in Ryan's hand and smiled as well. He knew that with his strength, even if he were promoted to a Dawn Wizard, he probably wouldn't be able to explore the basement level alone like Lord Ryan before him. I took the key, but didn't have time to explore. The monsters inside are very powerful. Ryan gestured to the keychain in his hand, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth. After all, they were on Federation territory, and there was no guarantee others wouldn't be jealous. Besides, he didn't want to cause himself any trouble. He could just keep quiet and make a fortune. Oh! Are the monsters in there very powerful? Tyrion asked with interest. Well, I encountered. Ryan quickly recounted the story. Your Majesty Tyrion, if you're interested in exploring, Remember not to go too deep into the negative third floor. As for the negative second floor, it's best to go in a group, such as with a powerful figure like Lord Hernandez. At the same time, Ryan gave Tyrion a friendly reminder. After all, Tyrion had been getting along quite well with him recently, and Ryan had a good impression of him. Thank you, Lord Ryan. I keep an eye on it, Tyrion said with a nod. Hernandez, standing nearby, seemed to have overheard something crucial, a look of deep thought on his face. Swordmaster Tyrion and Hernandez had no doubts about Ryan's account, but to Hiram and the researchers, it seemed excessively exaggerated. Many people in the background whispered, "Isn't this too exaggerated? Can a mummy minotaur rival the might of Master Tyrion, the Swordmaster? Master Tyrion is even leading the team. Doesn't this Lord Ryan from the Empire really take our Swordmaster of the Federation seriously? But what if what Lord Ryan says is true? I think Lord Ryan is exaggerating a bit." These level 2 liquefaction wizard researchers had never witnessed Ryan's power, let alone delved into the sub-level. But in their opinion, Ryan's claims were exaggerated. Even Hiram wondered if they were exaggerating. Naturally, Ryan had heard these whispers, but he didn't care about their opinions, let alone offer any explanation. If you want to listen, then listen. If you don't want to listen, then go down there unprepared and seek death. That's your own fault. After all, he had already given a relatively pertinent reminder for Tyrion's sake. By the way, Lord Ren, you just mentioned the word shaman, Hernandez asked, a sudden thought coming to mind. Could it be that Lord Hernandez has heard of it? Ren asked, also quite interested. Just now, Ryan didn't mention the 3 black mists merging together. He simply mentioned that after killing the monster, the black mist formed a demonic demon, which was extremely powerful. I thought about it, and it seems I've seen it in some ancient book before, but it didn't explain it in detail, just a few words. Hernandez shook his head and said, "It seems that this demonic demon is a derivative of some ancient evil creature and cannot be completely eliminated." Oh! Are there any other records? Ryan pondered. Cannot be completely eliminated? This is consistent with the fact that the system did not absorb any high-quality energy after killing the opponent. There is nothing else. Hernandez shook his head and said, "Thank you, Hernandez, for clarifying my confusion." Ryan felt a little disappointed. After his encounter with the demonic demon, he still felt quite wary of it. It seemed that he would have to ask His Highness Minia about the situation of this demonic demon. After all, with Minia's status and experience, she knew many secrets unknown to ordinary Dawn wizards. "Sir Ryan, since you're back, shall we leave now?" said the Swordmaster Tyrion. During the time Ryan had been exploring the prison, they had rested sufficiently, and his injuries had healed. Of course, Ryan agreed, nodding. Soon, following the instructions on the floating city's blueprints, the group swiftly passed through 2 openings and arrived at gate number 3 on the second basement floor. Gate number 3 was located opposite the prison and closer to the site of the previous prototype self-destruction, so the number of mummified goblins was extremely small. This only made the researchers feel that Ryan's previous story was completely unfounded. "A truly massive steel gate?" Hiram exclaimed, looking at the metal gate, which reached a height of at least 30 meters. Well, a passageway for deploying giant golems for combat naturally couldn't be small. Ryan had seen the blueprints for the floating city, and naturally understood why this passageway was designed to be so tall. The mechanical gate can no longer be locked. It can only be opened with this manual gate. Hiram frowned, pointing to a circular turntable shaped like a ship's rudder. Although he was a metal wizard, the turntable was connected to a complex gear mechanism, requiring a strong rotation. If the metal simply deformed, it wouldn't open the door. This circular turntable, shaped like a ship's rudder, was over 3 meters in diameter. Clearly, this design was designed to be operated by some kind of mechanical device, either operated by the goblins or by a golem. Among those present, perhaps His Majesty the Swordmaster Tyrion possessed sufficient strength, but the problem was that the turntable was at least 2.5 meters off the ground, meaning that a normal human wouldn't be able to exert force by simply stepping on the ground. As for directly deforming the door before him, creating a large hole, at least he absolutely couldn't do it. Perhaps, this Lord Ryan could do it. Hiram thought so. "Well, let me do it," Ryan said, quickly stepping forward. Naturally, he had considered all the issues Hiram had considered. Hiram's right arm suddenly swelled, dark silver dragon scales emerging, and his entire body rapidly expanded to over 4 meters. This was the result of Ryan's deliberate control of the transformation. Crack! Crack! A sturdy dragon claw gripped the metal turntable and spun it vigorously. Boom! The metal gate, over 1 meter thick and tens of meters tall, slowly rose. But suddenly, red warning lights flashed around, followed by a high-pitched mechanical voice. Warning! Warning! Gate 3 has been illegally opened. Please eliminate the hidden danger immediately. Ancient Goblin. Not good. All exits of the floating city should be connected to the control room. I didn't expect the control system to still be functioning properly. Hiram's face changed, and he said, Sir Ryan, you. Don't worry, we make it in time. Due to the gear-driven mechanism, the metal gate only rose about 10 centimeters per revolution of the turntable. However, as the alarm sounded, Ryan's rotation speed increased dramatically, the massive metal turntable spinning faster and faster within his massive dragon claws. The metal gate also rose rapidly. Let's go! Hernandez quickly led the researchers and the Federation exploration team through the gate. As for Swordmaster Tyrion, he remained behind to guard Ren because he was the fastest. Alright, Lord Ren. Okay. When Ren released the turntable, he didn't fasten the side buckle. The turntable spun rapidly, and the gate began to descend and close. However, with Ren and Tyrion's speed, they were more than capable of rushing out of the gate. Swish! 2 figures sprinted out of the gate at breakneck speed. Just as Ren left gate number 3, he felt something in his heart and glanced back. Hundreds of meters behind him, he saw a number of unprecedented mechanical monsters, resembling velociraptors, sprinting towards him. Boom! However, the next second, the calm metal gate slammed shut again, and the mechanical raptors vanished from Ryan's sight. Lord Ryan, what's wrong? Swordmaster Tyrion asked curiously, when he saw Ryan turning to look at the closed gate number 3. Nothing, Your Majesty Tyrion, let's go. Ryan shook his head and said. At this moment, the two had arrived outside the floating city. They were standing on a narrow passage, only 2 meters wide, which should be the outer maintenance passage of the floating city. Below them lay the dark red lava that resembled a moat. However, compared to their previous position at the cave entrance, they were now much closer to the bottom, so their view was much clearer. Hernandez and Hiram had already cast their spells and reached the other side, constructing a simple steel bridge for the elite soldiers to pass through. Naturally, Ryan and Tyrion didn't need to do the same. 5 minutes later, the group returned to the cave camp in Rethro Canyon, where they had originally set out. The cave camp was now much more complete than before. Dozens of tents, large and small, were erected, and various magical formations were set up around it. The entire camp erupted in excitement when Ryan, Tyrion, and Hernandez successfully retrieved Hiram and the others. Half an hour later, top-secret messages were transmitted one after another to the Federation's decision-makers. Meanwhile, the Federation capital, Antihor, was mid-air towards Zataya. A combined fleet of Imperial and Federation airships, like a giant dragon floating in the air, stretched for dozens of miles, advancing at a steady pace towards Zataya. Aboard a large Federation airship at the front of the formation, several people were holding a meeting in a small conference room. The cause was an urgent dispatch received 10 minutes earlier. What? That ruins turned out to be a floating city? This news, naturally, struck everyone present like thunder. That was a floating city. A groundbreaking product, said to be capable of sustained flight, boasting combat power at least dozens of times greater than even the most advanced giant airships in the Federation. Indeed, I received this urgent dispatch 10 minutes ago. Please review the information on the table. Then, we discuss our next steps, said Deputy Speaker Bertrand, nodding. Since the Imperial delegation's final stop was Zataya, the Federation Parliament had also assigned him responsibility for the ruins. When he first received this news, he was as shocked as everyone else. For a moment, the only sound in the conference room was the rustling of pages. A few minutes later, the old man with the pipe hanging from his neck seemed to have finished reading the information on the table. His face was solemn as he said, the rescue of Hiram's team and the discovery of a large amount of ancient goblin technology and floating cities are naturally cause for celebration. But the problem now is that the intelligence reports indicate that Lord Ryan from the Empire has also obtained relevant ancient goblin technology. This is extremely disadvantageous for the Federation. This has deprived us of a very important bargaining chip in our negotiations with the Empire. Indeed, I was worried about the possibility of a leak, but I didn't expect it to happen. The Federation Admiral from the previous meeting glanced at Trenna and said gravely. Also, if the intelligence is true, then perhaps our attitude towards cooperation with the Empire should change a bit, the Admiral said pointedly. I also believe that if we can successfully control the floating city, those revived behemoths will be no problem. The pipe-smoking elder nodded in agreement. Mr. Vice Speaker, I have a suggestion. If Mr. Ryan doesn't clearly declare his intention to join the Federation before leaving, Perhaps we can allow him to stay permanently. The Federation Admiral glanced at Trina, then at Bertrand, and spoke slowly. I disagree. Trina's pretty face turned pale, and she stood up immediately. Admiral Randall, Lord Ryan is incredibly talented. Even if he doesn't join the Federation, his mere presence will be humanity's backbone against the resurrected gods and the behemoths. Your proposal is truly cold-blooded. Senator Trina, I agree with Admiral Randall. Although this proposal may not sound very appealing in practice, it will allow the Federation to preserve the secrets of the ruins. And with our mastery of ancient goblin technology and the floating city, it's very possible that we will not only independently resolve the resurrected behemoths, but also eliminate the Dragon Empire and incorporate it into the Federation. It's undeniable that a unified Federation is the most efficient way to mobilize manpower and supplies, and only then will we be able to cope with future situations, rather than the current model of cooperation between two countries. The pipe-smoking elder removed his pipe, tapped the ash on the ashtray, and spoke in a deep voice. As a member of Congress and the head of the Federation's industrial production, he had ample reason and confidence to speak so. Finally, Senator Trina, don't forget, you're a member of the Federation. When you swore an oath, you pledged everything for the Federation, and never to do anything that would harm its interests. Have you forgotten? I still disagree. Haven't you seen the intelligence reports about the crucial role played by Lord Ryan in this operation? I absolutely cannot condone violating the most basic principles of human conduct for the sake of personal gain. Faced with the stark difference of opinion, Deputy Speaker Bertrand hesitated. Admittedly, if the target had been someone other than Lord Ryan, Bertrand's heart would naturally lean towards keeping the secret, as it represented the core interests of the Federation. But now, the target was Ryan. Bertrand had witnessed Ryan's combat prowess and unparalleled talent firsthand. To kill such a young man with such immense potential, not to mention the cost, was a profound pity in his heart. We've just set out for Zataya, and still have a day to arrive. Our military can handle this matter. The Zala rebels have been quite active lately, so we can pin this on them, the Admiral named Randall continued. If we wait until Ryan and the Imperial delegation reunite, we won't have much of a chance to act. Your Excellency, Vice Speaker, we're running out of time. Your Excellency, Vice Speaker, I strongly object. Trina said, her face cold. Chapter 507. Let's put this matter aside for now. The most urgent task now is to take control of this floating city as quickly as possible. After a pause, Vice Speaker Bertrand waved his hand and said, judging from its scale, even if the Dragon Empire mobilized all its resources to build a floating city as massive as the ancient goblin capital, it would take years, coupled with a massive investment of financial and human resources, to succeed. Furthermore, compared to the Empire, the Federation's technological reserves and number of engineers far surpass ours, giving us a natural advantage in connecting to and controlling the floating city. If we can take control of the floating city sooner, we also have an absolute advantage for a considerable period of time. What do you think? Well, what a pity, Admiral Randall shrugged. Mr. Vice Speaker, I agree with you. I suggest that we begin exploring the necropolis as soon as possible. Currently, the three of us, Lords Tyrion, Hernandez, and yes, young Lord Ryan, have only explored the necropolis's basement level 2. This exploration was undoubtedly a failure, but the gains were truly astonishing, said Councillor Nelson, the pipe-smoking elder. Senator Nelson, I think I should remind you of something. You may have forgotten that the primary mission of Lords Tyrion and the other two wasn't exploration, but rescuing Lord Hiram, said Trina, somewhat pointedly. Well, Councillor Trina, the point I'm trying to make is that I believe even more surprises await us on the basement levels 3 and 4 of the necropolis. Perhaps the next discovery will greatly accelerate our Federation's control of the floating city. What do you think, Senator Trina? Nelson smiled, not minding being interrupted by Trina. I naturally agree with that, Trina nodded. But she knew Nelson, this old fox, must have some other agenda, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a drastic detour. Well, here, I suggest the military lead the initial exploration. There are many powerful Federation figures with military backgrounds, and the military can quickly coordinate with them for follow-up exploration. Nelson smiled at Admiral Randall beside him. At this point, Trina naturally realized that his opponent's goal was to show goodwill to the military. Thank you, Lord Nelson, for your trust in our military. It's fitting that His Majesty Alvin and His Majesty Garrett have completed their previous mission, making them ideally suited for the exploration of the necropolis. Mr. Vice Speaker, please advise whether these two His Majesties should join His Majesty Tyrion, and the three of them should explore the ruins again. I believe we should gather more intelligence before the Federation mobilizes more powerful personnel. Admiral Randall turned to Bertrand for advice. Beside her, the beautiful councilwoman Tarina pursed her lips. She was about to say something, but Randall's words made sense in some ways. Indeed, the information currently available on the second-floor necropolis is far too limited. Before the Federation mobilizes more powerful personnel into the ruins, intelligence gathering must begin. Okay, Admiral Randall, then, please communicate with these two His Majesties. I will quickly petition the Council to mobilize as many powerful personnel as possible to explore the necropolis ruins. Bertrand glanced at Trina, thought for a moment, and nodded, agreeing to Randall's suggestion. You're welcome. This is what I should do, Randall said with a slight bow and a smile. With the meeting concluded, Admiral Randall and Senator Nelson both left the conference room. In the airship corridor. Admiral Randall, I've brought a bottle of 30-year-old Calvados Bordeaux with me this time. Would you like to visit me sometime? Nelson said with a smile. Of course, Sir Nelson, you can't miss out on some fine wine. Whether out of support for Nelson's military during the meeting or out of courtesy between senators, Randall wouldn't refuse. A few minutes later, inside Nelson's luxurious cabin. After some pleasantries, Nelson shook his red wine glass and said, Admiral Randall, I actually quite agree with your initial suggestion. Thank you, Your Excellency Nelson. I already feel your support. However, since the Vice Speaker has decided to put this matter on hold for now, we must abandon it. Haha, actually, this doesn't necessarily require us, or the military, to take action. Even the Zalo rebels don't need to do anything. After all, allowing the rebels to kill members of the Imperial delegation on Federation territory would be a stain that would be difficult to explain. Nelson said with a confident expression. Oh! Admiral Randall frowned slightly, momentarily unsure what he meant. In Weston City, the Imperial delegation and the Federation collaborated closely to kill the Siren Gazran. But I heard that this incident angered the Poseidon cult, and for several days, they launched multiple, reckless attacks along the Federation's long coastline. The news is true, Admiral Randall nodded in confirmation. Well, what would happen if the specific time and route of Lord Ryan's return, or the Imperial delegation's return, were accidentally leaked to the Poseidon cult by a spy from the Zalo Rebellion? Of course, Randall said, finally understanding Nelson's meaning and instantly grasping his purpose. I understand, Senator Nelson. You truly have the interests of the Federation in mind. I believe you receive significant military support during next year's election, as Speaker of the Federation. Thank you, Admiral Randall. Everything for the Federation. Cheers! Nelson smiled contentedly. Cheers! The two men clinked their glasses and drank the contents in one gulp. Rizzurlo Canyon, Cave Camp. In a luxurious tent in the center, Ryan was chatting with Swordmaster Tyrion and his companions over tea. Suddenly, Hiram entered with a frown and said, Your Majesty Hernandez, we've just received urgent news from above. A sea monster has appeared off the coast of Andorra. We need your assistance as soon as possible, preferably today. So urgent? Swordmaster Tyrion, who was chatting with Ryan, frowned. He had a vague feeling something was amiss. Perhaps it's because the seaside is a perfect place for me to display my strength. Besides, Andorra isn't far from here, so this arrangement is reasonable. It's just a pity I didn't get to spend more time with Your Majesty Ryan. Hernandez didn't see the problem and smiled as he accepted the note from Hiram. After all, while there were many water wizards in the Federation, there were only 5 who had reached the 4th level of Dawn, and he was probably the closest one. Your Excellency Hernandez, I've benefited greatly from your conversation. I hope we have another chance to meet again, Ryan said with a slight smile. At this moment, the Swordmaster Tyrion, standing nearby, said to Hernandez, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Logically, you've just completed a mission, Hernandez, so you should have some time to rest and recuperate. Could it be that the situation has worsened? Possibly, Hernandez nodded. Your Excellency Tyrion, you also have an urgent message, confidential. Hiram handed Tyrion another note. Tyrion frowned slightly, then quickly opened it and began to read. Could it be that you, Tyrion, have a mission too? Hernandez teased. No, someone from the Imperial Army came here and wanted to find out about the strength of the mechanical monsters and goblin corpses within the ruins. I see. Indeed, the battle on the 2nd floor below is primarily being fought between you and Lord Ryan. Lord Ryan's status doesn't qualify him to ask, so you're the only one who can. I was thinking you might come along, so I'd have a free helper. Now it seems I can't count on you, Hernandez said with a smile. Lord Hiram, please make arrangements. I'd be leaving now. Wait a moment, Your Majesty Hernandez. I just received another piece of news. Hiram smiled at Hernandez and then said to Ryan, Lord Ryan, the Imperial delegation has already traveled from the capital, Antioch, to Zataya. They're on their way, and expected to arrive there early tomorrow morning. Oh! Ryan raised an eyebrow. That was good news. He had achieved all his goals for this ruin, and even gained a substantial bonus. It was time to return. Are you leaving for Zataya today, or tomorrow morning? My thought is that if you leave today, you can join me, His Majesty Hernandez, and I can accompany you to enjoy the sights of Zataya. Huh? Lord Hiram, are you leaving too? Ryan asked curiously. Hearing that Hiram was leaving, Tyrion and Hernandez turned to look at him. Haha, Lord Hiram, thank you very much. Your metal-based Dawn killing move has given me great insights. I feel I can attempt to reach the Dawn level. So yesterday I also requested to return to Antioch as soon as possible, Hiram said with a smile. Congratulations, Lord Hiram. Then I will leave early and accompany you and His Majesty Hernandez, Ryan said with a smile. It would take several hours to reach Zataya from the Reserlo Canyon. Setting off now, we could explore Zataya and rest for the night, just in time to reunite with the delegation the next morning. Congratulations, Hiram, Hernandez congratulated. No wonder I've felt a change in your aura these past 2 days. Congratulations, Hiram, Swordmaster Tyrion said with a smile. Thank you all for your blessings. Hiram beamed at the blessings of these 3 epic masters. Half a day after Ryan and the other 2 departed, a group of 5 arrived at the cave camp. 2 men wore heavy, bright silver knight armor with gold patterns, wielding tower shields, dressed like heavily armored knights. A woman, clad in dark leather armor and carrying a longbow, had a pretty face and a well-proportioned figure. Another woman, also wearing leather armor, wore a black hood that partially obscured her face, revealing a pair of alert, beautiful eyes. She was petite, but her steps were nimble. The 4 of them guarded a middle-aged man in a red wizard's robe in the center. The middle-aged man wielded a dark red short staff, his hair meticulously combed, his chin slightly raised, his expression slightly haughty. On seeing the Swordmaster Tyrion, he smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty Tyrion, long time no see. Your Majesty Arwen, welcome. You arrived even faster than I expected, Tyrion said with a slight smile. Arwen was a fire-based Dawn wizard who had previously served in the military. Tyrion wasn't exactly familiar with him, but he had heard of Arwen's temper. He was quite arrogant, and had even publicly stated, anyone below epic level is trash. As for why he was chosen, it was probably because Hiram mentioned in his report that high-level fire magic had a certain counteractive effect on the black mist within the ruins. Not only me, but His Majesty Garrett will also arrive in an hour. So it seems the military isn't just looking for information from me this time, Tyrion said, frowning. Because if it were just a question, Alvin wouldn't be the right person. And mobilizing 2 epic-level experts at once. Given the current circumstances, the military's move must have a further purpose. Of course, Your Majesty Tyrion, this time we're here, not only to learn more about the situation, but also to join us in the preliminary exploration. Of course, this isn't my personal request, but a decision of the Federal Council. As Alvin spoke, he handed Tyrion a note. Since this is the Council's decision, I will do my best to cooperate. Tyrion glanced at the note and nodded. But he had a bad feeling. Preliminary exploration? That doesn't seem likely. However, just as Tyrion was about to ask, Alvin took the initiative and asked, Your Highness Tyrion, isn't it possible to re-enter through the gate you exited? If I remember correctly, that gate is Gate 3, leading directly to the basement level of the floating city, correct? Yes, but that gate is extremely strong. Moreover, we triggered the alarm when we left, so we might encounter unknown enemies if we re-enter, Tyrion said solemnly. What a pity! It seems we have to go through some trouble, descending from the top to reach the basement level. What? To the basement level? Tyrion's eyes widened as he looked at Alvin in astonishment. Of course. Otherwise, Lord Tyrion, you wouldn't think Lord Garrett and I are alone, would you? Level -3 is just a small target. Alvin said with a hint of displeasure. Don't be ridiculous, Lord Alvin. You have no idea how dangerous it is down there. No. Unless your intelligence is wrong, the most formidable mechanical monsters you've encountered so far are the prototypes. Lord Garrett's lightning attacks can short-circuit any mechanical monsters within a certain area. As for those monsters formed from black mist, I handle them. With our targeted team configuration, I believe we can uncover even more secrets of this floating city ruins, don't you think, Lord Tyrion? No. You haven't actually entered. Even if this is the decision of the Federal Council, I have the right to make my own decisions. I will only accompany you to the entrance to the second floor, and then I will leave. This is my bottom line. Swordmaster Tyrion clearly remembered Ren's warning. He was told not to enter the third floor unless he was absolutely certain. Furthermore, Tyrion himself had absolutely no desire to explore the floating city ruins any further. As a swordmaster, it was highly unlikely that he would gain anything that would help improve his combat power in subsequent explorations. The most worrying thing was the mentality of Alvin, or the military exploration team. From the small goal they mentioned, reaching the third floor, it seemed they didn't take the unknown dangers within the floating city ruins seriously. In that case, Your Majesty Tyrion, there's no need to bother you with the rest of the exploration. I will propose to the military that Your Majesty Gutierrez be sent, Alvin said with a gloomy expression. Gutierrez? At the mention of that name, Tyrion's expression darkened. Anyone in the Federation knew that he and Gutierrez were at odds. The fact that Gutierrez had deliberately mentioned him as his replacement was self-evident. In that case, farewell. Good luck to His Majesty, Alvin. Tyrion's face was sullen. He said this and turned away. Chapter 508. Everyone in the cave camp was momentarily silent as they watched the scene unfold before them. After all, both Dawn Wizard Alvin and Swordmaster Tyrion were prominent figures, and no one present had the right to intervene. Watching Tyrion leave, Alvin glanced around with a grim expression and asked in a deep voice, "Who at this site has entered the ruins?" Without Tyrion's detailed description of the interior of the floating city ruins, Alvin naturally couldn't just rush in headfirst. He needed others to provide him with more detailed information. Though arrogant, he wasn't foolish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the level of a Dawn Wizard. Well, Your Majesty Alvin, several of us have been inside with Dean Hiram. At this point, several men in wizard robes raised their hands somewhat awkwardly. These men were part of the group rescued last time, and they were also representatives of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute conducting research here after Dean Hiram's departure. Oh! Are you researchers from the Federal Mechanical Research Institute? Last time, you were the ones trapped inside and needed rescue? From what he said, it seemed they were the same Federal Mechanical Research Institute team that had been trapped with Hiram the previous time, which made Alvin's expression slightly brighter. After all, he was someone familiar with the situation. He naturally knew Hiram had left the camp, otherwise he would have contacted Hiram long ago. Yes, Your Majesty Alvin, they said respectfully, but inwardly they were secretly complaining. This Your Majesty Alvin was truly inarticulate. Trapped inside? Couldn't he have said they had successfully returned? All of you follow me. I be in charge of the camp now, Alvin said to the surrounding federal soldiers, then led the researchers into the tent to take a detailed look at the situation. So, the whispers inside can actually be avoided by simply being deaf? Yes, Your Majesty. How simple. Alvin couldn't help but laugh. Coming in later was a plus. With the experience of those who came before us as a reference, there was less need for exploration that would have cost lives. It seemed that Swordmaster Tyrion and his group hadn't been completely unsuccessful. They had at least discovered some of the rules governing the floating city. After killing those goblin mummies, do black bugs crawl out of their heads, or does black mist drift out? Alvin asked again, picking up on a point of interest. Well, we've only seen black bugs. The leading researcher hesitated. Then why did Hiram's report mention monsters transformed from the black mist below? Alvin eyed the others suspiciously. We haven't seen it ourselves, not even Dean Hiram. This is the information that young Lord Ryan provided to Dean Hiram after his solo exploration of the second floor below. Several researchers exchanged glances at each other and spoke frankly. Oh! This news surprised Alvin. So that's how it is. But there are two possibilities. One is that what Ryan said isn't true, and his purpose is naturally to delay the Federation's exploration of the ruins. The other is that what he said is true, but even better, his fire magic can be used to specifically kill the black bugs and the black mist. Once Alvin understood this, his mood, which had soured after Tyrion's departure, suddenly brightened considerably. Your Majesty Alvin, Your Majesty Garrett has arrived, the lithe and relatively petite dagger woman, one of the 4 followers who had accompanied Alvin to the camp, reported. All right, let's go greet him together. Alvin nodded and stood up. At the entrance to the cave camp, a middle-aged man in a blue wizard robe inlaid with gold thread arrived, escorted by a team of female warriors wearing bright silver chain mail, armed with spears and shields. He had a warm demeanor and a smile on his face, giving off a warm, refreshing vibe, completely different from the impression Alvin had on everyone else. Many in the camp looked at him with respect. This man was Garrett, a lightning wizard, extremely rare among air wizards. even rarer than ice wizards among water wizards. Even compared to a rare metal wizard like Ryan, he's no less impressive. Your Excellency Garrett, welcome. Your Excellency Alvin, long time no see. After exchanging pleasantries, the two quickly took their seats in the main tent. So Your Excellency Tyrion has left? Gardler frowned upon hearing this news. You know, he's a sore master. Without such a capable warrior, the subsequent exploration of the floating city ruins will inevitably be affected. It's okay, Your Excellency Gardler. I've contacted the military immediately. Your Excellency Gutierrez will arrive at the camp tomorrow morning. Also, these researchers from the Federal Mechanical Research Institute are also survivors of the previous group. They were the ones who just told me the details of the floating city ruins. Alvin pointed to a few researchers nearby and said nonchalantly, I see. If Gutierrez ascends the throne, he can naturally replace Tyrion. Hearing that Alvin had considered everything, Gardler's frown immediately relaxed and he nodded. Besides, he, Alvin, and Gutierrez all had military experience, so the foundation for cooperation was already established. However, without an epic-level expert who's familiar with the situation to lead the way, we still need to be cautious. Of course. However, Your Majesty Gatler, you need not worry. Your Majesty Hernandez's water magic was suppressed in the previous team, significantly impacting his strength. We are different. The three of us are the best combination coordinated by the military regarding the situation within the floating city ruins. We each have our own strengths. Therefore, I believe our harvest this time will be even greater than our previous teams. I heard that the young, powerful Ren from the Empire is a rare metal-type Dawn wizard. Haha, perhaps. However, in my opinion, the metal-type Dawn wizard's greatest use here is to directly punch two holes in the metal floor of the floating city, Alvin said with a hint of sarcasm. Your Excellency, as a sword master, Gutierrez should be able to do this with ease. Also, with the blueprints, we can also go down the normal route, it'd just be slower. Well, since Your Excellency Erwin has made such thorough preparations, I'm relieved. Gatler nodded and smiled. Of course, Your Excellency Gatler. I plan to wait for Your Excellency Gutierrez to arrive tomorrow, and then we set off. What do you think? Okay. Ryan, on the other hand, had already arrived in Zataya. He and Hiram were currently sipping Bordeaux on the top floor of a high-rise in Zataya, overlooking the vast Emerald Sea. As for Hernandez, he had already left Zataya and continued on to the Principality of Andorra, where his mission was to be carried out. Dean Hiram, I've just learned a lot from your introduction to the common puppets and golems involved in ancient goblin engineering. Ryan smiled and raised his glass to Hiram in thanks. Ryan wasn't being polite, because he truly improved. The third prerequisite for his promotion to Goblin Engineer, Legendary, was mastery of Goblin engineering knowledge. Now, a percentage had been added to the number, showing 28%. Although Hiram wasn't good at combat, his research skills were certainly impressive. Your Majesty, you're too polite. With your talent, you'd be able to understand this knowledge with just a little time, Hiram complimented with a smile. Actually, he wasn't really being complimentary. Before discussing Goblin engineering, Hiram had assumed that Ryan, with such formidable skills at such a young age, must have devoted all his time and energy to sorcery and psychic power. Unexpectedly, after a few words, he discovered that Ryan truly understood. When he discussed the practical difficulties of puppetry, Ryan fluently followed up, demonstrating that he had truly put his hands on the craft. This completely astonished Hiram. He couldn't fathom how Ryan could be so powerful in combat, while also being so proficient in puppetry. But I still want to thank Lord Hiram. After dinner, I hope to have time to discuss relevant knowledge with you further. Of course. Then, Lord Ryan, several officials from the Zentai administration have been waiting for a while. How about we head to the banquet now? Hiram said with a smile, gesturing to a group of officials seated at a round table nearby, where they had been sitting for at least an hour and a half. Noticing Hiram and Ryan's gazes, several officials immediately stood up and bowed slightly with a smile. Okay, Ryan nodded with a smile. Although he had absolutely no interest in such socializing, he agreed to attend for Hiram's sake. However, just as the two stood up, a familiar voice rang from the doorway. So you're here, Lord Tyrion? Ryan and Hiram looked in surprise at the imposing figure who had just appeared at the doorway. Aren't you going to? Over there? Hiram blurted out. However, he immediately noticed the presence of a Zatayan city administration official and changed his tune. Forget it. It's that guy Alvin, who's here. I don't want to stay any longer. Swordmaster Tyrion waved his hand, signaling the other irrelevant personnel to leave. Huh? Is that Alvin? Hiram had naturally heard of him. Well, Garrett and Gutierrez will be here soon. They plan to explore the floating city ruins in depth, so I won't be joining them," Tyrion said with a cold expression upon mentioning this. "Explore further? Are these guys very powerful?" Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but ask curiously. "They're just average. One is a Fire Dawn wizard, and the other is a rare Lightning Dawn wizard. As for this guy Gutierrez, his strength is about the same as mine." Ryan was even more puzzled after hearing this. Is the Federation so extravagant? Sending Dawn wizards to explore the way regardless of casualties? You know, even he wouldn't dare go to the -3rd floor. Let's not even talk about the strength of the monsters in the prison area. If these three are as powerful as Tyrion said, without any powerful killer moves, they might be able to kill the ancient Minotaur and the other 3 infected monsters, but they're no match for the Black Mist Claw. Lord Tyrion, didn't you tell them about the dangers there? Of course I did. But their primary goal is the -3rd floor, and they even want to go deeper into the -4th floor. Do you think they listened to my advice? Tyrion said with downcast eyes. This? Ryan and Hiram exchanged a glance, unsure of what to say. Lord Tyrion, will your refusal of this mission have any negative consequences for you? Hiram couldn't help but ask with concern. Not really. This is a military-led mission, and my staying out of it is actually a good thing for them. These 3 individuals all have military backgrounds. Furthermore, when they ascended to the Dawn or reached the Blade Master level, they all received strong support from the military, which is completely different from my situation. Tyrion waved his hand, unconcerned. I see. Ren nodded. As expected, even epic-level masters have their share of close and distant connections. Whether in the Empire or the Federation, there are factions among epic-level masters. That evening, after accompanying Ryan to dinner, Swordmaster Tyrion departed. Ryan, on the other hand, practically dragged Hiram into a candlelit conversation until nearly 2 in the morning when Hiram returned to his room. In fact, if Hiram's research in goblin engineering hadn't been nearly exhausted in recent years, Ryan wouldn't have let him go. After all, it was hard to find another such opportunity. Of course, the results were quite significant. Ryan's progress in mastering goblin engineering knowledge had reached a remarkable 63%. It wouldn't be long before Ryan met the requirements for this job change. The next morning, Ryan, Hiram, and officials from the Zetian administration office greeted the Imperial delegation at the airship landing point. From the western sky of Zetian, a long snake flew in the distance. Airships of varying sizes, arranged in 2 columns, slowly approached Zetian. At the same time, a sturdy, buzz-cut man with a sharp, hawk-like gaze arrived from the cave camp. Unlike the 2 Dawn wizards, Alvin and Garrett, who had come with followers, he was alone, carrying a rare, flat-topped great sword. The blade was pitch black and cracked, as if forged from some raw ore. Another striking feature of the great sword was its flat end, as if the tip had been shaved off. Your Majesty Gutierrez, you've finally arrived. Your Majesty Garrett, and I have been waiting for you for a long time. Alvin, long time no see. Hey, Your Majesty Garrett is here too, Gutierrez said with a smile. With his straight jawline and thin lips, he had a hard look, and even his smile seemed forced. By the way, Your Majesty Gutierrez, you should rest first. Alvin was interrupted by Gutierrez mid-sentence. No, you too, I'm in great shape. I think we shouldn't waste time. I've already learned the basics of the mission on the way. We can discuss any details while we're at it, Gutierrez said, waving his hand. He was the most senior of the 3, and therefore qualified to speak so. Haha, Your Majesty Gutierrez is decisive and swift, much better than someone who turned away out of fear, Alvin said with a smile. Although he didn't mention anyone by name, everyone present knew who Alvin was talking about. Haha, perhaps Lord Tyrion simply doesn't want to contribute. Garrett also laughed. However, Gutierrez didn't join in the laughter, instead frowning slightly. He knew Tyrion's strength. He wouldn't leave without a reason, but at this point, he naturally didn't ask for the reason. Soon, a group of more than 10 people, led by 3 researchers, headed towards the floating city ruins. Before officially entering, everyone except Alvin and the other 2 had their hearing reduced to a deafness spell to avoid being affected by the whispers. With 2 Dawn wizards and a sword master leading the way, the group advanced at a rapid pace. After quickly dispatching 2 Mechanostriders patrols, they arrived near the temporary camp where Hiram's team had been trapped. However, the hole Ryan had previously drilled through to the basement level was gone. Huh? Why is it gone? It should be right here, a researcher asked, looking around at the ground with a puzzled expression. It should be restored. Gather bent down, feeling the ground with his right hand, which was gleaming with electricity, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Alvin and I aren't very good at breaking through such thick metal. I probably have to trouble you." "Yes, leave it to me." Gutierrez didn't refuse, nodding immediately. The next second, he leaped over 10 meters high, swinging his black sword rapidly towards the ground in midair. Instantly, four black sword beams pierced the metal ground. The sword marks on the ground combined to form the four sides of a square. Bang! Then, Gutierrez stood outside the square's scratches and delivered a powerful punch. He thought he would create a square-shaped gap in the metal ground, but the next second, his expression changed drastically. Judging from the recoil from his fist, the four sword strikes he had just made hadn't penetrated the metal layer below. "It's so thick." Gutierrez couldn't help but gasp. "Huh? Didn't cut it open?" Alvin and Garrett were also stunned. According to Hiram's report, it was the Empire's young epic warrior, Ryan, who melted it open with metal magic. In their opinion, if a young man could do it, there was no reason why the veteran swordsman couldn't cut it. Then, just as Alvin was about to say something, Gutierrez's face suddenly became serious. "Look out, there's a big guy coming." It should be the mechanical octopus mentioned in the intelligence. Clearly, their delay had attracted more mechanical monsters. Chapter 509. Amidst the faint mist, a series of dense thuds and increasingly heavy thuds echoed. The incoming enemy, as Gutierrez had predicted, consisted of a mechanical octopus similar to the one Ryan and his team had encountered before, along with a prototype and several patrols of mechanical chocobos. Thanks to Hiram's report, the entire team was prepared. Gutierrez and Alvin combined their strength to attack the most threatening mechanical octopus, while Garrett unleashed an electric shock, paralyzing most of the mechanical chocobos. In less than 2 minutes, the team successfully defeated the attackers. Seeing how easily the mechanical octopus had been defeated, Alvin's lips curled up, his chin raised slightly, and he said, "Hiram mentioned in his report how difficult this mechanical octopus was to deal with. It seems they're too weak." "Well, not that we're weak. It's just that our combination is more targeted than theirs." Garrett nodded. Garrett saw that the mechanical artifacts before him were perfectly balanced against lightning magic, making them relatively easy for him to deal with. Therefore, he was quite sympathetic to Alvin's statement. It seems that the difficulty of this floating city ruins may not be as high as Hiram's report indicated. "We may very well gain something this time," Alvin said with a smile. "Your Excellency Alvin, I agree with you. However, the problem now is, if we can't find the entrance to the cave we left last time, how do we get down?" Garrett said, smiling, pointing to the ground. Although several researchers had been deafened, they quickly understood from Garrett's gestures and glances that the others were discussing how to get down. Several people glanced at each other, each one looking thoughtful. They wanted to demonstrate their abilities, so they could get a share of the upcoming exploration. At the very least, their contributions would be mentioned in the subsequent exploration report. If Dean Hiram successfully achieved the status of Dawn Wizard, they would have the opportunity to advance further based on their performance in the exploration of the floating city ruins. Suddenly, one of them's eyes lit up, as if a thought struck him. He quickly bent down and touched the ground with his hand, which shone with a faint silver metallic sheen, as if sensing something. Soon he looked up and said, "My lords, I think I know the reason. There must be a reason why Swordmaster Tyrion didn't use his sword to cut through the metal floor." "Oh!" Hearing this, Swordmaster Gutierrez's expression brightened slightly. Although he had just quickly killed the mechanical octopus, it had consumed a considerable amount of energy. Furthermore, he was still troubled by his failure to cut through the metal floor. However, hearing that Swordmaster Tyrion hadn't even attempted to split the metal floor made him feel much better. Get to the point, or the mechanical monsters will come again. Alvin hated this kind of suspenseful talk. Unfortunately, Alvin had forgotten that he had blinded the researchers, so the researcher continued his rambling. Besides being eternally solidified, the metal floor must also have some strange force between the metal particles, similar to stress. So, the masters didn't take action at the time. Instead, Lord Ryan, a metal-based Dawn Wizard, cast some metal-based magic slowly corrupting the metal floor. This explanation immediately gained the approval of the three, including Alvin. No wonder it couldn't be cut. "So that's it. What's the solution?" Garrett asked, but then he realized several researchers had been deafened and immediately gestured again. "Oh, sir, we have a metal particle generator. It should be able to counteract this stress within a certain area. Then, we should be able to cut it open," the researcher said, understanding the gesture. "Then what are we waiting for? Get moving." Alvin was furious. There was a solution, but they didn't act quickly. Were they going to wait until the second wave of mechanical octopuses arrived? Quickly, several researchers pulled disc-like devices from their bags and placed them at the 4 vertices of the square. Following this, Gutierrez leaped high again and unleashed his sword moves. This time, as 4 black sword beams sliced through the metal surface, he didn't even need to pound it hard. The cut surface of the square began to slowly descend. As expected? I knew it. That young Dawn wizard named Ryan couldn't possibly be this powerful. Even His Majesty Gutierrez couldn't cut it, yet he managed to do it. Humph, so they're just taking advantage. Alvin couldn't help but snort, his chin raised slightly in pride. Seeing the ground being successfully sliced open, the others naturally smiled. Even Gutierrez's usually serious face cracked with a hint of a smile. Do we need to send someone to guard this floor? We can't leave anyone behind on this floor. My followers just tried stealth and found they'd still be discovered. Alvin pointed to the petite woman beside him, wearing leather armor that only revealed her eyes. Don't worry, my lords. We've brought plenty of these particle generators. A few minutes later, as the team entered the underground level, Alvin couldn't help but glint a glint of greed as he gazed at the vast space before him, filled with gears and mechanical devices operating automatically. How wonderful it would be if I could completely control this floating city. Then I'd surely become the most powerful wizard in the entire Federation. However, Alvin quickly suppressed his desire and said solemnly, according to Hiram's report, this level primarily controls the movement and defense of the ground level. If we want to gain anything, we must at least reach the underground level. Well, let's go directly to the underground level, Garrett agreed. Soon, relying on the particle generator to isolate the metal from stress, Swordmaster Gutierrez successfully cleaved the metal surface once again, and the entire team reached the underground level. Hiram's report says there was a violent explosion in the workshop area on the second basement level. Aside from the prison, there shouldn't be any mechanical monsters in other areas of this level. But this level has already been searched by Tyrion's team. Your Majesty Gutierrez, Your Majesty Garrett, should we proceed to the next level? Alvin asked. Although his expression remained calm, he was already anticipating the rewards of the third level. Of course we can. However, the report says that the Empire's Ryan hasn't completed his exploration of the prison. Should we go there first? Gardler said after a moment's thought. Naturally, he had some special requests for participating in the exploration. However, Gardler also saw the prison area specifically marked in Hiram's report, stating that it was highly dangerous. To be on the safe side, it's best to test the waters in the prison area first. What's His Majesty Gutierrez's opinion? Alvin frowned. Let's go to the prison first and see what's going on. It's safer to proceed step by step. Since you both agree, let's go to the prison first. Alvin was a little disappointed, but when he thought about finding the remains of ancient prisoners in the prison, he thought he'd probably get something, so he stopped insisting. A few minutes later. Wait, there's movement, coming quickly towards us from the front and right. Gutierrez suddenly stopped, pointed to the front and right, his face serious. Should it be a Mecha Chocobo patrol? No, at least from the sound, it's definitely not. Gutierrez shook his head. Soon, without further speculation, a completely new kind of mechanical monster appeared. Is this a Mecha Velociraptor? Garrett looked surprised. But Hiram's report didn't mention anything like this on this floor, Alvin said, slightly startled as he looked at the mechanical raptor. Several researchers, having never been to the basement level, were also bewildered. To their left and in front of them, 2 teams of raptors appeared. Each team consisted of over 10 individuals, averaging over 3 meters tall and controlled by goblin corpses. The leading raptor in each team was noticeably taller, around 4.5 meters. The raptor's hooked claws, several dozen centimeters long, gleamed with a metallic sheen and were noticeably sharp. Their lower limbs, which were significantly larger than their bodies, were exposed, with hydraulic and gear mechanisms exposed. If Hiram were present, he would have immediately identified the enemy's structure as extremely fast. The battle began immediately. Without any data, the mechanical raptor's speed and agility astonished everyone present from the moment they engaged. Compared to the mechanical chocobos, the difference between the two was like that between a security patrol and an armed regular army. After a few minutes, although the team quickly eliminated the 2 raptors, they suffered their first casualties. Alvin and Garrett each lost one of their followers. It's indeed a difficult situation. No wonder that Imperial Ryan left after exploring for a while. However, for our team, this isn't a big deal, Alvin said, his chin raised slightly, his expression still slightly arrogant. If there were more of them, even we would have to be careful. Wait! That's a hissing sound, a cutting sound, and it's getting louder. Suddenly, Gutierrez, who was at the front of the team, stopped and said. At this moment, the others in the team pointed in various directions. Look, mechanical velociraptors. There's one over here. There's one behind. The female archer at the rear exclaimed. Looking at their numbers, there were over 50, no, 100. These mechanical velociraptors were surprisingly capable of organized, large-scale hunting, just like real velociraptors. Don't panic, defend your position, Alvin said solemnly. In his opinion, these velociraptors might pose a threat to his followers, but for a Dawn Wizard-level warrior like him, they posed no threat, but a nuisance at best. His 2 armored knights, upon hearing the command, leaped forward, raising their tower shields and blocking Alvin's path. Suddenly, a humming sound intensified, and a rapidly spinning cutting disc with a radius of over 3 meters emerged from the ground below. In an instant, it sliced Alvin's 2 armored knights, both holding tower shields, in half. Then, with a flash of the disc, it also cleaved Alvin, who was performing the Fire Dawn killing move behind the 2 knights. The speed was so fast, almost lightning fast. What? Sword Saint Gutierrez and Garrett were stunned. Alvin was dead? A 4th-level Dawn Wizard died just like that? There was actually a bit of coincidence here. Since Alvin was performing the Fire Dawn killing move, the casting time was quite long, and he hadn't anticipated the attack coming from beneath the metal ground. Finally, he overtrusted the fighting power of his 2 heavily armored knights. In reality, they couldn't even block the enemy for a moment, leaving them no time to dodge. This led to the near-instantaneous destruction before him. At this moment, the teeth-grinding sound of massive metal plates twisting began to echo from below. As the metal floor was cut open, a massive, shimmering red dinosaur skull emerged from the thick metal layer below. The size of this metal head alone was comparable to a steam locomotive. Zetaya. At this moment, the Imperial delegation's half-day inspection of Zetaya, their last stop in the Federation, had also successfully concluded. The Federation reception staff, led by Vice Speaker Bertrand, were at the Zetaya airship docking station, bidding farewell to Red Queen Minia, Ryan, Reginald, and their entourage. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your meticulous arrangements and gracious hospitality, Minia said with a smile. It is my pleasure, Your Highness Minia. I look forward to meeting you again, Bertrand said with a slight bow. However, as Bertrand finished his last words and Minia began to board the boat, a servant with a serious expression suddenly approached Bertrand and whispered something. Although Bertrand merely nodded and said nothing, Ryan, standing beside him, could sense that he swayed slightly, and the smile on his face suddenly faltered. Clearly, something significant had occurred. After Minia, Ryan, and the other members of the Imperial delegation boarded the airship, Bertrand's expression suddenly fell. He addressed the attendants behind him in a deep voice, immediately notify Senator Nelson and Admiral Randall to attend the meeting. By the way, see if Hiram has left. If not, notify him to attend the meeting. The beautiful Senator Trenna, standing nearby, frowned upon hearing Bertrand's words and asked softly, Mr. Vice Speaker, what happened? Bertrand waved his hand, signaling the attendants and officials to leave. He sighed and said, Senator Trenna, just now, during the military-led exploration of the floating city ruins, His Majesty Alvin was killed on the spot. Sword Saint Gutierrez returned to camp and succumbed to his injuries. Currently, only His Majesty Garrett and a few others survive. What? Trenna exclaimed, covering her mouth. You know, it's been a long time since the Federation has lost 2 epic-level experts at once. Half an hour later, a high-level, secret meeting was held in a special conference room in the Zetaya Administrative Office. After the briefing, the room fell into complete silence. After a long pause, Trenna spoke first. I am deeply shocked and saddened to hear of the sacrifices of the 2 lords. But I'd like to know why the military launched this exploration so quickly, launching it the day after our last meeting. Admiral Randall, have you conducted sufficient research and preparations? The 3 Federation warriors all possess extensive combat experience. Furthermore, they reviewed Lord Hiram's report before officially entering the floating city ruins. So, while entering the ruins the next day was a bit expedited, I don't see any problem. But given what happened, we have reason to believe that Lord Ryan of the Empire may have tampered with the situation on the 2nd floor below, Admiral Randall said, his face gloomy. The deaths of 2 epic-level Federation warriors, with military backgrounds, is a devastating loss for the military faction. He had completely unexpectedly anticipated this situation. Impossible. Hiram, sitting at the bottom of the table, couldn't help but speak. In this high-profile meeting, someone of his rank shouldn't have spoken freely, but he couldn't help himself. Mr. Ryan clearly stated that the prison shouldn't be entered without permission. I also mentioned this point in my report and highlighted it. At this point, Nelson tapped his pipe, interrupting Hiram. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This is where Mr. Ryan's cleverness lies." He deliberately reminded us of this because he knew our Federation's powerful men would inevitably take the initiative to explore. So, he devised a trap for me to fall into. I totally disagree. A mature female voice rang out. Then, Mr. Nelson, if Mr. Ryan hadn't reminded us at the time, wouldn't that have been considered a deliberate concealment? In that case, wouldn't Mr. Ryan be wrong to remind us, and wouldn't he be wrong not to remind us? Trena's words immediately left Nelson at a loss for words. This is clearly a problem caused by the military's impatience. Blaming it on someone else's well-intentioned warning is simply shameless, Hiram said angrily, rising. To those with prejudice, everything they see is prejudice. Everyone, if you excuse me, I need to return to Antahor to prepare for my promotion. Farewell. Hiram turned and left immediately. Admiral Randall's face turned pale. He was about to rebuke Hiram, but at the last word, promotion, he mumbled twice, and held back a word. Aside from Bertrand, who had learned about it 2 days earlier, everyone present stared in astonishment at the departing director of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute. No faction or faction wanted to offend a Dawn Wizard about to be promoted, especially since he was a renowned scientific leader within the Federation. Chapter 510. Haha, it seems our Dean Hiram has a great deal of respect for Lord Ryan of the Empire, Senator Nelson said after an awkward laugh, sort of helping Admiral Randall smooth things over. That's not the point. The question now is, what about the subsequent exploration of the floating city ruins? Trena asked from the side. Because the initial exploration led by the military had encountered such significant problems, neither Admiral Randall nor Senator Nelson responded to Trena's questioning. Senator Trena, do you have any suggestions? Deputy Speaker Bertrand asked gravely. I suggest immediately sending His Majesty the Blade Master Tyrion back to the cave camp. As a Federation expert with experience from the previous floating city exploration, it would be more appropriate for him to oversee the initial phase. In addition, I suggest setting up a large-scale defensive formation around the floating city to prevent those velociraptor-like mechanical monsters, which have just appeared, from breaking out. Senator Nelson frowned and questioned, Senator Trena, do you know how large the floating city occupies? This will consume a huge amount of Federation resources and manpower. Of course, but Senator Nelson has considered what to do if these mechanical monsters break out of the floating city. Trena retorted. Well, even if what Senator Trena says is valid, what about the exploration? Shouldn't the initial phase of exploration be carried out? Nelson continued. Even if it is to be carried out, my suggestion is that His Majesty Tyrion lead the team, confining their activities to the basement level of the floating city ruins and keeping them ready for retreat at any time. Once we have gathered enough powerful individuals, we will consider further exploration. Especially Lord Hiram. If he can successfully ascend to Dawn Wizard, he will be the Federation's second metal-type Dawn Wizard, which will be of great benefit to the subsequent exploration of the floating city ruins. Don't forget, Lord Ryan of the Empire is a metal-type Dawn Wizard. Trena's words immediately made Senator Nelson and Admiral Randall feel uneasy, but they couldn't think of a suitable angle to refute them. Then it's settled. Senator Trena, please contact His Majesty the Swordmaster Tyrion immediately. Also, Admiral Randall, you and I will return to Antahor immediately. We will both face questioning before the Federal Parliament, Deputy Speaker Bertrand said in a deep voice, his expression grim. Because of the military's failure in this operation, he still had to explain himself to the Federal Parliament. Of course, this wasn't his responsibility, but rather the normal procedure for questioning after a major incident, a crucial institution within the Federation. The deaths of two powerful Federation figures while exploring the ruins were undoubtedly a major event that shook the Federation. Meanwhile, above the vast summer sea, the Imperial airship fleet had just departed when the Federation's great city of Zataya gradually vanished from view. Ryan and Minia were currently perched on the side of the flagship, admiring the distant scenery and chatting in the sea breeze. Something important must have happened in the Federation just now. I saw Bertrand's expression change, Minia said calmly. Your Highness Minia, did you notice that too? Ryan smiled. Well, no rush. The intelligence department should have news soon. By the way, Ryan, how were the results of your exploration of the ruins? Your Highness Minia, I'm very lucky. I found the 5th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. Oh! That's great news. Moria will be so happy to hear this news. Besides, the Empire will soon have another major school of thought. Minia's beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, She smoothed her light red hair by her ear and smiled. Ryan was stunned by Minia's sudden glance back and smile. For the first time, he noticed that Minia's beautiful eyes seemed to hold more than just admiration. He had always assumed that Minia, as a representative of the imperial family, would have more than just admiration and expectations for them, the future stars of the empire. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. At least, not entirely for him. This is a kind of. However, Ryan didn't linger on his gaze for long. He quickly nodded and said, "Haha, indeed, Master Moria would be very happy. As for the large schools, when we return this time, I believe Master Moria will represent the School of Construction and apply to the Empire for promotion to a large school. By the way, Your Highness Minia, perhaps you don't know, but that ruin is actually a complete floating city from the ancient Goblin Empire." Ryan suddenly thought of something and introduced it. A floating city? Minia, who usually had a calm expression and a composed demeanor, couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly as she spoke. Yes, it was the ancient Goblin capital, and it was also a stunning floating city. Inside, immediately, Ryan began to recount his experiences on this trip in detail, though he somewhat omitted the cryptic details recorded in the black leather journal, such as the fact that the Iron Heart meditation originated from the ancient Goblin Empire. By the way, Your Highness Minia, I encountered a black mist in there that can transform into any form. It's quite troublesome. Also, according to the relics of ancient wizards, who died during the exploration, they call this black mist the Shaw Demon. Do you know the origin of this Shaw Demon? Ryan finally asked what he had been wanting to know. What? The Shaw Demon? Minia's pretty face changed again, suddenly becoming extremely serious. Ryan, are you sure the ancient wizards called that black mist the Shaw Demon? Yes, Your Highness Minia. Ryan nodded. Tell me in detail about the Shaw Demon you encountered, Minia said solemnly after a moment's thought. Ryan nodded, knowing that Minia wanted to confirm whether what he had encountered was indeed a Shaw Demon. At first, a black bug appeared, lurking in the goblin's mummified head. After I killed it, I was surprised to find it transformed into a puff of black smoke and vanished. In the prison on the second floor below ground, I encountered an ancient minotaur shrouded in a dark aura. As Ryan spoke, Minia's pretty face grew increasingly serious. From your description, it seems it was indeed a demon. It seems the ancient texts claim that the ancient Goblin Empire was destroyed by a sudden attack by a demon. It seems to be true. Minia nodded. Your Highness Minia, what is the origin of this demon? Ryan asked. The earliest history of this demon is so ancient that it's difficult to verify. Ancient texts from long ago record that demons were evil creatures created by the Lord of the Void, and their appearances cause great turmoil in the world. Demons don't have a fixed physical form. Moreover, upon encountering a powerful enemy, multiple demons will fuse, forming medium-sized or even large demons that are several times more powerful. In fact, combating demons is not just our primary focus, but also the primary focus of the Goddess Church. Goddess Church? Well, I'm sure you discovered that fire magic is very effective against demons, but in reality, the most effective means of destruction is divine power. Divine power? Yes, Ryan. Since you've come into contact with the demon, with your strength, there's a secret you can learn. A fragment of the demon's body is sealed deep within the underground of the imperial capital's Coin Cathedral. It is precisely because of this that the task of guarding the demon's remains has tied down most of the epic-level experts of the Goddess Church. I see. Ryan nodded, a look of realization on his face. No wonder, while other cults were active, the imperial swordbearers and the royal family were responsible for their suppression, while the Goddess Church seemed to remain relatively quiet. Apparently, they were guarding against the resurgence of the evil spirits. Based on the information you provided, while the Goblin capital was attacked, it seems the evil spirits were successfully sealed, or rather, suppressed, and a certain balance achieved. Otherwise, they would have long since broken out of the ruins and wreaked havoc on the Federation. But with the Federation's exploration, this balance is likely to be disrupted. Minia suddenly thought, her beautiful eyes narrowing, a stern gleam in her eyes. Adjutant, inform the Federation that they must be vigilant against the demonic threat. Ideally, they should prepare their defenses first. Minia turned and waved to the adjutant nearby. As you command, Your Highness. At this moment, following the angle of the Imperial airship formation in the sky, one could see numerous fishing boats of all sizes dotted across the azure sea below. Fishing boats were a common sight along both the Imperial and Federation coasts. However, on one of the fishing boats, several people were clearly busy with something unrelated to fishing. One man, holding a small, brass-colored, pendulum-shaped monocular, observed the Imperial delegation's airship formation midair, his mouth rattling off numbers. 65 degrees elevation. 3, 2, 1. 63 degrees elevation. What he was holding was actually a sextant, an instrument used during navigation to determine longitude and latitude by measuring the angle between the stars and the sea level. Currently, he was measuring data related to the Imperial airship formation. Roger that. The elevation difference is 2 degrees, and we're 2 nautical miles from the Bachelor, another man said, calculating something in a notebook with a quill. Preliminary estimate. The enemy's speed is 80 knots, and their heading is. A string of results sprang out from this man's lips. In fact, when the Zatia airship formation took off, someone was already observing the Imperial airship formation from the coast. Furthermore, there were many more ships observing the airship formation on the sea. The one in front, not far ahead, was the Bachelor the man had mentioned. Another small pirate ship disguised as a fishing boat. They were all elite individuals selected from small pirate groups and maritime speculators who had defected to the Poseidon cult. For them, this time, their mission was simple: to observe the Imperial delegation's airship fleet's return route and speed as best they could and report back immediately. Somewhere in the deep sea. Your Holiness, reports have arrived from the front. The Imperial airship fleet has departed from Zatia, the Federation, on its return journey at 80 knots. A black-robed figure, with a strange sea monster pattern on his chest, reported respectfully. Very well then. We will hold the prayer ceremony now. Calculating the time, it should be just as the enemy leaves the Federation's waters. The Poseidon cult's Pope, Egil, arrived at the prayer hall with a group of high-ranking wizards and sorcerers. A large group of black-robed monks were already busy here, their intricately arranged magic arrays on the ground ready for activation. Great goddess of the underworld, the tsunami demonstrates your authority, and the storm speaks of your majesty. Soon Egil, the cult's pope, began to whisper a prayer. Behind him, a sea of fellow Poseidon followers, now prostrated on the prayer formation, chanting softly. A few meters in front of Egil, in the center of the prayer formation, sat a crystal coffin. Within was a rare mermaid, a human upper body and a fishtail. She was beautiful, her eyes closed. Her towering breasts were adorned and concealed by 2 shells. The bright silver scales on her lower body glowed faintly, a mere glance inviting the urge to touch them. This vessel, crafted with immense effort by the cult of Poseidon, was a mermaid princess from an ancient, long-extinct race of mermaids found in ancient ruins. A few minutes later, the mermaid's long eyelashes fluttered within the crystal coffin, and then she opened her azure eyes and slowly stood up. My servant Egil, have you summoned me now, because you have found traces of the human named Rain? Yes, great goddess of the underworld. Egil bowed and began to speak rapidly. Very well. How is Jorgunderman recovering? Hela, goddess of the underworld, asked as she emerged from the crystal coffin. Her once bright, scaly lower body had surprisingly transformed into the white legs of a human woman. Reporting to Her Majesty, I've recovered approximately 70% of my strength. The believers are currently working overtime. Very good, that's enough. This time, I take care of that unrespectful human boy, Ryan, and the dragon heir. Although Hela, the goddess of the underworld, descended last time, her projection failed, and she returned to the Poseidon cult. She left behind the specific locations of several sealed sites and ruins before immediately withdrawing her divine power. After searching for some time, the Poseidon cult has successfully located and opened an ancient sea tribe ruin and a sealed site. The ancient sea tribe ruins yielded the body of the mermaid princess, Narila. Encased in the essence of water within a crystal coffin, her body, despite the passage of time, shows no signs of decay, making it an ideal vessel for Hela, the goddess of the underworld, to descend. And what was found in that sealed place was a famous beast of the ancient ocean, comparable to the Kraken Gazran, also known as the Leviathan whale, Jorgunderman. The other party was in a dormant underwater volcanic cave several kilometers away. A massive indigo narwhal, over 200 meters long, was being infused with some kind of energy by a group of sea god cult sorcerers. 5 high-ranking sea god cult sorcerers formed a pentagram. As the dim blue light of the magic circle beneath them illuminated, they used water essence, a blue jelly mass that constantly shifted like plasticine, as a medium to fire dazzling blue beams at the narwhal. There were over 10 similar magic circles surrounding the narwhal. Jorgunman, benefiting from the blue beams, emitted thunderous hums, clearly finding it quite comfortable. Because it had been sealed for so long, even if it were freed, its strength would not be fully restored in a short period of time. The sea god cult was currently developing a method to rapidly restore its strength. This, however, would require a large amount of water essence and the participation of numerous mid- and high-level sorcerers within the cult. As for why the Leviathan whale Jorgondiman was prioritized for resurrecting, there was a reason. Since the previous defeat with the Kraken, the Poseidon cult had learned of the Imperial delegation's visit to the Federation. To counter the powerful Imperial and Federation airship fleets, the Leviathan whale Jorgondiman, possessing the powerful abilities of Surge and Whale Spout, was naturally the best choice. Just as the Poseidon cult was attacking the Federation coast, attempting to lure the Imperial delegation into another attack, the Zala rebels revealed crucial information. The Imperial delegation would return to the Dragon Empire from the Zetaya Sea today. Thus, the plan changed to ambush the Imperial airship fleet upon its return. A few hours later, in midair, within a luxurious cabin aboard the Imperial airship fleet's flagship, Ryan, having just completed his elf leatherworking job change, was checking the system notifications that flashed across his screen. Ding! Promotion successful. Promoted to elf leatherworker. Increased strength by 2 and agility by 4. Gain the elf leatherworker core skill. Elemental leatherworking level 1. Elemental leatherworking level 1. Active. When crafting leather armor, you can draw upon mystical energy particles for a buff, and the success rate of crafting the corresponding leather armor is slightly increased. Ryan could have completed his elf leatherworking job change long before the Imperial delegation arrived in Weston, but because Trina had something to ask him, he had put it off. Elemental leatherworking? Ryan thought to himself, a look of delight on his face. Suddenly, before he had finished checking, he was startled by the piercing sound of the airship alarm. Chapter 511. As Ryan rushed out of the cabin, he saw soldiers running about in a panic in the hallways and along the side of the ship, shouting orders. This was the flagship of the Imperial airship fleet. Few things could cause such a flustered and terrified state among the elite Imperial soldiers. Looking down the side of the airship, where several soldiers were pointing, Ryan's eyes widened. A massive circular vortex appeared in the sea below, about 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. The vortex seemed to be spinning faster and faster, sucking seagulls, albatrosses, and other seabirds that had been skimming the surface of the water inward. For a moment, it was as if a hole had appeared in the seabed. Even the Imperial airship fleet, cruising at an altitude of 2,000 meters, was affected by the rapidly descending air currents. The massive airship's airbags began to shift, and with them, the hangar below, where Ryan was stationed, began to tilt as well. At this moment, Mia and Reginald also hurried from the cabin to the side of the ship, one after the other. Ryan, His Majesty Reginald and I will go down to check. You remain for now. Red Queen Mia spotted the vortex below and immediately made some arrangements. As she spoke, suddenly, the vortex below underwent a drastic change. It was as if the vortex had reached a certain limit in terms of the amount of water it could absorb. The next second, the vast seawater within the vortex suddenly reversed and surged high into the sky, forming a massive, crystalline column hundreds of meters high. It was like throwing a stone into the water. The stone first dented the surface, creating a depression, and then, in an instant, it rebounded. But what instantly caught the attention of the 3 epic-level warriors, including Ryan, wasn't the massive, towering column of water, but the enormous shadow within it. It was a fish. An immensely large whale. And a whale with a horn. The vortex just now was the special ability of the Leviathan whale, Jorgenman, Surge. It formed a vortex on the sea surface, and when it drew in enough seawater, it would surge upwards, forming a massive column of water. Is this the ancient Leviathan whale? Wasn't it extinct long ago? Reginald exclaimed in shock at the sight of its whale-like square body and unique horn. Not good. Quick, all airships, jettison the heavy objects, raise the course, and proceed at full speed. Reginald's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted to his lieutenant. Airships have a limited climb altitude. The higher they go, the thinner the air becomes, and the buoyancy provided by their airbags decreases. Most of the airships used by the Imperial delegation this time have a maximum altitude of around 2,600 meters. Yes. But before the adjutant could take a few steps, suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the sea below, followed by a massive column of water, tens of meters in diameter, erupting from the bloody maw of the Leviathan whale below like a cannonball. The creature's unique cavity structure caused this column of water to resemble a massive, ultra-high-pressure water cannon, or a massive anti-aircraft gun, instantly blasting an Imperial airship behind the flagship to pieces. Whale fountain. It's the Leviathan whale, indeed, Mia said, her pretty face grim. Seeing this iconic ability, the creature's origins were now unquestionable. Let's go, Your Majesty Reginald. We divert their attention. The airship formation will immediately climb to altitude and head towards the Empire at full speed. Well, I never thought we'd have to help them destroy a resurrected ancient beast just after leaving Federation territory. Reginald sighed, shaking his head. Although this was his first encounter with the Leviathan whale, with Minia and him, Reginald was confident they could kill it. At the very least, repelling it would be no problem. Ryan opened his mouth, about to ask why he was being asked to stay behind again this time. With two loud dragon roars, two giant dragons, one red and one yellow, soared from the sky below the airship flagship. Minia and Reginald quickly leaped onto their respective dragons' backs. All right, Ryan observed the scene, shaking his head helplessly. At this moment, the situation in the sea changed again. Suddenly, a dense mass of tiny black dots appeared in the sea beneath the Leviathan whale. Immediately, these tiny dots burst out of the water and charged towards the Imperial Dragon Knights and airship formations in the sky. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly, quickly seeing that these were clearly black-robed monks riding flying fish or manta rays with transparent wings. Sea God Cult. It seems the resurrection of this so-called Leviathan whale is no accident. However, these flying fish and manta ray knights didn't pose much of a threat to Minia and Reginald, two veteran Imperial Dragon Knights. Instead, they were struck by a continuous stream of scorching flames and swirling sand and gravel breaths, causing them to plummet from the air like black raindrops. However, their obstruction gave the Leviathan whale the opportunity to unleash its whale spring, destroying several Imperial airships. The situation seemed tense. The enemy's Leviathan whales bombarded the Imperial airships, while their own dragon riders mowed down the enemy's flying knights. But Ryan had a feeling their attack wouldn't be so simple. At that moment, suddenly, the red dragon Thassa, soaring through the sky and killing the Poseidon flying knights, was suddenly entangled by a sudden mass of black water, its speed significantly reduced. An old man, wielding a black crystal scepter, quickly emerged from the water, surrounded by several powerful Poseidon warlocks. It was none other than Egil, Pope of the Poseidon cult. Your Highness, Red Queen Minia, although this is our first meeting, I've long heard of your name. Sadly, this may be our last, the old man said, looking at Minia with a sly smile. Huh? Where's that young man named Ryan? Egil glanced at Reginald in the sky again, seemingly realizing it wasn't Ryan, and asked. Then, realizing something, he glanced at the Imperial airship flagship in the sky. Not good. Somehow, seeing the other man's expression, which seemed to indicate a successful plot, Ryan immediately sensed something bad was about to happen. He leaped from the airship without hesitation, and the next moment, he transformed into his fifth form. A dark silver dragon with a metallic sheen, swooping down. The battle below also took another turn. Seeing the appearance of the Poseidon Pope, Reginald controlled his dragon companion, Ted, to rescue Minia. But in an instant, a fist-thick black beam suddenly shot out from beneath the water, traveling at nearly the speed of light. It instantly pierced the red dragon Thassa's protective ring of fire, then pierced Thassa's abdomen before exiting from the red dragon's back. Finally, it barely passed Minia within a meter of her eyes, soaring into the sky. Your Highness Minia, Reginald exclaimed. His fellow dragon, Ted, sped even faster, charging towards Minia. But the high-ranking wizards and sorcerers of the Poseidon cult, led by Pope Egil, unleashed a barrage of powerful sorcery and witchcraft, forcing Ted and Reginald back. What? The elite Imperial soldiers aboard the Imperial airship, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in shock. This was the first time they had seen Her Highness the Red Queen Minia suffer such a heavy loss. Ah! The red dragon Thassa let out a mournful wail. In fact, if it hadn't endured the pain and shifted slightly, the terrifying black beam would have pierced it and severely damaged Minia as well. TSK, how embarrassing. Impolite scion of dragon. This is in response to your last sneak attack on my avatar. At this moment, a slender and alluring figure slowly emerged from the water. It was none other than Hela, goddess of the underworld. A deity's ambush attack naturally caught everyone by surprise. But judging by the other person's tone, it seemed that the Red Queen Minia had attacked her before. At this moment, Reginald controlled his dragon companion, Ted, to withstand several attacks from the high-ranking warlocks of the cult of Poseidon and approached Minia and Thassa. But the next second, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, raised her white hand, and dozens of black water whirlpools rushed towards Reginald, forcing Reginald to turn around and dodge again. Meanwhile, the Leviathan whale, Jorgondemon, leaped toward the injured red dragon, Thassa, its maw wide open, intending to devour it whole. For a moment, Red Queen Minia faced a deadly attack from Hela, the goddess of the underworld, Jorgondemon, the Leviathan whale, and the Pope of the Poseidon cult. However, faced with such a desperate situation, Minia still made the best decision. Facing the attacking Leviathan whale's head, she unleashed a crimson spiral beam of intensely concentrated flame. It was Dawn's ultimate move, Blazing Wave Cone. Puff! The spiral flame beam, possessing immense penetrating power, flashed through the Leviathan whale's maw, undoubtedly hitting it. However, the creature was only momentarily stunned before continuing its charge towards Minia. But Minia was determined to secure this fleeting moment. In an instant, her pretty face turned solemn, and her slender figure suddenly transformed. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red dragon, even taller than the red dragon Thassa, appeared before everyone. Oh! It's indeed the offspring of dragon. However, it was forced to transform into a dragon vein so quickly. It seems there's no way to resist it. Unlike the shocked crowd, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, saw this scene without any surprise. Instead, she smiled and spoke in a light-hearted tone. As Minia transformed into a giant dragon, she grasped her already shaky dragon companion Thassa with her claws, and suddenly flapped her wings, lifting her up, narrowly avoiding the Leviathan's bloody maw. Don't forget, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was already waiting nearby. A black beam of light shot out from Hela's white fingertips again, aiming at the dragon like Minia. Putting aside the near-instantaneous speed of the spell, the timing alone was impeccable, coinciding with the moment Minia's old strength was exhausted and her new strength was yet to be regenerated. This was the terrifying aspect of the incarnation of a deity. If the strength was similar, once one gained the upper hand, there was no chance of a comeback. In a flash of lightning, a massive dark silver figure swooped down from the sky, appearing in front of Minia and Thassa in an instant. With its dragon claws radiating dark silver light, it firmly blocked the black beam within its palm. The two waves of energy clashed fiercely at the dragon claws, and when a wisp of black smoke dissipated within the claws' palms, Ryan had effectively blocked the fatal blow. However, despite blocking the attack, Ryan's expression remained solemn. For, judging by the strength of the previous attack, the power of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was surprisingly far greater this time. This made Ryan scrutinize Hela's form carefully. Blasphemer, I was planning to crush this impolite offspring of dragon first before dealing with you. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to even disembark from the airship. The goddess of the underworld, Hela, glanced at the dragon that Ryan had transformed into. The smile on her pretty face gradually faded, as if she were recalling some unpleasant past events. So even gods can launch surprise attacks. I always thought only despicable wanderers would do that, Ryan scoffed, quickly assessing the situation. At the same time, he glanced at Minia, who had transformed into a dragon, and the red dragon, Thassa. This was the first time he had seen Minia transform, or, more accurately, the royal offspring of the Dragon Empire transformed into a dragon. The red dragon Minia transformed into was more slender than Thassa's, and the shape of her horns was also different, with a more pronounced curve. Also, she wore a beautiful gem pendant beneath her neck. If Ryan sensed it correctly, it must be a precious magical weapon, and it grew in size as Minia transformed. No wonder, so many times before, the enemy had mistaken him for a direct descendant of the Dragon Empire's royal family. Thus, Thassa's condition was grave, his dejected demeanor fading. The wounds that pierced his lower abdomen and back were now shrouded in a corrosive black water. Clearly, the sudden attack launched by Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had robbed the red dragon Thassa of most of its combat effectiveness. Your Highness Minia, take Thassa back to the Federation quickly. I leave this here, Ryan whispered. He knew that with Minia and Thassa, it would be impossible for them to cross the vast summer sea and return to the distant Dragon Empire under the relentless pursuit of the Poseidon cult. The airship formation had just flown for about 4 hours, meaning they were currently about 600 or 700 kilometers from Zataya, not far. The only way to escape pursuit and gain a respite was to quickly return to the Federation. This time, however, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was not angered by Ryan's words. She glanced at Ryan and Minia with her beautiful eyes and sneered, "Mortal, what? Are you trying to provoke me? To give your dragon offspring a chance to escape?" Ryan thought to himself, "Oh no!" It seemed Hela, the goddess of the underworld, had learned her lesson and was much more difficult to deal with than before. Infuriate you? You think too highly of you. I'm just afraid of accidentally injuring our allies. You and your ragtag crew wouldn't let me escape, Ryan said calmly. However, facing Hela, the goddess of the underworld, who didn't take no for an answer, Ryan immediately decided to take drastic measures. By the way, Hela, goddess of the underworld, as a god, do you dare challenge me in single combat? Ryan asked, raising his chin slightly and glancing sideways at Hela. What? Hela's smile froze upon hearing this. The others around him, especially the members of the Poseidon cult, including Pope Egil, stared at Ryan with wide-eyed shock, as if to say, boy, don't you know you're facing a god? A god! Even the Leviathan whale, Jorgenman, blinked his wheel-sized eyes at Ryan. Mortal, you're courting death. Hela's previous calm demeanor had completely vanished. She trembled with rage, her eyes twitching uncontrollably. However, Ryan, watching this scene, was secretly delighted. Yes, it seems it's not that she can't be provoked, but rather that her threshold has been raised. Now that's easier. Chapter 512. Just as he swooped down from the sky, he had spotted a fairly large island covered in green vegetation about 10 kilometers northeast of here. Fighting a goddess with ocean-related powers in the sea was clearly unwise. Arrogant mortal ant, your arrogance and ignorance will only bring you endless suffering. I will extract your soul, craft it into a spirit instrument, and preserve it to torture you day and night. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, gnashed her teeth. Ryan keenly noticed that the vast expanse of water beneath Hela's feet had begun to glow a rich black, as if she were a bottle of ink poured into a pond, continuously contaminating the surroundings. A group of strange sea beasts accompanying the Leviathan whale, Jorgenman, were unable to dodge, and were touched by the black water. They all screamed in agony. The faster-running strange crabs quickly severed their limbs to survive, while the slower-running sea beasts instantly turned into pools of pus. Seeing this, not only did the Flying Knights and high-ranking members of the Poseidon cult retreat, but even the Leviathan whale, Jorgenman, slowly shifted its massive form, clearly unwilling to touch the black water. This exemplifies the terrifying corrosive power of this black water. If this black water continues to spread, no life will survive in the affected sea area, transforming it into a sea of death. No wonder she is called the Undersea Goddess. Your Highness Minia, take this opportunity to take Thassa and leave quickly. The Undersea Goddess's indiscriminate field attack has already opened up a significant gap in the encirclement, Ryan said, his mind trembling. Ryan, you're a metal type, so you're at a disadvantage against the Undersea Goddess. Let me do it. As for you, help stop the Leviathan whale. Thassa should be able to escape safely. All right. Without further ado, Ryan immediately agreed. For Hela, the Undersea Goddess, had already launched her attack. With a wave of her hands, the surrounding black water instantly rose hundreds of meters high, like an inky curtain, sweeping towards Minia and Ryan. Come on, let's see the strength of you, this arrogant ant. Including that unruly dragon offspring behind you, let's all perish together. Faced with Hela's attack, Minia flapped her wings and rushed in front of Ryan. Her dragon claws gently touched the sapphire pendant below her neck, muttering something to herself. The next second, the energy within the sapphire seemed to be channeled out. To Ryan's surprise, the energy contained within wasn't fire, but some kind of extreme cold energy. A blue current of cold swirled around Minia's giant red dragon body, like a deep blue ribbon. The mere scattering of blue energy instantly froze the surging seawater around her. Furthermore, after channeling this icy energy, Minia didn't blast it directly at Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Instead, she raised her other dragon claw and swung out the already surging condensed fire energy. This immediately formed a mixture of extreme ice and condensed fire energy in front of her. Two comets emitting dazzling blue and red light entwined like mating snakes, swirling and blasting towards Hela, the goddess of the underworld, like meteors. Frost fire, Minia said gravely. Huh? The icy power of the ancient frost giant Ymir. What a remarkable move. It seems Dragon left behind quite a few valuable treasures for you descendants. Even Hela, goddess of the underworld, grew serious at Minia's attack. The explosive energy contained within was highly unstable, and even the slightest contact could trigger a massive explosion. Furthermore, neither ice nor fire could be restrained by the underworld. In fact, to a certain extent, it even suppressed them. While marveling at Minia's ultimate tactic, Ryan suddenly swooped down, charging towards the Leviathan whale, Jorgenman, below. He intended to seize the initiative, while the whale's attention was focused on the battle between Hela and Minia. Weakness control. In a rare move, Ryan activated the core skill of the King of Thousand Blades while transforming into dragon form. In a typical battle, activating too many core skills simultaneously would significantly increase energy consumption. Although Ryan only had 6 attribute points remaining, now was not the time to be stingy. A three-dimensional reflection of the opponent's body immediately appeared within his vertical pupils, its massive form outlined by virtual lines and marked with numerous blue dots, a few yellow dots, and only 2 red dots. Facing a dark silver dragon measuring just over 40 meters in length, Leviathan whale Jorgenman was naturally unafraid. With a roar, he charged towards Ryan. What he didn't notice was that a dark silver, humming metal disc suddenly appeared diagonally behind Ryan's right dragon claw. As the two rapidly approached, go! Ryan raised his dragon claws. Before Leviathan whale Jorgunderman could react, a flash of dark silver light flashed. Jorgunderman felt a sharp pain in his right fin. Looking down, he saw that his fin, several dozen meters long, had been completely severed by a single blow. This was exactly the tactic Ryan had devised based on his weakness control and detection findings. The 2 red spots, representing the opponent's weaknesses, were located at the junction of the Leviathan whale's left and right fins and its body. 6th form. In the instant before the melee, Ryan's body suddenly expanded again, transforming into the form of an old dragon. Roar! The anguished and enraged Jorgunderman had barely finished his roar when Ryan, now in his old dragon form, spun in an instant, barely brushing past the Leviathan's body and evading it. His claws, gleaming with a cold, icy light, carved long, nearly half-meter deep marks into the creature's incredibly tough hide. Swish! Although Ryan's length, at nearly 60 meters, was still a significant disparity from the Leviathan's 200-meter-tall frame, Ryan didn't compete with the other. Furthermore, and more importantly, the other's mobility had been greatly reduced after one of its main fins had been severed. So, at this moment, Ryan, armed with a pair of dragon claws, was like a small weasel hunting a rabbit several times his size. The nimble and powerful dark silver dragon leaped and bit around the Leviathan whale, leaving Jorgunman covered in wounds in a matter of moments. At this moment, Menia's fire flame and Hellas' black water wall collided, instantly creating a magnificent spectacle. Red, blue, and black suddenly intertwined, and then, a massive wave of energy rippled outward from the collision point, forming ripples one after another. For a moment, the energies of both were so condensed that they didn't explode, instead forming a mutual repulsion. In midair, a red and blue beam of light tangled with a black curtain of water fiercely wrestled. The injured red dragon Thassa, seeing the opportunity, flapped its wings and flew swiftly towards the gap in the encirclement. Reginald, watching from a distance, his eyes lit up. His fellow dragon, Ted, didn't even need his control, but charged towards Thassa, intent on shielding him from the pursuing flying fish knight and manta ray knight. Oh! You want to run? Can you? Hela, the goddess of the underworld, who was currently battling Menia, smiled faintly and waved her hand in Thassa's direction. Dozens of black water vortexes suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, like homing missiles, they pursued Thassa from various paths. Not good. Red Queen Menia hadn't expected that even with her full power, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, could easily unleash her ancient sorcery against Thassa. Although she tried to stop her, she couldn't escape. Then, 7 or 8 black water vortexes slammed into the already severely injured red dragon Thassa. Ah! As Thassa screamed, its once gleaming red body was now engulfed in black water. Large swathes of flesh began to rot, turning black and dripping. It seems I have another underworld dragon under my command. Upon seeing this, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, immediately stopped Menia from rushing to the rescue and teased him. At this moment, the Poseidon flying fish knights and manta ray knights, and even the Poseidon high-ranking warlocks, who had been chasing Reginald, all beamed with joy as they rushed towards the gravely wounded and dying red dragon, Thassa. Menia, remember to melt my scales into your staff, so that the flames will forever burn your enemies. As Thassa spoke, a red scale fell towards Menia like a meteor. No! Thassa! Menia's face paled, and she cried out in shock. The next second, a second sun suddenly appeared on the sea, its light 1,000 times brighter than the real sun in the sky. At this moment, the high-ranking warlocks of the Poseidon cult, the Flying Fish Knights, and the Manta Ray Knights who were besieging the red dragon Thassa, hoping to claim a share of the spoils, all raised their hands to shield their eyes. Many of them paled drastically as they began desperately trying to retreat. But it was too late. The shockwave caused by Thassa's self-detonation not only created a huge depression in the sea surface, but also pulverized the densely packed enemies in the surrounding air, inch by inch. Boom! At this moment, a powerful sound wave began to spread, and Ryan, who was fiercely beating the Leviathan whale, Jorgunderman, couldn't help but look up. Thassa self-detonated? A single glance, the familiar aura, and Menia's exclamation, instantly told Ryan what had happened. The red dragon Thassa, who had once gifted him with dragon scales, was gone forever. The next second, Ryan turned around and stared at Jorgenderman, his eyes burning with fire. For some reason, Jorgenderman's heart trembled as he looked at Ryan's calm face, as if he had anticipated something terrible was about to happen. Sure enough, Ryan, in his old dragon form, flashed to the wound in his side and charged in. No! No! Get out of here! Ryan! Jorgenderman, the Leviathan whale, was horrified. He couldn't understand why Ryan was so unconcerned about his own highly corrosive fluids. Was he going to die with him? And why had his incredibly resilient body been so easily penetrated? Questions popped up in his mind one after another. Jorgenderman felt as if a saw blade was whirring inside him, slicing furiously. Faced with this situation, even the most formidable of his vitality couldn't withstand it. Oh no! It's coming to my head. As the piercing pain inched closer to his forehead, Jorgenderman, overcome with fear, began to beg for mercy. Please, Ryan, if you come out, I leave immediately. No! I was tricked into coming here to fight you. Forgive me. But before it could finish its words, the next second, the Leviathan's expression froze. Its enormous face, a perfectly anthropomorphic expression of fear, resentment, and regret, etched across its face. Puff! A dark silver dragon, its skin mottled and rusty, leaped from the Leviathan's forehead. Although Ryan was covered in steel armor and dragon scales, his dragon body was still riddled with pits and dents from the Leviathan's fluids. However, Ryan's expression remained unchanged, as if the corrosion wasn't happening to him. The massive Leviathan, over 200 meters long, slowly began to flip over. As it emerged from the water, its grayish-white belly, a stark contrast to its indigo-colored exterior, was exposed. With a silent mantra, Ryan's corroded wounds began to heal rapidly. The damaged scales fell away, and new ones began to grow and rapidly expand, seamlessly patching the flaws. The next second, he also leaped from the water, gazing at Hela, the goddess of the underworld, who was now engaged in a battle with Minia. At the same time, dozens of miles behind the battlefield, many Federation fishing boats and merchant ships naturally noticed the dramatic ocean changes. After all, the massive water columns hundreds of meters high, the whale spouts thousands of meters high, and the current fierce battle between the behemoths could be seen clearly even from a distance of over 100 miles. As for the energy fluctuations, they spread even further. Oh no! This is the Imperial Delegation's airship formation engaging the behemoths. A Federation Navy three-masted sailboat on offshore patrol passed nearby, and the lookout explained from the masthead. As an official Imperial force, they were naturally aware of the Imperial Delegation's visit. Seeing Imperial airships being shattered one after another, they immediately knew something was wrong. What? In the control room, a Federation Navy captain, upon hearing the lookout's message, immediately grabbed a nearby bronze telescope and began to investigate. Sure enough, what greeted him were Imperial airships, their designs distinctly different from those of the Federation airships. Furthermore, the dragon head insignias on the airship's massive airbags further confirmed their identities. Immediately report the situation to Zetaya's 2nd Fleet headquarters. Quick! Captain, they're Imperial. Isn't it a good thing they killed the behemoth for us? The adjutant nearby asked, somewhat puzzled. Fool! If the Imperial airship formation had the upper hand, it wouldn't be a big deal. But seeing Imperial airships crashing one after another, you can tell they're definitely at a disadvantage. But I heard this Imperial delegation includes 2 dragon riders and an epic-level warrior, and their leader is a member of the Imperial royal family, Red Queen Minia. Even at a disadvantage, you can imagine the strength of the enemy they're facing right now. Besides, if the Imperial delegation were destroyed here, that would be a serious problem. Chapter 513. On the sea, in the center of the battlefield. Ryan's sudden appearance, and the massive Leviathan whale surfacing belly up, froze the smile of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. How could Jorgenderman die so quickly at the hands of a mortal like you? It seems the long seal has sapped its strength. In reality, thanks to the full efforts of the Poseidon cult, the Leviathan whale Jorgenderman had recovered at least 70% to 80% of its strength, though Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was unwilling to admit it. However, your fate will not change. Endless pain and suffering will still await you. That red dragon just now was smart enough to self-destruct. Otherwise, I would have extracted its dragon soul, and its body would have been transformed into a Hades dragon. Ignoring the words of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, Ryan stood before the grieving Red Queen Minia and said, Goddess of the underworld, don't you think you've been talking too much nonsense? Come on, if you have the guts. Mortal, Do you really think you were able to escape my clutches twice before because you were strong enough? How naive. Naive? Let's see after the fight. Perhaps you're the more naive one, Ryan said calmly, gazing at Hela, the goddess of the underworld. But the next moment, he suddenly rushed forward. Facing Hela, although Ryan mocked her in every way, he actually did not dare to be arrogant. Not only did he continue to maintain the form of an old dragon, but his neck also began to swell, and 2 other dragon heads emerged, showing his strongest form. Old dragon form with 3 more heads. Huh? Multi-headed dragon bloodline? Clearly, seeing Ryan's multi-headed form immediately surprised Hela, the goddess of the underworld. However, due to Ryan's repeated taunts, Hela didn't choose to dodge the 3-headed dragon's onslaught. Instead, the black water beneath her continuously gathered, and her entire body rapidly grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, her height exceeded 50 meters, then 60 meters, and soon she was even taller than Ryan's current old dragon form. In her hand, a trident of energy condensed. Crash! A circular black wave swept towards Ryan. Ah! Faced with the black wave, the red dragon head on the right side of Ryan's neck immediately spewed a cone of flames. In an instant, red and black clashed fiercely, steaming up a vast, foul-smelling black mist. The flying fish knights and ordinary marine creatures that were unable to dodge fell to the ground. Ryan, possessing exceptionally high resistance to poison, was naturally unfazed by the toxic mist rising from the black water. 3 giant dragons leaped from the mist and launched a claw at Hela, the seawater incarnation. Dang! The massive dragon claw, radiating a dark silver glow, instantly collided with the energy trident, emitting a sharp clash of metal and sending ripples of energy emanating from the point of impact. Is that all? Hela asked effortlessly. Ryan didn't reply, but his other dragon claw trembled subtly, and a dark silver disc flashed by. Puff! Due to the close proximity of the two during their direct confrontation, coupled with the extreme speed of Ryan's Dawn's ultimate move, the bladed disc, the rapidly spinning metal disc pierced Hela's seawater incarnation's waist. You? Hela's face was filled with shock and anger at this blow. Ryan's attack wasn't over yet. His 3-headed dragon form leaped high, using both its front and hind legs to grab Hela's bisected body. Simultaneously, without sparing any effort, the 3 dragon heads simultaneously exhaled 3 streams of breath towards the face, neck, and chest of the underworld goddess. Breath of flame. Breath of void. Breath of particles. In an instant, the 3 combined breaths formed a massive, turbulent current that completely engulfed Hela, the underworld goddess. At this moment, Ryan was immediately thrown back a distance. The combined energy of the 3 consecutive breaths was too violent and chaotic, causing a powerful explosion. Whoosh! At the same time, he felt a surge of exhaustion and couldn't help but let out a deep breath. Although the battle lasted less than 10 seconds, Ryan had unleashed every possible force, and even the newly reinvigorated stamina he possessed was completely depleted. The effect of this ferocious barrage was naturally significant. Hela's nearly 100-meter-long seawater incarnation was completely obliterated. The surrounding high-ranking sorcerers and warlocks of the Poseidon cult stared at Ryan as if they had seen a ghost. The flying fish knights and manta ray knights retreated even further, fearing Ryan like a tiger. As if to say, what kind of monster is this? Even their goddess has been defeated. Egil, the Poseidon cult's pope, also looked utterly shocked, but he didn't retreat. He continued to fight Reginald, as if still holding on to something. Looking ahead, where Hela was completely out of sight, Ryan felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, a faint sense of unease crept into his heart. The vague sense of threat not only persisted, but intensified, stemming from his danger-sensing ability. Not dead? Watch out! Ryan! Red Queen Menia's voice suddenly echoed from his right. A short distance to his right and rear, a massive mass of black water suddenly emerged from the sea, quickly transforming into the form of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Dozens of black vortexes shot towards Ryan with a wave of her hand. However, Menia slipped right between Ryan and Hela, her gushing flames immediately resisting many of the black vortexes. Mortal, I admit I underestimated you. But this time, you have no chance of winning. Hela's pretty face grew more solemn. Clearly, Ryan's sudden outburst had startled her. No chance? It wasn't me who was just blasted. Ryan, though shocked, remained calm and sarcastically replied. Judging from the aura Hela was emanating, there didn't seem to be much difference. If anything, it was only slightly weaker than before. In other words, his previous flurry of attacks, while devastating, had little effect over the sea. Thankfully, Red Queen Menia seemed to have recovered from her recent grief. Ryan calmly added a few attribute points. As a warm current surged through his heart, his physical strength instantly returned to peak levels. Alongside, on another battlefield, Poseidon Pope Egil observed this scene and couldn't help but laugh. He said to the stunned Reginald, "The power of God is beyond the comprehension of mortals. Even we Dawn Wizards are but ants before the gods. Reginald, throw yourself into the arms of our Lord. Otherwise, you and your dragon companion will surely perish here." So what if they're gods? In ancient times, even the most powerful wizards possess the power to slay evil gods. It's people like you who have fallen into depravity that bring shame upon humanity. You believe your goddess will triumph, then let's wait and see, Reginald said gravely. Although he was deeply concerned about Minia and Ryan, he remained silent on the surface. You're so stubborn. Egil, the Pope of the Poseidon cult, was immediately enraged. He waved his hand, leading the high-level sorcerers behind him to resume the siege. And in the distant sky, the Imperial airship formation that had just escaped the heart of the battlefield had shrunk from the dozen or so it had when Zatia had departed to the current 7. Nearly half of the airships had been destroyed by the whale spout of the Leviathan whale, Jorgenman. In the captain's quarters of the flagship, the Queen Messenger informed all airships, including the Queen, except the Storm, to turn immediately and join the battle. A straight-limbed old man in the uniform of an Imperial Major General declared in a deep voice. "General." The messenger looked at his commander in shock, seemingly a bit incredulous. They had just escaped the encirclement of the behemoth and the sea god cult, and now they were rushing back into it. Besides, it wasn't a question of whether they feared death or not. It was that facing a behemoth like that, their attack would be a joke. However, the messenger knew clearly that in the absence of Her Highness Minia and His Majesty Reginald, the old man before him was the supreme commander of the Imperial airship formation. As Imperial soldiers, we don't have the tradition of leaving a member of the Imperial family behind to cover our retreat. Follow your orders, the old man said in a deep voice. Yes. The messenger, as if suddenly enlightened, immediately saluted and loudly responded. After the messenger ran out of the captain's cabin, the old man's adjutant beside him softly suggested, "General, if we need to deliver a message, wouldn't it be more appropriate for the Queen to continue on to the Empire?" The old Major General naturally understood the adjutant's implication. He was trying to persuade him to withdraw. "No, since I made this decision, I must participate in the next operation. Otherwise, how will the Imperial soldiers view us commanders?" the old man said, shaking his head firmly. Meanwhile, Ryan and Minia's battle against Hela, the goddess of the underworld, continued. Although Ryan and Minia attacked with almost all their might, their attack was ineffective against Hela, the goddess of the underworld, whose body was nearly infinite and dependent on the sea. They only managed to weaken and distort Hela's aura slightly. Moreover, Red Queen Minia couldn't recover by simply adding points like Ryan could, so at this moment, both her mental and physical strength were nearing their limits. While Ryan didn't show signs of fatigue, this was already his third attribute point addition, leaving him with only 3 remaining. To complicate matters, he and Minia were already surrounded by a dense swarm of flying fish knights and manta ray knights. Under the pressure of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, these flying knights were desperate. If Ryan retreated toward the island, they would surround him and block him. While the resistance was only momentary, it would give Hela an opportunity to attack and delay Ryan and his companions' movements. Thus, Ryan was still approximately 5 kilometers away from the island. In other words, if the current situation remained unchanged, even if Ryan successfully reached the island, his remaining attribute points would have been depleted, leaving him with absolutely no energy left to fight back. "Ryan, wait a moment. I deliver the final blow. Seize the opportunity and charge," Minia telepathically transmitted. Although her tone was calm, Ryan could sense a hint of resolve within it. "Your Highness Minia." Ryan's heart tightened upon hearing this. The undersea goddess has descended into an unusual form this time. It appears to be the body of a powerful mermaid from ancient times, capable of unleashing her full power. She possesses a power approaching epic peak. "We stand no chance," Minia said, gazing at the faint silhouette of the mermaid princess within Hela's towering aquatic avatar. "Wait! Your Highness Minia, there's an island not far ahead. Trust me, if we can lure them there, I can win," Ryan said hastily. Hearing Ryan's confident tone and the news of the nearby island, Minia's intention to launch a desperate attack was suddenly extinguished. "But my strength is nearly exhausted. I'm afraid I can't even maintain my dragon form for much longer." "Your Highness Minia, don't worry. I'm here," Ryan said solemnly. What Ryan didn't notice was that Minia, standing behind him, gave him a deep, meaningful look with her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, was in no rush to attack. Instead, she leisurely studied Ryan in his three-headed dragon form and said, "Mortal, you truly amaze me. After such a long battle, the dragonite next to you is exhausted, yet you remain as fresh as if you had just joined the fray. But this time, I want to see how long your stamina can last. You know if I'm strong enough if you try. I guarantee you be satisfied. But your black water stinks. You need to wash it off." As Ryan spoke, Minia, beside him, couldn't help but look surprised. Her beautiful eyes glared at Ryan, as if to ask, "How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid that Hela, goddess of the underworld, will come after you?" "Blasphemer. Blasphemer. Mortal. The underworld will completely swallow you. Die." As expected, Ryan's words once again sent Hela trembling with rage. 100-meter-tall body of water gushed down, and her previously calm expression completely vanished. However, just as she once again unleashed her black water curtain, obscuring the sun and sky, hundreds of densely packed red-hot iron balls suddenly descended upon her area from the sky. "Huh?" Slightly puzzled, Hela looked up and saw with astonishment that the Imperial airships that had previously fled had returned. The force of the airship's heavy broadside bombardment naturally proved ineffective against Hela, the goddess of the underworld. However, the shell's range encompassed not only Hela, but also the flying fish knights and manta ray knights. These flying knights were naturally not immune to heavy artillery fire. Furthermore, these were modified artillery pieces, boasting the most advanced power and range in the Empire. Otherwise, they would not have been equipped on this visiting airship. Thus, the previously dense encirclement of the sea god cult's flying knights was instantly thrown into chaos. "Let's go!" Ryan cast a long glance at the returning Imperial airships, knowing their presence was intended to create an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Without hesitation, for every moment of this moment was fought for by the Imperial soldiers, Ryan immediately grabbed Minia, who was gradually losing her dragon form, and swiftly broke free from the scattered Poseidon flying knights, dashing towards the island. Trying to escape. Hela, who had just unleashed a black beam that had blasted an airship, saw this and immediately gave chase. Soon, Hela also noticed the island. However, simmering with anger, she didn't believe the island before her would have any impact. She figured it wasn't large, and even if things got out of hand, she could easily retreat back to the sea. So without hesitation, she clutched her energy trident and quickly followed Ryan onto the island. Half a minute later, having reached almost the center of the island, Ryan turned and stopped, facing Hela, the goddess of the underworld. "Finally stopped running? What? Do you think this isn't the ocean, so I can't switch bodies at will?" After half a minute of chasing, Hela had calmed down. Sensing she'd seen through Ryan's intentions, her thin lips curled up slightly, almost mockingly. "At least it won't be as unfair as it was on the ocean." Ryan slowly lowered Minia, who had already transformed into a humanoid form after exhaustion, and held her behind him. TSK really? Then I hope you really think so next." Hearing Ryan's words, Hela laughed. At this moment, Ryan and Minia also noticed the tremors coming from the island ground. From the four directions, for Hela, the goddess of the underworld, over 100 meters tall, strode forward again. Hela had manipulated a vast amount of seawater at once, transforming into 5 clones that surrounded Ryan and Minia from front and back. Chapter 514. Even Ryan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this scene. If the opponent had simply acquired one more clone, it would have been fine. With a desperate effort, the outcome could have been evenly matched. But now, Hela, the goddess of the underworld, seemed to have cheated, instantly acquiring 5 clones for herself. In addition, Ryan noticed that the dense swarms of Poseidon flying fish knights and manta ray knights, like a flock of crows, converged from all directions, forming a vast, sky-covering net that surrounded them. Furthermore, as if receiving some sort of command, these flying fish and manta rays, all ferocious water-based species, now systematically began to spit out mist. Soon, a patter of rain fell all around. Clearly, the rain curtain environment was beneficial to Hela, the goddess of the underworld. In other words, although Ryan had finally managed to lure Hela to the island, the opponent's manipulation had greatly weakened her impact. This made Ryan's frown deepen. Just as Ryan was rapidly pondering a solution, Minia's telepathic voice suddenly reached him from behind. "Ryan, I have a solution, but I require your complete trust in me." "Ryan, do you trust me?" Ryan wondered why Minia had suddenly said such a nonsensical thing. He tilted his head slightly, only to see Minia looking at him with an extremely serious expression. But he wasn't quite sure what Minia meant by trust, so for a moment, Ryan didn't answer. Trust me. And after Minia said this a second time, something shocking happened to Ryan. The Red Queen Minia, clad in a crimson wizard robe, was now oozing with blood. Though the amount was small, Ryan could sense the surging energy within. At the same time, a transparent figure emerged from her mature, graceful body. Then, the figure appeared before Ryan. He was about to resist, but suddenly, remembering what Minia had just said, he relaxed. Instantly Minia's transparent figure took a step forward, completely merging with Ryan's body. Following this, the faint golden strands of blood also flowed into Ryan's body like a trickle. Dragon blood sacrifice? Hela, the goddess of the underworld, witnessed this scene and clearly understood what Minia had just done. That dragon scion just now was actually willing to sacrifice his dragon blood for you. Hela seemed a little incredulous, her eyes darting back and forth between Ryan and Minia, who was slowly falling like a doll, looking pale behind him. Indeed, you possess the blood of a multi-headed dragon, capable of absorbing almost everything from the other party. Ryan, however, was oblivious to Hela's words. He was stunned by the changes taking place within his body. System notifications flashed across the screen. Host receives an infusion of unknown energy, significantly increasing mental strength. Host receives an infusion of high-quality dragon blood, significantly increasing its concentration and automatically entering its 7th form, the Extremely Elder Dragon form. This Extremely Elder Dragon form? For a moment, Ryan felt as if his body were surging with inexhaustible energy, and his body, now in its 3-headed dragon form, expanded even further. Unlike his previous old dragon form, which grew 30% larger than a typical dragon, Ryan's size had now surged by another 20 meters, reaching nearly 80 meters. His strength, agility, and other attributes also increased simultaneously. A rough assessment revealed that his strength had increased by more than 60%. At the same time, fragments of memories that didn't belong to Ryan flashed through his mind like a slideshow. A young girl, learning royal etiquette, a lavish palace banquet, a majestic dragon, an elegant young man, a hydra. Are these fragments of Her Highness Minia's memories? Ryan exclaimed in astonishment. He could see fragments of Minia's memories from childhood to the present day. He even had a feeling that, over time, if he absorbed all of Minia's energy, let's call it infusion, he would possess all of Minia's knowledge. In other words, all of Minia's secrets were now open to him. This was a tremendous sacrifice for a woman. And most importantly, Ryan finally understood why Minia had inadvertently given him such a strange look earlier. Your Highness Minia, you shouldn't be asking me if I trust you, but if I'm worthy of your trust, Ryan sighed inwardly. But now was clearly not the time to dwell on this. And Ryan instantly understood the enormous price Minia would have to pay for performing this move. He had to seize the moment and resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Only then would he have a chance of separating the opponent's consciousness and returning it to their body. Otherwise, Ryan wasn't being selfless, but using this method to enhance his strength went against his principles. Furthermore, while improving Ryan's strength wasn't as easy as eating and drinking, it was honestly quite easy. This was evident from the fact that he had reached the 4th level of Dawn Wizard in less than 2 years. Thus, following his heart was perhaps even more important to Ryan. Ong! With a roar from Ryan, a dark silver, 3-headed, extremely old dragon pounced towards the nearest incarnation of the undersea goddess. Its massive form was surprisingly faster and more agile than ever before. Suddenly, Hela, the undersea goddess, realized Ryan was right in front of her. Hastily, she could only swiftly raise her trident to block. Dang! A sharp, bulging dragon claw, with a single strike, shattered the energy trident. The other dragon claw, swift as thunder, pierced Hela's body in the blink of an eye, tearing a vast hole through Hela's incarnation, sending hundreds of thousands of tons of seawater flying. Breath of flame. Immediately, a cone of flames, nearly twice as powerful, instantly vaporized the over 100-meter-tall Hela avatar. Mortal, do you think you can turn the tables? Hela's consciousness, seemingly shifting to another seawater avatar, roared furiously. Accompanied by Hela's roar, the 4 seawater clones simultaneously attacked Ryan. But Ryan, blessed with Minia's bloodline and spiritual infusion, had significantly increased his strength. Furthermore, Ryan spared no effort, and in a remarkably short time, he annihilated all 3 seawater clones one after another. Soon, only the last seawater clone of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, remained. However, despite the destruction of several clones, the remaining water, shrouded in a faint black, had inadvertently reached the feet of Hela's final clone and quickly merged with it. The mist exhaled by the flying fish and manta rays, as well as the pattering rain around them, were also drawn towards this final clone of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Hela's clone size surged again, reaching a height of nearly 170 to 180 meters. However, this seemed to be the limit of her hasty control, and some residual water at her feet had not yet been absorbed. For at this moment, Ryan had already arrived. Dang! This time, Hela's enhanced energy trident finally stopped Ryan. But Ryan's methods were clearly more than that. Hela then realized that the void dragon head to Ryan's right had retracted, and what had emerged was a red dragon head. In other words, in his current extremely elder dragon form, Ryan could actually grow the same type of dragon head repeatedly. What surprised Hela even more was that the breath from Ryan's main dragon head suddenly became a fiery breath, the most damaging to her. Simultaneously, Ryan's other two red dragon heads also began to spit. Instantly, the three dragon heads unleashed a cone of blazing flames, which converged in midair. It seemed as if quantitative change had triggered a qualitative shift. After the three fiery breaths collided, they formed a sphere of increasingly intense, dazzling white flames. This was a red dragon's secret technique from the memories of Red Queen Minia. Molten Flame, a powerful killing move that required the combined efforts of at least three extremely elder dragon-level red dragons. Even more unstoppable was the true damage contained within. Because the power of true damage is proportional to the concentration of dragon blood, the strength of mental power, and the power of sorcery, it had reached its peak at this moment. No! Because the white sphere of flames formed right in front of Hela's clone, it collided with it the moment it formed and exploded violently, leaving no time to react, let alone dodge. Boom! A dazzling white light flashed, followed by a dazzling beam that rapidly expanded, not only piercing the rain curtain created by the flying fish and manta rays, but also blasting a massive hole 100 meters deep in the ground at the center of the island. The ultra-high temperature instantly evaporated all moisture, and the true damage simultaneously obliterated the consciousness of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, who had descended on this occasion. Ryan, defending the body of Red Queen Minia not far behind him, stood in front, and was also burned by the molten flames. However, with the destruction of Hela's aquatic avatar, Ryan was shocked to discover the body of a rare female mermaid floating above the cavern. The body was nearly intact, emitting a faint, colorful aura. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan turned and grasped Minia, who was standing behind him. Then, he flew over and grasped the mermaid's body. As he grasped it, a system prompt suddenly appeared, ding! Detecting a large amount of unknown, high-quality energy that can enhance the quality of spiritual power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs and removes impurities. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he chose yes. In an instant, he felt a surge of powerful, pure, and majestic energy emanating from the female mermaid's body. He rapidly absorbed it, rushing from every part of his body directly into his mind. The mental energy particles in his mind, once the size of a walnut, now swelled even larger. However, this time, Ryan didn't have time to carefully experience the changes brought about by this energy. Instead, he intended to immediately detach Minia's spirit, or consciousness, from his body. But to do so, he needed to find a relatively safe place for a short period of time. Huh? An underground river? A cave? Ryan suddenly noticed that the large hole in the ground, created during the battle, was now gushing with a torrent of water. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan quickly dived down. With a splash, he plunged into the water. Within seconds, he had swum through a narrow passageway and arrived at an area resembling an underground cave. There were underground rivers and lakes all around, but they were small and much hotter than on the surface. It looked like this was once a gaping hole left by an underwater volcanic eruption. Ryan quickly scanned the area, finding no ferocious species, besides a few small fish. He immediately laid Minia's body flat on a relatively flat boulder. Then he began to peel it away. Ah! Just as Ryan was about to extract Minia's spirit and blood, which had almost merged with it, a pain as if his own spine were being ripped out pierced every nerve in Ryan's body. In the next instant, Ryan had peeled Minia's transparent spirit, along with a pool of dazzling golden red blood, from his body and quickly pressed it onto Minia's mature, graceful human body. Huh? Although the entire process took only a few seconds, Ryan's forehead was already covered in sweat, and a sense of weakness came over him. This was normal. After all, he had just received an additional infusion, and now that it had returned to its original owner, Ryan naturally felt a sense of emptiness within him. However, having absorbed most of the divine essence of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, Ryan had still made significant improvements. Ryan glanced at the system panel. Spirit, 272, quality 61%. Quality has increased from 34% to 61%, officially entering the late stage of the Dawn Wizard. Not bad. After this battle, Ryan had unexpectedly caught up with the strength of veteran Imperial Guardians, like Red Queen Minia. However, before he could fully comprehend it, Ryan heard a muffled groan from the boulder beside him. Your Highness Minia, how are you feeling? Ryan immediately turned to look over. Ryan, did you win? Minia held her hand to her fair forehead, her pretty face slightly pale and pained. Win. Ryan had just experienced that nerve-wracking sensation, so he naturally knew the depths of pain Minia was enduring. He immediately, disregarding etiquette, stepped forward to support Minia. Looking closely, he realized that Minia's face was actually quite beautiful, though normally she kept a reserved expression to maintain her royal status and her own prestige. Ryan, I didn't expect you to defeat Hela, the goddess of the underworld, so quickly. Furthermore, after your victory, you'd actually return my consciousness to me. Minia's beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, as if trying to see through him. After all, 99% of people, faced with her offering dragon blood essence and consciousness essence, offering a significant boost in strength, would eagerly absorb and strengthen themselves. It was highly unlikely that they would risk compromising their strength by stripping away her consciousness and bloodline essence. This was also due to Ryan's swift victory over the undersea goddess. Otherwise, if time had dragged on, stripping her would have been impossible. Ryan, after you absorb my spirit and bloodline, your strength will be greatly enhanced. Thank you, Your Highness Minia, but I heard someone say something. Minia looked at Ryan curiously, as if eager to hear what he had to say. Some say that if a person loses money, they actually lose nothing. If a person loses strength, they lose something. But if a person loses character, they lose everything, Ryan said slowly. Character? I understand, Ryan. The person who said that is a true knight. Minia nodded approvingly. And you too? Chapter 515. In fact, in my heart, you are the one who truly possesses the virtues of a knight, Ryan said seriously. Whether it was Minia's performance in the recent battle, or the battle scenes he had experienced through fragments of Minia's consciousness, Ryan felt a deep respect for this mature, beautiful, and wise woman. Although Ryan had not fully examined all of Minia's fragments due to the incomplete fusion, he could still see through them. He already had a clear understanding of her character. Minia was slightly startled by Ryan's words. When she came to her senses, she found that Ryan was still staring at her with a burning gaze. If anyone else had been so rude, Minia would have been furious. Also, in the past, Minia would have felt offended, even by Ryan. But she was different now. Even she hadn't noticed, after experiencing the process of merging with Ryan's consciousness, she had inexplicably developed a natural sense of closeness and familiarity with him. In some ways, this intimacy surpassed even that of a lover. And when Ryan looked at Minia now, the feeling was completely different from before. Instead, it was like looking at Anna, someone he knew very well. Thank you. Facing Ryan's gaze, the usually majestic and imposing Red Queen Minia blushed slightly, feeling shy and, in a rare move, lowering her head slightly in front of a young man. If an outsider had seen this scene, their jaw would have dropped. However, in Ryan's view, Minia, besides her elegance and grace, now possessed a touch of mature feminine charm and shyness, drawing his gaze even more fixedly. Lorraine, I need some time to recover. Of course, Your Highness Minia. Ryan nodded quickly, slightly covering up his recent gaffe. However, although I brought healing potions, I don't think they'd be very effective against the aftereffects of the dragon blood sacrifice. Therefore, it may take me a few days to regain some fighting power. Minia's beautiful eyes glanced around, as if assessing the safety of this place. Don't worry, Your Highness Minia, I'm here, you can recover here. Ryan immediately stated. By the way, is there anything I can help with? He had long sensed that, although Your Highness Minia didn't appear to be obviously injured, his aura was significantly weaker and more unstable. He was barely maintaining even the level of a 4th-level Dawn Wizard. If he didn't receive immediate treatment and recovery, he would likely fall back below the Dawn Wizard realm. This was understandable. After all, the power of the secret technique was so great, and the aftereffects were correspondingly severe. Normally, after Minia performed the dragon blood sacrifice, she would essentially perish. Fortunately, Ryan, the subject of the dragon blood sacrifice, was somewhat unusual and forcibly terminated the sacrifice, returning all the items to their original owners. However, this wasn't a case of borrowing something and returning it. This involved an extremely complex and sophisticated series of changes. Ryan knew that even if Minia recovered fully, her strength would likely drop by at least a level, to a level 4 mid-stage Dawn Wizard. This was already the best-case scenario. If not addressed immediately, she would likely fall back to the early stages of the Dawn. Even if the worst-case scenario were to occur, he'd likely fall to the peak of the third-level crystallization stage. Thank you. Not for now, Minia shook her head. Well, if you need me, call me anytime. As Minia sank into a deep meditation, Ryan carefully inspected the surroundings once more, confirming that there were no ferocious species within the dark lake or the surrounding rock walls before returning to Minia's side. This place is hundreds of meters below the surface, and the siphon effect of the pit above has formed a lake. The chances of the Poseidon cult discovering it are minimal. However, if something like this happened, the Federation would probably be in an uproar. He had just attempted a sorcery communication, but it seemed that because he was so deep underground, the sorcery fluctuations were greatly affected, and he couldn't reach Reginald. I wonder if His Majesty Reginald has escaped. After a moment's thought, Ryan couldn't help but shake his head again, feeling that there was a slight risk in contacting Reginald. It wasn't that he was worried Reginald would reveal their situation, but rather that if there were a large number of high-level Poseidon wizards surrounding the island, there was a certain chance that his sorcery transmission would be detected by nearby wizards. He only had a few remaining attribute points. If he attracted the Poseidon cult, and Minia was at a critical juncture in her recovery, it would be counterproductive. However, Ryan wasn't idle. Besides summarizing his combat experience, although he didn't have the necessary raw materials for elven leatherworking or goblin engineering, he hadn't yet thoroughly studied the goblin engineering knowledge he had memorized. Hiram had previously shared all his research progress with Ryan, allowing him to master goblin engineering, a prerequisite for his promotion to legendary goblin engineer. He had already reached 63% of his progress. So, Ryan planned to take advantage of Minia's recovery to see if he could improve his progress. Of course, before that, Ryan still had one thing to do, to confirm the condition of the mermaid who appeared to be from an ancient race. She was in a strange state. She possessed no consciousness, neither that of her original form nor that of the lingering consciousness of the goddess of the underworld. Yet, her blood flowed gently, her complexion vibrant and lifelike. She was as if asleep. A few minutes ago, on the sea near the island, just as Reginald was trying his best to control his dragon companion, Ted, to catch up with Her Highness Minia and Ryan, who had separated and were retreating towards the island, he was stopped by Egil, the Pope of the cult of Poseidon, and a large group of high-level sorcerers. With no other choice, Reginald could only fly to the other side, reuniting with the remaining Imperial airships that had bravely arrived to support him. He planned to rely on the Imperial airships to fend off a wave of enemy attacks, then seek an opportunity to reunite with Minia and Ryan. Of course, he also knew that while Ryan's combat prowess remained as impressive as ever, Minia's condition was deteriorating, barely maintaining her dragon form. If Minia lost her combat prowess, the entire battle balance would be shattered, and both would face despair. So, at this moment, he was utterly anxious. Imperial airships, cooperate with His Majesty Reginald, and launch a powerful assault on the island ahead. The old Major General in the captain's quarters of the Imperial flagship naturally witnessed this scene, and immediately gave the order. Just as the airship formation had just turned and was engaged in a fierce battle with the Poseidon cult's Flying Fish Knights and Manta Ray Knights, a dazzling white beam suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This beam of light appeared at the center of the nearby island, nearly piercing the sky and rapidly expanding to dozens of times its diameter. Immediately afterwards, a powerful shockwave enveloped the island and blasted towards the sea. The dense swarm of Poseidon cult's flying knights were directly blown dozens of meters away by the blast, and the Empire's remaining 4 airships were like candles swaying in the wind, precariously teetering on the brink of collapse. Only Reginald, 1 man and 1 dragon, could barely maintain stability in midair. This kind of fire energy fluctuation, can't it be? Reginald, upon witnessing this scene, muttered, his face turning completely pale. He knew full well that Ryan was a metal wizard, and that anyone capable of unleashing such a powerful fire spell must be Her Highness Minia. But Minia had been nearly exhausted just now, so where did she find the mental strength to unleash such a powerful attack? Egil, the equally experienced Pope of the Sea God cult, watched this scene with unbridled joy. That young man named Ryan is not a fire wizard of the dawn. The only one capable of unleashing such powerful spells is the woman known as the Red Queen Minia of the Dragon Empire. Judging from her previous state, she is absolutely incapable of unleashing such powerful spells. It seems she has been driven to self-destruct by our Lord. After hearing their Pope's analysis, the high-ranking warlocks of the sea god cult behind Egil nodded in delight. That's a great victory. I heard this dragon rider named Minia is the aunt of the Emperor of the Dragon Empire, a top-tier figure in the royal family. Killing her would be incredibly significant. I've heard too. Red Queen Minia is a renowned guardian of the Dragon Empire. Her slaying by our Poseidon cult will only elevate our reputation to a new level. Haha, then should we redouble our efforts and annihilate them here? No rush. Let's go to the island and check the situation first. As for Reginald, we make a decision later. Pope Egil thought for a moment and decided to go to the island to check the situation. He reasoned that, first, if Rain was still alive, he would surely be seriously injured so close to the center of the sorcery explosion. They could help their goddess prevent her from escaping, and with a little luck, they might even be able to take advantage of the situation. Second, Reginald, a dawn wizard renowned for his defense, and possessing a yellow dragon gifted with earth-based sorcery, was like a tortoise shell, making it difficult to kill him quickly. Therefore, the priority was to kill Ryan first. Thus, a strange unity emerged on the battlefield. Both the Poseidon cult and the Empire fought tooth and nail, rapidly advancing towards the island. Naturally, the fighting intensified along the way. Soon, the island scene unfolded before everyone. Instantly, almost everyone stopped in astonishment, staring at the massive pit that had transformed into a small lake. Many glanced around, as if searching for something. The ground, resembling the aftermath of a hurricane, was completely destroyed, its vegetation utterly obliterated, leaving only radiating masses of mud and rock. The scene was almost unmistakable. There was no sign of Hela, the goddess of the underworld. There was no sign of the three-headed dragon, Rain. Even after a closer inspection, there was no sign of Red Queen Minia. It was as if all three had vanished simultaneously in the explosion. This caused many of the cult of the sea god's high-ranking sorcerers to murmur. Could it be that they all perished together? It's hard to say, but it's possible. Although my lord has lost an avatar, if he can kill the Empire's Red Queen Minia, it would be a small victory. These words naturally reached Pope Egil, but he frowned slightly. The scene before him was not what he had expected. Moreover, his view differed from that of the others in the cult. If their goddess had the upper hand, then even if Red Queen Minia had self-destructed, her avatar would have been present at the scene, but there wasn't one. The explosion just now was a fire energy fluctuation. Red Queen Minia must have perished, without a doubt. However, that Ryan is likely still alive, and he even defeated my lord's clone. Also, he must have been seriously injured, which is why he went into hiding before we arrived. That explains why the scene is deserted. Pope Egil's eyes gradually brightened as his mind raced. Especially when he silently prayed to his goddess and received no response, Egil's suspicions were confirmed. Stop the Imperial airships and search the entire island. Egil immediately ordered. As you command, Your Holiness. The same thought occurred to Reginald. Her Highness Minia is most likely dead. But Ryan might not have. At least, we haven't seen the seawater clone of the undersea goddess here. This suggests that after Her Highness Minia's self-detonation severely damaged her, Ryan took the opportunity to defeat the undersea goddess. Could it be at the bottom of the explosion crater? The sudden attack by the Poseidon cult interrupted Reginald's thoughts. Faced with the Poseidon cult's fierce attack, the Empire's remaining airship fleet, though fearless of life and death, was still at a disadvantage. However, under Reginald's leadership, they fought and retreated, managing to hold on. Soon, however, the Poseidon cult discovered a small Federation fleet rapidly approaching from the nearby waters. Although this fleet was quickly destroyed by the Poseidon cult's flying knights, it did divert some of its forces. Furthermore, shortly after this small fleet was destroyed, several other Federation-fast ships, which had been cruising nearby, arrived. Suddenly, a long battle line stretched across the sea, stretching for kilometers. Artillery roared, and sea beasts roared. After a while, Your Holiness, our subordinates have searched the island thoroughly, but still haven't found any trace of Ryan. A sorcerer reported. Continue the search. Egil said gravely. Well, Your Holiness, more and more Federation Navy ships are converging on us. The Flying Fish Knights and Manta Knights have suffered heavy losses. Do you think? A high-ranking sorcerer nearby advised. In fact, when Pope Egil had just ordered the island-wide search, many high-ranking sorcerers nearby had doubts. In their opinion, whether it was the Empire's Minia, Ryan, or their own goddess clones, they must have perished in the explosion. This thought naturally intensified after the search proved fruitless. Egil, the cult of Poseidon, naturally understood the meaning of his trusted subordinate's words. He glanced around and saw that, indeed, more and more Federation ships were appearing in the distant sea. If he waited a little longer, the Federation's powerful warriors would probably arrive. Besides, he had just tried to pray again in his heart, but his goddess hadn't responded. Clearly, even his prayers as the cultist hadn't been answered, and his own goddess's incarnation must have fallen. But as to whether they had perished together, he couldn't be sure. Could it be true that they had perished together? Egil's face was thoughtful. At that moment, a silver streak suddenly streaked across the eastern sky. A powerful figure was approaching at high speed. Huh? A massive silver sword cross streaked across the sky, instantly slicing dozens of manta ray knights and flying fish knights, who tried to intervene into pieces, scattering in a rain of blood. Faced with such might, the other flying knights didn't dare to intervene. Federal Sword Master Tyrion, Egil said, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 516. The arrival of the Federation's powerful warriors was the final straw that broke Egil's back, forcing him to continue occupying the island and searching. However, just as he was about to order all his subordinates to retreat, a flying fish knight suddenly arrived, bowing and reporting, "Your Holiness, Vice-Pope Master Mech has returned. Master Mech has successfully released the behemoth Glathers from the sealed gate. It's approximately 5 nautical miles from here." "Great. Haha, as expected, my lord's blessing." Egil, Pope of the Cult of Poseidon, burst into laughter. Hearing this news, the group of high-level sorcerers behind Egil breathed a sigh of relief. While the Federation's sword master was formidable, the strength of his own Cult of Poseidon was far greater. Had it not been for 2 epic-level warriors leading teams to explore various sealed gates and ruins, who hadn't returned in time, the Imperial delegation might have been annihilated long ago. Of course, this was also something completely unexpected. After all, after obtaining the body of the ancient mermaid princess Narila as a vessel for their goddess descent, they hadn't considered the possibility of missteps. Glasser, the terrifying ancient sea beast known as the smoldering electric eel, has also been released. Haha, great. I can test my skills on this Federation sword master. Well, with Lord Maker also here, there's no need for us to retreat. Indeed, it's a great opportunity for the Federation to experience the power of our sect. The sorcerers engaged in a lively discussion. Glasser is an ancient, enormous electric eel, its body covered in purple streaks. These are actually natural patterns caused by the concentration of high-energy electrical currents. Once unleashed, it doesn't simply stun the enemy, but sets them on fire until they become charred. Hence, Glathers earn the nickname Smoldering Electric Eel. Furthermore, it delights in devouring its enemies. Ancient texts record that it can devour even gray whales tens of meters long in one gulp. In the ancient ocean, the area where Glathers resides was devoid of any large marine life. Its formidable power rivals that of the Leviathan whale. However, having been sealed for so long, its strength is naturally not as great as it was at its peak. However, in the eyes of the warlocks, it is still more than capable of slaying a sword master. Tyrion, on the other hand, swiftly defeated a group of Poseidon cult flying fish and manta ray knights, who came to stop it. Then, he immediately flew towards the dragon knight Reginald, and the remaining Imperial airship formation in midair. "Your Majesty Reginald, where are His Highness Menia and Lord Rain?" Tyrion asked anxiously. As luck would have it, the day before yesterday, after bidding farewell to Rain, Tyrion left Zataya and headed north. However, en route, he received urgent intelligence reporting heavy casualties in the military-led exploration of the floating city ruins. This surprised Tyrion, and he was forced to halt his northward journey. Soon after, he received a letter from Bertrand, the vice president of the federal parliament. After some deliberation, Tyrion turned back to Zataya. After all, whether accepting or rejecting the offer, he would have preferred to speak with Bertrand in person. However, before he could meet Bertrand, he received news that the Imperial delegation was under heavy siege by the Cult of Poseidon in the coastal waters. Tyrion immediately rushed there, sparing no effort. He and Ren had a good rapport. Despite the significant age difference, Tyrion deeply admired Ren's strength and character. But upon arriving at the scene, Tyrion discovered the intensity of the battle far exceeded his expectations. His Highness Menia is most likely dead. As for Lord Ren, his fate remains unknown, Reginald uttered with difficulty. At this news, even the mighty swordmaster Tyrion's heart suddenly sank. "What? His Highness Menia is dead? Are you sure? I didn't see it myself, but that powerful fire energy wave sorcery, at the end, was likely unleashed by His Highness Menia while critically injured. I can't imagine another possibility." Reginald shook his head and said gravely. Quickly, Reginald recounted his analysis, and Tyrion nodded with a grim expression. This? Tyrion couldn't help but sigh heavily. The Federation and the Empire had just signed a cooperation agreement, and things were looking promising. However, the Imperial delegation was ambushed by the cult of Poseidon on the edge of the Federation's maritime borders, and Red Queen Menia was killed. Although the cult of Poseidon was responsible, how would the Empire react? Would they think the Federation was feigning cooperation while secretly colluding with the evil cult, stirring up trouble within the Empire, assassinating powerful Imperial figures? Furthermore, Menia was resplendent in appearance and unparalleled in grace. Tyrion felt it was a great pity that such a remarkable figure should have met her end here. However, facing an ambush personally led by the main force of the cult of Poseidon, Her Highness Menia and Lord Ryan were able to fight to this extent, demonstrating their astonishing strength. What about Lord Ryan? Is he dead or alive? Have they found him? Tyrion asked hurriedly. We haven't found Lord Ryan's body yet. I suspect he may have sought refuge, while seriously injured, most likely somewhere on this island. Well, according to your analysis, that's highly likely. Then, we must seize control of this island, Swordmaster Tyrion said, pointing to the island ahead, which had a massive crater, as if struck by a meteorite. Indeed. Your Majesty, this place is close to the Federation. Could you please contact the Federation's higher-ups and mobilize more forces to support us? Of course, Tyrion nodded heavily. Zentaya. On the top floor of City Hall, the first luxurious office on the right side of the corridor was temporarily used as Vice Speaker Bertrand's office while in Zentaya. Bertrand, scheduled to return to the capital in a few hours to answer questions from the Parliament, was currently discussing matters with Councillor Trenna, such as precautions for the subsequent exploration of the floating city ruins. Suddenly, a servant knocked urgently at the door. Urgent military information, Your Excellency Vice President. The Imperial delegation was ambushed by the Poseidon cult on their return journey. The incarnation of the undersea goddess has descended upon them. The situation is critical. What? Upon hearing this, Vice President Bertrand was stunned for a moment. Then, his face suddenly changed, and he roared, Quick! Mobilize the nearest Federation Navy patrol fleet and airships to provide support. Rescue the Imperial delegation at all costs. Yes. The servant saluted immediately, and hurriedly turned and ran out of the office. Bang! At this moment, Bertrand's face was filled with rage. He slammed the heavy mahogany table and gritted his teeth. The cult of Poseidon. Standing beside him, the beautiful Senator Terina had never seen Bertrand, the Vice Speaker, so out of control, but she wasn't surprised at all. Because, as a federal senator, she instantly understood the serious nature of this matter. What if that were to happen? An ambush by the incarnation of the god himself? Although she had great confidence in Ryan's combat prowess, the other party was a god. This made Terina's heart gloomy. However, the situation was unclear at the moment, and there might still be a chance. But less than 2 minutes later, the next piece of intelligence nearly made Bertrand faint. Report. Latest intelligence. Imperial Highness Menia is suspected to have been killed, His Excellency Ryan is missing, and only His Majesty Reginald of Earthpulse survives. Furthermore, the Imperial airship fleet is almost completely destroyed, the attendant reported hurriedly. Upon hearing this news, Trenna was stunned for a moment, but she quickly noticed the problematic wording in the report. Military language, after all, couldn't be so vague. She immediately rebuked, What do you mean by suspected? What do you mean by missing? No confirmed information? Trenna's words seemed to revitalize Bertrand, who quickly realized, What's the purpose of intelligence agencies? Definitely. Definitely. Do you understand? My lords, this is information confirmed by His Majesty the Swordmaster Tyrion. Bertrand's outburst left the attendant momentarily bewildered, but he reacted quickly and relayed a crucial piece of information. Has His Majesty Tyrion arrived? Bertrand's expression relaxed slightly. Yes, my lord. His Majesty Tyrion is currently fighting a fierce battle with His Majesty Reginald of the Empire against the cult of Poseidon for control of Reef Island. Reef Island? Bertrand had never heard of this island before today. Yes, my lord. Reef Island was the site of the final battle between His Majesty's Menia and Reign of the Empire, and the incarnation of the undersea goddess. His Majesty Tyrion believes that if we want to fully ascertain the situation, we must seize control of Reef Island. But the cult of Poseidon has no intention of retreating. Instead, they are gathering more and more powerful and elite troops. Therefore, fierce fighting immediately broke out between the two sides. Pass my orders to immediately coordinate with the nearest Federation forces around Zentaya. I need them to quickly support this. Reef Island, the attendant reminded softly. Yes, it's this Reef Island. Also, immediately contact the Federation's Second Fleet, the 7th Airship Squadron, stationed in Zatia, to assist His Majesty Tyrion. Yes, my lord. The attendant hurried out again. As orders swiftly emanated from Zatia, Federation warships, one after another, sounded their horns and set sail from the harbor. Several fleets of combat airships flew across the sky, and the Federation's massive machinery began to operate at full speed. Meanwhile, in a cave hundreds of meters beneath the reef island, Ryan was unaware of what was happening on the surface. At that moment, he was studying the lifelike ancient mermaid before him. Not only was her beauty unparalleled, but her seemingly incorruptible body was unheard of. After studying for a long time, Ryan shook his head and gave up. His knowledge in this area was relatively limited, and he knew nothing about the history or secrets of ancient mermaids. Perhaps, when Her Highness Minia woke, she would offer some useful advice. Thinking for a moment, Ryan cast Metal Transfiguration, transforming the enchanted thorium on his wrist into a ribbon, wrapping it around the woman's delicate body. Of course, the primary purpose wasn't to confine her, but to serve as a warning. Although the woman was unconscious, this arrangement would give him ample time to respond should anything unexpected happen. At this moment, Ryan suddenly turned to look at Minia, who was deep in meditation nearby. He could sense that Minia was absorbing the surrounding fire energy particles. Does healing require absorbing a large amount of fire energy particles? Ryan immediately noticed that Minia had absorbed almost all of the free-floating fire energy particles. And Minia's slight frown seemed to indicate that she needed more fire energy particles. Ryan knew that this was different from the conscious process of using mental power to extract mysterious energy particles from the warp during sorcery. This was simply Minia's unconscious behavior during deep meditation, and naturally, it was impossible for her to obtain fire energy particles from the warp. After a moment's thought, Ryan cast a fire spell, High Temperature Force Field. Sure enough, as the fire energy particles converged, Minia's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. But what Ryan hadn't expected was that Minia's deep meditation, or rather, healing, would be unexpectedly long. Half a day had passed, with no sign of awakening. Ryan, meanwhile, continuously cast fire magic, High Temperature Force Field, to help channel the fire energy particles. No, I can't do anything at this rate. Oh yes, this appears to be an island formed by an underwater volcanic eruption. Whether it's extinct or active, there's likely a lava lake beneath it. Your Highness Minia, given your current condition, would ideally be near the lava, just like the ancient fire dragon Anguskin. Under special circumstances, the concentration of fire energy particles can be far greater than in normal environments. This is why fire dragons prefer to dwell in lava. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to give it a try. For him, having already mastered the metal-based Dawn's ultimate move, Blade 2's spinning disc, his excavation power was dozens of times greater than that of a modern tunnel boring machine. Digging a tunnel was naturally a piece of cake. After Ryan had moved a short distance away, he bent down and slapped the ground with one hand. A rich, dark silver metallic ripple flashed, and a rapidly rotating disc appeared on the surface, rapidly digging into the ground. It was so fast, like a sharp blade slicing through tofu. Swish. A few minutes later, Ryan sensed a subterranean cavity beneath him, and a wave of heat rapidly emerged from the opening. Sure enough, it must be a lava field below. After a moment's thought, Ryan returned to Minia's side and set up a simple shielding magic array. Then, he quickly leaped into the newly dug hole. For safety's sake, he couldn't just take Minia down. He had to at least inspect the area first. Over the summer sea, an airship, painted with the Imperial Dragon Head emblem, was speeding towards Imperial waters. This was the Storm, the only airship in the Imperial delegation's fleet that had not turned back, instead heading to the Empire to report the emergency. Inside the captain's cabin, a scene of intense activity unfolded. Quick! Ditch unnecessary supplies, and proceed at full speed. Chapter 517. Reef Island, Underground. Huh? Ryan's eyes lit up as he reached the bottom. Besides the expected expanse of dark red surging lava, he also spotted numerous exposed metallic ores on the lava walls. Clearly, these were raw ores resistant to high temperatures. Ordinary rocks had long since been melted by the lava. In addition, Ryan saw numerous monsters, ranging in length from several meters long, with dragon heads and crocodile-like bodies, but with dark red bodies, and two fan-shaped fins protruding from their backs. They slithered up and down the lava lake. What kind of creature is this? Does it look like it has red dragon blood or perhaps red dragon blood? But the two fins on its back appear to be from some aquatic creature. So, this is an underwater volcano. It has two sail-like fins on its back and enjoys lava. We can tentatively call it a lava diplodocus, Ryan observed carefully. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this strange visitor, many lava dimetrodons ran over with their eyes ablaze, clearly considering him a delicacy. The hardened adamantium in Ryan's hand instantly transformed into a rapier, piercing the head of a lava dimetrodon and pinning it to the spot. Although Ryan had killed the creature instantly, he could sense the tenacity and resistance of the initial thrust, as well as the instinctive twitching of the creature's body after its death, strengths unmatched by ordinary ferocious creatures. Not bad for its strength, most likely a dragonborn. This suspicion had crossed Ryan's mind when he had seen the dragon's head. After all, dragons generally enjoy mating, and can produce offspring with almost any creature. Their dominant genes are unparalleled. Although Ryan instantly killed a lava-filled Dimetrid, the others seemed unfazed and continued charging towards him. If it's a dragonborn, it'd be easy. Ryan released a small amount of his dragon bloodline aura, and instantly, the Dimetrid monsters that had been trying to surround and devour Ryan seemed to be suppressed by their bloodline and immediately scattered, rushing into the lava and hiding. Ryan naturally didn't chase them. Instead, he found a recessed area in the rock wall that wasn't covered by lava and quickly returned to the surface. He had to hurry and get Minia down. Ryan approached Minia and called softly, "Your Highness Minia?" After several calls, she didn't seem to wake up. Ryan thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness Minia, I need to take you to the lava lake below." With that, Ryan stepped forward and gently picked up Minia. The moment he touched her, he felt her body was warm and soft, and her touch was excellent. The other person's red wizard robe seemed to be a high-level magical weapon. It had automatically retracted when Minia transformed, and now, it remained intact, its texture as smooth and silky as a silk stocking, perfectly framing Minia's perfect figure. Also, as Ryan moved and embraced her, Minia let out a slight moan, her head naturally resting against Ryan's chin, a scent of mature woman filling his nostrils. At the same time, her body leaned forward, her bust becoming more pronounced, and her hips sank, brushing against Ryan's lower abdomen. This sparked a wave of thoughts in Ryan, who hadn't been around women for some time. As they walked, Ryan couldn't help but glance down at Minia. But once he saw her, he couldn't stop. Ryan felt she was so beautiful, so kind, so tender, and so deeply moved that he couldn't help but want to kiss her. Earlier, during the fusion of their consciousnesses, Ryan had resolved a mystery. Why Princess Minia would occasionally look at him with a rather peculiar gaze. And why she had specifically warned him not to use her Hydra transformation. This was because Princess Minia, when a young man, was studying at the Imperial Academy, he met a young man. Although not a royal descendant, he also possessed the rare bloodline of the Red Dragon. He was gifted and diligently trained, and soon the two of them bonded and fell in love. However, just as they were about to graduate, the young man, after years of diligent training, truly awakened his bloodline. The Hydra bloodline. It turned out that his bloodline wasn't Red Dragon bloodline, but rather the more special and rare Hydra bloodline. Most importantly, according to the secrets of the Dragon Empire's royal family, Hydras are an aberrant, an evil, alien dragon. Thus, one can imagine the fate of the two. Although Ryan didn't see all the details, this was the general outline. It was precisely because of this painful experience that Minia had never married. She was transfixed when she saw Ryan transform into a two-headed dragon in Ferdinand Forest, and she issued a gag order. Thus, when Ryan looked at Minia, he felt a pang of heartache. As a woman who could almost be called a Valkyrie of the Empire, she always appeared graceful, dignified, and resolute. But who could possibly know the pain she endured? And because their consciousnesses had somehow merged, both Ryan and Minia felt a deep, incomparable intimacy, as if emanating from the depths of their consciousness. With the vivid scene before him, it was inevitable that Ryan would harbor some erotic thoughts. With erotic thoughts in his mind, Ryan leaped into the cave entrance again. Upon reaching the lava lake below, he quickly made his way to the spot he had chosen, intending to gently lower Minia down. At this moment, Ryan took another look at Minia's beautiful face and cherry-red lips. For some reason, a stirring surged within him, and he kissed her gently. A secret kiss shouldn't be a problem, Ryan thought. Huh? Why is Her Highness Minia's face getting redder and redder? Ryan glanced at Minia's pretty face, and suddenly noticed something, a strange thought in his mind. However, he dismissed it as simply due to the scorching heat near the lava lake, and didn't take it too seriously. After setting up the magic circle, he quickly advanced, intending to bring the ancient mermaid down with him. After Ryan left, Minia's beautiful eyes slowly opened. She glanced at Ryan's departing figure with a complex expression, sighed slightly, and sank back into deep meditation. At sea, in the battle over the Reef Island, the cult of Poseidon and the Federation were constantly mobilizing personnel and forces, and battles raged almost one after another. From the outset, the cult of Poseidon, relying on the ancient, terrifying sea beast, the smoldering electric eel, Glathers, immediately injured the Federation's swordmaster, Tyrion. Although the injury was not serious, Glathers' ferocious power was so overwhelming that several Federation fleets dared not approach. It was not until half a day later, with the arrival of other epic-level Federation warriors, that the situation was finally resolved. On the second day, with the arrival of more powerful Federation warriors, including several giant Ajax golems, they finally gained the upper hand. The Poseidon cult also began to retreat. Although they suffered heavy losses, Pope Ager's goal was to allow Glathers, the smoldering electric eel, to further recover his strength. After all, nothing is more nourishing than blood. Once the Federation occupied the Reef Island, they naturally launched a massive search. But after turning the relatively small Reef Island upside down, Reginald and Tyrion found no trace of Ryan. Reginald and other high-ranking Federation wizards cast detection spells repeatedly, but to no avail. Perhaps Lord Ryan possesses some kind of magical device that blocks magical detection, Swordmaster Tyrion said gravely after a moment's thought. Search again, inch by inch. Yes. The Federation soldiers began their manual search. Looking down from above, the Reef Island seemed, for a moment, to be occupied by a dense swarm of ants. Nearly an hour later, an officer, sweating profusely, arrived to report, "Sir, we still haven't found any trace of Lord Ryan." "Have you searched everything?" "We've searched everything." "No, that's not right, sir. We haven't searched that lake yet." The bearded officer shuddered, as if realizing something, and pointed to the lake formed at the center of the explosion. The lake at this point was no longer what it had been since Ryan unleashed the molten flame explosion. The surface pressure siphoning water from the underground river sucked it upward, causing the lake to grow larger. Meanwhile, the ensuing fierce fighting caused the ground to shake again, collapsing the narrow tunnel Ryan had dug. This stopped the siphoning, and the lake finally took shape, reaching the size we see today. "What are you waiting for? Go!" Tyrion's eyes flashed at the mention of the lake. "Yes. The explosion's epicenter is highly likely." Reginald also gazed intently at the lake. "As you command, sir," the bearded officer said. 10 minutes later. One by one, the Confederates emerged from the lake, shaking their heads. Meanwhile, several water wizards cast water spells to explore, but to no avail. "Sir, there are no passages or caves below. We have found no trace of Lord Ryan." Tyrion's face darkened as he waved his hand. "Could it be that I was wrong? Both His Highness Menia and Lord Ryan perished in the previous battle?" Reginald, feeling downcast and his lips chapped after days without rest, asked. Even for a 4th-level Dawn wizard, the constant pressure and days of continuous battle were taking their toll. "I personally wonder if Lord Ryan might be carrying a shielding device and a cloaking device," Tyrion said gravely after a moment's reflection. Just as Hiram's team had done when they were trapped in the necropolis, hiding within the shielding device and the cloaking magic array, even the necropolis patrols and various detection devices would be unable to locate them. But since this involved the necropolis's secrets, Tyrion naturally couldn't speak directly. "It's not impossible, but what if Lord Ryan is seriously injured and trapped within the shielding device?" Reginald stopped talking. "Let's wait a while," Swordmaster Tyrion said after a long pause. Meanwhile, the Imperial airship Tempest had already arrived in the capital of Tamriel. Her Royal Highness, Red Queen Menia, is suspected to have died? Imperial Count, no, Imperial Marquis and Deputy Chief of the Swordbearers, Lord Ryan, is missing? Upon hearing the news, Imperial officials exclaimed in shock. "Quick! Immediately notify the Imperial Court, the Senate, and Swordbearers' headquarters." "Yes, my lord." As orders were passed down, the news that the Imperial delegation had been ambushed by the Poseidon cult on the edge of Federation waters on their return journey spread rapidly throughout the Imperial capital. Conspiracy theories, including rumors that the Federation had plotted an ambush on the Imperial delegation, were rampant. Fortunately, not long after, Earthpulse Reginald reported the incident to the Empire via the Federation's ultra-long-distance sorcery communication device, which somewhat suppressed the conspiracy theories. Reginald's wording mirrored Tyrion's, using the words suspected and highly likely. However, this naturally posed no challenge to the Empire, a country with a deep foundation. Astrologer Platform. When Marshal Alfred, accompanied by General Augustus and a red-eyed Alina, arrived at the astrologer's platform, they discovered that an elder from the Imperial Senate was already there. "Your Majesty Darian, my old friend, I need your personal divination. I never expected such a thing would happen during my visit to the Federation. Great astrologer Darian sighed. Alfred, you're here too, the elderly man with graying hair and a wrinkled forehead nodded. Elder Ivan, hello, Alfred said, bowing slightly. The other man was of imperial royalty, an elder of the imperial senate, and a guardian of the empire, with considerable experience. This crystal pendant was once worn by Menia for many years. Dalian, let's try to find Menia first, Elder Ivan sighed and said. The vast galaxy. Please illuminate the path ahead for me. To find the lost traveler. Dalian, holding the crystal pendant Menia once wore, began to recite the great astrology. A vast star map suddenly appeared before him, with stars of varying sizes radiating a dazzling light. Because the subject of the divination was Red Queen Menia, who was slightly more powerful than Dalian, even for Dalian, the great astrology required considerable effort, significantly affecting its accuracy. A few minutes later, as the great astrology concluded, Dalian frowned, pondering in silence. Your Majesty Dalian, how is the situation? Is Her Highness Menia really? General Augustus, standing nearby, could no longer resist asking. It's hard to say, but judging by the vast galaxy's indications and guidance, His Highness Menia isn't dead, but he doesn't seem perfectly fine either. Perfect? Everyone was stunned and immediately began to ponder. Because this word is quite strange when used to describe a person. His Highness Menia's condition is very strange. This is the first time I've encountered it. Each person in the vast galaxy corresponds to a star. If their star is dim, it means they are likely seriously injured or trapped in a secret realm. But His Highness Menia's star is clearly missing. This? Grand Astrologer Dalian frowned. At Grand Astrologer Dalian's words, the entire room fell silent. Why don't we try to find Lord Ryan first? If Lord Ryan is still alive, and we can find him, then we might be able to find out what happened to His Highness Menia. General Augustus thought for a moment and suggested. Well, that's one way. We can try it, said the great astrologer Dalian, nodding. At this moment, Alina, her eyes red, quickly stepped forward and respectfully handed Dalian a box. Chapter 518. Inside the box was the first emblem Ryan had received from the Sword-Bearer branch in Munster province. A bronze emblem. Alina had contacted Munster specifically to have it delivered as quickly as possible. While Ryan's residence naturally held numerous such personal items, Alina didn't want to overly worry Ryan's family before the situation became clear, so she kept this information secret from them. The personal items had also been delivered from the Sword-Bearer branch in Munster. Grand Astrologer Dalian took the wooden box and removed the bronze emblem. He was slightly taken aback. Clearly, a bronze emblem of a sword-bearer seemed too far removed from Ryan's current status. However, he said nothing and immediately began to cast a spell. A few minutes later. Sir Ryan is still alive, but his starlight is dim, likely due to the severe injury sustained in battle, Dalian said after the spell. Based on the intelligence, he naturally believed Ryan was seriously injured, not due to any other cause. The question is, why did His Majesty Reginald say he couldn't find Lord Ryan? General Augustus asked, frowning. Even if Lord Ryan possessed a magical device, like a shading array, it wouldn't make sense. The Federation has already conducted a comprehensive search, practically counting every ant on that island called Reef Island. Well? Augustus' question left Grand Astrologer Dalian at a loss for words. In fact, there was one thing he didn't mention. When he had just used the great astrology to divine for Ryan, he had discovered that finding him was incredibly difficult, even more so than the search for His Highness Menia. This meant that, in a sense, Ryan's power surpassed that of His Highness Menia, but how was that even possible? His Highness Menia possessed the strength of a late-stage Dawn Wizard, possessed royal blood, and was a veteran Imperial Dragon Rider. Darian was puzzled for a moment. The key point was that the accuracy of the divination depended on the strength of the subject. In all divination techniques, whether it was grand astrology or other techniques like crystal ball divination or waterweed divination, if the subject's power surpassed that of the practitioner, the accuracy of the divination would be significantly affected. Thus, the accuracy of Darian's divinations was limited to this level. At this moment, Elder Ivan of the Senate pondered for a moment and said, according to Reginald, they arrived near the island almost simultaneously with the Poseidon cult after the explosion, but by then, there was no trace of Menia, the incarnation of the undersea goddess, and Ryan. So, is it possible that after defeating the two, the incarnation of the undersea goddess took control of them and returned to the temple in the sea? Elder Ivan's words caused a sudden silence in the hall, and everyone present fell into deep thought. Yes. It's not impossible. After all, if it was on the island, even if Ryan had a concealing magic array, he would have been found by searching inch by inch. After a moment's deliberation, Marshal Alfred asked, "Your Majesty Dalian, can you determine the approximate location of Lord Ryan?" "Yes, he should still be near the Federation waters," Dalian nodded. "In that case, I agree with Elder Ivan. It's very likely that the incarnation of the undersea goddess severely injured Her Highness Minia and Ryan, and abducted them both to the underwater temple," Marshal Alfred said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment, their expressions suddenly dawning. "Well then, it aligns with the vision revealed by the great Grand Astrologer Dalian nodded. The three most powerful and influential individuals present agreed, and naturally the others followed suit. Even if they still had some small doubts, they could only refrain from doing so. After all, this was at least good news. It meant that Ryan was still alive, and as for Her Highness Minia, it seemed she hadn't completely perished. Even with the guidance of the astrologer's platform, the Imperial high-ranking officials, after conducting their research, were faced with a dilemma. Although the approximate range had been determined, the Sea God cult's headquarters was on the seabed. Unlike on land, where searching was relatively easy, the complexities of the ocean made locating it extremely difficult. Secondly, even if the location of the undersea goddess temple was found, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue. If not enough powerful individuals were sent, they would likely be in danger. But the problem is that after the Ferdinand Forrest incident, the activities of various cults within the current empire have become increasingly frequent. Almost every Imperial Guardian has their own province or region to garrison. Only the Imperial capital, Tamriel, has multiple Guardians on standby. However, after the last Imperial War, this number of Imperial Guardians is necessary. In that case, let the Senate send someone there, Elder Ivan said after a brief glance. News of the high-level meeting quickly spread within the inner circle of the Imperial hierarchy. Many top nobles were initially skeptical, especially since Reginald's report, which often used words like suspected and possible. But now the situation was different. The news has been confirmed by His Majesty Darian, the Empire's foremost astrologer. In the luxurious study on the second floor of Duke Drum's residence. Ha ha ha, that Ryan, so arrogant and lawless. Now defeated and imprisoned by the incarnation of the undersea goddess, even if he survives, he'll never be able to return to the Empire. What a pity, Your Highness Minia. Upon hearing the news, Duke Drum slammed his hand on the mahogany desk, his face flushed with joy, overcome with excitement. It wasn't that he wasn't cunning, but it concerned his son, Greenwood, who had been killed by Ryan. Greenwood. He had thought his son's death would never be avenged. After all, Ryan's power was rising at such a terrifying rate. He hadn't expected such a happy event to occur during a normal visit. Your Excellency, in that case, Master Greenwood's vengeance will be avenged. The new butler complimented with a smile. No, it's far from enough. Duke Drum, having quickly calmed down, thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "Investigate which individuals and forces previously affiliated with Ryan. I eliminate them one by one, and then completely wipe out his family." Your Excellency, it seems his family has settled in the Imperial capital, enjoying the special protection of the Imperial swordbearers. Besides, wouldn't it be too conspicuous to act now? So, start with his forces first. As for his family, take your time, and wait until people have forgotten about him," Duke Drum said with a sinister grin. "By the way, remember to inform Marquis Orens. His family previously clashed with Ryan, and lost their shares in the Munster branch of the Axon auction house." "Your Excellency, the Duke, you always make the wisest decisions," the butler complimented. Beneath the reef island, besides the underwater volcanic lava lake, Minia had actually woken up shortly after Ryan held her. However, not only did she feel Ryan's warm breath, but something poked at her hips, leaving her completely unsure how to react. In fact, after her consciousness was separated from her by Ryan and returned to her body, Minia was unsure how to face someone who knew almost all of her secrets. She was a woman, but the one who knew her secrets was a man. A young man of extraordinary strength, also possessing the bloodline of a multi-headed dragon. Because Ryan possessed the system, he didn't actually possess the bloodline of a multi-headed dragon, but merely the ability to possess multiple heads. However, Minia obviously couldn't know this, so based on appearances, she naturally assumed that Ryan possessed the bloodline of a multi-headed dragon. For a moment, Ryan seemed like the man she had once been infatuated with in her youth. After all, tragedies like Romeo and Juliet are the ones that stay with us forever. Minia was like that, unable to move on from this hurdle in her heart, but at that moment, she seemed to see the Romeo she once was. So, faced with Ryan's disrespect, and even that kiss, Minia didn't know how to react. Reject? It seemed as if she instinctively couldn't bring herself to say it. As for agreeing, she was so much older than Ryan. Minia's thoughts drifted for a long time before finally gathering themselves and returning to a deep state of meditation. Meanwhile, Ryan naturally had no idea what Minia was thinking. Taking advantage of Minia's deep meditation, he first studied the goblin engineering knowledge he had forced into his mind, then came to the exposed ore on the lava wall. Bang! With a slight force, Ryan's fist cracked the surface of the ore. The thick, dark gray layer of solidified rock, the crystallization of high-temperature magma on the surface of the ore, was extremely hard, but naturally, it was no match for Ryan. Huh? This is black iron ore? And rich ore. Although different minerals have different standards for defining rich ore, the black iron ore in front of him has a content of over 60%, which would qualify it as rich ore in any ore. After a brief thought, Ryan placed his palm, emitting a rich dark silver light, on the over a meter-long piece of rich black iron ore protruding from the lava wall. As the light from Ryan's palm flickered, the black iron from the rich black iron ore slowly seeped out like mercury, quickly gathering into a sphere in Ryan's palm. But this wasn't the end. Because the raw black iron ore contains more than just black iron, it also includes small amounts of other metals, such as copper and tin. Therefore, in addition to the black iron sphere, for other metal spheres of varying sizes and colors formed in Ryan's palm. These were a copper sphere, a tin sphere, a silver sphere, and a gold sphere. This was one of the abilities Ryan had applied since reaching the 4th level of Dawn Wizard. His exceptional affinity for metal elemental particles and the surging mental power of a Dawn Wizard allowed him to accomplish this with ease. Although he had been able to do this before, at the crystallized wizard level, it was quite laborious and only one at a time. Now it was much easier, as easy as eating or drinking. Bang! Soon, a sphere of pure black iron weighing hundreds of kilograms was placed before Ryan. For other small metal spheres soon followed, dropping to the ground. Ryan first glanced at the 5 metal spheres, then at the hundreds of protruding or not far away, a thoughtful expression on his face. That's good news. Perhaps I can gather the raw materials and start crafting mechanical artifacts for goblin engineering. Ryan's eyes flickered, and an idea struck him. However, these few metals aren't nearly enough. A moment later, Ryan flashed to another dark gray ore protruding from the rock face. He gently smashed it, then began working on it as he had with the black iron ore. This is demonic iron ore. Ryan's eyes lit up after a quick inspection. He'd assumed it was mostly one type of ore, but he'd been surprised to see other ores scattered throughout. Great. Looks like the plan is working. Soon, Ryan had gathered 7 or 8 rare metals and over 10 common ones. He hadn't expected the variety of ores within the submarine volcano to be so rich, more than enough for him to experiment with while learning goblin engineering. Ryan prepared the alloy using demonic iron as the primary material, adding a small amount of copper and tin. Then, he began smelting it with the fire magic he'd mastered, Scorching Touch. After cooling, he quickly cast Metal Transfiguration, transforming the magic iron alloy into a rifle-like shape according to the newly learned introductory goblin engineering blueprints. Ryan also transformed the other firearm components one by one. At this moment, a system notification sounded. You have crafted the basic goblin engineering artifact, the magic iron rifle. Your comprehension has improved. You have mastered a new skill, the magic iron rifle. Your skill in crafting magic iron rifles has improved, adding 10 experience points. You have successfully crafted a basic goblin engineering artifact, the magic iron rifle. Since the host hasn't yet achieved the goblin engineer class, your goblin engineering comprehension progress has increased by 1%. Great. Ryan explained at the system notification. As expected, learning isn't just about reading. You have to apply what you learn, combining theory with practice. That's a huge improvement in efficiency. Remember, Ryan's previous self-study took him several hours to improve by a single percentage point. But just now, he crafted a magic iron rifle in less than 10 minutes, instantly improving by a single percentage point. His progress in mastering goblin engineering knowledge had reached 65%. The next day, while Ryan was crafting a new goblin engineering artifact, the adamantine stabilizer, he suddenly heard a delicate moan from Minia. Ryan immediately stopped his work and turned to see Minia's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her hand resting on her smooth, white forehead as she slowly stood up. Your Highness, Minia, how are you feeling? Ryan hurried forward, asking with concern. In fact, without even asking, Ryan could already sense that, while Minia's mental stability was much better than it had been 3 days ago, it still fluctuated wildly. Furthermore, the intensity of her mental power had also shown a certain degree of decline. Not yet. My strength is constantly diminishing. Ryan, how many days have passed? I might need more time. Minia glanced at Ryan quickly, then lowered her head, her beautiful eyes flickering, a little afraid to look at him. Your Highness, Minia, it's been 3 days. If you want to continue deep meditation to recover, why not eat something first? There's a fire-type beast here that might be beneficial to your recovery, Ryan suggested. Although a level 4 Dawn Wizard's food needs are more manageable, they're not at the demigod level of a level 5 Full Moon Wizard, and they still need food to maintain essential life elements. Okay, thank you, Ryan, Minia nodded. Huh? Is this a Diametrodon? Minia was slightly surprised when she saw Ryan carrying a lava Diametrodon and beginning to work on it. It's really called a Diametrodon? I saw the semicircular fins on its back and just called it a lava Diametrodon, Ryan said with a smile. Yes, these are fire-type Diametrodons, likely the offspring of a red dragon or a fire dragon and a sea ichthyosaur. Judging by their numbers, a giant fire dragon must have once inhabited this lava lake, Minia explained. Ryan quickly prepared a few grilled Diametrodon ribs. Minia took a bite and found them juicy, tender, and delicious. But after a few seconds, a look of surprise crossed her face. Your Highness Minia, how does it taste? Ryan, these Diametrodons might not be the offspring of ordinary fire dragons or ichthyosaurs. I can sense the trace of blood essence within them. It must have come from an ancient red dragon, at least at the level of an old dragon, perhaps even a very old one. Minia's words clearly startled Ryan. He hadn't strayed far from Minia these days, and this lava lake was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that the lava lake wasn't located at the base of a single volcano, but rather shared by a group of submarine volcanoes. Are you suggesting that beneath this lava lake, there might be a red dragon of the old dragon level slumbering? Ryan asked seriously, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 519. I'm not sure. It seems this island has existed for a long time. Besides, if it's an old dragon, that's fine. But if it's a very old red dragon, I can't help you at all now, and I'd be a burden instead. Minia shook her head. So Ryan, if you want to explore, wait a few days until I've gotten my injuries under control. Of course, Your Highness Minia. Ryan accepted Minia's request. And Minia was right. If the other party was a very old red dragon, its power would be close to the epic peak, probably not far behind the red dragon King Straz. While Ryan wasn't afraid, if they engaged, he wouldn't be able to pay attention to Your Highness Minia standing by. Fearing the powerful red dragons that might linger in the lava lake, Minia quickly entered deep meditation to recover, while Ryan naturally continued his research on goblin engineering. Considering Minia's injuries weren't unstable, Ryan had to temporarily abandon his plan to use sorcery to communicate. After all, if there were any Poseidon wizards or sorcerers above the island, they might detect the transmission and reveal their location. However, in such a quiet environment, it was a very pleasant experience to diligently study a subject of interest. Soon, with the successful completion of the 31st Magic Iron Rifle, his goblin engineering knowledge naturally reached 100%, and a system notification flashed across Ryan's mind. Ding! The host has mastered the basics of goblin engineering, triggering the subsequent job change. Goblin Engineer, Legendary. The prerequisites for promotion to Goblin Engineer, Legendary, are 1. Level 5 or higher of a casting or mechanical transcendent class. Grand Armorsmith meets this requirement. 2. Strength 18 points or higher, Constitution 18 points or higher, and Spirit 20 points or higher. 3. Mastery of Goblin Engineering Knowledge. 4. Independently craft 3 qualified Goblin Engineering artifacts. These requirements are met. Do you want to switch to Goblin Engineer Legendary? Note, after switching to Goblin Engineer Legendary, the previous Grand Armorsmith Transcendent class panel will be integrated into the Goblin Engineer Legendary class panel. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately selected yes. The class change begins. Ding! Successfully switched to Goblin Engineer Legendary. Increase strength by 3, agility by 3, and spirit by 5. Gain the Goblin Engineer Legendary core skill, emergency modification, active. On the system panel, the previous Grand Armorsmith Transcendent class panel had disappeared, replaced by the Goblin Engineer Legendary class panel. The entire panel glowed with an extremely intense blue light. From Ryan's memory, it seemed even more dazzling than the blue of the Weapon Master Legendary that had appeared before, and almost as bright as the blue of the Warhammer Wizard Legendary. This seemed to indicate that even among the legendary classes, the Goblin Engineer, Legendary, was a top-tier class. Of course, Ryan's vision had now risen, and he wasn't overjoyed, but joy was inevitable. Emergency modification? Ryan couldn't help but focus on the new core skill. The name alone was intriguing. The skill description read as follows: Emergency modification, active, effect. The Goblin Engineer can perform emergency modifications on mechanical devices based on on-site conditions and resources. For example, if a specific component is missing, they can use other materials to create a makeshift replacement, or modify mechanical parts originally used for other purposes to meet the current needs of the device. Note: emergency modifications to spare parts consume a corresponding amount of mental energy. The more complex the part and the scarcity of the material, the greater the mental energy consumed. Furthermore, the duration of the required modification will be limited. Interesting. As Ryan carefully read the description of the core skill's effects, a smile appeared on his face. It would be fine for a small or medium-sized mechanical device, but a large one wouldn't be entirely made of metal. Even the prototype golem, which was nearly 99% all metal, contained a small number of insulating ceramic components and rubber seals. So, even if Ryan could find a large amount of various metals at the lava lake and master fire magic, allowing him to freely smelt and transform alloys, he still couldn't build a large mechanical device. He still had a small number of key parts he couldn't find. But now, things had taken a turn for the better. Perhaps I could try building a large mechanical device and, while doing so, consider it a way to level up my Goblin Engineer and accumulate some attribute and skill points, Ryan thought to himself. Since the last battle, Ryan's remaining attribute points were meager. If he encountered a stronger enemy, he would be very vulnerable. So, without much hesitation, Ryan quickly set to work. Soon, as various metal parts rapidly transformed and emerged in Ryan's hands, the prototype of a mechanical chocobo, a device that had appeared numerous times in the floating city ruins, gradually appeared before him. 10 minutes later, Ryan silently chanted emergency modification in his mind. Without any insulating materials, he expended his mental energy to summon mysterious energy particles, which could quickly affect and alter the properties of metals. He quickly assembled a small, cylindrical energy furnace device, over half a meter long. Finally, after inserting a hellfire crystal, he had a power core suitable for the Mechanostrider. This was also the most difficult step. Logically, building a small energy furnace requires a number of insulating components to prevent energy from escaping from the furnace. However, Ryan's core skill, emergency modification, perfectly circumvented this bottleneck. The rest was easy. Soon, a humming Mechanostrider appeared before Ryan. It works! Great! Ryan smiled, admiring the Mechanostrider he had seen several times before. Reflections on Goblin engineering emerged in his mind. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You crafted a Mechastrider, and your comprehension has increased. You've mastered a new skill. Mechastrider crafting. Your Mechastrider crafting skill has been upgraded, adding 20 experience points. You've focused on Mechastrider crafting, adding 30 experience points to your Goblin Engineer, Legendary, class. Thanks to Ryan's exceptional metal affinity, Late Dawn Wizard status, and the 4th level of Ironheart Advanced Meditation, he's practically the equivalent of a small Goblin engineering workshop. Some parts that would normally require mold machines, milling machines, and other mechanical equipment are now crafted by Ryan alone, and with even greater precision. This is how Ryan was able to complete a Mechastrider that would normally take several Goblin engineers 10 days to half a month to complete in less than 2 hours. At 30? Doesn't that mean you can upgrade to level 2 by crafting 4 Mechastriders? Ryan asked, raising an eyebrow. With a burning passion, Ryan quickly threw himself back into crafting the mechanical chocobo. 3 more days passed, and while he didn't see Meanie awaken, he did see the Goblin Engineer reach level 5. At the same time, a series of new system prompts appeared. Most importantly, the job change requirements for the Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, previously unclear in the floating city, were now clarified. Ding! Detection that the host's Goblin Engineer, Legendary, has reached level 5, triggering a job change. Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic. Prerequisites for the promotion to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, are 1. Goblin Engineer, Legendary, level 5 or higher. 2. Strength 20 or higher, Constitution 20 or higher, Agility 20 or higher, and Spirit 40 or higher. 3. Mastery of Advanced Goblin Engineering Knowledge. 4th, independently craft 5 qualified high-level Goblin Engineering Artifacts. Current requirements are not met. Job transfer to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic failed. As expected, all the job transfer requirements have appeared. High difficulty Goblin Engineering knowledge? No problem. Basically the contents of the second memory crystal from last time. High-level Goblin Engineering artifacts? Crafting super large mechanical devices, like prototypes and mechanical octopuses? Ryan took a closer look and realized that as long as he kept up with the relevant knowledge, he could transfer to another job almost at any time. This brightened his mood. Not only did this mean the emergence of a powerful combat class, but it would also contribute significant attribute and skill points as the class level increased. Somehow, his mind suddenly flashed back to the goblin corpse in a white lab coat on the second floor below the floating city ruins, constantly awakening prototype after prototype. Could they be the so-called Goblin Engineering experts? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. In the imperial capital of Tamriel, inside the Bishu School of Construction, school leader Mariah, along with Ryan's mentor Magaro, and a number of key personnel, were in the school's construction hall, attempting to repair the massive golem, the Destroyer, destroyed in the previous battle in Ferdinand Forest. Although the core of a large furnace fueled by abyssal fire was the one that launched and exploded, the Destroyer golem was nearly destroyed due to its proximity to the explosion. However, when the remains of the giant iron lump were brought back for inspection, everyone was astonished. While the exterior was only 20% intact, the interior was 80% intact. Most of the damage was to the outer metal, and a few wiring components. There was no need to rebuild a destroyer. Instead, they could consider repairing it. Now, nearly a month later, the entire restoration project is over 70% complete. The remaining work involves differences between the various devices, such as those used in ancient large-scale furnaces, and those used today. Because any adjustments require simultaneous adjustments to the wiring, while not difficult, it is quite time-consuming and laborious. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the hall. Come in, Mariah said without looking up. It was Deputy Sec Leader Bradley. His face was grim as he reported, School Leader, word has reached the Imperial School Joint Meeting that our school's promotion application has been put on hold. What? Why was it put on hold? Hearing this news, Magaro, who was hunched over checking the wiring, looked up at Bradley in surprise. Several other key members of the school also looked shocked. What's the reason? Even if the Destroyer Golem isn't fully repaired, Lord Ryan is a genuine level 4 Dawn Wizard, so he should meet the requirements for promotion. Compared to the others, the school leader, Moria, was more patient and thought for a moment before asking. Well? Bradley glanced at the people around him and whispered, Master, could you please come to the side with Lord Magaro and me and talk? Okay. Moria glanced at Bradley in confusion and nodded. Then the two quickly followed Bradley to the side. Bradley's face darkened as he said, I heard something happened to Lord Ryan. Something happened? But wasn't Ryan accompanying His Highness Minia on a visit to the Federation? Could something happen to him? Magaro glanced at Bradley suspiciously. His Highness Minia has also encountered an accident. I've checked with a few old friends. They say the Imperial delegation was ambushed by the incarnation of the Undersea Goddess, and a large number of Poseidon followers on their way back. Bradley shook his head and sighed. What? Upon hearing this news, even the calm sect leader Moria's eyes widened. So both of them? Magaro said in shock. I don't know, but according to the rumors from the astrologer's platform, the divination by Grand Astrologer His Majesty Dalian indicates that both are likely alive, but appear to be imprisoned by the Undersea Goddess. What do the Imperials say? Moria calmed his excitement and asked again. Not sure yet, Bradley shook his head. No wonder the Imperial Federation of Wizarding Schools shelled our application. What a bunch of opportunists. Instantly Mariah understood the reason. After all, the fewer large wizarding schools, the better. No large school wants to see a medium-sized school promoted. They couldn't stop him before. After all, Ryan's demonstrated combat prowess was simply too great. Furthermore, the Empire also didn't want too many large wizarding schools. Coupled with the deliberate interference of certain forces, what was once a sure thing has taken a turn for the worse. Alas! In the deep sea, and in the heart of the Poseidon cult's headquarters, our school is too weak. There's no way we can rescue Ryan. Ryan's mentor, Magaro, said with a look of pain. Ryan was his most prized disciple, but now, knowing he was in trouble, as a mentor, he couldn't rescue him. It was truly a torture. The most troublesome thing now is that the Isolder School believes our Destroyer Golem technology was stolen from them, and demands that we submit detailed information to the Imperial Wizarding Schools Federation within 2 weeks. Bradley said bitterly. What? Shameless. These shameless scoundrels. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Mariah practically leaped in anger. Meanwhile, in a ring of the imperial capital, Snyder family mansion. Lord Luther, we have always had a good relationship with the Snyder family and have collaborated in many areas. This time, I've been asked by a friend to bring you a message. Your good friend, Lord Ryan, may have met with misfortune. Therefore, I hope you won't overly concern yourself with certain matters. A middle-aged man dressed in gentlemanly attire bowed slightly and said, Sir Ryan is not only my good friend, but has also made outstanding contributions to the Empire. Isn't this going too far? Luther said with a grim expression. This was already the fourth wave of representatives from the imperial capital's great nobles, who had come to the door, subtly suggesting that the Snyder family keep their noses out of other people's business. Although they had come in under the guise of discussing trade, the conversations always centered around his friend Ryan. The implications were self-evident. If it were just one or two families, Luther wouldn't be afraid. But the problem now was that this was the fourth family, and representatives from the Guardian families had also begun to arrive. Although the Snyder family was the most powerful in Marne province, this was the imperial capital, and they were still the weaker party. Moreover, and most importantly, he didn't know how to convince his father. After all, he had inquired, and Ryan might really not be coming back. On one side stood his good friend, Ryan, and on the other, the interests and even safety of his own family. This was an extremely difficult decision for Luther. The same thing happened at the Bavarian family mansion. Sir Harlowen, you need not feel guilty for a friend who will never return. You simply did what was best for you and your family, didn't you? You should know that our two families can collaborate deeply in many areas of trade. By the way, your father, the Duke of Munster, seems a little overly persistent. I be frank. We will take action in Munster, and I hope you can persuade your father. After all, Munster is your family's fiefdom. Harlowen, nicknamed the Lance of Bavaria, was in the reception room, solemnly watching a middle-aged man in aristocratic attire leave. The man's words were still ringing in his ears. The man was from the Drum family, and his words, in short, were to keep his head down and mind his own business with the Bavarian family. Looks like we need to discuss a countermeasure. They're planning to attack in Munster? But aren't Lord Ryan's family members in the imperial capital? But regardless, we must notify father immediately and prepare. Harlowen looked thoughtful. Chapter 520. Summer Sea, somewhere deep beneath the sea. A magnificent temple, and dozens of ancillary buildings, encased within a massive semicircular shield emitting a black fluorescent light. This was the headquarters of the Poseidon cult. Great goddess of the underworld, please hear the prayers of your devout followers. Inside the spacious prayer hall, before the prayer formation featuring the statue of the underworld goddess, Pope Egil, who had recently returned to base camp, led a group of high-level sorcerers in devout prayer. Utilizing the base camp's prayer formation and the power of everyone's faith, it was naturally easier to contact their goddess than praying alone. As expected, Hela, the underworld goddess, responded. Suddenly, above the formation, a transparent projection of a black-robed girl appeared. She had a curvaceous figure and a beautiful face, but a cold expression. Egil, I know what you want to ask. Before Egil could ask, Hela, the underworld goddess, spoke. That damn mortal, Ryan, is not dead. Furthermore, he's even rescued Dragon's offspring. What? Egil was stunned upon hearing this news. Clearly, this news was completely unexpected. The surrounding high-ranking warlocks of the Poseidon cult naturally looked at each other in bewilderment and confusion. That Ryan was still alive wasn't surprising, but Minia, known as the Red Queen, wasn't dead either? My great and wise lord, we should. Egil bowed respectfully. The black-robed girl's beautiful eyes suddenly flickered, as if she were performing some high-level prophecy. Then, with a cold snort, she said, so she was hiding there. No wonder you couldn't find her. The enemy is currently at the edge of the magma lake deep beneath Reef Island. Although this dragon heir has been rescued, his strength is severely weakened. This presents a golden opportunity. Egil, you go in person. As you command, my master. Egil replied immediately, though a slight frown etched itself on his lowered face. He couldn't refuse his goddess's instructions, but the problem was that they presented numerous difficulties. My lord, the Federation has heavily guarded Reef Island. There are at least 3 Federation epic-level warriors on the island. If we attack head-on, I'm afraid they'd be a dead end. No, you must not only watch out for the Federation troops. I've seen 3 Dragon Empire Dragon Knights en route to Reef Island, and they're expected to arrive in a day. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, Her beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had once again observed something. Hearing this, even Pope Eggle expressed unease. The high-level sorcerers behind him would have immediately begun whispering among themselves if it weren't for the presence of their goddess's projection. After all, 3 Dragon Knights plus 3 Federation epic warriors. This force was no match for them. How has Glather's strength recovered? My lord, after consuming blood food during the previous battle, he's regained about 60% of his strength. Take me to Glather's. As you command, my lord. Soon, the group, accompanied by the translucent black-robed girl, arrived at a Colosseum-like underwater arena outside the temple. There, a terrifying ancient sea beast, the smoldering electric eel, Glather's, over 100 meters long, sat quietly, eyes closed. However, its body, especially the purple lines on its back, had become even brighter and more shimmering than before. Even an ordinary person could sense the immense electrical energy contained within. And judging by its now bulging belly, it seemed as if it had just finished feeding. My lord, Glather's has just devoured 3 gray whales, and is resting. As if sensing a hint of the undersea goddess's presence, Glather slowly opened his huge eyes, lowered his head, and let out a low humming sound, as if expressing submission and joy. Glasser, I will expend my divine power to help you further recover your strength. You, in return, will need to help Eggle slay a despicable blasphemer. The undersea goddess Hela spoke crisply, as she raised a slender white finger. A black beam of light from her fingertip instantly pierced the body of the smoldering electric eel, Glather's. Followed by this, Glather's displayed an extremely human expression of unusual joy. Simultaneously, the purple lines on his back glowed brighter, almost blindingly bright. Eggle, give Glather's more blood food. In half a day, its strength will be restored to 90%. At the same time, Glather's will lead you directly through the seabed rock layer and reach the magma lake. Hela, the goddess of the underworld, said calmly. The shadow she cast after the spell dimmed even further. Clearly, it wasn't that Hela didn't want to achieve her goal all at once, but rather that this was just a projection, and this level of power was already the limit. But with 90% of Glather's power, he had already reached the peak of epic strength. Together with her servants of the Poseidon cult, they were more than powerful enough to defeat that abominable blasphemer. Hela believed that if Ryan hadn't used the dragon blood sacrifice technique last time, she would have eliminated this despicable mortal long ago. Now, that rude dragon blood sacrifice was gravely injured, making it impossible for him to perform a similar technique again. Glather's would undoubtedly be able to easily crush him in terms of power. Also, I will later condense the final energy of this projection into a divine power crystal. After defeating that blasphemer, you can drop this divine power crystal into the lava lake. The renewed eruption of the submarine volcano will then completely obliterate the island and all nearby Federation ships. As you command? Great and wise lord. Hearing the words of the undersea goddess, all the high-ranking members of the Poseidon cult, including Pope Eggle, beamed with joy and bowed to the shadowy figure of the undersea goddess. Because if they set out half a day later, they would be able to avoid the 3 dragon knights arriving from the Empire. Secondly, they followed Glather's directly into the lava lake, eliminating the need to enter from beneath the island, thus avoiding a battle with the Federation for the Reef Island. Finally, and most importantly, with the smoldering electric eel's restored goddess power, its strength had reached epic peaks. In the eyes of the Poseidon cult, they didn't even need to intervene. Simply following behind would crush Ryan and the severely injured Minia. Don't let me down again, Eggle. With that, the shadowy figure of Hela, the goddess of the underworld, flashed with a dark light, and in the next second, vanished completely into the air. Only a prismatic crystal, emitting surging energy waves, remained, gently floating in midair. Half a day later, a terrifying, snake-like beast slowly emerged from the deep sea. Glather's, the smoldering electric eel, accompanied by a group of high-ranking wizards and sorcerers from the cult of the sea god, headed toward the Reef Island. Since eels are naturally adept at burrowing, piercing both the mud and the solid rock presents no difficulty for Glather's. Glather's twisted his massive, radiating purple body, stirring up vast swathes of mud from the seabed. The water turned murky, and soon, most of his over 100-meter-long body was submerged. Your Holiness, with Glather's, the smoldering electric eel, this mission will be much easier. Thanks to my lord's power, Glather's has finally regained the might of that ancient, terrifying sea beast. Yes, Ryan will die this time. I just wonder what his expression will be when he suddenly sees Glather's. A group of high-ranking warlocks smiled at the scene, their previously tense moods relaxing considerably. Pontiff Eggle of the Poseidon cult also felt a sense of relief, though he maintained a serious expression. He waved his hand and said, "All right, Everyone, be vigilant. Don't let your guard down. Follow us and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, by the lava lake, Ryan was still crafting a goblin-engineered artifact, but this time, it wasn't a mechanical chocobo. In front of him was a prototype of a mechanical velociraptor that was taller than the mechanical chocobo. It had a pair of short and delicate front claws, each of which was more than 30 centimeters long and sharp, like a sickle. This was none other than the standard combat machine of the ancient Goblin Empire. The mechanical raptor. Ryan remembered catching a glimpse of it from afar as he left Gate 3 of the floating city. Now, relying on the goblin engineering knowledge contained in the 2 memory crystals, he began crafting it himself. Although it also used a small furnace core, the mechanical raptor was naturally more difficult to build than the mechanical chocobo. The key lies in the creation of its hooked claws, which required a special alloy ratio for their hardness, and the sturdy mechanical hind legs, which required a special transmission system and high precision. Of course, this was only for ordinary goblin engineers. For Ryan, solving these 2 problems was not too difficult. As Ryan finished installing the last component of the transmission, a system notification sounded. You've crafted a mechanical raptor, and your comprehension has improved. You've mastered a new skill. Mechanical raptor crafting. Your mechanical raptor crafting skill has been improved, adding 35 experience points. You've focused on mechanical raptor crafting, and your goblin engineer, legendary, class experience has increased by 85. At the same time, Ryan's goblin engineer, legendary, class level has successfully reached level 7. At this point, the goblin engineer legendary class has contributed 6 attribute points and 6 skill points to Ryan. The bottom of the attribute panel now shows 7 attribute points remaining, 19 skill points remaining, and 594 gold skill points, nearing a record high. Not bad, at least enough to sustain a medium-intensity battle, Ryan thought to himself, feeling delighted. Just as he was about to continue crafting the mechanical velociraptor, he suddenly heard a subtle movement from Minia's side. Ryan quickly turned to see that Minia had regained consciousness for the second time, her beautiful face looking a little exhausted. He immediately set down the metal in his hand, and quickly walked over. Your Highness Minia, your strength. What shocked Ryan was that as soon as he approached, he could sense that although Her Highness Minia's aura had remained relatively stable, her strength was drastically different from before. Dragon blood sacrifice is a desperate secret technique. Surviving is a feat, especially now. I can barely maintain the strength of a Dawn Wizard. It's all thanks to your swift actions. Minia, however, was unconcerned and smiled at Ryan. However, Minia's comforting smile only made him feel even more guilty. Having merged with her consciousness, he knew all too well how much time and energy the beautiful woman across from him had expended in developing her strength. You have to remember, this was a direct drop from the late Dawn Wizard to the early Dawn Wizard. His actual combat power had dropped by more than half. Furthermore, Minia had also lost her longtime dragon companion, the red dragon Thassa. This made Ryan frown, his face serious. Really, I'm fine, Ryan. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have recovered to this point. Just as Minia was comforting Ryan, she suddenly saw him look up at the end of the lava lake in the distance. Bang! Suddenly, a large mass of rock exploded, and a spiky-headed monster resembling a giant snake, its body flashing with chilling purple arcs of electricity, rushed into the underground space. Its might was so overwhelming that dozens of lava-scarred Dimetrodons, previously leisurely roaming in the nearby lava, immediately bolted for their lives. But the next second, a chain of purple lightning flashed around its body, instantly scorching at least 20 or 30 Dimetrodons, who had no time to escape, and killing them instantly. What a powerful force! Ryan muttered, his pupils constricting slightly. This is an ancient sea beast, the smoldering electric eel, Glathers. Minia's beautiful eyes widened, a hint of disbelief. The black-robed figures that rushed out immediately afterward made it clear to the 2 men that the terrifying ancient sea beast before them wasn't a chance encounter, but was destined for them. Your Highness Minia, you go ahead and leave this to me, Ryan said solemnly, stepping forward to block Minia's way. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Who dares to disturb the slumber of the mighty Scarlet Wings, Fairmont? Dragon language. Followed by a deep roar. Dark crimson magma suddenly surged into the air, and a massive red dragon, over 80 meters long, emerged from the lava, its eyes fixed intently on the smoldering electric eel, Glathers. As for Ryan, he didn't even glance at him. The ancient red dragon, Fairmont, had sensed a powerful threat, and had rapidly awakened from its millennia-long slumber. It was no wonder, then, that Glathers' current strength was capable of inflicting fatal damage. Fairmont couldn't possibly continue sleeping soundly in such a situation. It was a natural alertness rooted deep within the dragon's bloodline. Ryan had only previously slain a few lava dimetrodons, and had never transformed or intentionally released his aura, so he naturally wouldn't have disturbed Fairmont. This sudden change left everyone present stunned. Ryan and Mina exchanged a glance, the same thought crossing their minds. They hadn't expected a red dragon of the venerable age to exist deep within the lava lake. As for the members of the Poseidon cult, including Pope Egil, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost, their minds racing as if 10,000 horses were galloping through their veins. What the hell was this powerful red dragon that had appeared out of nowhere? Just before anyone could fully recover, after its enormous vertical pupils swept across the circle of dead lava dimetromans, the ancient red dragon named Fairmont roared in utter fury. Dare to kill my descendant guards, and invade the great Fairmont's territory. No matter who you are, you will die. Dragon language. Instantly, a massive ball of dragon flame, accompanied by a tsunami of lava, tore towards smoldering electric eel glathers, and the Poseidon cult's high-ranking sorcerers. The sudden change occurred so quickly that Pope Egil didn't even have a chance to explain before he was completely struck by a wave of attacks. The baptism of flame breath and lava burst. Chapter 521. In a hurry. Aside from Pope Egil, who was able to instantly defend himself with his innate sorcery, the other high-level sorcerers of the Poseidon cult suffered some injuries. Their robes were either burned with holes, their skin blistered and even swollen from burns. Their previous confidence was gone. In a moment of humiliation and anger, the high-level sorcerers of the Poseidon cult, including their own, naturally lashed out with red eyes as they launched a counterattack against the red dragon before them. The terrifying ancient sea beast, Glathers, was even less amiable. Although it knew it had indeed invaded the red dragon's territory, the law of the sea was that the strong preyed on the weak, and the big fish devoured the small. It was impossible for it to apologize. Besides, if it could devour the red dragon before it would likely be able to fully recover its strength. So, facing the fiery breath and magma tsunami of scarlet flame wings Fairmont, Glathers twisted his body and proactively advanced. Simultaneously, the purple stripes on his back suddenly shone brightly. Instantly, a massive purple electric snake, over 100 meters long, emerged from his body and engaged the flames and lava, engaging them fiercely. For a moment, dazzling arcs of electricity and bright flames flickered above the lava lake. Led by the behemoth Glathers, the Poseidon cult engaged Fairmont, the ancient red dragon, newly awakened from its slumber, in a fierce battle. Fairmont, scarlet flame wings? I seem to have heard of this red dragon. Mina, fluent in dragon language, naturally understood Fairmont's recent roar. Her brows furrowed slightly, as if she were recollecting something. I remember now. This is an ancient red dragon that was active during the chaotic period before the founding of the Empire. It's a generation older than the oldest red dragon in the Empire today. I didn't expect it to be alive, and chose to sleep in the magma lake of this underwater volcano. No wonder it possesses the strength of an extremely old dragon. Oh! Ryan observed the two battles not far away with considerable curiosity. Then its blood essence should be able to fully restore you, Your Highness Mina, right? Complete restoration is impossible, but it should be able to restore about 70% to 80%. Wait, but that's simply impossible for the other party. Mina didn't pay attention at first, simply answering Ryan's questions. But she immediately realized. Is it a question of whether it can be restored? That's blood essence. Even a small amount would severely damage your vitality. How could the other party, who is not related to you, possibly give it up? Ryan, there's no way the other party would agree to let a hot-tempered, extremely old red dragon provide its blood essence. Mina looked at Ryan with surprise, momentarily confused by what he meant. It's okay. It agree, Ryan said confidently. Mina became even more confused. By the way, what was its reputation during that period? Are there any records of it in ancient texts? It wasn't bad, just a bit arbitrary. Your Highness Mina, please take shelter here for a while. The mechanical velociraptor will give you a warning. I deal with the Poseidon cult and this sea beast first, then discuss the bloodline essence with the red dragon. Before Mina could say anything, Ryan disappeared in a flash. Ryan approached the enemy a little closer, then suddenly thought of something and stopped. The Poseidon cult's greatest strength this time should be this smoldering electric eel. If we can successfully kill it, the Poseidon cult's team will be defeated. However, the opponent's purple electric attack is very powerful. With the red dragon Fairmont here, there's no need for me to transform into a giant dragon and engage in close combat. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan made up his mind. He raised his hand, and a jagged dark silver disc several meters in diameter hovered in midair above his raised right palm, spinning rapidly. It was his new Dawn Killer move, the Blade 2's spinning disc. Unlike before, Ryan had now reached the late 4th level Dawn Wizard. Combined with his Metal Affinity Super and Iron Heart Advanced Meditation, the power of this Dawn Killer move had reached epic proportions, capable of inflicting severe damage even with carelessness. However, Ryan, observing the fierce clash of magma and plasma ahead, the battle scene intertwined with red and blue light, did not rush to attack. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Ah! Although the ancient red dragon Fairmont roared in pain from the burning purple current, it withstood the attacks of Poseidon's Pope Egil and a group of high-level sorcerers, and with a powerful claw, blasted glasses into the magma. A good opportunity. Ryan's eyes lit up at this sight. With a swish, the dark silver metal disc above Ryan's head shot out at high speed, instantly submerged in the magma. If someone could have looked down at the surging lava lake from midair at this moment, they would have seen that beneath the dark red magma, a rapidly moving circular object, like a torpedo in the water, was rapidly approaching glasses, the smoldering electric eel, which was about to be blasted into the magma. Splash. At that moment, Glathers was furious at being blasted into the lava by the red dragon before him. Seeing its giant eel body shrink and expand, it was about to leap out of the lava and launch a counterattack against the red dragon. But suddenly, it felt a faint sense of fear and dread, as if disaster was imminent. Glathers' large, vertical pupils scanned the area in fear, but even through the sulphurous vapors lingering above the lava lake, it could find no threat other than the red dragon. The next moment, it realized something. It felt like something flashed through the lava. But before it could react, it felt a sharp pain in the middle of its body. Glazers looked down, and was immediately horrified. It was stunned to find that its powerful body had been split right down the middle, in two. It's Ryan! Seeing this sudden change, Egil, the Pope of the Poseidon cult, was furious. Although he still couldn't find Ryan directly, judging by the powerful metal disc just now, it was definitely Ryan who had attacked. Hiding in the shadows, the enemy decisively killed the ancient sea beast, the smoldering electric eel, Glathers, with a single strike. After all, Glathers was the sea god cult's greatest reliance in this operation. The other high-ranking warlocks of the sea god cult were also horrified, their eyes widening in panic, unsure of what to do next. Even the most powerful Glathers had been killed. How could they possibly fight the rest of the battle? Without Glathers, they couldn't even defeat the red dragon that suddenly appeared before them. For a moment, the sea god cult's momentum was shattered. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. At this moment, the ancient red dragon, Fairmont, turned to look at Ryan, a look of surprise in its eyes, but then nodded in gratitude. Stranger yet powerful human wizard, thank you for your assistance. You bastards who dare to invade our territory die. The ancient red dragon, Fairmont, suddenly flapped its fleshy wings and darted forward, seizing the upper half of the smoldering electric eel's still twisting body in its jaws. Snap! With one bite, he shattered Glathers' pointed tip. But that wasn't the end yet. Facing the Poseidon cult's Pope Egil and the dozen or so high-ranking sorcerers who had just besieged him, Fairmont naturally felt a surge of hatred. He breathed a fiery breath at them, flapping his massive red flesh wings. Suddenly, two lava tornadoes swept towards them. Retreat! Poseidon cult Pope Egil shouted, quickly turning and leaving. It was clear that the ensuing battle was completely unwinnable. Leaving aside Ryan, they were already at a disadvantage against this powerful ancient red dragon. Despicable invaders! You still dare to escape? As expected, dragons are very vindictive. The red dragon, Fairmont, pursued relentlessly. Although its body was too large for the passageway the Poseidon cultists had fled into, preventing it from entering, it opened its maw, aimed it at the interior, and unleashed a fiery breath. A cone of crimson flames instantly filled the entire passageway, and for a moment, screams rang out in agony. After all, the breath of an extremely old dragon was incredibly powerful, crimson enough to crumble even Pope Egil's defensive sorcery, let alone his subordinates, who were only at the 3rd level of crystallization. As the flames gradually dissipated, Egil's anxiety eased slightly. However, when he looked around, he discovered that only 2 of the elite Poseidon cult members who had followed him remained. The rest had perished in the fiery breath. Egil's heart sank to the bottom, and he felt so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not only had he failed to complete the mission assigned by his goddess, but he had also lost most of the core elite members of the Poseidon cult. Suddenly, He thought of the divine power crystal his goddess had previously bestowed upon him. If he threw this crystal into the magma, while the explosion and subsequent volcanic eruption wouldn't kill the abominable red dragon and Ryan, it would be better than fleeing like a drowned dog. At least, he could inflict serious damage. A fierce look flashed across Eggle's face, and he immediately pulled the crystal, gleaming with black light, from his pocket. But the next moment, a dark silver light suddenly flashed before Eggle's eyes. Instantly, Eggle's heart was filled with fear. Of course, he didn't know what this thing was. It was this thing that had just split Glathers in two with a single blow. He knew it was Ryan catching up. Eggle tried his best to dodge, but the attack was so sudden, and he was in a narrow rock tunnel, so he had no time to completely avoid it. With a whistling sound, the innate defensive magic on his body burst like a bubble, and a line of blood appeared on his right shoulder blade, almost splitting him in half. Ah! With a scream, Eggle's right arm, which had just pulled out the black crystal, fell to the ground. Ryan flashed and arrived not far away. For his own safety, Eggle abandoned the severed arm and the divine power crystal at his feet. He immediately unleashed a mystical technique, unleashing a vast cloud of black smoke. Like an octopus struggling for survival, it shot towards the cave entrance without a backward glance. Rain, intent on pursuing, was surprised to see the black crystal tightly grasped in the severed arm's hand. He exclaimed, "Huh? This is the divine power crystal?" Rain was overjoyed. But after a moment's hesitation, Eggle, the Pope of the Sea God cult, vanished without a trace. Rain gave up on the pursuit and instead bent down to pick up the black crystal from the severed arm's hand. Sure enough, the system prompt rang out, "Ding! Detected divine power crystals that can enhance the quality of spiritual power. Do you want to accelerate absorption?" Note, the system absorbs impurities and absorbs all of it at once. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Instantly, he felt a surge of majestic, sinister energy emanating from the black crystals. However, after being purified by the system, the pure energy surged from his arms upwards, directly into his mind. And the spiritual power particles in his mind began to swell further. A few seconds later, Ryan checked his stats. Spirit, 282, quality 70%. The increase in total spiritual power was due to the continuous points added in previous battles, plus the reward from the job changed to Goblin Engineer, Legendary. Quality increased by 9%. Not bad. The increase might not seem significant, but Ryan wasn't disappointed at all, because he had expected it. This wasn't the first time Ryan had seized divine power crystals. Although divine power crystals had previously provided at least a 20 to 30% improvement during the liquefaction and crystallization stages, for a 4th level Dawn Wizard like him, the increase was much smaller. Unless a large piece of divine power crystal was available, a significant improvement was possible. But this was already quite impressive. If Ryan had relied on advanced meditation techniques to achieve this on his own, even he would need years of effort, and other Dawn Wizards would need a decade or even longer. When Ryan returned to the space within the lava lake, he found Minia conversing with the red dragon Fairmont. It was clear that Minia had come out on her own. It seemed Minia was worried about Ryan's actions. "Beautiful human lady, I seem to smell an ancient and unique aura about you. Are you a descendant of the dragon bloodline?" "Respected Master Fairmont, Minia Dragon extends her sincere greetings." Minia bowed slightly, greeting the extremely old dragon before her. "Huh? I sense you're seriously injured. Did you perform a dragon's blood sacrifice?" Fairmont's enormous dragon eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. It glanced at Minia, then at Ryan, and exclaimed, "Young and powerful human wizard, I envy you for finding a partner willing to perform a dragon's blood sacrifice for you. And beautiful lady, your partner can actually prevent a dragon's blood sacrifice. Such formidable strength is rare among humans." Hearing Fairmont's rather polite words, Ryan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, to Ryan's surprise, the other party actually took the initiative and said, "This smoldering electric eel's blood essence has miraculous healing properties, surpassing even ordinary dragon blood essence. If you two are willing, as a token of gratitude, I am willing to help the beautiful lady recover from her injuries free of charge." Minia glanced at Ryan and smiled. Then, she bowed slightly to the ancient red dragon, Fairmont, and said, "Of course, thank you, Sir Fairmont." Fairmont nodded, grabbed the 2 remains of the smoldering electric eel, Glathers, and began to silently recite the dragon language. Soon, strands of purple blood essence emerged from Glathers' remains, quickly converging into a blood clot in midair. As the blood essence was drawn away, the surface of Glathers' once lustrous remains began to shrink at a visible rate, and the purple stripes on its back lost their luster. Roar! When Glathers's blood essence was nearly drained, Fairmont aimed a fiery, conical dragon breath at the purple blood mass in midair and suddenly exhaled. As the fiery breath seared the purple blood mass, it began to evaporate, releasing some impurities. Its diameter rapidly shrank, from the size of a carriage to the size of a millstone, and further condensed. A moment later, as the blood mass shrank further, its color became a dazzling purple red, like a gemstone, accompanied by a tantalizing fragrance. Beautiful lady, please prepare for meditation. As the purple blood mass rapidly moved in front of Minia, strands of its blood essence began to sink into Minia's delicate body, who was now in deep meditation. Ryan could sense Minia's aura steadily strengthening, or more accurately, recovering. This naturally brightened his mood. When Minia had completely absorbed the blood essence of the smoldering electric eel, Glathers, the ancient red dragon, Fairmont let out a long sigh. He leaned over to Ryan and whispered, "Sir Ryan, you two have devoted yourself to each other. This is truly an enviable and sincere relationship. However, it's clear that this beautiful lady hasn't taken the final step with you. The essence of the ferocious eel species has special aphrodisiac properties. I can only help you so far. Your lady is about to wake up. I think I leave first. It's a good time to see what's happening in the outside world." After hearing Fairmont's words, Ryan's eyes widened. It took him a moment to understand what Fairmont meant by aphrodisiac properties. At the same time, he also understood the meaning of acting somewhat arbitrarily. Humph. At this moment, the rather disrespectful red dragon, Fairmont, leaped from the lava, flapping its massive fleshy wings as it flew toward a hollow above. Watching Fairmont's retreat, Ryan couldn't help but focus his gaze on Minia, whose aura was becoming increasingly stable. At some point, 2 crimson clouds drifted across her beautiful face, making the already elegant Minia even more charming. Chapter 522. Faced with Minia like this, Ryan took one look and could hardly take his eyes off her. At this moment, Minia slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and seeing Ryan staring at her unblinkingly, her blush deepened. Somehow, Minia found herself gazing into Ryan's brilliant black eyes, her heart swaying, an irrepressible attraction. Could it be the after-effects of the dragon blood sacrifice she had previously performed? But the ancient royal texts never mentioned this. As her thoughts drifted, Minia felt something was amiss with her body, growing hotter. She also felt a subtle, almost embarrassing urge, an urge to lean into Ryan's arms. However, having been nurtured in royal etiquette since childhood, she felt the urge, but she kept it to herself. Even her expression, aside from the growing redness in her cheeks, maintained its usual dignified and elegant demeanor. "How are you feeling, Your Highness?" Ryan asked with concern. He meant what he said sincerely, with no hidden meaning. However, to Minia, Ryan's words only made her feel more embarrassed, because the word feeling seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Minia's blush deepened, almost as if it were about to bleed. "Well, it's basically recovered. After a period of adjustment, it should be back to 80% of its original state," Minia said, suppressing the throbbing in her heart. "Only 80%? Can't it be fully recovered?" Ryan frowned, slightly disappointed, and doubts arose in his heart about the extremely old dragon, Fairmont's treatment. Could it be that he didn't want to lose his own bloodline essence, so he used the bloodline essence of the smoldering electric eel to make up for it? Full recovery is impossible. Even if it was performed by His Majesty Strazza, the Red Dragon King, he could only recover to this extent. Otherwise, dragon blood sacrifice wouldn't be a forbidden technique. Minia smiled faintly, her beautiful, watery eyes fixed on Ryan, and said seriously. Then she added, "Thank you, Ryan." Your Highness Minia, you're welcome. This is what I should do." Ryan didn't look away, for he found Minia, smiling and blushing, truly beautiful. Minia, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed by Ryan's gaze. After all, as a member of the imperial family and a powerful figure of epic caliber, when had she ever been stared at like this by a member of the opposite sex? And in this enclosed space, alone with a man and a woman, especially. At first, she dared to meet Ryan's gaze for a moment, but within 2 seconds, her heart began to pound. Minia lowered her beautiful eyes slightly, not daring to look directly into those gleaming black eyes. But Minia naturally wouldn't say anything like, "You're not allowed to look." At that moment, Ryan's mind replayed the words of the extremely old dragon, Fairmont, just now. "To cheer you up? I can only help you so far." Instantly, a joke flashed through Ryan's mind, a joke about beasts and those worse than beasts. Also, Ryan asked himself, if Minia really fell into the arms of another man, how would he feel? Would he be jealous, angry, and unable to accept it? The answer was self-evident. So, Ryan stared at Minia, whose eyes were slightly lowered, and slowly but resolutely stepped forward. For Minia, every step Ryan took felt like it was treading on her heart. Her nervousness made her delicate, fair palm sweat slightly. What was Ryan trying to do by approaching? What would she do if he did something to her? What if? Before Minia could truly process her thoughts, she suddenly felt a large, hot hand gently wrap around her slender waist. For a moment, her mind went blank. Then, she heard Ryan whisper in her ear, "Your Highness Minia." Huh? The elegant Minia turned to look at Ryan, a look of bewilderment on her face. The expression of an innocent little girl appeared on the usually elegant, mature, and imposing Minia. The stark contrast made Ryan unable to contain himself any longer. The next moment, Minia felt a fiery heat covering her cherry lips. 10,000 words omitted here. A few hours later, Ryan looked at Minia's beautiful, noble, and slightly lazy face, and couldn't help but smile. Not only did Minia possess the noble status of an imperial royal, but she also had a face that looked like an angel fallen from the earth. A tall and majestic breast, a slender and flexible waist, a round and perky buttocks, and the Creator had concentrated almost every beauty of a woman in her. Short of a true goddess, it's hard to find a more perfect woman among humans than Minia. She was still soundly asleep after the fierce battle, but even her expression at that moment seemed to fully demonstrate the immense pleasure and satisfaction she had just experienced. If I had this kind of relationship with Her Highness Minia, wouldn't that make me the Emperor's uncle? Ryan pondered, and suddenly, a question struck him. Then, when I go to visit Anna's mother, what should Second Prince Everton call me? At this moment, as if sensing Ryan's fiery gaze on her delicate body, Minia's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and then, opening her deep, beautiful eyes, she looked at Ryan. For a moment, Ryan seemed to see a vast expanse of glittering stars in Minia's beautiful eyes, but more than that, joy, shyness, and deep affection. What's more, Minia, contrary to her previous shyness, never looked away from Ryan's gaze. Instead, she smiled faintly, staring at him. And a few hours ago, on the Reef Island, Federation Swordmaster Tyrion was chatting with Water Dawn Wizard Hernandez, who had been urgently transferred there 2 days ago, when they suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising from underground. Then, the ground on the island suddenly exploded, and a massive, imposing red dragon suddenly soared from the ground into the sky, filling the air with a powerful, fiery aura. "Very old dragon," Hernandez exclaimed. The opponent's immense strength froze Hernandez's movements, which were about to begin a spell. "This aura is unfamiliar. It can't be Run or His Highness Minia." Tyrion, momentarily unresponsive, watched the dragon soar hundreds of meters into the sky before slowly speaking. Nearby, the Imperial Guardian, Earth Pulse, Reginald, was searching at low altitude, piloting his dragon companion, Ted. Suddenly, he saw a massive red dragon soar from the Reef Island and naturally sped up to pursue it. Huh? The symbol of dragon? The ancient red dragon Fairmont's enormous eyes naturally spotted Reginald, the yellow dragon Ted, and the Imperial airship behind him. "Your Majesty, the strange and powerful red dragon, I am Reginald, the guardian of the Dragon Empire, and I greet you." Sensing the powerful aura of the other dragon, Reginald stood on the back of his fellow dragon Ted and bowed slightly. "Oh, you are one of the followers of the beautiful human Minia?" Fairmont immediately realized. "Have you met Her Highness Minia?" Hearing the word Minia from the mouth of the extremely old dragon, Hernandez's eyes lit up, and he asked immediately, not caring about the other dragon's misunderstanding. "Yes, she and her companion are in the lava lake below. However, I suggest you return to her in half a day. She is recovering from her injuries," the ancient red dragon Fairmont said meaningfully. Immediately, before Reginald could ask any more questions, the ancient red dragon, Fairmont, flapped its fleshy wings and sped away at full speed. Companion? Could it be Lord Ryan? This? Reginald gazed at the strange, incredibly powerful red dragon as it fled, naturally unable to stop it again. After some thought, he decided to follow the strange dragon's advice and wait. If he disturbed Her Highness Minia's healing, that would be a grave mistake. However, this good news must be communicated to the Federation first. Furthermore, the Federation must temporarily track the whereabouts of this powerful red dragon. If it deceived them, Elder Ivan would make sure it was punished when he arrived. Upon hearing Reginald's news, Tyrion, Hernandez, and even Vice Speaker Bertrand and Councillor Tarina, who were rushing to the Reef Island, were all overjoyed. "Your Majesty, I've contacted the Federation fleet and lookouts along the coast, and will monitor the whereabouts of that strange red dragon. However, if it heads into inaccessible areas, we may be unable to track it, Swordmaster Tyrion said. Yes, just the general location is enough, Reginald nodded. Shouldn't we really go down and take a look? Not yet. That red dragon has no reason to lie. Wait half a day. If there's still no movement after half a day, we go down and search together, Reginald suggested. Okay. Hearing Reginald, also the deputy head of the Imperial delegation, say this, Swordmaster Tyrion naturally couldn't say anything more. He nodded and said. Half a day passed quickly. Just as Vice Speaker Bertrand, Swordmaster Tyrion, and other high-ranking officials were growing increasingly impatient, Minia and Ren, holding hands and looking unusually affectionate, emerged from the hole in the ground. This caused the eyes of Swordmasters Tyrion and Hernandez to widen until they were round. They exchanged glances, each gazing at the shock in the other's eyes. Because they were both experienced, they knew immediately from Her Highness Minia's expression and the closeness between her and Ren that the two were in some sort of romantic relationship. Hernandez couldn't help but sigh, saying, I always thought we were only inferior to young Lord Ren in strength. Now it seems that's not entirely true. Yes, it's not just about strength, but also in this area. This puzzled Tyrion and Hernandez, who were racking their brains. It's important to understand that while Ryan was incredibly powerful and a rapidly rising star among the Empire's younger generation, there was still a significant gap between him and Her Highness Minia, both in status and background. Furthermore, they had heard for years that the Empire's Red Queen, Her Highness Minia, was almost always harsh with men, regardless of their strength or appearance. Could it be that Ryan had cast some kind of mind-bending spell on Red Queen Minia? If they didn't know Ryan's character, they would have already dragged him aside and interrogated him. Finally, there's another point. Her Highness Minia, representing the Empire on this visit to the Federation, has attracted the attention of many Federation elites with her elegant demeanor, profound knowledge, formidable strength, and nearly impeccable appearance and figure. Among them are many epic-level powerhouses, but none of them has impressed Her Highness Minia. It's fair to say that during Minia's time on the Empire's tours of the Federation, she has become the dream goddess of all Federation men, regardless of strength or age. Unexpectedly, this most beautiful and thorny rose in the Dragon Empire was plucked by Lord Ryan. The same thought naturally lingered in Reginald's mind, unable to be shaken off. Recalling the moment he and his dragon companion, Ted, caught up with the powerful, extremely old red dragon, Fairmont, and the other's nonsensical words, he instantly understood. However, unlike Tyrion and Hernandez, Reginald, a fellow Imperial Guardian and a longtime acquaintance of Minia, naturally viewed the matter differently. But one thing remained the same. Reginald could never fathom how Renee and Her Highness Minia had become a couple. Deputy Speaker Bertrand was equally astonished. However, to him, the precise nature of their relationship was unimportant. What mattered was that both were alive and well. That was the most important thing. Over the past few days, he felt as though half his hair had fallen out. If anything were to happen to them, he, as the representative of the Unionists and the primary host of the Imperial delegation, would be blamed. His political career in the Federation would likely come to an end. Thank goodness. Your Highness Minia, I am so happy to see you return safely, Bertrand said sincerely, stepping forward. Minia's beautiful face still blushed slightly, as if she hadn't fully recovered from her earlier intimacy with Renee. However, upon noticing the large crowd waiting, she shyly withdrew her hand from Renee's. Sir Bertrand, I apologize for causing you and your excellencies to worry, Minia said politely, bowing slightly. It's me who should apologize, Your Highness Minia. Please allow me, on behalf of the Federation, to express our sincere apologies to you and the Imperial soldiers who died in this battle. I hope this incident will not affect our continued close cooperation. Especially with the Poseidon cult, I suggest we unite and inflict a severe blow upon them. As Bertrand and Minia spoke, the beautiful woman Tarina's eyes darted between Ryan and Minia. One thing she had to admit, there wasn't a single wrinkle on Minia's stunning face, and her figure was truly impressive. She was definitely a top-tier mature woman. Sure enough, the intelligence was right. Ryan has a special liking for mature women. But if that's the case, why did he treat me so badly that day? Tarina pondered, glancing down at her own equally impressive figure and sighing deeply. Yes, compared to Her Majesty Minia, I am indeed inferior. Chapter 523. A few hours later, the brilliant starry sky illuminated the return route. Since the Imperial delegation was already several days behind schedule, Minia declined the Federation's request to stay and immediately decided to lead the delegation back home. Aboard the Imperial airship flagship, the Queen, Reginald, still somewhat incredulous, looked at the smiling Minia and asked, "Your Highness, Minia, are you and Lord Ryan really in a relationship?" It wasn't that he was gossiping or asking out of turn, but Minia had just specifically instructed Reginald not to make her and Ryan's relationship public for the time being. After all, her identity was sensitive, and if it were made public, there would likely be widespread criticism. Of course, she had discussed this with Ryan, and Ryan had no objection. After all, as long as they mutually acknowledged their relationship, whether it was public or not was of little consequence to him. His position was built on his own strength and power, not on currying favor with the powerful. Well, while there were some accidental factors, I discovered that Ryan is kind-hearted and incredibly considerate of me. Listening to Minia's words, Reginald felt as if he were standing beside a young woman who had just fallen in love, not the Red Queen of the Empire. For a moment, Reginald felt as if he were being trampled by 10,000 bulls. Kind-hearted and considerate? There must be tens of millions of men in the Empire like that. Is that the reason? Reginald was speechless. He really wanted to say, "Actually, I can do both of these things too." But for so many years. "Okay. Your Highness Minia, I will naturally agree to your request. I keep this a secret." "Thank you, Your Majesty Reginald. By the way, are Elder Ivan and the others on their way?" "Yes, we should meet them on the road in a few hours." "Yes." Since Ryan had promised Minia not to reveal their relationship, he naturally couldn't linger in Minia's room for too long. So, after leaving the ancient mermaid girl in Minia's room, he returned to his own cabin. Meanwhile, Dragon Empire Munster. In a luxurious mansion near the Axon auction house, the beautiful woman Jennifer was still working overtime in her second-floor study, calculating accounts. Nearby were the barbarian girl Lager, a business student, and Georgia from the Ice Claw Bear mercenary group. Georgia initially served as Jennifer's personal bodyguard, but later, after discovering the beautiful woman's strategic business acumen, she was deeply impressed. So, in addition to her guard duties, Georgia studied some basic business transactions with Jennifer. As for Lager, her original plan was to study business with the beautiful woman for 2 to 3 months, understanding some key aspects of the trade. After that, she would return to the Norton tribe to help Chief Darius and High Priest Rom improve the tribe's foreign trade. The ultimate goal, of course, was to improve the tribe's difficult living conditions. Although Ryan had previously contacted Luther's Snyder family to help the Norton tribe sell furs, the Howling Tundra also possessed other rarer products that were equally valuable. If these could be supplied directly to Jennifer, the profits would be substantial. Also, the auction house could procure some rare ores. Once purchased and brought back to the tribe for forging, they could significantly enhance the protection and combat capabilities of the tribe's high-ranking warriors. In other words, trade profits can be used directly to purchase rare minerals. This back-and-forth process eliminates intermediaries and greatly improves capital efficiency. "Madam, these past few days, several of our major caravans have been attacked by an unknown force. Is what Lord Luther sent to inform us earlier true?" Georgia asked with a worried look on her face. Her brother, Fandral, leader of the Ice Claw Bear mercenaries, had volunteered to investigate the situation. Although she had great confidence in her brother's abilities, she felt a sense of unease. "No matter what, we must leave Munster tomorrow morning. Since someone is trying to threaten Ryan through us, it must be a powerful force." Jennifer had received a secret letter from the Duke of Munster early this morning. The gist of it was that there was a struggle at the top, and she was asked to return to the imperial capital immediately to ensure her safety. But the problem was that Jennifer had several caravans directly under her command, as well as trade negotiations with other merchant groups. Furthermore, there were matters at the auction house. Even if she wanted to withdraw to the imperial capital, she wouldn't be able to do so immediately. Of course, the most important thing was that, in Jennifer's opinion, the situation wasn't that urgent. After all, this was Munster, not anywhere else. So, she planned to briefly deal with the matters at hand before leaving. The beautiful woman was also puzzled. Logically, with Ryan's current thriving position in the Empire and his rapidly growing strength, no major power would be so unwise as to threaten Ryan by controlling or abducting them. Because once Ryan knew, even if he was temporarily at a disadvantage, he would inevitably retaliate once he became stronger. Could it be something happened to Ryan? Otherwise, this matter would be difficult to explain. However, these were only Jennifer's thoughts, and she would not speak them out loud. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the room was violently blown open. A familiar figure slammed heavily against the bookcase at the door, accompanied by a familiar muffled groan. "Lord Very," Georgia exclaimed. The one who was blasted through the door was none other than Ryan's follower Very. "Don't go over there. Lager grabbed Georgia, who was about to charge, and shook her head at her. At the same time, she quickly grabbed the one-handed axe and large shield beside her, and with a solemn expression, she stood in front of the beautiful woman Jennifer. Years of business experience had kept Jennifer from panicking at the situation. However, her pretty face remained serious. After receiving the secret letter from the Duke of Munster, Jennifer had mobilized all her guards around the mansion. She had also specifically notified Very, a follower of Ryan serving in the Munster Sword-Bearers branch. What Jennifer hadn't expected was how quickly and powerfully the enemy arrived. At this moment, the guards surrounding the mansion were completely silent. Clearly, except for Very, who was able to hold off a bit, the others had been silently dispatched. "Quick! Take the wife and leave first," Very said, spitting blood as he struggled to his feet. TSK, so you're Very. Quite capable. What a shame you ran into us." A tall, armored man wearing a black hood and holding a knight's sword entered and said. But the enemy wasn't alone. 3 more black-hooded men appeared behind him, one after another. 2 of them wore wizard robes, emitting subtle psychic fluctuations. The third wore a cloak, but the faint creases revealed intricate patterns of gold and silver thread, resembling the custom-made attire common among high-ranking nobles. Title Knight, Crystallized Wizard. Lager's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She immediately knew that the enemy must be from a major imperial power. No wonder the dozen or so elite guards stationed around the mansion were silently dispatched. If Very hadn't been there, they wouldn't have had time to react. To be able to dispatch such a powerful team at once would have to be at least a top-tier noble, comparable to the Bavarian House of Munster. Huh? What a rare beauty. The barbarian girl is here too. Great. The cloaked man, who looked like a noble, observed the beautiful woman Jennifer and Lager with delight. As expected, you're coming for us. Are you trying to use us to threaten Lord Ryan? Jennifer immediately understood what he was saying. Oh, so calm. So, are you counting on your Lord Ryan to rescue you, or are you hoping for support from the Duke of Munster? He looked at them with a half-smile, speaking with a rather relaxed tone. Unfortunately, let's not even talk about whether the Duke of Munster would risk sending a rescue. Even if he did, our men would likely stop him. As for your Lord Ryan, he's already struggling to protect himself. Perhaps you don't know this yet. Let me give you a free secret of the Empire. Your Lord Ryan has been defeated and imprisoned by the incarnation of the undersea goddess. I'm afraid he never returned. The other party extended a finger and waved it in front of them, his tone indescribably frivolous. At these words, both Jennifer and Lager were horrified, their faces changing color. Has something happened? Besides, the enemy is not only powerful, but also very knowledgeable about them, knowing that Ryan has a close relationship with the Bavarian family, the most powerful in the province of Munster. What? Still resisting? Here, this is the head of a stubborn resistance fighter. He's quite powerful, probably someone you know. One of the crystallized wizards pulled a completely petrified skull from his arms. The skull's face didn't show any fear, but only anger and resentment. Brother! Georgia exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. If Lager hadn't held her tightly, Georgia would have rushed over right then. Oh! So this is your brother? What a pity. 3 beautiful women. If you surrender immediately, the Marquis may grant you a chance to live. Otherwise, I will make you into beautiful statues in my garden. The crystallized wizard holding Fandrel's petrified head said with a hint of frivolity. Let's go! At this moment, Jennifer seemed to press a button under the mahogany table, and a translucent barrier suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, separating the group from each other. At the same time, the wall behind Jennifer shifted a layer, revealing a passage. Want to escape? You're such an overconfident woman. One of the crystallized wizards raised her hand, and a sharp, conical stone pillar several meters long appeared before them. With a whoosh, it shot towards the translucent wall. Boom! The translucent curtain wall suddenly shook violently. Although it didn't crack, it looked to have reached its limit. Huh? It's not broken. Just as the crystallized wizard was about to attack again, Very, dragging his injured body, swung his great sword and slashed down with a fierce leap. Dang! However, his attack was easily blocked by the armored man's sword. He was then kicked hard in the stomach, sending him flying backwards, crashing through the wall, and sliding directly onto the lawn in the mansion's front yard. You're really asking for your own death. At this moment, the curtain of light had already been broken. The cloaked man said, Wait, let's go after those women first. They're in the servants' quarters over there. Another crystallized wizard closed his eyes, sensed it, and opened them again. Sure enough, Jennifer and the other 2 women ran out of the servants' quarters in the front yard and rushed towards the gate. Hee, interesting. Can you escape? The armored man scoffed. He flashed onto the front lawn, but then stopped dead in his tracks as 2 men and 1 woman appeared at the gate, guarding 3 women, Angus, Evelyn, and Nero. These are the members of Ryan's former team. They're so weak. At this moment, the 2 crystallized wizards and the cloaked man approached. Angus and Nero were facing a formidable enemy. Although they were improving rapidly, they were still far behind the enemy in strength. At this moment, a knight wielding a bright silver 2-handed warhammer, accompanied by a team of silver-armored knights, arrived at the gate. Miss Jennifer, I'm sorry I'm a little late. Goddess Church? Night of Punishment? This time, the cloaked man's expression grew slightly more serious beneath his hood. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated that the Goddess Church in Munster Province would actually have such a close relationship with their target. No, to be more precise, with Lord Ryan. The Goddess Church, which had always refrained from intervening in the internal strife of the imperial nobility, had surprisingly made a rare move. Sir Knight of Punishment, I urge you not to intervene in this matter. It will do you no good. Lord Ryan has made outstanding contributions to the church and is a recipient of the 2nd-class Order of the Goddess. His family and relatives, provided they have not violated imperial law, will be protected by the church. Brander also sensed the thorny nature of his enemy. There were 3 of them of comparable strength to him. This was definitely not a force that any of the imperial nobility could field. Imperial capital Tamriel. Duke Drum's residence. What? This Ryan is back? He and Her Highness Menia weren't imprisoned by the incarnation of the undersea goddess, but rather defeated her? Was he missing during the time merely recuperating? Duke Durham exclaimed, rising from his mahogany desk. Yes, Your Highness, I can't believe it either, but this is news just received from a family confidant serving in the Senate. It's said that His Highness Reginald has already received Her Highness Menia and Ryan. Duke Durham confirmed this, his eyes vacant, and he sank back into the spacious chair as if his spine had been pulled out. After a moment, Duke Durham declared in a deep voice, all action cease immediately. Or tell the team heading to the Howling Tundra to seize the gold mine to return immediately. Consult the Orens family and inform them to immediately cease operations in the province of Munster. Yes. Well, Marquis Orens personally headed for Munster the day before yesterday after receiving this news. He was accompanied by 2 masters from the Isolder School. I assume they have already begun their operations, the butler said with some embarrassment. As for the Howling Tundra, they still have time. Due to the long journey, the team is still halfway there. Hearing the butler's words, Duke Drum's expression grew even more serious. Quickly sever ties with the Orens family and eliminate any trace of the Durham family's involvement in this matter. The butler felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Duke Durham's words. The Orens family had always followed the Durham family's lead for so many years, yet Duke Durham was so ruthless, giving up so easily. Is this the tactic of the Empire's top aristocrats? Yes. However, Your Excellency, the Orens family may still have 1 or 2 secret letters from us. It's okay. The secret letters are specially coded. As long as there's no conclusive evidence proving our Durham family's involvement, that's all. As long as we're removed from the picture, Lord Ryan won't choose to attack us without solid evidence. After all, we have the Imperial Guardian, our ancestor Pantiskirk, known as Storm Cloud. The mention of this Imperial Guardian made Duke Durham's expression more relaxed. The Durham family's continued standing among the Empire's top aristocrats for so many years owes much to Storm Cloud Pantiskirk. Indeed, with His Majesty Pantiskirk here, even if Lord Ryan has any objections to this matter, he can only leave it at that. The butler smiled and complimented. Chapter 524. Over the Summer Sea. Soon, the Imperial airship formation, traveling in opposite directions, encountered Elder Ivan and his 2 companions, riding giant dragons. Seeing Ryan for the first time, Elder Ivan and the other 2 dragon riders were immediately struck by his youthful appearance and the subtle yet vast mental fluctuations emanating from him. In reality, Ryan had deliberately restrained some of his mental fluctuations, revealing only the aura of a mid-stage Dawn wizard. Sir Ryan, you are younger than rumored, and even more powerful than rumored. Elder Ivan, after his shock, smiled. Thank you, Elder Ivan. After some pleasantries, Ryan learned that Elder Ivan was more senior than Menia. While not directly descended from the Imperial family, he was Menia's uncle. The other 2 also had distant Imperial bloodlines, but were a generation younger than Menia, and were of the same generation as the current Emperor. This time, the other party's main focus was naturally Her Highness Menia. So, after a simple dinner, Ryan returned to his cabin, leaving the other party alone for conversation. In the middle of the night, over the shimmering moonlit summer sea, several Imperial airships soared at high speed. In his luxurious cabin, Ryan's eyes flickered open, abruptly awakened by a system notification. The host's ferocious beast, the trotting wildebeest, has suffered a fatal attack and is now dead. Ding! The host's number of contracted pets has increased. Currently 2/4. Xiao Hei is dead? Something happened at home? No, if it was a family accident, then even if Bloodfeather could escape, Cookie, the Greyhound war dog, would surely be in trouble as well. While I'm away, few people can ride Blackie. Claire is one, Anna is another. Could something have happened to them? No, Claire has a carriage, and Anna can transform herself without me. It's unlikely they could have ridden Blackie. In that case, the most likely scenario is that Blackie was killed in the mansion's stables. Ryan, gradually calming down, analyzed each case and realized that the situation wasn't as serious as he had initially suspected. Is it because the Imperial capital doesn't want to attack your family? So, killing the horses is a way to instill panic in them. Ryan's eyes narrowed. After a moment's thought, Ryan opened the door and said to the sergeant at the door, "Messenger, notify the captain's cabin. Full speed ahead, head for the Imperial capital." "As you command, Lord Ryan." The sergeant's hesitant expression caught Ryan's eye. "If Her Highness Mia asks, just say it was my order," Ryan said gravely. By design, he wasn't the head of the Imperial delegation, so the decision to fly the airship formation at full speed normally required Minia's approval. "Yes, Lord Ryan." The sergeant saluted and trotted off. With the airships flying at full speed, the next morning at 10 o'clock, the Imperial delegation arrived safely in the capital of Tamriel. After the grand welcome ceremony, His Highness Minia, surrounded by the crowd, returned to the Imperial Palace. Ryan, saying he needed to return home first, agreed to meet with Marshal Alfred later, and boarded the luxurious carriage that had been arranged long ago. In the carriage, Ryan, Major General Tadia, and the capable young woman Alina sat facing each other. "Alina, could you tell me about the situation at home and at the Imperial level?" Seeing Alina's relatively calm expression, Ryan's worries eased considerably, and he asked slowly, "I've compiled a list of major events at the Imperial level for you, Lord Ryan. You can review it at any time." Alina produced a folder and respectfully handed it to Ryan. "But, your family." Alina seemed to be hesitant to speak. After letting Ryan take the documents, her smile gradually faded. "Well, because there were so many different opinions when you first went missing, I didn't choose to inform your family immediately. I also contacted Lord Luther and Lord Harlowen, two others who might know the inside story, and asked them to keep it a secret from your family for the time being. I'm concerned that your family would be extremely worried if they knew." Listening to Alina's story, Ryan nodded slowly. Logically, Alina had considered that his parents were ordinary people, and had chosen to keep the matter secret for now to avoid excessive worry and grief for her family. There was nothing wrong with this approach. But I neglected Miss Claire. She's at the Imperial Academy, well informed, and she learned the news through other channels. And then your family. All knew about your accident, and Aunt Emma fell ill. "This isn't your fault, Alina," Ryan said soothingly. "Claire knew it was just an accident, so Alina couldn't be blamed." "Thank you, Lord Ryan, for your understanding. Also, last night, a horse was killed at your residence. The Imperial Capital Security Force has intervened, but they have no leads at this point. Miss Claire has fought this person before. She appears to be a woman, her movements elusive, and her strength surpasses Miss Claire's," Alina said solemnly. Ryan nodded. This point was consistent with the system notification he received last night. "Don't you know the other party's identity?" "Lord Ryan, perhaps I should add something to this matter." Major General Tadia, standing beside him, straightened her posture slightly and said, 2 days ago, the second prince personally contacted and pressured the marshal. Quina, who possessed the Shadow Dragon bloodline and was originally imprisoned at headquarters, has been taken away. I believe the act of killing your mansion's mount out of venting anger was the work of this Quina." "Second prince? Shadow Dragon bloodline?" Ryan was slightly startled. He hadn't expected this. "I understand. Also, Lord Ryan, something has happened in Munster." Major General Tadia paused briefly before delivering the second piece of bad news. "Munster? Did Jennifer and Lagred get into trouble?" Ryan's eyes narrowed, and an aura of unspoken authority emanated from him. This startled Major General Tadia. Lord Ryan's strength seemed to have improved again. Initial reports said that Lord Ryan and Princess Minia had been defeated and imprisoned by Hela, the goddess of the underworld. Now, it seems that's not the case. But the speed of this increase in strength is truly terrifying. Although Madame Jennifer and Miss Lagret were attacked, they are safe and sound under the protection of the Swordbearers branch and the Goddess Church. However, they are temporarily housed within the Munster Goddess Church. I've arranged for headquarters personnel to arrive, Tadia said with a serious expression. The Duke of Munster also sent reinforcements, but they were stopped by an unknown force. Hearing that the beautiful woman Jennifer and the barbarian girl Lager were safe, Ryan felt a little relieved. But hearing that several people were trapped in the Munster Goddess Church, unable to leave, made Ryan's anger rise. Do you know which force attacked? Ryan's tone was a little cold. This is still under investigation, but the circumstances of the two who attacked are basically clear. They are Earth-type wizards at the 3rd level of crystallization. We are sure that they are from the Isolder School. The Swordbearer headquarters has investigated the powerful figures of all major forces in the Empire. While Earth-type wizards are not uncommon, forces with the strength of crystallization level and the ability to send two at once are rare. The Isolder School? Hearing this vaguely familiar term, Ryan's heart stirred, and an immediate thought occurred to him. He asked, "Is it the large wizard school that Sculptor Harold belongs to?" "Yes, Lord Ryan, it's them. Only they could easily field two crystallized wizards specializing in earth magic," Tadia nodded. Ryan nodded. So it was them? No wonder. After he killed the legendary Sculptor Harold, they had been clamoring for revenge. It wasn't until he displayed his epic combat prowess that these threats of revenge completely ceased. Are they seeking revenge, believing they can't return? You just mentioned two of them, but what about the others? Ryan asked gravely. There are two more. We're not sure yet. We're investigating, but according to reliable sources, they appear to be Marquis Orenzi and his captain of the guard. Furthermore, we've investigated and confirmed that Marquis Orenzi and his captain of the guard left the imperial capital the day before yesterday. Their current whereabouts are unknown, Tadia reported. The Orenzi family? Another old friend. A significant portion of Jennifer's shares in the Axon auction house came from the Orenzi family. Are those people you just mentioned still in Munster? Their whereabouts are rather secretive, but at least one is still here. I understand. Major General Tadia, please inform the Marshal that my meeting with him may have to be postponed. Also, arrange for a high-speed airship to Munster in 2 hours. Well, Lord Ryan, the airship is fine. But this matter may not be that simple. The Bavarian and Snyder families have been warned by many of the Empire's established nobles. We are almost certain that the Drum family is behind this. Even the second prince is involved, Tadia said seriously. Alina, standing beside them, couldn't help but gasp, her hand slightly covering her mouth. No wonder the Swordbearer headquarters only strengthened the security of Lord Ryan's residence, and didn't make a large-scale effort to capture the killer of the Trotter. The other party's identity is unimportant, Ryan said slowly, shaking his head. What's important is whether they did it. Lord Ryan, we have no substantial evidence on the Durham family's side, Tadia couldn't help but say. The evidence isn't important. What matters is that I believe they did it. I handle this. Hearing Ryan's words, Tadia and Alina exchanged glances, unsure what to say. But one thing was clear to both of them. A storm was about to erupt in the imperial capital. When Ryan arrived at the door of his mansion, the diminutive Matteo beside him was delighted. But Ryan frowned, having heard voices in the nearby living room. He waved his hand, signaling Matteo to hush his voice. Last night, the attacker was a woman. She was so powerful, not even I could stop her. I feel like they killed Ryan's former mount, Blackie, more to create panic within the mansion, Claire said with a hint of fatigue. Ever since she learned of Ryan's accident, Claire had been deeply concerned and had chosen to stay at Ryan's mansion, comforting his parents and sister Mint. At the same time, she received news from home that her father, Count Habsburg of Meister, had recently been facing numerous warnings from the great nobles. It seemed that Count Habsburg, also under immense pressure, had sent a letter, essentially asking her to consider herself and perhaps even the Marquis who had previously pursued her. That aside, last night, while resting with Mint, she heard the neighing of the trotting wildebeest, Blackie, in the middle of the night. When she arrived at the stables, Blackie, Ryan's former mount, had been killed on the spot. She also briefly engaged the suspected murderer, a woman in leather armor, but was repelled. By the time her guards arrived, she had mysteriously vanished. He left a message, implying he would come back tonight. Although the Imperial Capital Security Patrol arrived, they were also troubled by the case, at least at their level. After reporting it, it felt as if they had run into some nefarious hand, and the matter was temporarily shelved. The series of events weighed heavily on her, and she felt a bit overwhelmed. So today, she had specially invited 2 of Ryan's friends, Luther and Harlowen, to discuss countermeasures. Miss Claire, from today on, Lord Harlowen and I will take turns guarding the mansion. However, based on the situation you described, I'm afraid Lord Harlowen and I aren't sure we can capture the enemy. Luther and Harlowen exchanged a glance, each seeing difficulty in their eyes. Claire's strength was comparable to theirs. From Claire's description, it seemed the enemy possessed some special ability, the ability to instantly disappear. In that case, even if they took action, they had no chance of success. I hadn't expected that just a few days after Lord Ryan's accident, these forces that once feared him would all resurface. Not only did they immediately attack the Warhammer and Rose merchant guilds in Munster, but they even dared to kill Lord Ryan's former mount in protest. This was truly excessive. Thank you, both of you. I go check on Little Mint. She was frightened last night. Claire had just stood up when she saw the door to the reception room open and a familiar, tall figure appeared in the doorway. Ryan! Claire exclaimed, a mixture of joy and sorrow. Lord Ryan. Great. Lord Ryan, you're back. Luther and Harlowen immediately stood to greet him, their faces filled with surprise, joy, and delight. Claire, why are you crying? Ryan smiled faintly, gently wiping the tears from Claire's pretty face. Ryan, I'm sorry. Thank you, Claire. Leave the rest to me, Ryan said, slowly cradling Claire in his arms. 10 minutes later, having understood the situation, Ryan arrived at his sister Mint's bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. He saw his sister, frightened the night before, sleeping peacefully on Cookie, the greyhound. Woof woof. Ryan was about to quietly leave when Cookie, seemingly sensing something, barked excitedly. Cookie, let me sleep a little longer. Mint woke up to the sound of the large dog beneath her. She rubbed her red, swollen eyes and looked toward the door. The next second, her eyes widened and she cried out in surprise. Brother! Ryan smiled as he picked up his sister, Mint, who rushed over and rubbed Cookie, the greyhound, who was rubbing against his trouser leg. Brother, Xiao Hei is dead, Mint sobbed. Yeah, I know. I make that bad guy pay. Be good, don't cry. Yeah. Somehow, seeing her brother, Mint relaxed completely. After a few words, she fell into a deep sleep again. Next, Ryan visited his mother, Emma, and his father, Ryan Sr. Seeing Ryan's safe return, Emma's illness was almost completely healed, though she couldn't help but receive the old man's nagging and admonitions. When Ryan returned to his bedroom, he stretched out his hand and made a complex, rapid gesture in the air. Immediately, a symbol emanating spiritual energy appeared in the air in front of him. Ryan? A few seconds later, Minia's voice echoed from the complex symbols. High-level wizards, once they've exchanged unique communication marks, can telepathically communicate within a certain range. Ryan and Minia had already exchanged these marks back in the lava lake. Minia, Ryan quickly explained the situation. Ryan's intention was that he might come into conflict with the second Prince Everton later, and Minia, as his great-aunt, had to speak up. It was the same principle as always informing the adults if you hit someone else's child. Ryan, since this matter involves Everton, leave it to me. Besides handing over the murderer and offering an apology, is there anything else you need? Just hand over the murderer. An apology is unnecessary. Even if Minia forced him to apologize, it wouldn't be genuine, and Ryan had no interest in it. A few minutes later. 2nd floor of the second prince's residence. Bang! The second prince, Everton, turned grim-faced. He slammed his palm down on the solid wooden desk, startling the large white cat napping there, and sending it scurrying off. Buchanan, hearing the noises within the bookcase, immediately knocked on the door, saying, Your Highness? Come in, Everton said gravely. Yes, Your Highness. Buchanan entered, only to be met with the second prince, whose expression was utterly distraught. Buchanan had served as the second prince's butler for many years, and was naturally familiar with his master's habits. The second prince's expression, naturally, infuriated him. Great-Aunt Minia actually intervened on behalf of that Ryan, demanding I immediately hand over Quina and apologize. What? Buchanan was naturally shocked upon hearing this. You know, Red Queen Minia holds great prestige within the imperial court. However, she is always very lenient towards younger generations, and rarely reprimands Your Highness, let alone apologizes in person. It must be because during the previous attack on the imperial delegation by the Poseidon cult, Ryan's outstanding performance earned the recognition and praise of Minia's great-aunt. Everton, having calmed down, thought for a moment, and then spoke in a deep voice. Buchanan, take Quina with you, and go to Ryan's residence in person to apologize. Now? Yes, right now. As you command, your highness, but... Quina, Buchanan said hesitantly. Quina possesses the rare Shadow Dragon bloodline, and among the known members of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood, she possesses the highest concentration of Shadow Dragon bloodline. It would be a waste to simply hand her over to Ryan. Otherwise, His Royal Highness the Second Prince wouldn't have needed to personally pressure the sword-bearer and demand his return a few days ago. Besides, this matter wouldn't be easy to communicate with Quina, as she was essentially sending him to her doom. Hand Quina over to Ryan. However, if she escapes, it won't be our fault, but the other party's ability. Give this to Quina. Everton sneered, pulling out a red, crystal-lit reagent from his bosom and handing it to Buchanan. Bloodline burst potion? I understand, Your Highness. I go right away. Buchanan couldn't help but laugh after taking it. After Quina was retrieved, she was rewarded with a bottle of Dragon Vein Evolution Potion. Consuming it, her strength now bordered on that of an epic powerhouse. If she were to take the Bloodline Burst Potion, the Shadow Dragon Bloodline's abilities would be significantly enhanced in a short period of time. He only needed to pretend to bring Quina over to Ryan, and he believed Quina would be able to escape on her own before long. Chapter 525. In the front yard of the Ryan mansion. Just as Ryan said goodbye to everyone, and was about to board the airship to the Sword-Bearer headquarters, a luxurious carriage suddenly stopped at the mansion's entrance. Earl Buchanan, the second Prince Everton's butler, emerged from the carriage with a tall, shackled Quina. That's her, Ryan. The moment Claire laid eyes on Quina, she recognized her as the one who had killed the trotting wildebeest, Blackie, and fought her last night. Yes, Ryan nodded. Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Minia's efficiency to be so high. Less than half an hour later, the second prince's butler arrived in person, bringing Quina, who possessed the blood of the Shadow Dragon. Although shackled, Quina's face still held a defiant expression. Aside from looking warily at Ryan, he treated everyone else with indifference. As he passed Claire, he even snorted softly, a hint of dissatisfaction and a hint of provocation. At this moment, Buchanan glanced around, smiled, stepped forward, and bowed slightly, saying, Sir Ryan, long time no see. Good morning, Sir Luther and Sir Harlowen, and good morning, beautiful ladies. Sir Ryan, His Royal Highness the Second Prince has specifically entrusted me to apologize. We were truly unaware of Quina's previous, presumptuous behavior, and we deeply regret the trouble this has caused you and your family. This is a manor on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Please accept it. As for Quina, she is also in your hands, Buchanan said with perfect demeanor, presenting a land deed. Ryan didn't even glance at the deed, merely staring at Buchanan. Please tell Everton that, for His Highness Minia's sake, this matter will be dropped. The people will stay, and you may leave. Hearing Ryan address His own Highness so rudely by his name, and completely ignore his overtures, Buchanan's face flushed. As the second prince's steward and imperial earl, when had he ever been treated with such disdain and disregard? Not to mention his recent apology, which he felt had already given Ryan enough face. But Buchanan was quite shrewd. He knew his purpose in coming here wasn't to escalate the conflict, but to apologize on behalf of his own highness. So he took a deep breath and said, Okay, Your Highness, Ryan. I pass on your message to His Highness. With that, he turned, glanced at Quina, and quickly left. With Buchanan's departure, Quina was left alone in the front yard. Just when everyone thought Ryan would first imprison the female killer, Ryan said calmly, You've been injected with the blood explosion potion, right? Don't deny it. I felt this potion more than once. The fluctuations in your body right now, though subtle, are clear to my senses. Ryan had already felt the effects of this potion during his battle with Reagan, and the other two in the Dragon Valley secret realm. Quina's greatest reliance was exposed by Ryan's words. She looked at him with a look of doubt and uncertainty, unsure how to react. Retreat immediately? Or deny it, and continue the pretense? However, Ryan didn't give her a chance to think. Ryan continued, Since you're not truly repenting, I won't force you. Although you killed my mount, Blackie, I give you one last chance. As long as you can dodge my blow, I let you go. Snap! Someone unknown how Ryan did it, but a flash of dark silver light instantly snapped the shackles from Quina's hands. One move. Quina couldn't help but rub her loosened wrists, smiling slightly. Sir Ryan, you said so yourself? I know you possess epic combat prowess, but overconfidence isn't a good thing. Enough of the nonsense, let's get started. I'm in a hurry. Ryan waved his hand indifferently. You? Quina's eyes narrowed, anger welling up in her. During her time imprisoned at the Sword-Bearer headquarters, she had reflected deeply on how she had been discovered by Ryan. In her opinion, on the one hand, she had been a little careless about the young Lord Ryan, and on the other, her strength was indeed slightly inferior. But now it was different. 2 days ago, after taking the Dragon Vein Evolution Potion, her strength had already reached the epic level. And just now, she had taken the Bloodline Burst Potion. Simply put, her strength had increased further, and even compared to epic level masters, she was on par. Her Bloodline innate ability, Shadow Shuttle, had even reached a new level. If I want to leave, Ryan will never be able to stop me. This time, she was absolutely confident that even a level 4 Dawn Wizard like Ryan would not be able to detect her. Swish. Quina vanished instantly. This scene naturally surprised everyone around. Luther and Harlowen exchanged glances, each seeing shock in their own eyes. Because, with their current perception, neither of them had noticed how Quina had vanished, let alone where she had gone. Claire dodged and positioned herself in front of Mint, seemingly protecting her, but also as if to avoid her witnessing a potentially bloody scene. But the next second, Quina's figure slowly reappeared in the same spot, as if she had appeared out of thin air. Her face was terrified, as if she were about to turn and leave. Ryan remained motionless, simply gazing at Quina calmly. How could you? How could your mental power be so strong? With this kind of mental power fluctuation Quina's eyes were bloodshot, and she stared at Ryan in disbelief. However, she seemed to know that Ryan would not let her go. Her entire body swelled up, dragon scales emerging from her skin as she began to transform into a dragon vein. Her eyes fixed on Mint, who was standing behind Claire. Puff! Ryan naturally took in every detail of her expression. He flashed, and with a rare palm strike, he stabbed directly into the woman's heart and squeezed. Quina's eyes widened, as if she hadn't expected to be killed so easily. Her newly initiated bloodline transformation was interrupted, and she quickly lost all strength. Like a snake with its spine torn, she slowly limped, head drooping, dangling from Ryan's sturdy forearm, which had not yet been retracted. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! The host has absorbed the incomplete Shadow Dragon bloodline, which can be integrated into the existing Super Mutant Dragon bloodline, automatically initiating the fusion. Ding! Fusion successful. The host's bloodline has mutated, gaining the Shadow Dragon bloodline's special ability, Shadow Shuttle. The host will possess the special ability, Shadow Shuttle, in all forms. Shadow Shuttle consumes a significant amount of mental energy to gain the special ability to travel through shadow space. The difficulty is directly proportional to the concentration of Shadow Dragon bloodline, and the duration is proportional to the mental energy consumed. Ryan was slightly surprised. He had never imagined that the other party's bloodline essence would benefit him at all. After all, the other party's strength level was still a hair's breadth away from epic. Could it be that the other party had consumed the bloodline explosion potion? It now seemed that while the other party's bloodline essence didn't increase his bloodline concentration, it did grant him a very unique innate ability. Shadow Shuttle? Ryan immediately thought of the scene in the carriage when Quina had suddenly appeared. That time, if he hadn't been on guard, the other party might have succeeded. Clean it up, Mateo, Ryan said, his arm trembling. After putting the man down, he wiped his hands and said, Yes, Lord Ryan. The short Mateo immediately led 2 servants to clean up the scene. Alina, contact the Imperial City Security Patrol to close the case. The murderer resisted stubbornly, and was killed on the spot, Ryan said calmly. Yes, Lord Ryan. The capable young woman Alina hadn't yet fully reacted. Standing beside her, Major General Tadia muttered twice, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. This was also the first time she had witnessed Ryan's rare act of ruthlessness. It seemed the storm, thought to be brewing for days, had already begun. Who knew how much more turmoil Lord Ryan would stir up once he left for Munster? It seemed she had to report this to the 2 lords immediately. However, I feared even Marshal Alfred would find it difficult to dissuade Lord Ryan from his wrath. While Luther and Halloween maintained a calm demeanor, their hearts were already swirling with turmoil. They hadn't expected Ryan to be so decisive, without any hesitation. Both of them came from noble families, and were well versed in the subtleties of political struggle. Normally, when someone of the second prince's stature sent an apology and gesture of goodwill, they should have immediately given him a way out. After all, it was just a horse that was killed, yet Ryan had resorted to such ruthless killing. It seemed the second prince's actions had ignited a real fire within Ryan. In reality, Ryan's goal was clear, to intimidate those nobles and forces within the empire hostile to him. Any attack on his family, even if it meant no harm or merely a warning, was unacceptable. Whoever did it would die. And this Quina was unfortunately the first, so, unusually, he didn't treat women with favoritism. Meanwhile, in the luxurious carriage not far from the door, Buchanan was still waiting. Just a moment ago, he was certain he would soon witness Ryan's humiliation. But the next moment, his eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, as he watched Quinna's heart pierced by Ryan's blow, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. How dare he? How dare he kill Quinna? Arrogant! Truly arrogant. This is a grave provocation to His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Thinking of Ryan's arrogant and domineering tone just now, Buchanan trembled with anger. But then, as Ryan's eyes swept over him casually, Buchanan felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. He shuddered instantly and shouted to the driver, "Quick! Return to the mansion." "Yes, sir." The carriage sped away in a panic. In the front yard of Ryan's mansion. "Everyone, I'll be back tonight." After a brief farewell, Ryan boarded the prearranged carriage, followed by Alina and Major General Tadia. This time, however, unlike the previous time, both of them remained relatively silent throughout the journey. Soon, Ryan arrived at the sword-bearer headquarters. Without stopping for long, he boarded a high-speed airship and headed for Munster. Because Ryan had specifically instructed that a high-speed airship be arranged, he arrived safely at the Munster Swordbearers branch in less than 3 hours. Several people were already waiting at the Swordbearers branch's airship dock, led by none other than Admiral Edward. "Admiral Edward, long time no see," Ryan said with a smile. "Lord Ryan." "No, Admiral Edward, you are my elder, and you have always taken such good care of me." "You can just call me Ryan," Ryan said, waving his hand, interrupting Admiral Edward. "Okay, Ryan, do you need to understand the situation first?" "No, Admiral Edward, please make me a cup of black tea. We can catch up later." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan had vanished from sight. Admiral Edward and the others all stared wide-eyed, looking around but unable to detect a single trace. "What kind of sorcery is this? Hasn't spatial sorcery been lost for a long time?" Several people nearby whispered. At the same time, Ryan suddenly appeared on a street not far from the towering, imposing church temple. Looking at the familiar ionic columns, statues, and oval fountain, Ryan knew he had just used his newly mastered shadow teleportation to arrive here in an instant. So being able to enter a certain subspace and move around is truly a unique ability, though the mental energy consumption is considerable. Ryan pondered briefly, and he had a general understanding of the effects of his newfound power. The temple before him looked as if it were facing a formidable enemy, fortified with guards every 5 steps and sentries every 10. Ryan even sensed a familiar aura within. Since Jennifer and Lagiari are fine, I addressed the source of the problem first. With Ryan's mental power, now at the late dawn stage, a quick glance revealed several hidden sentries among the ordinary people. However, these sentries were not his target. With a slight focus, Ryan's immense mental power radiated like radar, reaching a radius of hundreds of meters. Unlike observation with the naked eye, mental detection allowed for a deeper level of observation. Unless the opponent could resist, Ryan could accurately discern anything from their internal heart rate to the size of their pores. "Found it, it's here." The next moment, Ryan vanished from the scene. Hundreds of meters away, in a luxurious mansion, Marquis Orens and his 3 companions were chatting leisurely. "My lord Marquis, do we need to wait any longer? It's been a whole day, and the Durham family hasn't arrived yet. I think we should just act immediately tonight. Have that beautiful woman sign the share transfer agreement, and then I have the pleasure of seeing her. Although she's just an ordinary person, she's truly stunning. It would be a shame to kill her outright." The high-ranking knight, who had severely injured Very, laughed heartily. "No rush. Once the Durham family arrives, we can easily handle this. Judging by the timeline, it should be soon." Marquis Orens smiled, taking a sip of his Bordeaux. Soon, he would be able to reclaim his lost shares in the Munster branch of the Axon auction house. "I think the girl from the barbarian tribe is more worthy of collection. If you have no other plans, she's mine," one of the crystallized wizards from the Isolder school said with a smile. Suddenly, all 4 of them felt a palpitation, and the 2 crystallized wizards suddenly jumped up from the suede sofa, their faces filled with horror. Which Dawn wizard from the Empire has descended upon Munster with such a powerful mental detection? It feels even stronger than the sect leader. Another Earth-type crystallized wizard also looked horrified and puzzled. But the point is, if nothing happened, even the Imperial Guardians wouldn't use such a blatant mental detection. "Don't worry, it can't be that Ryan, can it?" The high-ranking knight thought for a moment, then relaxed again, smiling. "Let's not even talk about whether he has the ability. Even if he does, he's been imprisoned by the undersea goddess. Perhaps an incarnation of some evil god has descended? Then the trouble will be with the Goddess Church and the Duke of Munster, haha. Marquis Orange, with a solemn expression, stood up and said, "No, something's wrong. This mental energy fluctuation seems to be directed at us." Because the surge of mental energy seemed to have completely vanished the moment it came into contact with them. In other words, the other party might be targeting them. Correct answer, but unfortunately there's no reward. A ghostly voice echoed through the room. Chapter 526. Who? The four of them looked around, shocked. The next second, amidst the horrified expressions of Marquis Orange and the other two crystallized wizards, a strange hand suddenly appeared from the previously empty space behind the armored knight. The armored knight's hair stood on end, alarm bells blazing. He felt the cold gaze of some apex predator on his neck, and the horrified looks of the three people around him, looking behind him, only confirmed his conviction. However, just as he tried to move his body to evade, a large, iron-like hand suddenly grasped his neck from behind. The plate armor buckled and buckled like brittle cardboard. Crack! The sound of the plate armor buckling and buckling followed. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then his entire vision shifted 90 degrees. Then, his vision gradually blurred, plunging into complete darkness. "Don't move. Anyone who moves will die," Ryan declared, his figure seemingly stepping out of another dimension. Marquis Orange and the other two crystallized wizards had intended to flee, but upon hearing Ryan's words, they froze in their tracks. After all, the scene where Ryan had just appeared and instantly killed a titled knight was truly horrifying. Ryan casually threw the knight, whose neck had been broken, to the ground. At this moment, one of the crystallized wizards, who had just announced his desire to collect the barbarian girl, seemed to be hoping for a lucky break. 3 rotund, ochre-colored shields suddenly appeared on his body, and like an arrow from a bow, he rushed towards the window, pulling something from his pocket. But the next moment, his eyes widened. For somehow, Ryan, who was supposed to be behind him, had appeared in front of the window. He ran straight towards Ryan. This scene made his heart sink like ice. Just as he was about to draw the scroll in a desperate fight with a ruthless look on his face, puff! The tip of an index finger, emitting a dark silver light, instantly pierced through the khaki shield on his body, piercing through and tapping the crystallized wizard's forehead. Then, all of the opponent's movements froze. The other 2 khaki shields that had been lingering around his body, losing their energy support, instantly transformed into 2 pools of fine sand and fell to the ground. His body fell straight back with a bang and hit the ground heavily, still twitching slightly from time to time. Marquis Orange and the other crystallized wizards saw this scene, and cold sweat immediately streamed down their foreheads. A crystallized wizard, using a 3rd-level innate protective spell, was killed without even blocking a single blow? How could they fight? What exactly was Ryan's near teleportation ability? How could they escape? For a moment, a whirlwind of thoughts raced through their minds. Although they both had a few hidden magical weapons and scrolls, the disparity in power made them meaningless. Their companion had just demonstrated this perfectly. "Ryan. Lord Ryan, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. And this wasn't my intention. It was Duke Drum, who was responsible for this," Marquis Orenzi hurriedly explained, but was interrupted by Ryan with a wave of his hand. "Marquis Orange, I arrived in the Imperial capital this morning. Why do you think the Durham family didn't tell you about my return?" Ryan didn't rush to attack. Instead, he looked at Orange, who was forcing himself to remain calm, and said calmly. Ryan's words, like a sharp arrow, pierced Orange's heart. "Perhaps it must be that the Durham family didn't have time to tell me, I guess." Orange's face paled, but he remained convinced that the Durham family was fighting alongside his Orange family. In fact, the Imperial High Command knew last night that His Highness Minia and I were on our way back, Ryan said with a faint smile. This sentence instantly became the final straw that broke Oren's heart. "What?" Oren's face was distraught, incredulous. For a moment, as a veteran noble, he couldn't understand the whole story. No wonder he never waited for the Durham family's team. It should be said that the entire Oren's family had been abandoned by Duke Durham the moment they learned of Ryan's return. "Wait, Lord Ryan, you don't want to get yourself into unnecessary trouble by killing me, do you?" Marquis Orange, facing a life-or-death crisis, said in a panic as he saw Ryan slowly approaching him. "Oh! What trouble?" Ryan looked at him calmly, as if to say, "You tell me, I show you." "Lord Ryan, those above the rank of Earl are high-ranking nobles in the Empire. Even if they violate Imperial law, they must be reported to the Imperial Senate for adjudication and judgment. Killing an Imperial Marquis like this will undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. I am willing to surrender all the wealth of the Oren's family to you, and I swear that the Oren's family will never seek revenge. No need. The trouble you speak of is nothing to me, Ryan said, shaking his head. So, Marquis Oren's, goodbye. Wait, I'm willing. Marquis Oren's panicked, about to say something. But then, the next moment, the hardened adamantium in Ryan's hand instantly transformed into a long rapier, piercing the forehead of the begging Marquis Oren's. Puff! A stream of red and white, like a bean curd, erupted from the back of his head. The expression on Marquis Oren's face was forever frozen in fear, regret, and resentment. Lord Ray Ryan, the last third-level crystal wizard from the Isolder School, watching Ryan slaughter 3 people in a matter of seconds, even the Imperial Marquis without hesitation, was so horrified that he stuttered. Don't be afraid. Tell me about your origins, and why you've come, Ryan said to the last person with a smile. Seeing Ryan's smile, the other person felt a moment of immense honor and encouragement, like a drowning man grasping at a straw. For a moment, he stopped stuttering and spoke quickly. Lord Ryan, I come from the Isolder School. I've been ordered by Deputy Master Malcolm to assist Marquis Oren's. As he spoke, suddenly, an intricate symbol on the right breast of his wizard robe flickered. Witchcraft communication? Listen, Ryan said, glancing at him. Yes, Lord Ryan. The crystallized wizard quickly injected his mental energy, and a projection symbol appeared in midair. It was a message, not a real-time communication. Normally, the most common method of communication for a level 3 crystallized wizard is also a message. After all, maintaining real-time communication requires a much higher mental energy consumption, and non-Dawn wizards rarely choose real-time communication. Then a middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Operation terminated, return immediately. The other party's words filled the level 3 crystallized wizard with anger. Just half an hour. It would have been so much better if you had notified me half an hour earlier. Notifying me now is pointless. Since you're cooperating, I can spare your life for now. Later, you can take me to the Cyrodiil Plateau, the headquarters of the Isolder School. Is that okay? No problem. The crystallized wizard instantly understood. If he refused, he would die now. If he led the way back, there might be a glimmer of hope. So he nodded quickly and said, Very good. After saying that, Ryan gently placed his hand on the man's chest. With a flash of dark silver ripples, the man's entire body began to slowly become covered in a layer of dark silver metal. Sir! The man was horrified, thinking Ryan was going to kill him. Don't be afraid. I heard that wizards from your Isolder School like to carve their enemies into stone sculptures. I think metal sculptures might be more beautiful. After the man's entire face, including his face, was completely covered in metal, Ryan left 2 small openings in his nostrils for him to breathe. Ryan merely wanted to imprison him, not kill him. Then, carrying a metal sculpture, he vanished from the room in a flash. Shortly after Ryan left, a maid, holding a bottle of fine wine, knocked respectfully at the door for a long time. No sound came from inside, arousing her curiosity. She gently opened the door, and the sight before her made her scream. Ah! Meanwhile, Ryan reappeared near the temple entrance. Will the mental energy consumption increase significantly if I carry an object, no, a person, through? Ryan glanced at the metal statue in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Just now, he had once again used his newly acquired ability, shadow travel, but discovered that carrying a person increased the mental energy consumption exponentially. Come to think of it, if it were possible to easily carry a person, Quina's value would likely increase significantly, and Second Prince Everton wouldn't have let Quina pass so easily. In other words, this ability is currently only suitable for my own use. Also, I can't directly enter areas protected by magical arrays, Ryan thought to himself, looking at the magnificent temple before him. Just now, he had intended to enter directly, but unexpectedly, he felt a significant resistance. While forcing his way in should have been possible, it was friendly territory after all, and such a violent entry was inappropriate. So, Ryan reappeared near the temple entrance. A few minutes later, Ryan calmly entered the temple. Captain! Angus, Evelyn, and Nero all exclaimed excitedly. Sir Ryan, the Punishment Knight Branduer said with a smile. Ryan! The beautiful woman Jennifer excitedly lifted the hem of her long skirt and hurried to Ryan's side. However, she seemed to remember the presence of the people around her, especially Lager, so she abruptly stopped herself at the last 2 steps and didn't immediately throw herself into Ryan's arms. The barbarian girl, Lager, was, after all, a high-level ferocious warrior, so her self-control was relatively good, but her pretty face still showed an uncontrollable joy. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ryan took the initiative and hugged the beautiful woman, comforting her. Facing a crystallized wizard and a titled knight, the pressure on Jennifer, a common person, can be imagined. Ryan then stepped forward and embraced Lager, ruffling her hair, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard, I'm glad you're back." Lager, a barbarian who dared to love and hate, gave Ryan a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Sir Brandur, thank you for your generous help," Ryan said, smiling as he stepped forward. "Sir Ryan, this is what I should do. However, due to our limited strength, even with the help of the sword-bearers, we are at a disadvantage. Therefore, we can only temporarily house the two ladies in the temple." Brandur, carrying his silver two-handed warhammer, said apologetically, "This is a very appropriate arrangement. Sir Brandur, please do not blame yourself." "Angus, Evelyn, Nero, long time no see." Ryan stepped forward and gently hugged his three former teammates. "I'm sorry, Captain, we're still a little weak. We're currently investigating." "Don't worry, I've already taken care of it. By the way, where's Very?" Ryan looked around and saw that Very wasn't there. "Captain, Very's wounds have succumbed," the red-haired Evelyn said, her eyes slightly red as she turned her head. "Huh? Very's dead?" Ryan's eyes narrowed, and a commanding aura emanated from him. At that moment, a young woman ran out from the side hall. It was Georgia. The moment she saw Ryan, she scurried over, clutching his arm tightly and saying, "Lord Ryan, my brother is dead." "Fandal is dead too?" Ryan said, slightly startled. "Yes, Lord Fandal was petrified, and his head was severed." Looking at Georgia, who was choking and unable to speak, Lagra said beside her, "It's all my fault. I didn't listen to Lord Luther, and returned to the imperial capital immediately. That's why." The beautiful woman Jennifer blamed herself. "This has nothing to do with you," Ryan said comfortingly. At this moment, Nero, having just carefully examined the statue his captain, Rain, had brought into the hall, was startled and whispered, "Captain, could this statue you brought be someone? I've just dealt with the men who attacked you last night. I'm keeping this man because I plan to visit the Isolderized school on the Cyrodiil Plateau." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. At this moment, Rain's suggestion of a visit to the Isolderized school was clearly not a friendly visit. "Lord Rain, it's a large school. I'm already very satisfied that you've killed my brother's murderer." Georgia stared at Rain with wide eyes, shocked, yet concerned. "Don't worry, Georgia. Since they dared to kill your brother and Very, how can this be enough? Jennifer, Lager, I have Evelyn and the others take you back to the imperial capital. Later, I arrange for the sword-bearer airship to take you there. Well, Ryan, since you're back, I leave everything to your discretion," the beautiful woman Jennifer said without objection. "Well, if you go to the Cyrodiil Plateau, be careful." Lager nodded. "As for Angus, Evelyn, and Nero, if you don't mind, I'd like all three of you to come to the imperial capital headquarters," Ryan said with a slight smile. "Really, Captain?" Angus said excitedly. "Yes, of course." Ryan had just taken a quick look and noticed that Angus and the other two had steadily improved in strength. While the rate of improvement wasn't comparable to his own, compared to their peers, it was still quite impressive. This was primarily because Ryan was concerned that, as his strength grew, without his own team, many things would be more difficult to handle. Especially since his family's safety couldn't be effectively guaranteed while he was away, it was indeed time for him to train some new members. Half an hour later. Munster Swordbearer Branch. "Ryan, is it resolved?" Admiral Edward said, pouring Ryan a cup of black tea. "The Munster matter is resolved, but I still have to go to the Cyrodiil Plateau." "The Isover school?" Admiral Edward immediately thought of something, his hand holding the black tea slightly twitching, his eyes widening. Clearly, Ryan wouldn't go to the Cyrodiil Plateau for no reason. "Ryan, that's a large school, headed by Stuart Abel, the Dawn Wizard known as the Stone Shield. You?" Admiral Edward frowned slightly. It wasn't that he thought Ryan was inferior to the other party, but rather that the other party was, after all, a veteran Dawn Wizard with extraordinary skills. Furthermore, Cyrodiil Go was originally the other party's base camp, giving them a geographical advantage. A direct visit would seem. "Thank you, Admiral Edward, for your concern. I've come to discuss transferring Angus, Evelyn, and Nero to the Imperial Capital headquarters. I wonder if you can bear the pain of parting with them." "Ha, of course. But Ryan, are you really not going to reconsider the matter of the Isolder school?" "No, this is a good opportunity to clear up some things." Ryan shook his head, downing his cup of tea. "Admiral Edward, thank you for the tea. I look forward to meeting you again." With that, Ryan stood up and said goodbye. A few minutes later, a high-speed airship flew southwest, and the crowd below watched it gradually disappear. Admiral, do you think the captain's trip to the Cyrodiil Plateau this time will? At this moment, the red-haired girl Evelyn frowned slightly, and asked the question that Jennifer and Lager were both about to ask. No. Admiral Edward, knowing what Evelyn was asking, immediately shook his head. I'm not worried about Lord Ryan's safety, but about the potential impact of this incident. Everyone couldn't help but look at Admiral Edward. Naturally, none of the people present had a clearer view of the political situation at the top than Admiral Edward. If Lord Ryan truly clashed violently with the Isildur school, I'm afraid certain individuals and forces within the Empire would use this matter against Lord Ryan. That would be the most troublesome thing. Chapter 527. On the high-speed airship. Inside the cabin, Ryan gazed out the window, a thoughtful expression on his face. If the entire Isildur school is eliminated outright, a power vacuum will form across large areas of the Cyrodiil Plateau, giving other cults and secret schools the opportunity to intervene and interfere in the Cyrodiil Plateau. Besides, my actions would have a significant impact. After all, it would undermine the Empire's ruling interests in the Cyrodiil Plateau. Even Minia would be in a difficult position regarding this matter. But this matter must be addressed. In Ryan's view, this matter not only concerns the sacrifices of Veri and Fandral, but also the future safety of his family. Deputy Master Malcolm? Stone Shield Steward? If these two are eliminated, the entire Isildur school will exist in name only. Other cults and secret wizard schools will also seize the opportunity to intervene. Perhaps, after arriving, I can first investigate the Isildur school's reputation in the Cyrodiil Plateau. If there are any remaining members available, perhaps they can be directly incorporated into the Bishu Constructor School. Earth wizards are a perfect match for both clay and rock wizards, greatly enhancing the school's geotechnical construction capabilities. Ryan suddenly had an idea. Although, in terms of personnel and strength, if this were to happen, the remaining Isildur school members would likely far exceed the total number of Bishu Constructor members. Ryan was not worried because he was in Imperial Capital Tamriel. Bishu Constructor School, Assembly Hall. Although Magaro and a group of core members of the school were still diligently assembling and debugging the destroyer golem, everyone's expression was somewhat discouraged. Alas, even if we successfully repair the destroyer golem, will it be of any use? The documentation clearly states that only a level 4 Dawn wizard can unleash the full power of the destroyer. But the problem is, besides Master Ryan, who is a Dawn wizard, even Master Moria is only at the peak of crystallization. Ah, that's indeed a problem. By the way, do you think the Master will succeed in becoming a Dawn wizard this time? It's hard to say. I just feel like the Master's decision to become a Dawn wizard was a bit hasty. Master Moria wants to become a Dawn wizard before the school's promotion exam, which is incredibly difficult. Yes, I'm afraid our school's promotion will be in vain again. How wonderful it would be if Master Ryan could return. Listening to these whispers, the one feeling the most distressed was naturally Master Ryan's mentor, Magaro. Magaro had been dejected recently about the possibility that his prized disciple might never return, and had been drinking himself to death for days. However, he had thought things through in the past 2 days. As a mentor, while he lacked the power to rescue Ryan, he at least had to maintain the legacy Ryan had amassed. With the intact destroyer golem, the school would at least have near-epic combat power. Even if they couldn't advance, but at least their information wouldn't be stolen. So, Magaro once again devoted himself to repairing the destroyer. And the sect leader, Moria, had originally planned to calmly pursue the Dawn Wizard after repairing the destroyer golem and completing the school's advancement, but after careful consideration, he decided to begin his assault today. Suddenly, the door to the assembly hall opened, and a hurried, joyful voice rang out. Instructor, Master Ryan has returned. The person who arrived was Audrey, Ryan Sr. However, ever since Audrey learned of Ryan's strength, she had always addressed him respectfully as Sir. What? At this news, everyone in the assembly hall looked up in surprise, their gaze fixed on the young woman, Audrey. Audrey, where did you hear that? Is it true? Magaro darted to Audrey's side, excitedly grasping his student's shoulders and shaking them. Audrey endured her mentor's iron grip, knowing she was overly emotional and unconcerned. She said, It's certain. I went to Lord Ryan's residence and met Lady Alina. She told me so herself. Excellent. Excellent. Magaro released Audrey, pumped his fists high, and spun around again, roaring. He then pulled out a small steel bottle from his pocket, quickly opened it, and gulped down a few long gulps. His face flushed, he asked, What about Ryan? Where is he now? Let's go see him. Magro knew Ryan was in a high position, and he must have a lot going on right after his return. But that's okay. The disciples are busy, but I'm free. It's okay for a mentor to visit his disciples, right? Well, I heard from Ms. Alina that Lord Ryan stayed at home for a short while before heading straight to Munster province. Is that so? It's okay. I just visit him in a few days. It's good that he's back, Montrose said, slightly disappointed, but quickly regaining his excitement. Not good. I need to go and persuade the sect leader. Now that Ryan is back, there's no need for him to rush into the Dawn realm. With that, Magro immediately rushed out of the assembly hall. At the other end of the corridor, in an office, Deputy Sect Leader Bradley was somewhat baffled. Just now, he had received another urgent notice from the Imperial Wizarding Schools Union, stating that the Bicio Construct School's promotion was once again safe. The previous issue stemmed from a reviewer at the Isodri School, who wasn't thorough enough and failed to notice the discrepancies between their own school's golem data and the Bicio Construct Schools. Consequently, they suspected the Bicio Construct School of theft. Strange, would the Isodri School be so kind? They blocked us before, and now they've suddenly passed? Could there be a bigger trap waiting for us? Bradley rubbed his chin, filled with suspicion. Swordbearer Headquarters. Alina, you said Admiral Edward sent a message saying that after Lord Ryan resolved the situation in Munster, he didn't return to the Imperial capital, but instead headed directly to the Cyrodiil Plateau? Major General Tadia, upon hearing this, immediately stood up to confirm. Yes, Major General Tadia. Alina nodded. She too was shocked by the news. The implications of this action were obvious. Oops. Lord Ryan is too impulsive. The situation on the Cyrodiil Plateau is complex. Stone Shield Stewart's strength is no slouch, even among the Empire's epic warriors. Furthermore, the opponent has the added advantage of being in their own school's base. Even veteran Imperial Guardians in Cyrodiil have to give the Isolder School some respect. I need to report this matter to Marshal Alfred immediately. Hearing Major General Tadia's words, Alina's heart tightened, and she began to feel a faint sense of worry. Meanwhile, on the Cyrodiil Plateau, in the central hall of Nilheim, the headquarters of the Isolder School, a wizard in khaki robes respectfully reported something to an old man, shrouded in a faint earth elemental shield. The old man was none other than Stuart Abel, the head of the Isolder School, and the Dawn Wizard known as the Stone Shield. By the way, Malcolm, have you notified your subordinates to cease their actions? Stuart asked. Yes, sir. We've also approved the Bicio Constructor School's promotion request. We've also notified the 2 men sent by Minster, and told them to return immediately. But the liaison said that they did notify them, but they haven't returned yet. They haven't returned? Stuart asked, frowning slightly. Well, I think it's possible they were intoxicated by the hospitality of Marquis Orens. After all, compared to the Imperial capital, Nilheim's entertainment offerings are rather meager, Malcolm explained. If he had gone to the Imperial capital, he would have also thoroughly enjoyed the hospitality of its nobles. After all, wizards are human too. Where's Ryan? Where is he now? Stuart suddenly asked. Well, it was said before that he returned home immediately after arriving in the Imperial capital, and didn't even attend the subsequent high-level Imperial meetings or banquets. Check further. Check Ryan's whereabouts. Do you suspect Ryan has already gone to Munster? Yes, sir, I'd be there right away, Malcolm said, a look of surprise on his face, suddenly realizing something. Just then, a young man in a khaki wizard's robe quickly approached and said, Master, we've received news from the Imperial capital that Ryan left the capital half a day ago for Munster. Half a day ago? Oh no! Could it be? Malcolm's face changed, and he immediately realized that his master's previous suspicions were likely correct. Malcolm, find a way to determine Ryan's whereabouts, Stuart said gravely. Yes. As Malcolm turned to leave, Stuart waved again, and the young wizard beside him also left the hall. After everyone left the hall, Stuart pondered for a moment, then stretched out his hand and drew a complex pattern in the air. It was a spider-like pattern. As the pattern lit up, an old voice rang out. Stuart, why did you contact me directly today? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Empire? Graham, that Ryan might very well arrive in the Cyrodiil Plateau. Stuart said gravely, ignoring the teasing. The Ryan who killed Staven? The Empire's youngest epic-level expert? Graham, standing opposite, was also taken aback. Indeed? Didn't they say he and the Red Queen Nina were defeated and imprisoned by the Undersea Goddess? The information was wrong. Haha, I see. Did they come knocking on your door? So you want my help? Graham immediately understood the other party's sudden contact. I need your help in dealing with this Ryan, and I will also take responsibility for this entire matter. In exchange, I will acquiesce in the private management of the entire western part of the Cyrodiil Plateau under the Tutkarsh school, Stewart said gravely. Not enough. We need to add the 2 Breton tribes in the central region. After a moment's thought, Graham smiled and offered his own terms. What do you need so many Bretons for? It seems the previous rumors are true. You're collaborating with the evil god? It's just a witchcraft experiment. I need the giant blood of the Bretons. My offer isn't excessive, Stewart. You can take your time to consider it, Graham explained. At the same time, he was certain the other party wouldn't delay for long, because Ryan was looking for Stewart, the Isolder school, not him. He could wait. Deal. Ha ha. Far away, at the Tutkarsh school headquarters, Graham couldn't help but laugh heartily after the call ended. Ryan, not bad. I thought he'd never come back, but he's back. Suddenly, a voice, as if from a distant source, suddenly entered his mind. Kill this Ryan, and you be rewarded. Compared to before, the distant voice was much smoother, no longer intermittent. Clearly, the bond between the two seemed to have deepened. Of course, Your Majesty the Spider, this is exactly what I intend to do. By the way, we can also eliminate Stewart. Before the Empire reacts, Nilheim will have enough sacrifices to allow your clone to descend directly. Graham's low, yet joyful voice echoed in the empty hall, where he was the only one left, and it seemed particularly eerie. It was evening. The high-speed airship Ryan was aboard began to gradually approach the Cyrodiil Plateau. Standing on the side of the airship, Ryan gazed out into the distance, seeing a series of mountain peaks rising one after another. The once dense forests began to thin out, and more coniferous woodlands began to appear on the ground. As they continued to fly, the vegetation on the ground became shorter and sparser, with shrubs and alpine meadows becoming more prevalent. Snow could be seen on the distant mountains. The scenery of the plateau gradually unfolded before Ryan's eyes. I heard that the Bretons, a highland tribe, live here. Ryan recalled a Breton legend he had once slain, Greg the Corpse Ripper. The Cyrodiil Plateau is home to many nomadic tribes, but the Bretons are an exception. Legend has it that they embody the blood of giants, but their livelihood is based on hunting. They are also known for hunting ferocious beasts such as the Highland bull, thick-skinned mammoth, and giant horse bears. A while later, from the airship, Ryan noticed a caravan of dozens of Highland bulls, pulling a heavily laden cargo, slowly creeping northwestward across the stretching alpine meadows below. Huh? A Breton caravan? Judging from their direction, they should be heading for Nilheim. Furthermore, Ryan's eyesight allowed him to discern their attire. They all wore simple leather armor. They were tall and muscular, and each bore 3 red clay markings on their foreheads. This piqued Ryan's interest. Ryan said to the elite sergeant beside him, "The airship will stop here. You wait for me. I should be back before noon the next day." "Yes, sir," the sergeant replied. Ryan quickly leaped from the side of the ship, levitating to the ground and heading towards the caravan. Huh? A lot of the cargo was actually ore. As he neared the caravan, Ryan took a quick glance and realized that this Breton caravan's cargo wasn't entirely furs and skins. Nearly half of it was various ores, many of which were rare. Although the cargo was covered with cloth, Ryan, a metal-based Dawn wizard, could easily detect this without even needing to see. Stranger, one of the rules of the wilderness is not to approach a caravan. At this moment, a young Breton, over 2 meters 4 inches tall, wearing simple leather armor and wielding a single-edged battle axe, approached Ryan from the side of the caravan and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you heading to Nilheim?" Ryan said with a slight smile. "So what?" The young Breton eyed Ryan suspiciously, his grip on the battle axe tightening. "Can you come with us? We don't welcome strangers." "Well, I'd like to buy some ore, is that okay?" Ryan said, smiling, not minding the refusal. "How did you know there was ore in our cargo?" The Breton youth's expression suddenly changed. After a whistle, 7 or 8 equally strong and tall Breton youths rushed out from both sides of the convoy. Ryan chuckled self-deprecatingly, then shook his head. He instantly transformed the hardened adamantium in his hand into a shield, then a knight's long sword, and then a single-edged battle axe like the one the Breton youth had across from him. This caused the Breton warriors to stop in their tracks, and they looked at each other in astonishment. "High-level wizard?" The burly, dreadlocked old man leading the group exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Stop!" he shouted, then quickly stepped out of the crowd, stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Respected wizard, we are just an ordinary caravan. What can I do for you?" The old man knew that his Breton tribe, with its sparse giant bloodline, was not strong enough to fight against a strange high-level wizard. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to buy some more. Well, okay. The burly old man with dreadlocks looked a little embarrassed, but seemed to be afraid of Ryan's strength and nodded. Elder? This is for Aesop, the young man said, but immediately stopped talking. However, Ryan had already heard the pronunciation of Aesop. Could it be the school of Aesop? This made Ryan smile slightly, and his interest grew. Perhaps, from this caravan before him, he could learn a lot of first-hand information about the Cyrodiil Plateau and the school of Aesop. Chapter 528. Powerful individuals, if they communicate politely and on equal terms, often quickly gain the favor of others. After just a few moments of conversation, many members of the Breton caravan lowered their guard against Ryan and began chatting and laughing. This was especially true for a Breton girl named Iona, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity about Ryan. Those wizards in black robes with bones or skulls tattooed on their chests are the most despicable. They even secretly stole the bodies of our warriors from our tribal tombs, Iona said angrily. Oh! Bones or skulls on their chests? Are they wizards from the Tykarsh school? I heard they're more active west of the Cyrodiil Plateau. Ryan asked, slightly puzzled. Yes, they were in the past, but now there are quite a few black-robed wizards wandering around our tribe. Iona nodded crisply. Sir, did you just say they were from the Tykarsh school? The girl's question inadvertently reached the ears of the old man and young men nearby. They stiffened slightly, and Ryan naturally noticed this and smiled slightly. Clearly, as the tribe's main fighting force, they knew who their enemy was, but they hadn't told the girl. Yes, Ryan nodded with a smile. I see. By the way, I also heard that the number of missing persons in several Breton tribes to the west is increasing. It seems that this Tykarsh school is also related. Sister. The Breton youth who had initially spoken to Ryan couldn't help but warn, urging his sister to keep her mouth shut. After all, to him, Ryan was a stranger. Although the robes she wore weren't those of the Tykarsh school, there was no guarantee they might be connected. His sister was so outspoken, she could easily cause trouble. Don't worry, I'm not familiar with them, let alone friends. By the way, haven't you reported this to the Empire? Also, I heard the Isoldery school is quite influential on the Cyrodiil Plateau. Aren't they concerned about this? Ryan smiled, trying to steer the conversation towards the Isoldery school. Because while the imperial hierarchy allows large schools of wizards to enjoy preferential treatment in a region, they also hold them responsible for its security and orderly development. It used to be okay. Those yellow-robed wizards, who manipulate rock and earth, would intervene, sometimes even clashing with the black-robed wizards. But in recent years, these incidents seem to be becoming less frequent, to the point of being completely ignored. This time, the young Brighton man spoke on behalf of his sister. However, he seemed wary of both schools, using yellow robes to refer to wizards of the Isolder school and black robes to those of the Tykarsh school. As for the Empire, there are no people anywhere else except Nilheim, the young man said with a hint of disdain. Although the words were blunt, Ryan knew they were telling the truth. Even the Imperial Swordbearers hadn't established a proper branch on the Cyrodiil Plateau, leaving only a liaison point in Nilheim, staffed by only a handful of people. By the way, it seems your ore is being delivered to a designated chamber of commerce? Ryan asked, recalling the old man's embarrassed expression. Yes, sir. All this ore is destined for the Great Stone Merchant Guild, the guild under the Isolder school you just mentioned. Do you know what they want this metal ore for? Not really, but I did overhear a yellow-robed wizard mutter something about metal golems last time, the young Breton man said after a moment's thought. Just as Ryan was about to inquire further, a sharp bone whistle rang out. Left front, swarm of alien spiders. Massive numbers. Oh no! Antiluca, the young Breton man who had heard the warning whistle, leaped up like a leopard and rushed forward. Ryan narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where the Bretons were rapidly gathering their defenses. He saw a swarm of fist-sized black-striped spiders rapidly approaching the caravan. There were so many of them that they looked like a large black cloth, tens of square meters in size, floating swiftly along the ground. A swarm of alien spiders? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. Yes, sir. These black spiders have become increasingly common in recent years, but I hardly ever saw them when I was a child. I heard from the elders in the tribe that they were foreign creatures, explained the Brighton girl Iona. Oh! Are they difficult to deal with? If there are only a few of them, it's actually not that difficult. An experienced member of the tribe can handle 4 or 5. The key is that each time these alien spiders appear, they form a swarm, at least a dozen in number. So, if the elderly, the weak, women, and children in the tribe encounter them while out and about, they will inevitably be killed. Even the young and strong must be cautious. Ayana explained with a worried look on her face, gazing at the black mass of alien spiders charging towards her. At this moment, Ryan saw the so-called alien spiders swarm, and the Breton warriors already engaged in combat. As the axes arced, black blood and chitinous shells splattered. The black-striped spiders in the front row were chopped down by the Breton warriors, but the spiders in the rear continued to swarm. At the same time, the spiders began to spit out webs emitting a faint black glow, or spew out oily green venom. Be careful. This web was very special, with extremely sticky properties. A Breton warrior who accidentally got caught in it felt like being stuck with super glue, and it was extremely difficult to escape, and their movement speed was greatly reduced. The oily green venom was like sulfuric acid. Once contaminated, even the strong physique of the Bretons would instantly cause their skin to swell, blister, and begin to fester. These webs and venom are the most troublesome, Ayana said bitterly. But she wasn't overly worried. Sure enough, as the leading Breton youth, Ayana's brother, Antaruka, began to flush and grow in size, the battle began to draw to a close. Sure enough, he possesses the blood of a giant. Although the concentration is only minimal, it can still determine the outcome of a small battle. Ryan saw through Antaruka's depth at a glance. Huh? This faint aura seems to be... Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face. As a high-level wizard in the late dawn period, Ryan's perception was extremely sharp. He had just noticed that after the black-striped spiders died, besides the stench of blood and viscera, there was also a faint, familiar aura. The aura was so faint that Ryan didn't notice it at first, but as more and more alien spiders died, he began to notice it. It seems almost identical to the aura Staven exuded at his last moment. After pondering for a moment, Ryan was certain of this. These alien spiders don't seem very powerful? Or are there others with stronger strength? Ryan asked again. Yes, sir. The strength of these alien spiders varies, with some individuals being quite formidable. The Breton elder, who had just walked over, said. However, the most troublesome thing is that these alien spiders have a strong reproductive capacity. They carry the carcasses of their prey into deep holes dug underground, and lay eggs on them, soon producing even more spiders. There should be an alien spider nest nearby. Oh! Can you take me to see it? Ryan said after a moment's thought. Of course, the old man readily agreed, also wanting to test Ryan's strength. I'm going to. I've never seen an alien spider nest before, Ayana said excitedly. Sister. At this moment, Antaruka, a young man from Breton, his body stained with blood, strode over quickly, axe in hand. Brother, with you and the elders here, I be fine, right? Ayana couldn't help but pull on her brother's hand, and shook it vigorously. Okay. But you have to stay with me, and don't run around, the young man said, shaking his head helplessly. Ryan couldn't help but smile at this scene, as if thinking of his sister meant. Then, a huge eagle circled in the northwest sky for a moment, as if pointing out a direction. Over there. Soon, Ryan, the Breton elders, Antaruka, and several others arrived at the edge of a yellow-brown field. This area spanned several hundred square meters. The original alpine meadow had long since dried up, leaving behind a blanket of yellow, withered grass. Even more striking were the fist-sized holes, densely packed like scars on the earth. At the same time, groups of small gray spiders would occasionally crawl out of one hole and quickly enter through another, a continuous stream. It's definitely connected to the Neobrecan, Ryan thought to himself. The aura here was noticeably stronger, but even for wizards below the rank of Dawn Wizard, it was barely detectable. But this is the territory of the Isolder School. Even if ordinary wizards of that school don't know the secrets hidden behind the alien spider swarms, Stuart, a Dawn Wizard bearing the title of Stone Shield, shouldn't have been unaware of his subordinates' reports. Then why did they allow the Tutkar school to behave this way? Could it be? Ryan narrowed his eyes, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. At this moment, Elder Brighton, standing nearby, said, Sir, although these caves may seem small, they are excavated very deep. We tried methods like pouring boiling water over them, but to no avail. Only a high-level earth wizard, using earth magic, can completely eliminate the alien spider swarms in this area. Ryan nodded, saying nothing, but he had already decided. Since he had encountered this nest, he would eliminate it. After all, it was easy for him. He took a few steps forward again, bent down, and gently placed his palm on the ground. Seeing Ryan's action, the others, including Elder Brighton, looked on curiously, as if wondering what this strange wizard was up to. Suddenly, they saw the ground, centered around the young human wizard's palm, radiate waves of dark silver, covering the entire area. Then, a series of piercing sounds rang out. Sharp dark silver metallic spikes sprouted from the ground and within the cave, resembling a thorn forest. Hiss! The dying screams of alien spiders echoed from the densely packed cave entrances, but soon faded to silence. After completing this, Ryan smiled and slowly rose to his feet. He discovered that everyone, including Elder Brighton, seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, their mouths open, their eyes wide, staring at the scene for a long moment, unable to recover. "Are you a high-level wizard?" Elder Brighton asked. Ryan glanced at the faint outline of Nilheim in the distance. He didn't answer the Breton Elder's question, but smiled faintly. "Everyone, I have other things to attend to. We part ways now." "Sir, what's your name?" Iona couldn't help but shout. "Sister." Andaluca quickly stopped him. The young wizard before him was unfathomably powerful. The energy fluctuations just now were terrifying. How could he not know that the other party had no ill intentions from the beginning? Otherwise, not only him, but even the entire caravan would be no different from the alien spider nest before him, easily destroyed. The next moment, Ryan had vanished from the spot. "My name is Ryan." However, a voice echoed from afar. The scene before them was even more incredible to the Breton people. They had seen wizards before, and even had priests within their tribe who were comparable to wizards. But the problem was, they had never seen such a sudden disappearance. "A miracle," Elder Brighton muttered. "Lord Ryan," Iona tried hard to engrave the figure in her mind. Since their current location wasn't far from the Isolder School's headquarters, Ryan briefly used Shadow Warp and arrived outside Nilheim. The defenses are quite tight. Ryan could easily tell that the entire city of Nilheim was enveloped by a massive magical formation, though this formation seemed to serve only as a detection system. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan flashed once more. In an instant, he seemed to squeeze into a bubble, and then, in a flash, he landed on the roof of a residential building. His action didn't trigger an alarm from the massive detection formation, as if his previous actions had been an integration, not an invasion. Ryan surveyed the entire city. Beyond the rows of 2- and 3-story stone houses with flat roofs, the towering palace in the city center, and the imposing Isolder School headquarters stood out. It was dusk, and there were quite a few people around, but judging by their attire, they were mostly nomads or ethnic minorities, like the Bretons, to actually occupy the very heart of a city. It's a shame they allow evil gods and secret cults to wreak havoc. They're unworthy of their position. Ryan shook his head, and the next moment, he appeared directly in front of the Isolder School headquarters. "Huh? Why is there suddenly another person?" Several guards rubbed their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. "Who are you?" a guard asked cautiously. "Please tell them I'm here for a visit," Ryan said calmly. "Wait a moment." Seeing Ryan's almost eerie appearance, the guards didn't dare to delay. They immediately scurried to a sentry box in the rear and reported to a third-level wizard apprentice, who seemed to be the head of the guard. "Sir, there's a visitor." The third-level wizard apprentice was flipping through an ancient tome when he heard the guard's announcement. Seeing Ryan's youthful face, he thought, another young man looking to join the academy? "What's he here for?" "Have you asked?" the third-level wizard apprentice said lazily. "Well, I forgot to ask. I go ask right away." The guard was so stunned by Ryan's strange appearance that he had indeed forgotten to ask. "Forget it. This young wandering apprentice is most likely seeking to join the academy. Tell him the selection period is past, and to come back next year," the third-level wizard apprentice said, waving his hand without even looking up. Well, the guard instinctively sensed that the man wasn't like him, but he had indeed forgotten to ask, and for a moment he hesitated. "By the way, what's his name?" the third-level wizard apprentice asked casually, as if on a whim. "He said his name is Ryan." "What? Ryan?" The third-level wizard apprentice suddenly looked up at Ryan. He had just received a notice to report any visit from a dawn wizard named Ryan immediately, but the higher-ups hadn't mentioned the young man. But Ryan was already getting quite impatient. With a slight summons of his mental energy, he spoke, "Sir Stuart, Ryan is here." Instantly, an invisible sound wave, centered around Ryan, spread toward the main hall of the Isolder School. The last 4 words, in particular, grew louder and louder. By the time the sound wave reached the front of the hall, it was like a tsunami, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. At this moment, inside the Isolder School's meeting hall, for peak-level crystallization wizards, including Deputy Master Malcolm and Stuart Abel, a dawn wizard with the title of Stone Shield, sat at the head of a long wooden table, discussing something. "Master, do you really think that Ryan would come directly to the Cyrodiil Plateau?" asked a gray-haired old wizard. "That's not just a guess. According to reliable sources, Ryan left Munster half a day ago, and the airship was heading northwest. This means he's most likely heading straight for the Cyrodiil Plateau, straight for our school," Malcolm explained. "This young man is truly too arrogant. He's barely reached the level of a Dawn Wizard, and yet he dares to offend us like this." Another old wizard with a handlebar mustache shook his head. "Indeed, the Isolder School has stood tall on the Cyrodiil Plateau for nearly 1,000 years. How could such a young man shake it? I'm afraid he'd be so frightened upon arriving at the school's headquarters and discovering the massive defensive formations that surround it that he'd flee." An old wizard, fiddling with a khaki sphere, quipped. "Ha ha ha." Several people burst into laughter at the amusement of this remark. At that moment, a thunderous voice suddenly pierced the meeting hall. "Ryan is visiting." Chapter 529. The Isolder School leaders in the meeting hall seemed struck by lightning, frozen in place for a long moment. After several seconds, their expressions changed. Some looked gloomy, some frowned, and some were cursing. "This young man is truly arrogant. We didn't even bother to take Harold's revenge on him, yet he dares to come to us." The old wizard who had just mocked Ryan suddenly stood up and said, "Do you really think you can do whatever you want just by joining the Dawn Wizardry? Let's go and see." "Master?" Deputy Master Malcolm looked at Stuart, who sat at the head of the table. Stuart, upon seeing this, remained silent and ponderous. But his gloomy expression indicated that his mood was far from as calm as he appeared. Although he had made arrangements long in advance, to be honest, in his heart, he had only prepared for a low-probability event. He hadn't expected the enemy to actually show up. Furthermore, as the leader of a sect, he knew Ryan far better than the others present, and he knew that Ryan wasn't someone who barely made it to the epic level. The title of the other empire's youngest epic-level expert wasn't just boasted about, but earned through actual combat. "Let's go and see." Young people are always hot-headed. "Let's try to resolve this peacefully. We can compromise a little if we can." Stuart slowly stood up and said calmly, Try to resolve this peacefully. Concession a little if we can?" Hearing Stuart's words, the 3 veteran Crystallization Peak wizards, including Malcolm, looked at the sect leader with the title of Stone Shield in front of them with surprise, wondering, is the sun rising in the west? Stuttgart, usually cold and stern, was surprisingly so easy to talk to. At the entrance to the Isolder School's headquarters, the guards were stunned, and the 3rd-level wizard Apprentice collapsed to the ground. An expert knows the outcome with just one strike. Ryan's telepathic attack, laced with a hint of dragon roar, was as powerful as the sonic magic cast by a peak-level crystallized wizard. It immediately sent the entire Isolder School into a state of panic, as if facing a formidable enemy. Many wizards in khaki robes jumped from their experiments, rest breaks, or reading books, and rushed out of the room in a state of slight panic. The various defensive magic formations above the headquarters were activated. Instantly, a variety of light yellow, yellow-green, and dark yellow defensive shields appeared above the headquarters. However, the arrival of the school's senior leaders, led by Stuart, reassured the wizards. A flurry of discussion erupted. "This guy is called Ryan? I think I've heard of him. He's a rising star in the Empire, the youngest epic warrior. I've heard of him, too. But judging by his presence this time, he doesn't seem friendly. Sir Ryan, it's a rare opportunity for you to visit the Isolder School. We warmly welcome you. However, your actions just now seem to indicate some misunderstanding of our school," Deputy Master Malcolm said. "Who are you?" Ryan asked. "I'm Malcolm, Deputy Master of the Isolder School." "Malcolm? Very good. I've heard of that name." Ryan nodded. "I'm honored that Sir Ryan has heard of me too." Malcolm was taken aback, but his smile widened, and he bowed slightly in gratitude. After all, being remembered by the Empire's youngest epic powerhouse is a form of affirmation in itself. "In Munster, 2 of my followers were murdered. When I caught the murderer, they said you were the one behind it. Do you admit it? Let me warn you, your subordinate is still alive. Lying is pointless." Ryan's words suddenly made Malcolm's face change drastically. Malcolm's expression changed several times, and he didn't know how to explain it. For a moment, he was even a little annoyed at his subordinate's incompetence, having been captured alive. After a few seconds, Malcolm could only chuckle and say, "This must be a misunderstanding. Sir Ryan, since you're here, why don't you come into the hall and chat? Let us show our hospitality." Malcolm forced a smile while glancing at Ryan's current position. Ryan had already seen this move clearly. He was well aware of Malcolm's intentions. because he was standing right outside the range of a certain magic formation of the Isolder School. If he accepted the invitation, he only needed to advance a few meters to enter the magic formation's range. Judging from the faint energy fluctuations, even a high-level wizard in the middle stage of Dawn would likely be at a disadvantage under the other magic formation. On the other hand, Malcolm's expression and words caused confusion among many of the surrounding Isolder School wizards, all of them with a look of confusion, as if to say, there seems to be something fishy going on here. Even the 3 veteran wizards nearby looked at Malcolm, as if to say, this is completely different from what you said in the meeting hall. This made Stuart, the leader, realize that he had to say something. Sir Ryan, if there truly is a misunderstanding, it's the fault of our subordinates' ignorance. We're willing to make amends to the best of our ability. Please come in and discuss the details, Stuart said. Stuart also invited Ryan in, naturally with the same intention as Malcolm. After all, he knew Ryan well, and was wary of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked exposing his relationship by contacting Graham, the leader of the Tutkarsh school. Ryan recognized the man's identity the moment he emerged. After all, the Isolde Ray school only had one Dawn wizard. It seems you are Lord Stuart. I'd like to ask you, you allowed the Tutkarsh school to collect corpses and engage in other activities on the Cyrodiil Plateau. If others don't know, are you also unaware? Have you forgotten the important mission entrusted to you and your school by the Empire? Lord Ryan, please don't speak without evidence. Ryan's words made Stuart's face turn pale, and at the same time, a storm surged within him. Also, even though you are the Empire's rising star, the youngest epic-level powerhouse, I hope you can show at least a minimum of respect to another Dawn wizard. Oh, but I don't think someone like you deserves my respect, Ryan said calmly. As for evidence, don't the numerous alien spider nests near the city prove it? As a Dawn wizard, don't tell me you can't feel it, Ryan asked. Ryan's words were like a resounding bell, shaking Stuart's heart and soul. What? I hadn't expected this kid to find out. Didn't Graham, that idiot, say that even a Dawn wizard would have difficulty detecting the connection between the alien spider swarm and the Tutkarsh school? How did this Ryan before him detect it? But that didn't matter now. Stuart noticed that Ryan's words had already changed the way the wizards from his own school looked at him. If he couldn't reverse this situation today, his prestige within the school would be greatly weakened. At this moment, Ryan glanced at Stuart with a half-smile, but before the two of them looked at him in surprise, he stepped forward and entered the school gate. For a moment, Stuart didn't know how to evaluate the young man before him. Should he praise his courage? Or was he overconfident? Or was it just youth? Ignorance is truly fearless. Well, in that case, Stuart narrowed his eyes slightly. One of the best solutions right now is to capture this Ryan alive and make him admit that what he just said was nonsense. At the very least, he must be kept here. Even if the Empire were to question him, and he came to challenge them, being annihilated by us would be justifiable. Sir Ryan, your words are a profound slander against a Dawn wizard. They must be washed away with blood. I agree, but it's not your dignity that needs to be washed away, but the dignity of the Empire. Ryan's words made Stuart furious. Rock splinters. Stuart raised his hand and unleashed a 4th-level Earth-based Dawn magic spell. A dense mass of rapidly spinning rock fragments, like flying discs, gathered in front of him. Then, with a single point, hundreds of rock fragments, each as large as a millstone, hurled themselves at Ryan. This move, in some ways, was similar to Ryan's 4th-level metal spell, Blade Disc, both relying on high speed and rotation to increase their damage, except that the opponent's attack was an area of effect spell. Malcolm, standing nearby, sneered. The moment his sect leader attacked, he immediately raised his hand and silently chanted a spell. Entangled Runes. A massive, complex magical formation appeared beneath Ryan's feet, emitting an earthy yellow glow. Giant hands of earth appeared, grasping at his feet, layer upon layer, reaching all the way to his knees. It was as if Ryan were planted in the earth, pinned there. Seeing their sect leader and deputy leader take action, the wizards of the Isolder school, though most held back due to doubt, a small number joined in. Including the 3 peak-level crystallized wizards, the elderly wizard holding the ochre-colored sphere also quickly unleashed a sharp stone cone, approximately 1 meter in diameter and 4 or 5 meters long, blasting it towards Ryan. Boom, boom, boom. The dense rock fragments collided at high speed, creating a violent explosion that instantly erupted into a cloud of dust. How audacious. How dare you even walk in? Malcolm couldn't help but laugh at this scene. He had just seen clearly that Ryan had no time to dodge. In other words, he had endured the combined attacks of his own sect leader's 4th-level magic, rock splinters, enhanced by the sorcery array, as well as the combined attacks of dozens of his sex wizards. Even if the opponent was an epic-level warrior, he believed he would be seriously injured if not killed. That's it? I'm so disappointed. A calm voice emanated from the gradually dissipating smoke and dust. Ryan showed no sign of moving. The earthen hand still held his legs tightly, but he was now surrounded by several dark silver shields, blocking all the rock fragments that Stuttgart had just unleashed. Isn't this a first-level magical metal barrier? The knowledgeable old wizard, with gray hair, immediately recognized the source of Ryan's magic. Level 1 magic. How could it possibly withstand the Sect Master's Dawn magic, Rock Splinter? Rumor has it that only Dawn wizards can unleash low-level magic to the power of near high-level magic. It seems the opponent is undoubtedly a Dawn wizard. But that's only an approximation. Raising a level 1 magic to level 3 is the limit. How could anything approach Dawn magic? The wizards of the Isolder School were horrified and began to discuss. At the school entrance, Ryan shook his head and said, "Even with the magic array's power, your attacks are lackluster. Now it's my turn." Ryan stretched out a hand and slowly raised it above his head. The next second, a jagged, dark silver disc several meters in diameter appeared dozens of centimeters above his palm, spinning at an extremely high speed. Because the disc was spinning so rapidly, it appeared to be stationary to the surrounding crowd. Only the humming sound indicated its movement. Swish! With a flash of dark silver light, most of the wizards present were unable to see clearly how the disc vanished. Malcolm, Isolde's deputy leader, was now terrified. He was one of the few present who could clearly see the dark silver metal disc's trajectory. Even though 3 ochre-colored kite-shaped shields instantly erupted from Malcolm's body, he remained terrified and instinctively tried to dodge. But seeing clearly and wanting to dodge were two different things. Arrogant! Standing by, Stuttgart's face was ashen. Although he had just been intimidated by Ryan's strength, he could not remain indifferent to the impending demise of his most capable subordinate. He raised his hand. A dense ochre-colored vortex suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping Malcolm and rapidly solidifying into a massive, translucent gray rock resembling amber. This instantly made Malcolm feel relieved, his expression relaxed. He knew this was his sect leader's most skilled earth-based defensive spell, Stone Shield. With the added strength of his own sect's magical formation, he believed even a mid-stage Dawn wizard would be unable to break it. But the next moment, swish! The massive, translucent rock, several meters in diameter, sliced through like butter under a hot knife, effortlessly and without resistance. Malcolm had barely uttered the word damn when he was split in half. Even his expression remained relaxed. But this wasn't the end yet. The old wizard standing behind Malcolm, holding a khaki sphere, was also horrified by the sight. However, since he wasn't aligned with Malcolm at the moment, he secretly felt fortunate to have survived. But the dark silver metal disc unexpectedly spun in midair, tracing an arc before slicing through his forehead without a trace of resistance. Instantly, only a body, eyes wide open and missing the upper half of its head, stood frozen in place. Instantly, 2 peak-level crystallization wizards of the Isolder School were slain in quick succession. What? How is this possible? They couldn't even block it. The 2 veteran crystallization wizards were stunned. Metal-type Dawn killing move. Stuttgart's face was unusually solemn, as he spoke each word with measured precision. Even he hadn't noticed that Ryan had unleashed a Dawn killing move. For one thing, Ryan's speed was incredibly fast, and at the same time, the disc's energy fluctuations were extremely restrained, making it completely invisible at the level of a Dawn killing move. For another, Stuttgart had never considered it in that context. Because the metal-based Dawn killing move was rumored to have long been lost among the major wizard schools of the Empire, Stuttgart never imagined that Ryan had mastered such a powerful and unfamiliar metal-based Dawn killing move. It wasn't until the rapidly spinning metal disc pierced his stone shield that he realized the astonishing power of Ryan's sorcery. No wonder he was so confident, coming to the Isolder School alone, only to discover he had mastered the rare metal-based Dawn killing move. Sir Ryan, it seems I've repeatedly overestimated you, and now it seems I've underestimated you even more. However, you are still too young. The Isolder School's millennia-old heritage is more complex than you think. As Stuttgart spoke, the ground around Ryan began to glow with a rich earthy yellow light and trembled. Even the entire city of Nilheim shook slightly. The originally solid ground suddenly became as soft as noodles, and the center of the venue began to bulge violently, as if something was slowly emerging from the ground. Chapter 530. Oh! You look like you have a backup plan? Faced with this earth-shaking commotion, Ryan remained calm and spoke calmly. At this moment, a pair of enormous arms suddenly stretched out from the ground. They were humanoid arms at least 30 or 40 meters long and over 4 or 5 meters in diameter. Followed by this, a hideous head emerged from beneath the ground. The head was as large as a house, its mouth stretched to the extremes of its cheeks, as if it would split to the back of its skull if it stretched any further. Even more striking was the enormous single eye in the center of its forehead, above its mouth. The whites of its eyes were a thick red, and its pupils were a yellow-brown, revealing a sense of brutality, bloodiness, and condescending contempt. When its massive, marble-like body was fully revealed, everyone realized it stood a staggering 70 or 80 meters tall, resembling a gorilla magnified dozens of times. Gron. Ancient common language. A deep, surging, and slow roar erupted from its bloody maw, like the simultaneous beating of 1,000 cowhide drums, its mighty roar echoing throughout the area. This scene caused many of the Isolder School wizards, at the first level of atomization, to recoil in fear. What kind of monster is this? It appears to be a long-extinct Goron giant. A second-level liquefaction wizard blurted out in shock, as if recalling something. Gron giant? They say that adult Grons can reach late epic or even peak epic strength, capable of tearing dragons apart with their bare hands? But how could there be a living Gron giant beneath the Academy's headquarters? Why bother worrying so much? The school's biggest enemy right now is this Ryan. With the Goron giant here, they're bound to flee. For a moment, the wizards of the Isoderii school were buzzing with discussion. The Goron giant has resurrected? Unlike the average wizard, the two elder wizards at the peak of the crystallization stage exchanged a look of shock, followed by a deep sense of fear and confusion. Because they were both fossil-level figures of the Isoderii school, they naturally knew the origins of the Goron giant before them. This incident stemmed from an exploration of ancient ruins 500 or 600 years ago, during which the school's wizards discovered the well-preserved corpse of a long-dead Goron giant. Yes, a corpse. Because Goron giants possess the innate ability to manipulate soil and rock, even their corpses spontaneously gather Earth elemental energy particles, making them of immense research value to Earth-based wizards. Thus, centuries ago, this remains kept secret in the deepest part of the school's underground hall. This allows for research by the school's high-level wizards. On the other hand, it can also increase the concentration of mysterious particles in the base, strengthening the effectiveness of the magic formation. But how could it possibly be alive? Our school isn't a necromancy school. Instantly, the two elderly wizards shuddered, their bodies trembling as they recalled what Ryan had just said, as if they understood something. In unison, they quietly stepped back a few steps, away from their own sect leader, Stuart. A Goron giant. What a pleasant surprise, Ryan observed, a look of realization on his face. But why do I smell a strong stench of decay? Now, I understand why you, Stuart, and the Tukkar school get along so well. Relying on the keen mental perception of the late Dawn realm, Ryan immediately discovered that the Goron giant's supposedly pure and rich earth elemental energy was inharmoniously mingled with a significant amount of undead energy, and a strangely obscure, sinister, and overwhelming aura lurked within. Shut up. Stuart roared in a tone of humiliation, his face flushing. The Goron giant before him was naturally long dead. Even the high-ranking wizards of the Isolder school, despite their utmost research, could only utilize it to the extent it had been used. But Stuart refused to resign himself. Especially after his own strength had been stuck at the peak of the early Dawn realm for a long time, he considered utilizing necromancy. If the Goron giant could be successfully resurrected, not to mention regaining peak epic strength, even reaching late epic would be enough to place him among the Empire's top warriors. Perhaps, he could even successfully break through to the Middle Dawn stage. So, he gradually contacted the Tukkar school, and even later completely allowed them to operate in the Cyrodiil Plateau. Of course, he also set a limit for the Tukkar school. Moreover, Imperial Guardians had visited the Cyrodiil Plateau before, but they had not discovered the connection between these alien spider nests and the Tukkar school, simply believing them to be an invasion by alien species. But Ryan, before him, had discovered the connection between the two and, furthermore, discovered a hidden connection between himself and the Tukkar school. This made Stuttgart decide that he had to keep Ryan here, even if he resurrected a Goron giant that had not yet fully undead. Otherwise, once Ryan escapes back to the Imperial capital, he have no place in the Empire. Although it's not perfect, it's more than enough to kill you, Stuart said gravely. Although not fully necromanted, the Goron giant before him possessed the strength of a mid to late stage peak. Coupled with the support of the school's large-scale wizard formation, the quicksand trap, even a high-level wizard in the late dawn stage would be severely disadvantaged. Do you think you can win with just this one necromantic Goron giant? As Ryan spoke, his momentum steadily increased. From the initial dawn fluctuations he had just displayed, climbing all the way to the peak of the mid-stage dawn, the sight made Stuart's eyelids twitch, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. You've been hiding your strength? But how could you possibly reach the middle dawn stage at such a young age? That's impossible. I've spent over 300 years diligently, and I haven't even reached the middle dawn stage. You've definitely been possessed by an evil god. Gron! Kill him! Stuart roared, losing control of his emotions. This had always been a source of worry for him. He'd been stuck in the early dawn stage for too long. Seeing Ryan, so young, already successfully reaching the middle dawn stage, he felt as if everything he'd done was a joke. Bang! The Gron, receiving the command, raised an arm larger than the temple pillars, and hammered down on Ryan with a force so powerful it felt like the sky was collapsing, and the earth was collapsing. The mere force of the wind choked the nearby wizards of the Isolder school, sending them fleeing in all directions. At this moment, the entire city of Nilheim was startled by the Gron's trembling appearance, and they all looked in horror at the massive creature that had suddenly appeared in the city center. At the city gates of Nilheim, the members of the Breton caravan, who had been paying the entrance fee to enter, also looked at the Gron giant in shock. The Highland bulls pulling the cargo moved and ran wildly. If it weren't for the Breton warriors desperately pulling, they would have fled. What kind of monster is this? The young girl Ai exclaimed in horror. That's the headquarters of the Isolderai school. Could it be related to that Lord Wren? The young Breton man Analuka also exclaimed in surprise. Don't enter the city yet. The caravan should take shelter outside, shouted the Breton elder. At the same time, he looked at the Gron giant in the distance, and couldn't help but recall the legends of the Cyrodiil Plateau passed down among his tribe. He muttered, could this be the Gron giant said to be able to tear the earth apart? Meanwhile, underground not far from Nilheim, Graham, a member of the Tutkar school, was walking through a densely packed tunnel, passing by groups of alien spiders one after another. Some were exceptionally ferociously large, as sturdy as calves. This was a massive alien spider nest, boasting dozens of times more spider species and numbers than the one Ryan had previously dealt with. Suddenly, Graham stopped and looked in the direction of Nilheim. Huh? This aura? Did Stuart summon the Goron giant? It seems Ryan has truly arrived. Perfect timing. Everything is perfect, Graham said with a smile, surveying the giant spider nest. Then, he vanished from the spot. In the square of the Isolder school's headquarters. The smoke and dust hadn't yet completely dissipated after the Goron giant delivered a powerful blow. But a dark silver disc shot out from the smoke and dust like lightning, tracing a long arc towards the Goron giant's single, striking eye. However, the Goron giant, though seemingly clumsy, was actually quite resilient. Its massive head shrank, and one of its immensely thick arms lifted slightly, and the dark silver metal disc was precisely blocked by its bulging, marble-like muscles. Sizzle! The Goron giant's arm radiated a rich yellow light, and its powerful rock muscles, after enduring damage from a nearly 2-meter penetration, managed to block Ryan's Dawn's ultimate move, the Blade 2 spin. This was the first time since Ryan used the Blade 2 spin that he had encountered an enemy capable of withstanding its power. Although the bladed disc had sliced into the Goron's rocky flesh, the wound, nearly 2 meters deep, wasn't a significant injury compared to the giant's massive arms, which were 4 or 5 meters in diameter. Haha, Gorons are naturally incredibly defensive, capable of spontaneously absorbing Earth-type energy particles to strengthen their defenses. Otherwise, how do you think they could tear apart a dragon? Stuttgart couldn't help but laugh upon witnessing this. While your attack is incredibly powerful, its range is too limited. While it might be effective against other creatures, it's meaningless against a Goron. Gravity field. Stuttgart immediately began to control the Goron's counterattack. A strangely distorted gravity, centered at the Goron, instantly enveloped the surroundings. You can dodge quicksand traps, but you absolutely cannot avoid gravity. Die, Ryan! Gron, hammer him to death. Stuttgart, hiding behind the Goron's head, shouted. Oh! You really think I can't do anything to this Goron? Ryan, feeling the fluctuating gravitational field around him, smiled at Stuttgart. You have complete disregard for the lives of ordinary people in Nilheim, recklessly resurrecting and manipulating the Goron. Stuttgart, you disappoint me. With that, Ryan's aura soared even further. He suddenly surpassed the peak of the middle stage of the Dawn Wizard and entered the late Dawn stage. Just now, Ryan had noticed that many houses, shops, and noble mansions were beginning to collapse. If the Goron continued to wreak havoc, even if he killed Stuttgart, the entire city of Nilheim would likely be destroyed. What? Late dawn. Stuttgart's eyes widened as he stared at Ryan in astonishment. You've definitely been possessed by an evil spirit, Ryan, you monster. Ryan raised his right hand again, and a dark silver disc, far larger in diameter than before, instantly appeared above his palm, hovering and spinning at high speed. This time, Ryan didn't hold back, unleashing his ultimate dawn attack, the Blade-2 spinning disc, with all his might. Unlike before, the disc's diameter now surpassed 5 meters. Even though this sorcery attack was a single target attack, and its energy fluctuations were extremely concentrated, the surrounding air began to distort subtly. Swish! With a flick of Ryan's right hand, the dark silver metal disc hurtled towards the Goron giant's head at lightning speed. Stone shield. Iron arm defense. A slightly panicked Stuttgart shouted, unleashing his most skilled earth-based defensive spell while manipulating the Goron giant's defense. The Goron giant's immensely stony arms instantly crossed in front of him, shielding his head. Simultaneously, a massive, translucent vortex of earth elemental energy rose from the ground, completely enveloping the Goron giant's upper body. Swish! The bladed disc sliced through Stuttgart's stone shield like a knife through dough, but it grazed the Goron giant's arms and head, evading them in a flash. Missed? Stuttgart was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Ha ha ha, Ryan, continuously unleashing Dawn's killer moves. Even a late-stage Dawn wizard wouldn't have it easy. Really? Ryan glanced at Stuttgart with a half-smile. Suddenly, an inexplicable panic welled up in Stuttgart, and he instinctively dodged to the side. The next moment, a dark silver light pierced from behind him, brushing against his wizard's robes before swiftly piercing the back of the Goron giant's head. Damn it! This damn thing can even spin. Still in shock, Stuttgart couldn't help but congratulate himself for narrowly escaping danger. But before he could finish his internal rant, he froze. In the reflection of his wide-eyed eyes, he watched as half of the Goron giant's head slowly slid away, revealing a smooth, flawless surface. Then, its massive, mountain-like form collapsed to the ground with a crashing thud. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a gust of wind whipped up, carrying a cloud of dust and sand everywhere. From a distance, it looked like a mushroom cloud exploding over the Isolder School's headquarters. Stuttgart, if you surrender and tell the Empire the truth about your actions, I will spare your life now. Ryan looked at Stuttgart and said calmly. Ryan, do you think you've won? Wrong. It's you? It's you who's pushed Nilheim and even the Cyrodiil Plateau into the abyss. Stuttgart's head suddenly lifted, his face brimming with madness as he pointed at Ryan. The wizards of the Isolder School were all puzzled by their leader's words. No matter how they looked at it, facing the might of a late-stage Dawn wizard, their school was doomed to failure. However, judging by the tone of Lord Ryan's words, it seemed he wasn't going to pursue the matter too far, simply asking the leader to admit his fault to the Empire. Even from their perspective, this was already quite magnanimous. But what did their leader just mean by that? What did he mean by pushing Nilheim and even the Cyrodiil Plateau into the abyss? Graham, I know you're here. How long do you want to watch this show? Get out now! Stuttgart shouted excitedly, his eyes red. Chapter 531. Hey Stuttgart, you're still so impatient. A slightly sinister voice echoed from all directions. The ground in the center of the Isolder School square suddenly collapsed, revealing a dense network of holes. These holes varied in size, ranging from the smallest barely palm size to the largest over 2 meters in diameter. Immediately afterwards, a swarm of black-striped spiders of varying sizes emerged from the ground. A thin man in a black robe and hood emerged from one of the larger holes. Ryan had just sensed a subtle sense of surveillance from multiple angles, but the surveillance was subtle, and with so many Isolder School wizards surrounding him, it was difficult to distinguish. Now, he finally understood that the other party was using these exotic spiders to create a surveillance network. Therefore, he had retained a considerable amount of strength during the recent battle. For example, he had not performed any bloodline transformation or shadow warp. Furthermore, upon first sight of the black-robed man, Ryan immediately compared him with the information he had previously read. A few months ago, after Staven's failed attempt to kill him, he had learned about the Tutkarsh School. The man who had arrived was none other than Graham, the head of the Tutkarsh School, a rare necromancy wizard of the Dawn. Most importantly, he was suspected of having been corrupted by the evil god Neobrican. In contrast to Ryan's still calm demeanor, the two veteran wizards of the Isolder School exchanged a deep glance, each revealing anxiety, shock, and disbelief in their eyes. This is Graham from the Tutkarsh School, a liquefied wizard exclaimed. The sect master. The sect master is truly colluding with the Tykarsh school, someone exclaimed in utter disappointment. No wonder. No wonder the school hasn't addressed the situation we reported during our patrol. Turns out the sect master is in cahoots with the Tykarsh school. Damn it, Yuris. You sacrificed in vain. I didn't expect the traitor was the sect master. A mist wizard gritted his teeth, seemingly having lost his girlfriend in a conflict with the Tykarsh school. As Ryan had expected, most of the wizards of the Isolder school had been deceived by Stuttgart and Deputy Sect Master Malcolm. TSK, so young, and already a high-level wizard in the late dawn stage? Sir Ryan, you truly astonish me. Graham lifted his hood, revealing a thin, slightly pale face. He smiled at Ryan and said, Thank you, but I don't need the praise of someone who's like a rat snooping around in a cave, Ryan said calmly. You? Ryan's words immediately froze Graham's smile. It's a pity, though, that someone with such extraordinary talent would perish on the Cyrodiil Plateau. Graham immediately dropped his fake smile and looked at Ryan with a rather sinister look. Oh, just you? Ryan glanced at him sideways, then looked at the fallen Grand Giant's corpse. He continued, You're helping to resurrect the Grand Giant, right? I'm guessing you haven't told Stuttgart the truth. Even if the Grand Giant finally completes its necromancy, I'm afraid its master won't be Stuttgart, but you. Or rather, it's the existence of your faith. Graham's pale, sinister face froze slightly upon hearing Ryan's words. Graham, is this true? Stuttgart asked, his face gloomy, his eyes fixed on Graham. How is that possible, Stuttgart? Can you see that this Ryan is trying to drive a wedge between us? Graham immediately retorted. Graham's words made Stuttgart hesitate for a moment. After all, there was a point to what he said, and Ryan hadn't produced any concrete evidence regarding the Goran Giants, so his words were just empty words. How pitiful. Ryan couldn't help but shake his head and sighed, Stuttgart, look around. The enemy's alien spider swarm has completely surrounded this place. I'm afraid they've long been plotting against you and the Isolder school. That's all nonsense. These alien spider swarms are meant to kill you. Go! Graham waved his hand, and the dense swarm of alien spiders swarmed towards Ryan. Before Stuttgart could carefully consider Ryan's words, Graham pulled a dark carved wooden box from his pocket and quickly opened it. A heart-like object, shimmering with a strong yellow light, appeared before Stuttgart's eyes. Stuttgart, look what I brought you, Graham said in a seductive voice. The core of the earth? Stuttgart's expression suddenly relaxed, and his eyes softened as he looked at Graham. You've finally found the Earth's core. Stuttgart's eyes, filled with surprise, fixed on the wooden box, unable to move away. The Earth core is a treasure of a higher order than Earth essence, found only in creatures naturally endowed with exceptional Earth manipulation abilities, such as mountain giants, hill giants, and Grand Giants. For high-level Earth wizards, it holds an exceptionally strong allure, not only for enhancing their power, but also for crafting various high-level magical artifacts. However, with the extinction of these epic and even demigod-level creatures, the Earth core has become exceedingly difficult to find. Of course, I promised you. As long as we evenly distribute the alien spider nests across the Cyrodiil Plateau, we definitely find the Earth core. Graham, smiling, approached Stuttgart, seemingly intending to hand him the Earth core. Just as Stuttgart accepted the wooden box with a beaming expression, suddenly, something strange happened. Puff! A dagger emitting a black glow, with lightning speed, pierced Stuttgart's chest from the bottom of the wooden box. Stuttgart's innate defensive magic, which had just activated automatically, was instantly pierced. Clearly, this dagger was extraordinary. Judging from its power, it was likely blessed by divine power. You? Stuttgart's eyes widened, and he looked at Graham in disbelief. Excuse me, Stuttgart. The great Neobreakin will soon arrive, but this requires the souls and essence of 2 Dawn Wizards, and you, in my plan, are the first. Don't worry. As for Ryan, I will help you kill him and avenge your vengeance. Graham smiled as he spoke, extending his finger, muttering a short prayer, and then tapping the black dagger. The next second, the dagger transformed into a cloud of black energy, rapidly corrupting Stuttgart's wounded body. Ah! Stuttgart's entire body trembled like a sieve, black stripes like those of a spider appearing on his face and palms, and he screamed shrilly. Then, Stuttgart's body floated in midair, and a sinister, surging, and overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. On the other side, the corpse of the Goran Giant suddenly erupted with an almost identical evil aura. Instantly, the 2 auras surged dozens of times. Strangely, they seemed to be connected in some way. It was as if twin beings, born from the same egg, had begun to descend. Naturally, the wizards of the Isolde school cried out in horror at the sudden change before their eyes. Master! Although many wizards knew their master, Stuttgart, had done wrong, they couldn't help but feel a surge of pity, regret, and anger at seeing him killed by Graham's assassination. But, intimidated by Graham's might, no one dared to step forward to seek revenge. Meanwhile, high in the sky, some distance above the Cyrodiil Plateau, a high-speed Imperial airship sped forward. In the airship's luxurious cabin, several dignified figures gathered around an oval table, engaged in a heated debate. Ryan's private assassination of Marquis Orange was already excessive. Now, he's heading directly to the Isolde school to seek revenge. Is he trying to provoke civil unrest in the Empire? The speaker was none other than Pentos Kirk, the Imperial Guardian known as Storm Cloud. That's not true. It's already been established that the Isolde school orchestrated the assassination of Lord Ryan's followers. Therefore, Lord Ryan's visit to the Isolde school must have been motivated, Marshal Alfred argued. At this point, relying solely on the testimony of one Isolde school wizard against Deputy Master Malcolm doesn't indicate any flaws within the entire Isolde school, much less with Master Stuttgart. Furthermore, even if there were a reason, is the Senate just a figment? If everyone acted like young Lord Ryan, wouldn't the Empire be in chaos? Pentecock said unhappily. For a moment, Marshal Alfred didn't know how to refute him. After all, what the other party said was true. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of an Imperial Army Marshal spoke righteously. Our military has received top-secret intelligence that the Tutkar School, a secretive school located on the western border of the Cyrodiil Plateau, has been very active in the past 2 years, and appears to have further plans. Thus, the Empire currently needs the Isolde school to stabilize the Cyrodiil Plateau. Lord Ryan's actions contradict the Empire's policy of utilizing major wizarding schools to stabilize border regions. This demonstrates a complete disregard for the Empire's interests. This field marshal was a representative figure in the Imperial military, promoted by the Empire's conservative aristocracy. His name was Meyer Ryan. He had always believed that the Imperial Swordbearers Department should be incorporated into the military. Otherwise, not only would there be multiple orders from multiple sources, but the deployment of forces would also be problematic. Consequently, his relationship with Marshal Alfred of the Swordbearers had always been strained. All right, stop arguing. We ask Ryan for details once we arrive. A slightly aged voice echoed. The speaker was Elder Ivan, whom Ryan had met once before. Due to Ryan's previous contribution in saving the Red Queen Minia, Elder Ivan had a favorable impression of him. Half a day ago, after receiving a report to the Imperial Senate regarding Ryan's unauthorized execution of the Imperial Marquis and his trip to the Cyrodiil Plateau, he decided to lead his team to the Cyrodiil Plateau. He was worried that Ryan, impulsive and young, might accidentally clash with Stuttgart. In that case, his presence would help Ryan resolve the situation. After all, he couldn't let Minia, her savior, get into trouble while she was recuperating. Nilheim. When Ryan struck the ground with his palm, a vast ripple of dark silver metal enveloped and pierced the hundreds of alien spiders. He then noticed that Stuttgart's body had undergone a dramatic transformation. His body stretched to its limit, and simultaneously, a grayish-white chitinous shell with intricate stripes rapidly formed on its surface. For spider-like limbs sprouted from its lower body. Soon, a bizarre monster, over 10 meters tall, with a humanoid upper body and a spider-like lower body, appeared before Ryan. A series of unknown whispers, centered around the creature, spread outward. The guards at the gate of the Isolde school suddenly cried out in terror. These guards, barely at the level of knights, were covered in spider-like hair. Their swords and shields fell to the ground. Their hands had mutated, gradually transforming into spider-like limbs, and naturally, they could no longer hold their weapons or shields. This whispering sound was like a demonic voice, capable of transforming humans into this half-human, half-spider monster. The mountain-like corpse of the Goron giant suddenly exploded from the inside out, as if something had hatched from within its body. A gigantic spider, almost the same size as the Goron giant, slowly emerged from its abdomen. The creature's 8 spiky limbs, extending to a length of 30 or 40 meters, were striking, making its round body, over 10 meters in diameter, seem rather inconspicuous in comparison. Pink compound eyes surrounded its hideous mouth. Even a wizard at the atomization level would feel dizzy at the mere sight of it. The apprentice wizards, as if possessed by a mind-controlling force, walked stiffly towards the behemoth before them, like zombies. Perhaps most of the wizards present were unaware of the monster's origins, but the 2 veteran wizards of the Isolde school, living fossils, had a clue. "Oh no! These are the two incarnations of the spider god Neobrican, as recorded in ancient texts. The gray-haired old wizard exclaimed. That's right. It's Xur, unheard, and Dornoch, unseemly. Everyone retreat. First-level wizards, cast silence upon yourselves. The mustachioed old wizard shouted, rapidly directing the attack. After hearing the two old wizards' calls, the Isoldery wizards, who had been in a state of panic, finally began to organize themselves. However, for Graham, these Isoldery wizards were not his primary concern. Only Ryan before him was. Sir Ryan, the two incarnations of His Majesty Neobrican have already descended. With your sacrifice, their descent will be complete, Graham said, smiling at Ryan. Ryan said nothing, merely glancing at the two monsters before him. Surprisingly, there was no fear on his face. Instead, a hint of joy lingered. Judging from the rich divine aura emanating from their bodies, regardless of whether they were incarnations of evil gods or not, they undoubtedly possess considerable evil power. Thank you, Ryan said earnestly. Thank you? Graham was stunned. Thank you for summoning these so-called incarnations of evil gods. They will serve as nourishment for my advancement. As Ryan spoke, he removed his wizard robe, folded it, and set it aside. Magic alone wasn't enough to defeat the enemy, so he decided to combine it with physical combat. Chapter 532. Arrogant! Graham roared. He naturally interpreted Ryan's words as an insult to His Majesty the Neobrican, never considering that Ryan was actually speaking the truth. Graham didn't need to say anything else, as the two divine creatures simultaneously attacked Ryan. Don't look directly at Dornoch. The giant pink compound-eyed spider hatched from the body of the Grand Giant, suddenly spewed a ball of white spiderweb towards Ryan. A closer look revealed that the end of the web was connected to a tough spider silk thread, and the other end of the spider silk was connected to Dornoch's mouthparts. This means that once the white spiderweb captures prey, the extremely resilient spider silk quickly pulls, and even normal-sized prey will be instantly snatched into its ferocious mouthparts. This is also one of Dornoch's special abilities, Spider Silk Grip. However, when it was used against Ryan, it was doomed to fail. For by this moment, Ryan's body had suddenly swelled beyond its normal size. The web that would have enveloped and engulfed him could only cover a portion of his lower legs. A massive, dark silver dragon suddenly appeared before them. And the web, with a single tug from a powerful dragon claw, snapped. Dragon's bloodline? No wonder you're so powerful. Graham's expression suddenly dawned with realization, and he exclaimed with delight, this is truly a pleasant surprise. If we can sacrifice you, the power of His Majesty Neobrican's demigod clone will likely be even greater. At this moment, inaudible Xur, descending in Stuttgart's form, had already reached Ryan's sight. This invisible, transparent wave not only thinned the surrounding ground several feet on its way, but also, as it swept past a guard who failed to dodge, instantly detonated him with a snap. Inaudible Xur seemed to be unleashing some kind of ultra-high-frequency sonic attack. Roar! Ryan narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth, and unleashed a deafening dragon roar at the invisible sonic wave. Equally powerful sonic waves formed translucent ripples in the air, instantly colliding with the opponent's ultrasonic ripples. Just when everyone thought the two waves would cancel each other out, or at least significantly weaken them, they were shocked to discover that while the central area canceled out the attack, the edges actually intensified. This caused the surrounding Isolder school buildings to crumble and shatter like gravel. Several wizards at the atomization level were unable to dodge, and were quickly detonated by the extremely high-intensity sonic waves. This sonic wave is too powerful. Get inside the buildings! Roared the white-haired old wizard Isolder. Is this the combat power of the Empire's youngest epic-level warrior? This is too strong. Indeed, he can even withstand the incarnation of the evil god. The wizards of other schools watched this scene with horror, realizing that Ryan had not yet exerted his full strength in his battle with their own leader, Stuttgart. This actually made many wizards of the Isolder school feel a strong liking for Ryan. After all, he could easily defeat, and even kill their own leader, Stuttgart, yet still persuaded his leader to admit his mistake to the Empire. At this moment, Graham's attack arrived. He unleashed a yellow ray with a strong, fishy smell. This was the Plague Ray. If struck, even a wizard at the peak of crystallization would be instantly infected, suffering from fever and internal bleeding, quickly reducing himself to a pool of pus. But for Ryan, this was naturally a piece of cake. Ryan remained motionless, simply raising his dark silver-glowing dragon claws to block the attack, completely blocking it. Now that Ryan had transformed into an old dragon, not only had his aura surged further, but more importantly, his melee and defensive abilities were comprehensively enhanced. With his old dragon form's exceptional strength and poison resistance, even a direct hit from Graham's attack wouldn't have done much damage. The fact that none of the 3 attacks could harm Ryan in his old dragon form left Graham stunned. For a moment, Graham felt as if the Ryan before him were an incredibly majestic mountain, indestructible, not even unshakable. Pray. Kill. Gibberish. Don't look directly at it. As the incarnation of a god, Dornoch naturally didn't share Graham's thoughts. With a roar, it immediately controlled its 8 massive, sharp limbs and charged towards Ryan. Despite its enormous size, its speed was incredibly fast. The wizard Isolder, standing nearby, could only sense several afterimages of the enemy still on the way, but it had already engaged Ryan. Dang dang dang. The 2 pairs of limbs in front of Dornoch's body, like giant crossbow bolts, stabbed at Ryan dozens of times with lightning speed, but were abruptly blocked by Ryan's equally sharp dragon claws. For a moment, the sound of metal clashing was as dense as raindrops hitting banana leaves. This time, Graham had learned his lesson and, instead of using an offensive spell, cast a restrictive one. Shadow Binding. A thick shadowy chain wrapped around Ryan's massive dragon form. While Shadow Binding still failed to limit Ryan's attacks, it did effectively slow him down. Even with Ryan's immense resistance, the slowdown was enough to affect the balance of the battle. Hee hee. So what if I've transformed into a dragon? I'm still going to die here. Graham was overjoyed to see Shadow Binding work. Standing nearby, the inaudible Xur also seamlessly launched a second attack. It suddenly spewed out a dark green mist that rapidly drifted towards Ryan, growing larger as it went. This was some kind of extremely corrosive poisonous cloud attack. However, just as the poisonous cloud was about to strike, the next moment, a massive, dark silver dragon, over 60 meters long, suddenly vanished from sight, leaving everyone, including Graham, bewildered and stunned. Suddenly, the dark silver dragon appeared in the distance behind the inaudible Xur. Before the dragon could react, one of its sharp, thick claws pierced its spine. Another claw swept down, grasping the chitinous skull. The scene was like the basketball star Shaquille O'Neal grasping a normal-sized water bottle. For the dragon, at over 10 meters, was too small for Ryan's dragon form. Snap! The opponent's head shattered with a clang. But Ryan's attack wasn't over yet. Breath of Flame. A crimson cone of breath rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the headless remains of Xur the Unhearable. Space magic. How is this possible? Graham stammered in horror. If it weren't space magic, how could Ryan's massive dragon form suddenly vanish? This mystery even outweighed why Xur the Unhearable was killed so easily. As an incarnation of Neobrican, ordinary physical attacks or sorcery wouldn't do much damage. Killing Xur the Unhearable would require a continuous barrage of sorcery from a high-level wizard. In his previous scenario, although the dragon Ryan transformed into possessed exceptional resistance, its strength would be weakened by the increasing negative sorcery, until it was slain by their siege. In that case, the final piece of the puzzle for His Majesty Neobrican's arrival would be complete, and a high-quality one at that. But Ryan's strange disappearance and reappearance had completely shattered his vision. His space magic. The surviving mustachioed old wizard of the Isolder school exclaimed in complete disbelief. This is the long-lost space magic. Another gray-haired old wizard was almost beside himself with shock. The other wizards of the Isolder school also stared at the scene in astonishment, unable to contain themselves for a long time. At the same time, with the death of the inaudible Xur, many ordinary people in Nilheim began to return to normal. The spider's physical signs gradually disappeared, its limbs reverted to hands, and the patterns on its body began to disappear. However, internal damage was inevitable. For a moment, many people collapsed on the ground, exhausted, but this was far better than transforming into something like a Spider-Man. Ryan, on his part, quickly added a few attribute points to his nearly exhausted stamina, restoring it to peak strength. While Shadow Shift was extremely useful, it was dependent on one's body size. Under the same circumstances, the larger the body, the more difficult it was to move. This was why he didn't use this special ability casually. When he had just used Shadow Shift, he had also activated Dragon Soul Smash. As the first and currently only core skill of a legendary class, the accompanying true damage had always been a powerful weapon for killing divine projections and clones. While the combined power of these two attacks consumed an enormous amount of energy, the effect was also remarkable. With just one combo, they instantly eliminated Xur, the incarnation of the evil god Neobrican. At the same time, the system prompt arrived as expected. Ding! Detected some unknown high-quality energy that can enhance the quality of spiritual power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs and removes impurities. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose yes. This was exactly what he had anticipated. Instantly, he felt a surge of powerful and pure energy emanating from the dragon claw still within Xur's charred body, rushing rapidly towards his mind. And in his mind, the spiritual power particle, originally the size of a plum, swelled even further. When Ryan finished absorbing it, he flicked his dragon claw and tossed Xur's charred corpse aside, like a worn-out shoe. Then, his dragon eyes swept towards Graham and Dornoch, the incomparable unlookable. Both felt an inexplicable chill run deep in their hearts. It felt like being targeted by a top predator. Retreat, in chaotic language, Dornoch screamed as he took 2 steps back. Puff! The 10-meter-long Dornoch blinked its pink compound eyes, and dove headfirst into the ground. Its 4 pairs of giant limbs dug with incredible speed, disappearing from the surface in an instant. Graham, watching this, broke out in a cold sweat. Dornoch had already fled, and since he was even weaker than Dornoch, he dared not stay. However, he didn't dare go in the same direction as Dornoch. After all, Dornoch had already taken a step forward, and if he followed, Ryan would surely catch up first. So, Graham headed in the other direction, swiftly dashing into the hole in the ground. Face to face, Ryan was slightly startled. On the one hand, he hadn't expected the other party, an evil god, to have such a weak fighting spirit. Meanwhile, he pondered which one to pursue first. Because, essentially, he could only leave one behind. With a fleeting thought, he charged towards Dornoch. The reason was simple. The other party was an incarnation of the evil god Neobrican. Killing it would allow him to once again absorb its escaping divine power. Boom! A massive dark silver dragon suddenly surged towards the entrance of the cave Dornoch had excavated, slamming its claws, emitting a rich dark silver glow, into the ground. Dark silver metallic ripples spread downward. Dense metal spikes blocked the deeper underground passage, significantly slowing Dornoch's excavation. Immediately, the dragon leaned down and yanked, one claw unleashing a long, massive limb, one of Dornoch's 4 pairs of long legs. Roar! With a roar, the muscles beneath the scales of the dark silver dragon were transformed into suddenly swelled, and Dornoch felt an irresistible force emanating from one of its legs, threatening to drag it out of the cave. Crack! Seeing this, Dornoch was also incredibly decisive. Just as he was about to be pulled out of the cave, he automatically severed the leg and attempted to re-enter. Instantly, Ren's other claw had already pierced through the ground. With a whoosh, it sank directly into Dornoch's torso. Hiss! Dornoch, in pain, struggled desperately, and bit the dragon claw with lightning speed. Almost simultaneously, Ren activated Dragon Soul Smash, exhaling a fiery breath that pierced the cave entrance, transforming Dornoch into a charcoal-roasted spider. The system prompt came again. Ding! Detected some unknown high-quality energy that can enhance the quality of mental power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, the system absorbs and removes impurities. A few seconds later, as the absorption was complete, Ryan began to release his old dragon form and return to his human form. However, at this moment, Ryan noticed that the wound on his left arm hadn't healed on its own. Looking down, he saw a dark gray bite mark on his left triceps. While it showed no signs of spreading, it also showed no signs of healing, as if it had reached a certain equilibrium. For Ryan, who possessed exceptionally high poison resistance and a strong constitution, this was the first time he had encountered such a potent poison. Ryan glanced at the small words that appeared on the system panel and frowned slightly. Dornoch Poison. Chapter 533. Dornoch's poison effect significantly reduces the body's self-healing ability, continuously inflicting poison damage, and inflicting weakness and fatigue curses. Finally, the system gives a self-healing time of 71 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Even with my physical strength and poison resistance, it will take 3 days to completely clear. The accompanying curse is the most troublesome, reducing my strength by approximately 20%. Ryan sensed the fluctuations in his mental power, discovering that they had already dropped to the mid-stage of dawn. However, since it could heal itself, Ryan wasn't particularly worried and immediately checked his stats. Spirit, 282, quality 92%. After killing Xur, who can't be listened to, my absorption increased by 12%. The second kill of Dornoch, who can't be looked at directly, increased it by 11%. I have truly reached the pinnacle of dawn wizardry. The slight frustration Ryan felt over being poisoned by Dornoch immediately dissipated upon seeing the current level of quality. Because if Ryan were given another choice, even if he knew that killing Dornoch would inevitably lead to poisoning, he would kill him without hesitation. 3 days of weakness in exchange for a permanent boost in strength. Everyone knows the choice. At this moment, Ryan suddenly looked up at the distant sky. A massive airship slowly appeared on the skyline. With Ryan's eyesight, he could easily see the emblem of a 5-colored dragon on its airbag. At the same time, the lookout on the airship could also see the huge crater in the square where the Isolder School of the central city of Nilheim was located, and the smoke and dust that had not yet completely dissipated. The situation was quickly reported to everyone in the meeting room. What? It's suspected that most of the Isolder School's headquarters has been destroyed? This Lord Ryan is too young, and he's gone too far. Pentuskirk, the Imperial Guardian known as Storm Cloud, slammed the table and angrily shouted. Doesn't he know that the Isolder School's headquarters is in the heart of Nilheim? His reckless attack shows a complete disregard for the lives of ordinary citizens of the Empire. Elder Ivan, I suggest that the Senate temporarily suspend the review of Ryan's Guardian candidacy. Even if his strength meets the basic requirements for an Imperial Guardian, his personal qualities do not meet the requirements. At this point, Imperial Army Marshal Meyer Ryan, standing nearby, also chimed in. Indeed. There's another question. If the Isolder School demands that Lord Ryan be dealt with, what do you think we should do? I must remind you all that if we don't deal with him, and the Isolder School becomes disheartened, who will continue to help the Empire defend the Cyrodiil Plateau and suppress cults and secret schools? Although he seemed to be asking a rhetorical question, he was actually pointing out the serious consequences of not dealing with him. The implication was self-evident. Marshal Alfred opened his mouth, momentarily unsure how to refute. Elder Ivan's expression also grimaced. After all, if that were the case, even with his intervention, Ryan wouldn't face any substantial punishment. However, his current candidacy for Imperial Guardian would likely be in jeopardy. Imperial Senate? Could it be that they're here for me? Ryan frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling that the newcomers held ill intentions. At this moment, the surrounding wizards of the Isolder School gradually emerged from the protective magic circle. The two elder wizards in the lead, observing for a moment and realizing that Ryan didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the attack, dared to approach him together. The old man with a handlebar mustache and the old man with gray hair both bowed to Ryan and said, Your Majesty, this incident at the Isolder School is truly a disgrace. But most of the younger wizards in the school are unaware of the actions of Master Stuttgart and Deputy Master Malcolm. I hope Your Majesty will forgive these young people. The two men proactively and respectfully addressed Ryan as Your Majesty. It wasn't entirely a compliment, but rather a sincere gesture. After all, he was a late-stage Dawn wizard. Even if he wasn't yet an Imperial Guardian, he was already a Guardian. Ryan nodded and said, I saw what you all did just now. It's clear that most of the wizards in the school are unaware of Stuttgart's actions. Even the two of you didn't take action just now. It seems that even you have been kept in the dark. As Ryan spoke, he glanced around. He noticed that besides the two old men in front of him, who were peak-level crystallization wizards, there were 6 or 7 crystallization-level wizards, over 30 liquidation-level wizards, and over 100 mist-level wizards. This was a formidable force no matter where they were placed, demonstrating the strength and depth of a major wizarding school. To be honest, since Stuttgart's promotion to Dawn Wizard, we've had very little influence in the school's affairs. Otherwise, we would have noticed something much sooner, said the white-haired old wizard. What's the point of saying all this? I'm afraid the Isolder School will be expelled from the ranks of major wizard schools this time. The old wizard with a mustache looked around and sighed. This is inevitable. Dynasties change, and sorcerer schools naturally rise and fall. However, Your Majesty, I'm afraid our Isolder School no longer has the capacity to maintain a presence on the Cyrodiil Plateau. Please inform the Imperial leadership. Of course, we will also proactively apply to the Empire. Ryan didn't directly respond to the old wizard's words. Instead, after a moment's reflection, he asked, By the way, I heard you were collecting ore. Logically, since you specialize in earth magic, you shouldn't need so many rare ores. Your Majesty, the truth is, several years ago, swarms of alien spiders began to overrun the Cyrodiil Plateau. Combating them was no easy task, and even our school suffered considerable casualties. Our library contains numerous blueprints for constructs, so we're considering using puppets to combat the alien spiders. We've found that rock and clay puppets are not as effective as metal puppets. I see. Ryan nodded. At the same time, a more mature plan gradually took shape in his mind. He had just looked around and found that the wizards of the Isolder School still had a strong sense of identity with their own school. Even after this incident, it would be unlikely to directly integrate them into the Bishu Construction School. Furthermore, such a thing could not be forced. Not to mention whether it could be done. Even if it was done, if the wizards did not join sincerely, it would cause various conflicts and disputes with the wizards of the original Bishu construction school. This was the opposite of what he had thought. It now seemed possible to establish a construct association, similar to an alliance, and gradually and subtly cultivate and divide people. When the time was right, everything would fall into place naturally. I don't think the Isolder School needs to relocate. I've always planned to establish a mechanical and construct creation association to share construct knowledge and jointly defend. We already have a Bishu construct school, Ryan said. If you agree to join, under the agreement of mutual defense, I think threats from the Tutkar school or any other threat should not be a problem. I will visit the Cyrodiil Plateau from time to time. The two old wizards, as living fossils, immediately understood Ryan's intentions upon hearing the first half of his words. This wasn't an association, but a joint defense organization, something that some small and medium-sized wizard schools often favor. Besides, the Isolder School no longer had any Dawn wizards. If they joined, the leadership would inevitably fall into Ryan's hands. But Ryan's final words brightened the two veteran wizards' eyes. While they could relocate, the school's recent misfortune would likely draw many enemies. After all, as a large wizarding school, there are numerous conflicts of interest. With their power significantly reduced, it's unlikely others won't attack them. His Majesty Ryan's proposal offered them a safe haven. Furthermore, the Isolder School had been stationed on the Cyrodiil Plateau for 1,000 years, considered their homeland, and naturally most of the school's wizards didn't want to leave. Great. Joint defense? Shared construction knowledge? Before the two old wizards could agree, the wizards of the Isolder School nearby were already discussing with delight. The two old wizards exchanged a glance, then bowed to Ryan and said respectfully, "This is naturally a great thing. On behalf of the Isolder School, we are willing to join the construction association led by Lord Ryan." "Yes, very good." Ryan nodded, smiling. In fact, he had another goal: to use construction artifacts to offset the numerical advantage of the evil god Neobrican's alien spider swarm. The wizards of the Bishu construction school alone would be far from sufficient for this. However, if the wizards of the Isolder School were added, and each person used several construction artifacts to conduct a sweeping investigation, they should be able to quickly eliminate these alien spiders that specialize in building nests underground. Furthermore, this method should also gradually reveal the exact location of the secret school, Tutkarsh, and thus completely eliminate them. I hope they can surprise him again. At this moment, the giant airship in the sky had already approached and began to slowly descend. Several high-ranking officials of the Empire descended the gangway one after another. Leading the way was Elder Ivan, whom Ryan had met once before, followed by Pantaskork, Marshal Alfred, and another marshal whom Ryan did not recognize. The sight of this scene startled the wizards of the Isolder School. They had naturally assumed they were out to cause trouble. However, they then discovered that things were not quite as they had expected. Before Elder Ivan could speak, Pantaskork took in the surroundings, which looked like they had been struck by a meteorite, and the mountain of Goran giant corpses, and said excitedly, "Sir Ryan, you're going too far. Right or wrong aside, have you considered that a battle with Stuttgart could lead to the destruction of the city of Nilheim? By the way, where's Stuttgart?" Pantaskork suddenly thought of something and asked, looking around. "This should be the Stuttgart you were talking about," Ryan said, pointing to the charred body on the ground not far away. "What? Ryan, you actually killed him?" Pantaskork was both surprised and delighted, shocked at how powerful Ryan was. You know, even if he was slightly stronger than Stuttgart, this was the enemy's base camp. Defeating Stuttgart in the Assault School's headquarters would be extremely difficult for him. The good news was that Ryan acted so recklessly that his candidate for Imperial Guardian was absolutely certain to be stripped from him this time. Even if Elder Ivan or even Her Highness Mia intervened, there was no hope of resolving the situation. Before Ryan could reply, Meyer Ryan, wearing the uniform of an Imperial Marshal, shouted, "Sir Ryan, what you have done truly disregards Imperial law. Do you know that Stuttgart has long been stationed on the Cyrodiil Plateau for the security of the Empire's borders, and has made such distinguished contributions? And yet you killed him like that? Truly." However, Marshal Meyer noticed that as he spoke, the wizards of the Isolder School seemed to be looking at him with strange eyes. He had seen that look before. It was the look a normal person gives a psychopath. So, Marshal Meyer sensed something was amiss, and his voice gradually trailed off, finally pausing and looking around in confusion. "Ahem, Marshal," the gray-haired old wizard approached and said. He then glanced at Ryan's expression, as if to confirm Ryan didn't mind his help answering the question, before continuing, "Our leader, Stuttgart, colluded with the Tutkarsh school, endangering the Empire's security. His Majesty Ryan prevented their plot. Furthermore, Stuttgart wasn't killed by His Majesty Ryan, but by Graham's dagger. Elder Ivan, Marshal Alfred, Pantaskork, and Meyer were all stunned upon hearing this. What? How is this possible? Marshal Meyer exclaimed in shock. So not only is Ryan innocent, but he's actually meritorious. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Pantaskork's face sank, and he shook his head repeatedly. Faced with the questioning of an Imperial Guardian, the two veteran wizards of the Isolder School exchanged glances, unable to grasp the situation for a moment, and then looked at Ryan. Ryan waved his hand, dissuading them from paying attention. But this only further convinced Pantaskork of his own conviction. Ryan had forcibly killed Stuttgart, then forced the remaining Isolder School wizards to submit to him. After all, he had done this sort of thing before, so naturally, Pantaskork considered the issue from this perspective. I believe Lord Ryan is not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, whether it is as Lord Ryan and the two Isolder School wizards claim, we will soon find out through investigation, Marshal Alfred said solemnly. This arrangement is very appropriate. At this point, Elder Ivan also nodded in agreement. Naturally, Ryan had no objection to this, simply saying to Pantaskork and Meyer, I hope you won't just say it's impossible. Also, a word of advice, even slander requires evidence, not just words. Pantaskork's face turned grim. Establishing rapid progress, the elite soldiers began a rapid inspection of the entire area. Before long, a group arrived, carrying the carcasses of spiders of varying sizes. My lords, these are the carcasses of an alien species recovered from a hole in the ground. These are not native to the Cyrodiil Plateau. As previously reported, these spiders are secretly bred by the Tykarsh School. So members of the Tykarsh School have invaded here? Marshal Alfred asked. I also sense the presence of the evil god. Elder Ivan's face darkened as he entered the heart of the recent battle. As evidence piled up, it became clear that Stuttgart was colluding with the Tykarsh School. This meant that Ryan was not only innocent of any wrongdoing, but had actually achieved merit. This made Pantaskork and Marshal Meyer's faces turn as dark as the bottom of a pot. For now, the two men remained silent. It seems that Lord Ryan successfully thwarted a Tykarsh School plot against the Imperial Cyrodiil Plateau and protected Nilheim. He also killed Stuttgart, who was controlled by the evil god, and another incarnation of the evil god. Marshal Alfred said with a smile. Elder Ivan, I believe Lord Ryan's strength and achievements are sufficient for the position of protector of the Empire. I suggest that the Senate exempt Lord Ryan from his probationary period. Marshal Alfred looked at Elder Ivan and said, Wait! Even if Lord Ryan thwarted the Tykarsh School's plot, I believe the killing of two incarnations of the evil god is questionable, Pantaskork said solemnly. He hadn't seen Ryan in a long time, and his impression of his combat prowess was still based on his recent ascension to the Dawn Wizardry. Of course, most importantly, the aura Ryan exuded at this moment was too deceptive. Poisoned by Dornoch, Ryan's mental power fluctuations were only at the mid-dawn stage. While impressive, they were far from enough to frighten Pantaskork. In fact, Pantaskork grew increasingly wary of Ryan's rapid rise in power. Chapter 534. Currently, there's no evidence to prove it's the incarnation of the evil god. Even I'm not confident I can defeat one, let alone two. Therefore, I believe it's most likely a projection of the evil god. If it's a projection of the evil god, while it's meritorious, it's not enough to exempt me from the probation period, Pantaskork said confidently. Sir Pantaskork, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Ryan glanced at him and said calmly. Oh! Sir Ryan, you mean you're stronger than me? Very good. Pantaskork smiled instead of getting angry. In fact, he had been waiting for Ryan to say this. How about a competition in the Imperial Royal Arena in a week? Based on what you just said, you wouldn't be afraid, would you? A competition? Ryan looked at Pantaskork with a strange expression. The opponent's strength was only at the mid-stage of the Dawn Realm. I wondered where his confidence came from. Or was it because he was poisoned by Dornoch, causing them to misjudge his strength? Also, should he defeat the man nicknamed Storm right now, or wait a week and defeat him in public at the Royal Arena? Although he was currently poisoned by Dornoch, it would only take a minute to defeat him. After some thought, Ryan was eager to see what the opponent had in mind. Could he really be so confident just because he was at the mid-stage of the Dawn Realm? More importantly, Ryan intended to completely defeat Pantaskork in front of the Imperial High Command, and hold the Durham family accountable for their shady dealings. This would also serve as a deterrent to the conservatives. However, Ryan's hesitation led Pantaskork to mistake it for stage fright. And Ryan's next words only strengthened Pantaskork's confidence in his own judgment. After pondering for a moment, Ryan shook his head and said, It's not fair to have to compete simply to prove myself. Oh! What do you think is fair, Lord Ryan? It's simple. If I lose, then I will follow Lord Pantosker's conclusion. But if I win, Lord Pantosker will have to pay the price. I heard the Durham family owns a 30% stake in the Axon Auction House headquarters. Okay. I promise. Pantoskork, having never considered losing, nodded and agreed immediately. Elder Ivan wanted to dissuade him, but after looking at Ryan's expression and then glancing at Alfred, who was comparing Ryan to him, he sensed his confidence in Ryan, so he didn't speak. Elder Ivan, since Lord Ryan has agreed to the competition, I will be leading first, Pantoskork said, bowing slightly to Elder Ivan. Your Majesty, I will accompany you. Field Marshal Meyer also appeared, intending to leave with Pantoskork. After all, given the current situation, there was little point in him staying. Everything would be settled naturally after the competition. Well, we're all colleagues from the Empire, so there's no need to be so critical, Elder Ivan sighed, as he watched the two men depart. Late night. The Bishio Construct School. Moria, who had just been dissuaded from attacking Dawn, was currently in a school meeting, discussing school advancement with Deputy Master Bradley and Instructor Ryan Magaro. So, because of Lord Ryan's safe return, the Isolder School no longer dared to stand in their way, and immediately agreed? Moria asked with surprise. According to reliable sources, that's true, Bradley nodded, also smiling. What a bunch of opportunists, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, Moria said, his face turning into a chuckle. However, upon hearing this, Magaro stroked his red beard with a smile, seeming quite proud of it. For him, Ryan's safe return was the greatest joy. Moreover, their school had leveraged the reputation of this prized disciple to successfully pass the promotion review. Has the promotion review time been set? Moria asked. Yes, it's in a week. So urgent? Magaro, it seems we should contact Lord Ryan, Moria said to Magaro with a smile. Before Magaro could say anything, there was a sudden, somewhat rapid knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. This immediately put Mariah's face on irritation. He had already instructed his staff not to disturb them during the meeting, but since they had already been interrupted, he naturally had no choice but to let someone in. Come in. The person who came was Audrey. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she spoke excitedly. Master Bradley, Minter, Master Ryan has sent an urgent message, requesting you lead your team to the Cyrodiil Plateau immediately. He says that the Isolder School will be joining the Construct Association led by our school. Oh, and Master Ryan also asked you to bring the Destroyer Golem. Audrey's words immediately caused the three people in the conference room to look at each other in surprise. Mariah felt like he must have been hallucinating. He'd just heard the Isolder School? And the Construct Association? However, when he looked at Bradley and Magaro beside him, he was certain he'd heard correctly, as they both had their mouths slightly open, expressions of disbelief. Audrey, what did you just say? Please repeat it, Mariah said kindly, trying to calm himself, maintaining the demeanor of a leader. Yes, leader. After Audrey repeated herself, the three of them remained unsettled for a long time. After Audrey left, Mariah took a moment to process the news. He looked at the two of them and asked, bewilderedly, Bradley, Magaro, did our school ever establish the Construct Association? Well, probably not, Bradley said, after a moment's hesitation. Probably not, Magaro shook his head confidently. Well, Lord Ryan seems to have done something remarkable again. From what I've heard, Stuttgart of the Isolder School isn't easy to get along with. I wonder how Lord Ryan managed to convince him. Mariah couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. As for the Imperial Construction Association, Mariah let out a fascinated expression. Empire? An association with the prefix Empire? Ever since becoming the head of the Bishio Construction School, he'd never dreamed of establishing such an association. Head, since Ryan has invited us, wouldn't it be easier to find out if we just go to the Cyrodiil Plateau? Why speculate here? Magaro couldn't help but ask. Yes. Let's go. We all go. Mariah immediately decided. By the way, Magaro, arrange for someone to load the newly repaired destroyer onto the airship. The three of them immediately took action. That evening, the Bishu Constructor School launched an airship and flew towards Nilheim on the Cyrodiil Plateau. Cyrodiil Plateau? In the airship cabin above the Isolder School's headquarters. Due to the severe damage to the school, the meeting had to be held on the airship. After several wizards from the Isolder School explained the situation, Elder Ivan and Marshal Alfred had a basic understanding of the situation. Elder Ivan, I'm sorry to have troubled you with this special trip, Ryan said with a hint of apology. Sir Ryan, If my visit alone means I can see a cult's conspiracy thwarted, I'd rather travel all over the Empire, Elder Ivan quipped humorously. The Elder's words immediately elicited laughter from everyone present. By the way, Lord Ryan, before we return, is there anything you need us to do? I plan to establish a construct association. Anyone interested in creating constructs is welcome to apply for membership. My initial plan is to use constructs to combat the alien spider swarms that have spread across the Cyrodiil Plateau. Oh, that's a very good idea. Elder Ivan's narrowed eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of insight. Facing this alien spider swarm, hidden deep underground, with numerous holes and tunnels, and spread out in large numbers, even he didn't have a good solution. Despite the dragon's formidable combat power, it felt somewhat helpless against such an enemy. Ryan's approach seemed highly feasible. Also, Marshal, I hope to formally establish a sword-bearer branch on the Cyrodiil Plateau. I believe that the closer we get to the Empire's borders, the more we need to strengthen our control. Of course, I understand the sword-bearers are currently understaffed, but we can establish a framework. I used to have a few members in the Munster province, and they're quite capable. Ryan's two suggestions were both adopted by Elder Ivan and Marshal Alfred at the meeting. At noon the next day, the Senate airship departed again, returning to the Empire. Facing the threat posed by the evil god Neobrekan, the Empire still needed to discuss and deliberate carefully. Not long after, when Mariah and the others, who had rushed overnight, arrived at the Isolde Ray School's headquarters, they were first stunned by the meteorite-like scene. Then, they were respectfully led to the underground construction hall. Seeing the Isolde Ray School wizards treating them with such courtesy, both Mariah and Bradley felt a surge of pride. At this moment, Ryan and two veteran wizards from the Isolde School were already waiting for them. Mentor, sect leader, Ryan said with a smile and a slight nod. Ryan naturally didn't have the energy to devote to the construction association, so he sent a message to the school to summon Moria. As the sect leader and master of the Bishio Construction School, he possessed sufficient management experience and ability to handle this matter. After some pleasantries, Ryan said, "Now that everyone is here, let me briefly explain the situation. I have knowledge from the ancient Goblin Empire. In the field of mechanical creation, the ancient goblins were far more advanced than we are. I think we could learn from their achievements." As Ryan explained, he briefly touched upon some introductory knowledge of goblin engineering. He also immediately began a demonstration. Empowered by Dawn Wizard-level mental power, superior metal affinity, and metal transfiguration, a mere quarter of an hour later, a nearly 3-meter-tall mechanical chocobo appeared before everyone's eyes. Of course, another factor contributing to the rapidity of the process was the Isolde School's extensive inventory of small energy furnaces, which allowed Ryan to further streamline the production process. Swish! The mechanical chocobo's powerful peck instantly blasted a large hole through a nearby ironwood dummy. Its massive, hydraulically powered lower limbs then crushed another dummy to pieces with a single stomp. This scene immediately left the two veteran crystallized wizards of the Isolde School stunned. "Your Majesty, your research in the field of mechanical construction is second to none in the Empire." The mustachioed old man was so shocked that he nearly ripped half of his prized beard off. In terms of power, this mechanical artifact was equivalent to a liquefied wizard's combat power. A mechanical chocobo. Yet, in Ryan's hands, he constructed it in less than a quarter of an hour. This was truly astonishing. From that moment on, Ryan was completely convinced of the two men. The Construction Association will use contribution points. Advanced loans can be used to purchase mechanical artifacts to eliminate the alien spider swarm. Contribution points can be earned by suppressing the alien spider swarm, the Tutkar School, and other cult members. The specific details of the contribution point determination and loan amount will be left to you. Ryan, of course, had some consideration for the School of Construction. His original school contribution points could be seamlessly exchanged for the association's contribution points. He left the specific ratio to Mariah and the others. After completing these arrangements, he began to leverage the Isolde School's reserves of rare minerals to advance his goblin engineer profession. On the one hand, this would provide the nascent construction association with a sufficient supply of mechanical artifacts as a foundation, while also increasing his professional rank, a win-win situation. After a moment's reflection, Ryan decided to create some mid to high-end mechanical artifacts for crystallization-level wizards. After all, the mechanical chocobos used in the demonstration were primarily for wizards at the atomization and liquidization levels. For crystallization wizards, a mechanical raptor at least would be enough to offer a significant improvement. This time, Ryan chose to create an improved version of the mechanical raptor, which came in two varieties. The first is an improved version called the Sideclaw, featuring sharper, sickle-shaped claws on its upper limbs. The second is the Screaming Dragon, essentially a standard mechanical velociraptor with an ultrasonic attack device installed inside its mouth. Ryan chose these two types because some alien spider swarms are quite small, numerous, and possess potent venom and web-spewing properties, making them difficult to defeat. Therefore, a ranged sonic attack might be more targeted. In particular, when these two improved velociraptors are used together, the combined effect is greater than the sum of their parts. With the mechanical Sideclaw and Screaming Dragon, a crystallized wizard, unless faced with a Dawn Wizard-level opponent, can easily escape, even if they are defeated. Soon, as Ryan crafted, system notifications began to chime in. You've crafted a mechanical Sideclaw dragon, and your comprehension has increased. You've mastered a new skill. Mechanical Sideclaw Dragon Crafting. Your mechanical Sideclaw Dragon Crafting skill has been upgraded, adding 45 experience points. You've focused on mechanical Sideclaw Dragon Crafting, adding 105 experience points to your Goblin Engineer, Legendary, class experience. You've crafted a mechanical Shrieker Dragon, and your comprehension has increased. You've mastered a new skill. Mechanical Screecher Dragon Crafting. Your mechanical Screecher Dragon Crafting skill has been upgraded, adding 48 experience points. You've focused on mechanical Screecher Dragon Crafting, adding 110 experience points to your Goblin Engineer, Legendary, class experience. Over the course of several days, Ryan's Goblin Engineer, Legendary, class successfully reached level 10. At this point, the Goblin Engineer Legendary class had contributed another 3 attribute points and 3 skill points to Ryan. The bottom of the attribute panel now showed 10 attribute points remaining, 22 skill points remaining, and 763 gold skill points remaining, reaching a record high. Both the Mechanical Sideclaw and Mechanical Screech Dragon are considered high-level Goblin Engineering artifacts. This means I've already completed the 4th requirement for the Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, class advancement, independently crafting 5 qualified high-level Goblin Engineering artifacts. Ryan pondered, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then there's only one last requirement left. Requirement 3, mastering the highly difficult knowledge of Goblin Engineering. Once mastered, I can advance to this class at any time. Chapter 535. Since that's the case, let's strike while the iron is hot. I've already learned most of it back in the lava lake, so the rest shouldn't take too long. Ryan quickly decided to complete the advanced Goblin Engineering knowledge from the second memory crystal. After completing the job change, he set off for the Imperial capital. Half a day later. Ding! The host has mastered advanced Goblin Engineering knowledge, triggering the next job change. Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic. Prerequisites for promotion to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic 1. Goblin Engineer, Legendary, level 5 or higher. 2. Strength 20 or higher, Constitution 20 or higher, Agility 20 or higher, Spirit 40 or higher. 3. Master Advanced Goblin Engineering Knowledge. 4. Independently craft 5 qualified Advanced Goblin Engineering artifacts. These conditions are met. Yes/no to the Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic job change. Note, after changing to the Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, the previous Goblin Engineer, Legendary, job panel will be integrated into the Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, job panel. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Starting his class change. Ding! Successfully changed to Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic. Increases strength by 3, agility by 3, constitution by 5, and spirit by 10. Gain the Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, core skill, Rapid Repair, active, on the system panel. The original Goblin Engineer, Legendary, class panel had disappeared, replaced by the vibrant purple Goblin Engineering Expert, Epic, class panel. The intensity of the purple was comparable to that of Ryan's first Epic class, the Thousand Blades King. This seemed to indicate that the Goblin Engineering Expert had reached a certain pinnacle in mechanical engineering, much like the Thousand Blades King had in melee combat. This surprised Ryan quite a bit. After all, even classes of the same level have varying degrees of combat power, so he naturally preferred a more powerful class panel. When his attention fell on the new core skill, Ryan couldn't help but exclaim, "Quick repair?" He quickly focused on the new core skill description, which read as follows: Core skill, quick repair, active, effect. In intense combat, mechanical devices can malfunction or break down at any time. Once this skill is activated, the Goblin Engineering Expert can quickly diagnose the problem and repair it. Note, The mental energy consumed for rapid repairs is related to the severity of the fault or damage, and the complexity of the device. Furthermore, the greater the mental energy consumed, the faster the repair. My previous Goblin Engineer's core skill was emergency modification, while now the Goblin Engineering expert's is rapid repair. Both are core skills with considerable practical value. This is quite different from the previous tailoring and leatherworking. No wonder the Goblin Engineering expert's class panel has reached the epic level, while the other two remain at the transcendent level. Ryan pondered to himself. A few minutes later, Ryan, about to leave, noticed the familiar destroyer golem placed in the center of the construction hall. He had previously instructed faction leader Moria to bring this statue, so that Nilheim would have an epic-level combat force after he left the Cyrodiil Plateau. Although a peak-level crystallized wizard couldn't fully unleash the destroyer's combat abilities, it was generally sufficient for defense. I've changed my job to a Goblin Engineering Specialist, and I can finally create a giant golem on the same level as the destroyer. Naturally, several images depicting advanced Goblin Engineering blueprints flashed through Ryan's mind. Large golem level. Mechanical Whiptail Dragon. Supergiant Metal Golem level Mechanical Devil Tyrannosaurus. That's it. Quickly, Ryan's mind fixed on a giant Goblin Engineering machine, no less tall than the destroyer. The Mechanical Devil Tyrannosaurus. The Mechanical Devil Tyrannosaurus can be considered a superpowered version of the Velociraptor. In addition to its equally razor-sharp side claws, it also boasts a multi-section alloy tail capable of performing a death sweep, making it a potent weapon for group attacks. Furthermore, high-energy beam emitters are mounted in both of its eye sockets, releasing energy beams to compensate for its limited ranged attack capabilities. These devices make the Mechanical Devil Tyrannosaurus virtually impervious to attack. In the ancient Goblin Empire, the high-end combat power of a mechanical legion consisted of these 30 to 40-meter-tall Mechanical Devil Tyrannosaurus. However, due to their complex and expensive construction, and the fact that to fully unleash the power of these powerful machines, they normally required a Dawn Wizard-level operator. Even with some of their functions removed, a peak crystallization wizard was still required. Therefore, their numbers within a mechanical legion were relatively scarce. Of course, it wasn't that Ryan didn't want to create stronger metal golems, but even the two memory crystals containing advanced Goblin Engineering knowledge lacked the methods for crafting some key core components for higher-level golems. For example, one of the drawings depicts the construction of a Mechanical Tyrannosaurus King, a giant golem, designated Legionnaire class by the ancient goblins and Titan class by human wizards. However, it lacks the instructions for crafting its power core, the Crystal Energy Matrix, making it currently unavailable. After a moment's reflection, Ryan concluded that this was understandable. After all, the Crystal Energy Matrix was considered top secret even in the ancient Goblin Empire. Perhaps, he have a chance to obtain the relevant drawings or information during his next exploration of the floating city. It just so happens that the Isolder School has an unused large furnace core. If so, building this Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex wouldn't take too long. The competition with Pantaskok should be in 3 days. You can bring the materials with you, and go to the school to craft and assemble it after arriving in the Imperial capital. So, having made up his mind, Ryan left the construction hall, where he had been retreating for several days. However, upon exiting the hall, he noticed a stone platform at the entrance, a sand table displaying the terrain of the Cyrodiil Plateau. Around it, Mariah and several others were discussing something. Your Excellency Ryan. The two elders from the Isolder School, upon immediately spotting Ryan emerging from the constructor hall, immediately saluted. Your Excellency Ryan, excellent. You've finally emerged, Mariah exclaimed in delight. Master, is there anything I can say? 2 things. First, the mechanical chocobo you crafted is working very well. So far, wizards from our 2 schools have destroyed over 10 alien spider nests around Nilheim with virtually no casualties, Mariah said, gesturing toward the stone platform. However, the alien spider swarm is also changing. We've noticed they've begun concentrating swarms from multiple nests. Furthermore, even more powerful alien spiders have appeared. The mechanical chocobos seem somewhat underpowered. Mr. Ryan, the more advanced ones you mentioned earlier? Moria asked, looking at him expectantly. Master, I think you find out once you open the gate. Ryan smiled, turning back and gesturing towards the construction hall. As the doors to the construction hall swung open, dozens of mechanical sideclaws and screaming dragons, each approximately 4 meters tall, appeared before everyone. Hiss! The crowd around them gasped in shock. Isn't this too much? So many made in just 4 days? Moria and the other crystallized wizards were stunned. After Ryan finished explaining the features of the two different models of the improved mechanical velociraptors, everyone was even more amazed, expressing their belief that with such powerful weapons, there was no need to worry about the destruction of the alien spider swarms. By the way, sect leader, what's the second thing? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Our school's promotion to a large wizarding school is also scheduled for 3 days from now, also in the Imperial capital. I was wondering, since you have a competition, why not discuss postponing this with the Imperial Wizarding Schools Association? No, leave it to me, Ryan said, shaking his head. Okay. All yours. If it were anyone else, Moria would have had to say a few more words. But since it was Ryan who said this, Moria felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. Half an hour later, an Imperial airship, laden with a large quantity of rare ore and a massive smelting furnace, flew towards the Imperial capital of Tamriel. At the same time, news of a duel between the Imperial Rising Star, Ryan, and the Imperial Guardian, known as Storm, spread like wildfire among the elite aristocrats of the Imperial capital of Tamriel. A few days ago, Elder Ivan and Marshal Alfrey, upon returning to the Imperial capital, reported this matter to the Imperial Court and the Senate. Although duels between nobles that had become irreconcilable were not prohibited, as was Ryan's previous duel with Baron Norman during his time in Meister County, Ryan and Penteskourk were different. While nominally a duel, even a fool could see that in a battle between two epic masters, a single misstep could result in serious injury or even death for one. After all, a competition between legendary warriors could still find epic-level warriors to referee and stop them at crucial moments. However, with the strength of Ryan and Penteskourk, almost no one could immediately stop them. So, while this was nominally a competition, the danger was no less than a duel. Inner Circle of the Imperial Capital Tamriel. In the study of the Durham family mansion. Ancestor, are you truly confident you can defeat that Ryan this time? Duke Durham asked worriedly. It wasn't that he thought his ancestor was incompetent, but rather that Ryan's speed of improvement was truly exaggerated. Another factor was his excessive concern. In Duke Durham's heart, his ancestor, Penteskourk, nicknamed Storm Cloud, was the backbone of the Durham family and the fundamental guarantee that allowed the Durham family to stand at the pinnacle of the imperial nobility as a guardian family. If his ancestor were seriously injured, even Duke Drum couldn't imagine what would happen next. Don't worry. Half a month ago, Hazes had already reached the level of an old dragon. His strength has increased significantly, and the power of his acid breath has increased by 50%. Also, what surprised me most is that Hazes' innate ability, the poison cloud of sleep, has also been greatly enhanced. I've tested it, and even a dawn wizard would fall into a brief sleep if sprayed by it. Ah! Duke Drum's face was filled with surprise. If that were the case, wouldn't his ancestor's strength have leapt to the upper middle level among the Empire's guardians? However, Duke Drum's brow furrowed slightly, a look of contemplation on his face. As his ancestor's fellow dragon, Hazes, if he remembered correctly, still had at least hundreds of years of slow growth to reach the level of an old dragon. How could it happen so suddenly? Penteskourk smiled and said, Are you confused? Yes, ancestor, it stands to reason, Duke Drum nodded. Don't worry about the specific reasons. Few people know about Hazes' entry into the old dragon realm, not even those in the Empire. I haven't told anyone yet. However, I still need to report this to the Imperial Court before the competition. I see. No wonder you asked me to publicize your competition with Ryan among the nobles in the Imperial capital. It was to prevent Her Highness Menia from intervening. After a moment's reflection, Duke Drum was once again impressed by his ancestor's wisdom, a comprehensive consideration of every aspect. Now, this competition has devolved into a clash between conservatives and reformists, so massive that even Her Highness Menia, the Red Queen who was once saved by Ryan, cannot forcibly stop it. Penteskourk smiled and nodded. After arriving in the Imperial capital, Ryan first returned home for dinner with his family, Jennifer, Lager, and the others. Then, he headed to the Bishu Construction School to begin crafting the mechanical Devil Tyrannosaurus. This was because Ryan didn't want to reveal his true strength, having just reached the late dawn stage. Furthermore, Menia had previously warned him not to display his multi-headed abilities in front of others, especially the Imperial family. Under these circumstances, a crushing defeat of Penteskourk would be no easy task. After all, judging from Penteskourk's confident expression before leaving, he must have some sort of trump card. Luther and Harlowin had naturally heard about the competition and hoped to meet Ryan, but their efforts were in vain. Time flew by, and it was 2 days later. The Royal Arena was located south of the Imperial Palace. Due to its unique location, only high-ranking nobles of the imperial rank of Earl or above could attend the battle. Therefore, while the crowd appeared small, most were lavishly dressed, and the ladies were especially attired, each wearing exquisite makeup. Logically, the beautiful woman Jennifer, the barbarian girl Lager, and even Claire, who had not yet inherited the earldom, were not eligible to observe the battle. However, since one of the opponents was Ryan, they were naturally seated in the front row. Behind them, the sound of many high-ranking nobles whispered among themselves, mostly discussing the difference in strength between the two sides and who had a higher probability of victory. Duke Davidson, from what I understand, this Marquis Ryan, although he has defeated Sculptor Harold, is he still quite a distance away from the Imperial Guardian, His Majesty Pantascock, the Storm Cloud? A middle-aged man in the back row, wearing a formal aristocratic uniform and with his hair slicked back, bowed slightly to an elderly man holding a golden, diamond-studded cane and inquired, "No, I am more optimistic about Lord Ryan," the old man named Duke Davis said with a smile. Chapter 536. Although Duke Davis was unaware of Ryan's record against the Federation, he had learned some details of the Battle of Ferdinand Forest through secret intelligence. Even Minia's gag order at the time couldn't completely prevent the leak of this information. Duke Davis's words immediately relieved Jennifer, the beautiful woman in the front row. It seemed not everyone believed Ryan would lose. Although Ryan had previously assured her not to worry, Jennifer, being only an ordinary person, remained somewhat apprehensive. Claire, standing beside him, was also relieved, her slightly furrowed brows softening. She had heard countless stories about the Imperial Guardians since she was a child, and she had an almost natural awe and admiration for their power. Overall, she was still mostly apprehensive about this competition. In contrast, the barbarian girl, Lagra, had far greater confidence in Ryan. She had witnessed his rapid growth, and had even witnessed him slay the colossal proto-dragon Courageous in the first wind tundra 6 months prior. Another 6 months had passed, and Ryan's strength had already reached an unknown level. In Lagra's eyes, this storm cloud was no match for Ryan. Duke Davis, that's not certain. Our ancestor just submitted a report to the Imperial Court yesterday, stating that his fellow dragon, Hazas, had entered the old dragon stage. At this moment, an elderly nobleman approached the aisle. It was Duke Drum. He arrived belatedly, glancing around with a haughty expression as he spoke. "What? Old dragon?" Duke Davis's expression changed. "How is that possible? Green dragon Hazas, isn't it?" Duke Davis said, then swallowed his words back, as if a thought struck him. Upon hearing this news, the surrounding high-ranking nobles, noble ladies, and young ladies all let out a low cry. As the foundation of the Dragon Empire, the stages of development and differences of dragons were practically familiar to them. Old dragons, even with individual differences, their strength generally lies between mid-epic and peak epic. Add to that the strength of the Dragon Knight Pentascook himself, and wouldn't it be? Duke Drum's words naturally caused the 3 women in the front row to change expression. They exchanged glances, their worry rising uncontrollably. "Look, Ryan's here!" one of the noble ladies shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A handsome young man in wizard robes slowly walked into the center of the arena. Despite his youth, he had a calm demeanor, a subtle smile on his lips, and his eyes, gleaming black as gemstones, resembled the brightest stars in the deep night sky. Many high-ranking nobles, meeting Ryan for the first time, began to whisper among themselves. While a person's reputation often carries a shadow, many nobles, ladies, and daughters had heard of Ryan's name, but this was their first time seeing him in person. Is this Ryan? The Empire's rising star? How young. So young, yet he can fight His Majesty Baoyun? In the arena. This was Ryan's first time in the royal arena. He looked up and around. It was an arena similar in design to the ancient Roman Colosseum of his past life, except that it was heavily enshrined with high-level defensive magical formations. Therefore, the surrounding white marble walls and pillars were covered in intricate luminous patterns. Having reached his level of strength, he could naturally sense the various energies surging within these patterns. His gaze first focused on the most eye-catching central area of the arena's circular stands. There, a luxurious stand boasted the best views. Its gilded railings and exquisite sculptures indicated that it was the exclusive stand for the imperial family. Ryan also noticed the elegant figure, his gaze lingering for a moment before a faint smile crossed his face. Minia, seated in the center of the luxurious stands, naturally smiled and nodded in response to Ren's gaze. To Minia's right sat the Everton prince, and to his left was a beautiful young woman Renia had never seen before, Princess Rhaenyra. "Great Aunt Minia, you don't seem worried at all about Ren's loss?" Rhaenyra asked curiously, taking Nina's hand affectionately. She had naturally heard about her great-aunt and Ryan, knowing that they had rescued her great-aunt during their visit to the Federation. However, seeing her great-aunt's constant smile, she seemed completely unconcerned about Ryan losing the competition. "Yes, I have confidence in Ryan," Mina said, patting the back of Rhaenyra's fair hand with a smile. Prince Everton, standing beside her, also smiled, but inwardly he disagreed. As Ryan continued forward, he soon spotted several powerful figures with reserved auras on one side of the royal stand. Among them was the familiar Reginald of Earthpulse. Clearly, these 10 or so were likely Imperial Guardians, or perhaps even Imperial experts of the same level. "Huh? That's Ryan? He's quite powerful," an old man in aquamarine wizard robe said, his face grave. He had just taken a brief peek at Ryan's strength, only to find himself blocked. You know, those who could achieve this level were all veteran Dawn wizards, whose mental power was comparable to his. He had originally thought that Ryan, so young, had already entered the Dawn realm with extraordinary talent, but now it seemed that his strength was even greater than he had anticipated. "Your Excellency Reginald, you know this young Lord Ryan best. Would you mind introducing him?" "Hee, Your Excellency Whitaker, I believe there's no need for me to elaborate further. Soon, you will all witness Lord Ryan's strength." Reginald naturally had no concerns about whether Ryan would win or lose. "Oh! It seems His Majesty Reginald has great confidence in young Lord Ryan," an old man in a cyan wizard robe interjected. "How about a little bet?" "Very well. Since His Majesty Perkins is interested, I'd be happy to join you." The other man was a hardline figure from the old-fashioned faction, and his relationship with Reginald wasn't particularly harmonious, so Reginald agreed without hesitation. Reginald's ready agreement, however, caused Perkins, who had spoken, to pause, seemingly hesitant. As Ryan continued forward, his eyes met with the three women's, and he nodded slightly. Then, he stopped to the right of the center of the arena and looked up at the sky. At this moment, on the high platform opposite Reginald's, a group of powerful figures also looked up. Although there was nothing there, an invisible pressure began to descend rapidly. A cloud of dust quickly rose in the center of the arena, and some kind of obscuring spell suddenly lifted, revealing a massive green figure. To avoid disturbing the civilian population, Imperial Dragon Riders typically fly in stealth over cities. The arrivals were none other than the Imperial Guardian Pantascork, nicknamed Storm Cloud, and his green dragon companion, Hazes. Upon seeing the man and dragon, many nobles exclaimed, "How can this green dragon be so large?" "Yes, I remember seeing His Majesty Pantascork's green dragon once before, and it wasn't quite this large then." Not only among the high-ranking nobles, but even among Reginald's group of powerful individuals, many were surprised. "That's impossible. Pentosker's green dragon, Hazes, is over 100 years younger than my yellow dragon. How could he have reached the Elder Dragon stage before me? Could it be some treasure? But I haven't heard of Pentosker exploring any ancient ruins recently." TSK. So it seems young Ryan's timing is incredibly inappropriate, coinciding with the ascension of Pentosker's dragon? This made Perkins, who had originally made a bet with Reginald, laugh. "Haha, Your Majesty Reginald, I'm afraid your chances of winning are slim. Are you sure we want to continue the bet?" "Haha, why not?" "Let's wait and see," Reginald said, regaining his composure after his initial surprise. "Could it be that Your Majesty Reginald still believes that young Lord Ryan has a chance of winning?" This prompted Perkins to quip. Perkins' words immediately focused everyone's attention on Reginald. Just as Reginald was about to speak, two people in the arena spoke. Ryan smiled faintly and said, "So this is what you rely on? A green dragon of the same level as a veteran?" Ryan's indifference caught Pentosker's eye. After a pause, he spoke with the tone of an elder, advising, "Young man, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Perhaps one day, when you truly become an Imperial Dragon Knight and possess a dragon companion, it would be more appropriate for you to challenge me again." If these words were spoken privately, they might have some sincerity, but in front of so many people, they lacked all sincerity. In fact, once the two men stood in the arena, neither of them could easily retreat, not even Ryan or Pentosker. A green dragon of the same level as a veteran isn't enough to make me admit defeat. "It's a good thing I brought one with me," Ryan said with a mysterious smile. "You?" Pentosker's face turned uncertain. After all, according to various reports, the young man in front of him didn't have a dragon companion. He had even previously participated in the Imperial Dragon Knight Reserve selection. How could he suddenly have a dragon? Ryan waved toward the side entrance, and an enormous wooden box resting on a pulley system was dragged in by 8 powerful bulls. This scene immediately captured everyone's attention. "What the hell is this? It doesn't look alive. Click! As the buckles unfastened, the wooden planks on all four sides fell away, revealing a ferocious, metallic shimmering mechanical behemoth in the sunlight. What the hell is this? Many nobles exclaimed, their eyes widening in shock. After all, its massive size and sharp metal claws alone revealed the terrifying destructive power of this giant once it moved. In Reginald's stand, many immediately recognized the origins of Ryan's mechanical Tyrannosaurus. This is a mechanical artifact modeled after an ancient dinosaur. Does it appear to be ancient goblin technology? Indeed, I've seen similar descriptions while exploring ancient goblin ruins. Upon seeing Ryan's mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Pantascork's expression relaxed. He said, "So this is where your confidence lies? Haha, Lord Ryan, you soon see the difference between a mechanical and a real dragon. Hazard, let's say hello to this young Lord Ryan." Pantascork patted the green dragon Hazard's back, and both man and dragon immediately soared into the air. Although Pantascork wasn't skilled in mechanical creation, judging by its appearance, he concluded that Ryan's mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus couldn't fly and didn't seem adept at ranged attacks. Therefore, he immediately decided on a tactic, to fight in midair, thus ensuring his invincibility. Ah! Hazes roared in midair, and immediately unleashed his acid breath. A large mass of dark green acid erupted from Hazes' bloody maw, pouring down from the air like a green waterfall. But it wasn't over yet. Pantascork silently chanted an incantation, and swung his cyan crystal staff. A powerful hurricane swept towards Ryan. The acid, enhanced by the hurricane, instantly increased its speed and power several times. The simple dragon breath, combined with wind magic, unleashed a power nearly as powerful as the Dawn's killing move. Pantascork's move immediately earned him widespread praise. The biggest problem with mechanical artifacts is that they're made entirely of metal. Under the corrosive effects of acid, they quickly lose their combat effectiveness. Your Majesty, Pantascork possesses considerable combat experience. In comparison, while this young Lord Ryan was fortunate enough to have acquired such a mechanical artifact while exploring ancient goblin ruins, he unfortunately lacks sufficient intelligence on his opponent. Indeed, it's a shame that such an ancient mechanical artifact of epic power is about to be destroyed. Your Majesty Reginald, why don't you speak to this young Lord Ryan and ask him to surrender now? The same thought crossed Pantascork's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. But the next moment, he felt a sudden wave of unease. Through the green rain of acid, he saw two suddenly lit red dots. Instinctively sensing danger, he immediately manipulated Hazard to move slightly. The next moment, two red beams of energy shot out one after the other, instantly piercing through the acid rain and striking the green dragon Hazes' lower abdomen and left wing. At the same time, the acid rain poured down like hail on the towering mechanical Tyrannosaurus. The attacks from both sides struck each other almost simultaneously. What? Trading injuries for injuries? Everyone's nerves were instantly in suspense. They hadn't expected both sides to be injured in the first exchange of blows. How could this be a competition? This was even more intense than a duel. You? Pantascork's face darkened, glaring at Ryan. Because defeat is inevitable, you're willing to injure Hazes to satisfy your relentless desire for victory? As expected, Ryan, your character is completely unsuited to being a guardian of the Empire. A hissing sound of corrosion echoed from the mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus, and a large amount of foul-smelling smoke billowed out. The once bright metallic luster was now pitted with corrosion, and some of the wiring at the junctions was even damaged. To everyone's eyes, although Ryan's attack had injured the green dragon of Pantascork, the mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus had suffered even greater damage. Oh! Defeat is inevitable? Who gave you such blind confidence? Ryan couldn't help but find it a little amusing. This Lord Ballion really has a rather high opinion of himself. As Ryan spoke, he flashed and arrived next to the mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus. With a press of his hand, a strong dark silver metallic light began to ripple from his palm, covering the mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus's massive body. This was the core skill Ryan gained after his job transition to Goblin Engineering Expert, Rapid Repair, active. Each time the dark silver ripples covered the mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus's dented metal surface, the holes healed slightly, like wrinkled clothes being smoothed out by an iron. In just a few seconds, the mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus was restored to its original state, a scene that naturally left everyone stunned. Is this some kind of metal-based sorcery? No wonder Lord Ryan chose to use this ancient goblin machine in battle. The effects of this sorcery are perfectly suited to metal machinery. The Imperial Guardians naturally mistook Ryan's core skill for some rare metal-based sorcery. After all, metal-based wizards are rare, and Ryan's rapid repair technique utilizes metal energy particles. Such a misunderstanding was perfectly natural. You? Pantascork's eyes widened as he pointed at Ryan, momentarily at a loss for words. Hazard's injuries, by comparison, were unlikely to heal quickly. In that sense, what he had just said was a cruel irony. This made Pantascork chafe. His face flushed slightly, and he suppressed his anger as he said in a deep voice, "It seems I underestimated you. However, the outcome remains uncertain." Hazard, sleeping poison cloud. Hazard, in agony, looked at Ryan with hatred and immediately exhaled a cloud of dark green mist towards him. Compared to the previous acid breath, this poisonous cloud was far more powerful. It was his ultimate move. Sleeping poison cloud. Even the defensive magic formations proved ineffective against this dense fog, which had a drowsy effect. Only by seeing light curtains rising from the stands could they barely keep it out. Is this the sleeping poison cloud? Ryan had naturally heard of Pantascork's famous trick. It was said that anyone contaminated by this poisonous cloud would instantly fall into a deep sleep, as if drawn into a dream. Only a strong mental force could offer immunity. You know, in a duel between the strongest, even a fraction of a second of sleep, let alone a single second, could determine victory or defeat. So once struck, the outcome was practically certain. As the poisonous cloud spread, it quickly covered most of the field, and Ryan's figure was immediately enveloped. He didn't even dodge? The crowd exclaimed at Ryan's reaction. It's not that he didn't dodge, it's that he couldn't. Level 1 Magical Wind Strike. Level 2 Magical Wind Slash. Level 3 Magical Tornado. Level 4 Magical Hurricane Vortex. Dawn's killing move, Storm's Fury. As Pantascork chanted loudly, a highly compressed and condensed tornado, gleaming with icy light, appeared before him. Although the tornado was only a few meters in diameter, it contained a vast array of razor-sharp wind blades. The swirling tornado, combined with the sharp blades, would undoubtedly rip the enemy to shreds upon impact. Go! Pantascork roared. This wind-based Dawn's killing move, Storm's Fury, and with lightning speed, he attacked Ryan, who was already covered in poisonous mist. In the stands of the powerful. Hiss. This. Pantascork is clearly furious. Your Majesty Reginald, are we really not going to intervene? I'm afraid your friend. It seems this competition has completely turned into a duel. Wait, I think we still can't intervene. What if Lord Ryan has a way to strike back? Wouldn't that hinder normal operations? Perkins, who had made a bet with Reginald, said with a smile. It was obvious that the other party said this with a certain degree of anticipation. Huh? Did you hear that? What's that sound? A guardian frowned. Everyone pricked up their ears, only to hear a buzzing sound coming from the poisonous cloud. The next moment, the battle on the field suddenly changed. A dark silver metal disc stirred the poisonous cloud and flew out with a whoosh, colliding with Pantascork's condensed tornado with lightning speed. Boom! Under attack from an external force, Chincy's ultimate move, Storm's Fury, exploded with a resounding bang. A wave of white air, mingled with dense, gleaming wind blades, instantly swept across the surrounding area like a tsunami. The defensive magic arrays originally placed on the surface of the royal arena and the surrounding walls and pillars shattered in pieces, as if unable to withstand the sudden surge of energy. The top of the mushroom cloud, though weakened by the magic arrays, still soared hundreds of meters into the sky. Most of the people in the imperial capital heard the explosion and turned their heads toward the palace. Could it be that another incarnation of the evil god has descended to attack the imperial capital? It doesn't seem likely. This time, it was just a single blast. The previous time, the thunder-like sound lasted for a long time. What's going on? The uninformed people immediately began to discuss. Ah! Before the smoke and dust had completely cleared, the mournful cry of a giant dragon and the sound of something heavy falling could be heard from within. That sounds like Hazaz's voice. The top nobles in the arena stands exchanged glances, their gazes fixed on the smoke with eager anticipation, as if they were trying to see through it and quickly determine the outcome. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Ryan's figure appeared to remain motionless, but across from him, Pantascork knelt on one knee, his right hand caressing the left side of his abdomen. A clear wound had nearly severed his waist. His dragon companion, Hazaz, was in even worse shape. The right wing had been nearly completely severed, leaving only less than half a meter of membrane connecting it to the torso. The dragon's head had been crushed into the ground by Ryan's mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Though he struggled, he was powerless to resist. At this sight, the vast royal arena fell silent for a moment. Chapter 537. Before this, with the exception of Red Queen Menia, Reginald, and Luther, most of the high-ranking nobles and powerful imperial warriors in the stands believed that the battle would inevitably go to the veteran dragon knight, Pantaskork, known as Storm Cloud. But to the surprise of most nobles, Pantaskork was decisively defeated by the young Ryan. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the details. The dozen or so imperial guardians in the powerful stands naturally saw much more than the imperial nobles. The buzzing sound that had just pierced through the poisonous clouds was that of the dark silver metal disc. Its fleeting speed and the power that instantly crushed Pantaskork's dawn-killing move, Storm's Fury, demonstrated that the young Lord Ryan had mastered a remarkable dawn-killing move. Just now. That move seemed to be a rare metal dawn-killing move, right? Perkins said with a dry throat. Naturally, he lost his bet with Reginald. Not only did he feel the pain, but he was also astonished by the young man's seemingly unfathomable strength. Indeed, judging from the sorceress fluctuations, it's indeed a metal-type dawn-killing move. But as far as I know, the Empire doesn't seem to have any metal-type dawn-killing moves. It seems this Lord Ryan must have made a significant discovery during a ruins exploration. So young, and already mastered a dawn-killing move? Even among epic-level masters, there are different levels. If an ordinary epic-level master hasn't mastered a dawn-killing move, hasn't contracted a giant dragon, or possesses a rare epic-level golem, then he's at the lowest level. For example, the tricolored dragonmen Boztaff and Quilut, whom Ryan had previously slain, were at this level, and they were at the bottom of the epic power hierarchy. The next level above this is a veteran dragon rider, who can unleash the power of a dragon companion, or a dawn wizard, who has mastered the dawn's killing move. This is also the threshold for becoming a guardian of the Empire. The next level up is a mid-dawn wizard. The power of the dawn's killing move increases further, as the wizard enters the mid-dawns. Ryan's victory meant that most of the Imperial Guardians present were no match for him. Furthermore, many Imperial Guardians wore serious expressions as they pondered the question, was Ryan's recent display of strength truly the full extent of his abilities? In the center of the arena, Pantaskork's face flushed and paled. He longed to fight again, but the wound on his abdomen and the struggles of his green dragon companion, Hazas, reminded him not to. Any further action could prove fatal. Furthermore, Hazas' sleeping poison cloud had had no effect on Ryan, leaving Pantaskork baffled. If even his most powerful attack hadn't worked, how could he possibly fight Ryan? Most importantly, Ryan hadn't pressed his advantage, showing him mercy. If he continued, "Alas, Lord Ryan, I surrender." With those words, Pantaskork seemed to age 10 years. With Pantaskork's admission of defeat, it was unknown which noble started the applause, but soon, the applause echoed from all sides of the royal arena, converging into a torrent that resounded throughout the entire venue. Even the dozen or so top-tier experts in the Imperial Arena's elite stands joined in the applause. Even in the royal stand, situated in the very center of the arena, Red Queen Menia smiled and applauded. Second Prince Everton, standing nearby, forced a gloomy smile, raising his hands and clapping twice, echoing his great-aunt's gesture. But in his heart, he silently growled, "Ryan, you're so proud. Unfortunately, I already know your secret. Don't think your great-aunt is protecting you now. Wait until your father recovers. The bloodline of the multi-headed dragon." Hee. In the stands. Seeing her man in such glory, the beautiful woman Jennifer lost her ladylike manners, her fair hands turning red from clapping. Duke Durham's face was ashen, and he sat in his seat like a statue, staring blankly at the scene before him, his thoughts unsettled. Beyond his stunned expression, his heart was already surging with turmoil. Why did our ancestors lose? A 30% stake in the Axon Auction House headquarters, worth nearly hundreds of millions of imperial gold coins, a pillar of the Durham family's income, is about to be completely surrendered. Devastatingly injured isn't enough to describe it. Our ancestors are gravely wounded, and those reformist bastards will inevitably come down hard on us. And in the center of the arena, Ryan looked at Pantaskork and the crouching dragon before him, his ears ringing with the sound of ceaseless applause, a wave of emotion flooding his mind. Half a year ago, he might have killed Pantaskork during the competition, claiming it was an accidental injury. But after merging with Menia, he gradually changed his mind. This world's greatest enemies are those covetous evil gods, and the behemoths that have awakened from their dormancy. As the guardian of the Empire, Pantaskork wouldn't mind giving him a chance if he could maintain his overall position. Of course, if he still refused to concede, Ryan would have sent him back to the goddess's embrace. In truth, he hadn't used his full strength in the previous battle, fighting at only about 50% of his potential. In his eyes, Pantaskork was no match for him. Furthermore, With his current strength and rate of improvement, he would only be left further and further behind. Faced with Pentasker's surrender, Ryan nodded and prepared to leave the arena. A carriage was already waiting for him at the entrance. He was headed to the headquarters of the Imperial Federation of Wizarding Schools. Previously, on the Cyrodiil Plateau, the sect leader Moria had asked him to complete the school's advancement assessment. As for the bet, he believed the Drum family wouldn't dare to go back on their word even if they had 100 guts. Meanwhile, in the lively stands, the beautiful woman Jennifer excitedly grasped the hands of Claire and Lager, unable to calm down for a long time. "Is this Madame Jennifer? I'm Davis. I heard your Warhammer and Rose Merchants Guild is currently seeking partners in the Imperial capital." Duke Davis, who had been sitting in the back row of the three-woman stand, had arrived with his wife, smiling. "Ah, Duke Davis, it's an honor to meet you." "Yes, I've been looking for a suitable partner lately." The beautiful woman was surprised at first upon seeing the elegantly dressed old man before her, then she immediately lifted her long skirt and gave a ladylike greeting. At the same time, a thought she had never thought of before occurred to Jennifer. Could it be that Duke Davis was thinking, "That's great. It just so happens that my Laurel Chamber of Commerce is also looking to expand its business. I wonder if I'd be honored to work with your chamber," Duke Davis said politely. The surrounding nobles looked at Duke Davis with envy. What a great timing. Besides, you're just looking to expand your business? You're just trying to get money. Everyone knows that the Laurel Chamber of Commerce has a near monopoly on the high-end spice market throughout the empire. Cooperation? Is that even necessary? Don't be ridiculous. It's certainly an honor to work with the Laurel Chamber of Commerce, Jennifer said, a blush rising to her beautiful face. Thank you, my beautiful lady. It's an honor for the Laurel Chamber of Commerce, Duke Davis said politely with a smile. After a few pleasantries, Duke Davis left with his wife. Soon after, more than a dozen high-ranking nobles arrived. The families they represented each had ties to one or more prominent chambers of commerce in the imperial capital. For a moment, even with Claire's assistance, the beautiful woman Jennifer was completely overwhelmed. Ryan boarded the carriage arranged by the sword-bearer headquarters, which had been waiting at the entrance of the royal arena. "Lord Ryan, I heard the enthusiastic applause outside." "I know you will win," said Alina, the usually rational and capable young woman, her pretty face slightly flushed excitedly. However, her beautiful eyes took in her master's flawless wizard robes and his sweat-free forehead, and her surprise deepened. It was so clean. It looked almost freshly put on, but it didn't look like he'd just finished a competition. When Ryan had told her he'd be out in a few minutes, she'd been taken aback, but now, calculating the time, it hadn't even been 10 minutes in total. "Thank you, it's about as expected. Let's go to the Wizards Union headquarters." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, two beautiful young women, each with their own unique demeanor, were excitedly discussing something at the Wizards Union with a wizard in the late stage of Level 2 liquefaction. "Master Ronan, although the designated time is 9 o'clock this morning, I already told you that the Mariah sect leader has left for the Cyrodiil Plateau, and Master Ryan will be here later. For such a major event as the promotion of a major wizarding school, your sect leader didn't even come in person? Could it be that the Empire is calling on you?" Ronan asked unhappily. He was the wizard responsible for school promotions. For thousands of years, wizard school promotions had established a well-established process, but this was the first time he had encountered a situation like the one before him, a school sending only 2 first-level atomized wizards for promotion. This was a complete disregard for headquarters and the importance of school promotions. Audrey was speechless. She remembered that it seemed to be Lord Ryan's request that the school leader, deputy leader, instructors, and other key personnel from the department immediately travel to the Cyrodiil Plateau. Upon closer inspection, this wasn't an imperial order. Furthermore, with the core members of the school having all gone to the Cyrodiil Plateau, there weren't many left at the imperial capital school headquarters. This made her the most suitable contact. "But Lord Ronan, Lord Wren will be here immediately after the competition. Can't you be flexible?" "Lord Wren? I know the man who killed Harold the Sculptor is indeed remarkable. But the rules are the rules. No matter how powerful your Lord Wren is, the school's promotion must be handled personally by the head of the school." Ronan couldn't help but sneer. According to the rules, promotions should be handled personally by the head of the school being promoted. He was handling this matter according to the regulations, so there would be absolutely no problem. "By the way, you mentioned a competition? What kind of competition is so important? It's even more important than promotion to a major school?" Ronan asked, a thought coming to his mind. "This is a competition with His Majesty, the Imperial Guardian, Storm Cloud." Since Ryan had spent the past 2 days in the halls of the Bishu Construction School crafting a mechanical devil Tyrannosaurus, Audrey, who was also at the school, naturally heard about Ryan's competition. The problem was, Ronan, a liquefied wizard, hadn't heard of it at all. After all, only those at the rank of Imperial Earl and above were eligible to spectate, and the news was currently circulating only among the high-ranking nobles in the Imperial capital. A competition with the Imperial Guardian? Ronan was stunned. He had heard that the Bishu Construction School had produced a formidable young wizard, who had supposedly defeated Sculptor Harold. And now, less than 2 months later, he was already competing against His Majesty, the Imperial Guardian, Storm Cloud. Isn't this ridiculous? Ronan's face was filled with surprise and suspicion. He repeatedly examined the girl before him, muttering to himself, "Such a beautiful girl, surely she wouldn't be stupid. Could this be true?" But then a question quickly occurred to him, and he asked, "Well, even if what you say is true, then may I ask, after the battle with His Majesty Baoyun, did Lord Ryan still have the energy to participate in the large-scale wizarding school promotion examination?" Well, Audrey and Alicia exchanged a glance, both unsure what to say. "Audrey, why are you still here? Is something wrong?" A young voice called from outside the hall. "Lord Raylene." Audrey and Alicia turned, overjoyed. Ronan examined Raylene, his expression stern. The man's mental fluctuations were unfathomable. He was indeed a rare young genius. However, he realized he was following protocol. Meeting Raylene's gaze, he said, "Lord Raylene, according to regulations, the school's promotion assessment requires the presence of the sect leader himself." Before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly roared from the headquarters' main entrance. "Ronan, you idiot! How dare you speak to Lord Raylene?" An old man in a cyan wizard robe strode in. "Mentor?" Ronan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your Highness Raylene only saw his mentor once or twice a year, and because of his father, he had always been amiable. This was the first time he had seen his mentor so furious. Your Highness Raylene, I'm Perkins. Your performance at the Royal Arena just now was truly breathtaking." It was Perkins, the man who had just made the bet with Reginald. As soon as the competition ended, he remembered that today was the day for the construction school promotion exam. Thinking of Ryan's identity, he hurried over immediately. As expected, if he had been a little later, I'm afraid. "Oh, Your Majesty Perkins was just at the Royal Arena?" Ryan said with a slight smile. "Yes, Your Majesty Ryan." After some pleasantries, Ryan asked, "Your Majesty Perkins, it's getting late. Why don't we get down to business?" "Business?" Perkins looked confused at first, then suddenly realized, "You mean the school promotion exam?" "Yes." Ryan looked at him with some displeasure. What was he trying to say? "Are you kidding me? You need an exam?" "Absolutely not. You just need to sign." Perkins took a document from the sweaty Ronan and handed it to Ryan. Just sign and you're done." This surprised Ryan. Was the promotion process so arbitrary? Of course. Perkins nodded heavily. Beside him, Ronan hunched over, mumbling a few words, barely daring to breathe. But in his heart, he was screaming, "Teacher, you taught us to follow the rules before. Now." Chapter 538. Ryan quickly glanced at the document, application for promotion to a large school of wizardry, and willingness to assume the corresponding responsibilities and obligations. This document, bearing the letterheads of both the Empire and the Federation of Schools of Wizardry, was standard, so Ryan naturally raised no objections and signed it immediately. "Your Majesty, please step forward. Once your school becomes a large school of wizardry, you can reapply for a new location. Generally, the Empire will designate a certain area in the borderlands as a location for a large school of wizardry." "Oh!" Ryan raised an eyebrow, quite interested. Although he already had the Cyrodiil Plateau in mind, that didn't stop him from learning more about the specifics. Soon, the group arrived at a room on the second floor of the Federation of Schools of Wizardry headquarters. Upon entering, Ryan saw a huge map on the wall. It was a map of the entire territory of the Dragon Empire, shaped like an irregular ellipse, with various symbols marking certain areas near the border. Ryan knew that each of these symbols represented a major wizarding school. However, even excluding the coastline, the areas marked by these symbols could not be connected to form a single line along the Empire's borders. A considerable portion was blank. Clearly, this indicated that even with the power of the major wizarding schools, the Dragon Empire could not fully project its power to the borderlands. This was consistent with Ryan's understanding. Many of the Empire's borderlands were resource-poor, dangerous, and sparsely populated, making them unworthy of the Empire's massive deployment of power. Furthermore, Ryan noticed that several locations, not on the borderlands, but in the heart of the Empire, also bore the symbols of major wizarding schools. Your Excellency Perkins, how many large wizarding schools are there in the Empire now? Ryan asked casually. Including yours, there are currently 14 large wizarding schools in the Empire. For example, the Seraphine School, to which I belong, is stationed in the Pampas in the northwest of the Empire, the Heraldin School is stationed in the Erzgebirge in the south, and the Isodri School is stationed in the Cyrodiil Plateau. Perkins listed them one by one. I see. Ryan nodded thoughtfully. However, the number you mentioned is incorrect. It should still be 13. The Isodri School's application for demotion should be on the way. Huh? The eyes of several people present widened, and they looked at Ryan in confusion and astonishment, even Perkins, a fellow guardian of the Empire. Demotion request? But why would the Isolder School request demotion? The most important thing is, even if such a thing happened, shouldn't it be a top secret of the Isolder School? How did your Majesty Ryan know this? Could it be that you? Perkins blurted out, suddenly remembering a rumor. But Ryan had no intention of explaining. He smiled slightly and changed the subject, saying, what about these two large wizarding schools in the heart of the Empire? Oh, that's the headquarters of the Chronos School. The Hammerfall Mountains, known as the Jedi, are densely covered with black mist cyclones. To prevent sudden incidents, the Empire has specially set up such a place, which is under the surveillance of a large wizarding school. Hammerfall Mountains? Ryan was certainly familiar with the black mist cyclones. He had passed through Hammerfall Fortress on his journey to the Howling Tundra. In Ryan's opinion, the danger of stationing in this Jedi was no less than that of stationing in the Cyrodiil Plateau. At least, the latter allowed for a rough estimate of the enemy's numbers and strength, but this Jedi was more difficult to predict. Your Excellency Perkins, on behalf of the Bishu Constructivist School, I choose the Cyrodiil Plateau as your base. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, a pin drop could be heard throughout the room. Several people present looked at him with strange eyes, as if to say, this is too cruel. Not only has the Isolder School been demoted, but they've also seized their base? Ryan couldn't help but smile at their expressions. Clearly, they had misunderstood. By the way, Your Majesty, Perkins, there's one more thing. I've formed a society called the Construct Society. According to regulations, we need to report this to the Empire and the Federation of Wizarding Schools. Currently, our members are only the Bishu Construct School and the Isolder School. I hope the Federation can help me spread the word so that all schools, both large and small, interested in constructing creatures know about this. The Construct Society? Great. No problem. Facing Ryan, Perkins couldn't find any way to refuse. After a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. Thank you. Your Majesty, Perkins, if you have any other formalities, please feel free to contact me or Ms. Alina. Ryan pointed to Alina beside him. You're welcome, Your Majesty Ryan. Audrey and Alicia were still dazed as they left the Union Hall with Ryan. Had they completed the school promotion and station selection so quickly? Normally, wouldn't they first be tested for combat effectiveness before carrying out a school promotion mission? As for station selection, it would require extensive discussions within the Union, and final confirmation wouldn't be possible for 10 days or half a month. But now, after leaving the Wizarding School Union, Ryan's carriage headed for the Swordbearer headquarters. Since Ryan hadn't been at Swordbearer headquarters for quite some time, he decided to meet with Marshal Alfred. As the deputy chief of the Swordbearers, this was his duty. He had just heard from Alina that the situation in the Empire was becoming increasingly dire. It wasn't just the cult issue, but also issues involving multiple secret realms within the Empire. On the other hand, he also wanted to ask Marshal Alfred for information on the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. In Ryan's opinion, with his current level of strength and his connections with Minia, the conditions for rescuing Anna's mother, Darian Hawkmoon, were ripe. Soon, the carriage arrived at Swordbearer headquarters. In an office on the top floor of the administration building. Sir Ryan, congratulations on your victory in the competition, Marshal Alfred said, rising from his desk upon seeing Ryan. He smiled and stepped forward. Thank you, Marshal. Ryan bowed slightly, paying his respects to the head of the Imperial Swordbearers. After some pleasantries, Marshal Alfred got to the point. Ryan, you've been to several of the Empire's secret realms, such as the Flaming Gorge and the Dragon's Valley. The Empire's situation has become increasingly dire recently, and this trouble stems from these secret realms. Not only us sword-bearers, but also the military, the Wizarding Union, and other departments and organizations have noticed drastic fluctuations in the stability of several secret realms. Many of these secret realms were once closed passages to other planes. if a problem truly arises. Currently, the Imperial Senate, we, and the military have all sent personnel to investigate. Marshal, what can I do for you? Ryan asked, frowning slightly. If this is the case, the situation facing the Empire is becoming increasingly dire. No wonder he didn't see Elder Ivan and General Augustus at this competition. They were both away dealing with this matter. Not for now, but once the situation becomes clear, you may be needed. Also, the Empire will be holding a high-level meeting before then. Yes, I understand. Ryan nodded. However, in this case, the matter of Anna's mother must be dealt with even more drastically. After a brief moment of thought, Ryan spoke bluntly. Marshal, does the sword-bearer know the location of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood? Well, Ryan, because this matter involves His Royal Highness the Second Prince, the sword-bearer department has only maintained a minimal level of attention. But what is certain is that the 3 publicly known locations in the Imperial capital are not the actual headquarters of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. They are merely locations for communication and gatherings. Marshal Alfred shook his head. However, after a moment's hesitation, Alfred finally spoke. Ryan, although you possess incredible strength, this opponent is from the Imperial family, so something still. Marshal Alfred stopped talking at this point, confident that Ryan understood his point. Ryan certainly understood. However, rescuing Anna's mother was something he absolutely had to do. After some thought, Ryan decided to reveal part of the truth, saying, the mother of a very good friend of mine is probably being held captive in a secret Dragon Scale Brotherhood base. A very good friend? Alfred's face dawned with realization. He had long known that Ryan had several close female friends. It was understandable for a young man to risk his life for a woman he loved. No wonder, even though the opponent was the second prince, Ryan refused to give in. Actually, their base is likely located within a small secret realm, but the sword-bearer currently lacks information on how or where to enter. Marshal Alfred revealed a crucial piece of information. A small secret realm? Ryan nodded. No wonder they hadn't found the source of their compounds. Logically, the equipment and raw materials used to refine them wouldn't be easily concealed, and a larger facility would be necessary. He had previously believed their secret base was somewhere underground in Tamriel, perhaps near a dragon's lair. Now it seemed he had underestimated the Imperial Prince's skill. However, this would make the search much more complicated. He had long considered it impractical to approach them directly. If they acted desperately, it would be too late to regret. However, sending spies from the sword-bearer department to conduct a detailed investigation wasn't practical either. After all, the second prince of the Empire was behind them, a position too sensitive. It seems there's only one solution. That's to use my newly acquired innate ability, Shadow Shuttle, to search for it. However, this also presents a problem. Without being able to find the secret realm spatial node, searching haphazardly is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it consumes a significant amount of mental energy. Furthermore, the opponent's secret realm is unlikely to be completely defenseless. It must have a large protective magic array. To forcibly break through the protection of a large protective magic array and enter the small secret realm would likely consume an incredible amount of mental energy. It seems I must first have people search for clues and limit the area as much as possible. Meanwhile, I need to study the 5th level of the Ironheart Advanced Meditation method to further strengthen my mental strength, Ryan mused. After leaving the sword-bearer headquarters, Ryan quickly arrived at the entrance of his own mansion. However, the clamor of voices and the sight of a long line of people lining the roadside through the car window startled him. Following Ryan's victory over the Imperial Guardian Pantiskok, nicknamed Storm, in the Royal Arena, news spread rapidly over the past 2 days. And the entrance to Ryan's mansion is bustling with traffic daily. Previously, the beautiful woman Jennifer was struggling to find a partner in the Imperial capital, but now, she's struggling to decide which one to partner with. Not only was the sheer number of partners overwhelming, but each one was even more prestigious than the last. There were over 10 chambers of commerce with ducal family connections, over 30 at the Marquisate level, and an uncountable number at the Earl level. Both the beautiful Jennifer and Claire, who had studied at the Royal Academy and had seen the world, were stunned by the impact of Ryan's victory. Only the barbarian girl, Lager, found it quite normal. After all, in barbarian tradition, the strong possessed everything. Ryan's mother, Emma, was beaming from ear to ear. Her previous illness had healed, as countless noble ladies and daughters, acting as ladies, visited her daily, offering warm greetings and inquiries. Not everyone, however, relished the crowds. Mint, for example, was a bit annoyed. Whenever she wanted to play in the courtyard for a while, she would be praised by the enthusiastic noble ladies, drawn into their rooms by the hand for a lively chat. She had to follow her newly learned aristocratic etiquette, sitting upright and smiling and nodding. After returning to his study, Ryan said to Mateo, "Mateo, I'm turning down all calls except from acquaintances." On the one hand, he intended to carefully consider finding the Dragon Scale Brotherhood's secret base, but on the other, he had no desire to waste time cultivating connections among the nobles. At his level, unless the visitor was an imperial guardian of comparable strength, such formalities and pleasantries were meaningless, because he was what others called a connection, not the other way around. "As you command, Lord Ryan," the short Mateo bowed. But a moment later, there was a knock on the door. Ryan frowned. Hadn't he just told Mateo? "Lord Ryan, Viscount Hamadi is here to visit." Mateo's voice came from the door. "Hamadi?" Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. Yes, that matter might be difficult for anyone in the Empire's official departments to investigate, but for the Federation, it was a different story. "Invite him to the study." "Yes, my lord." Soon, Hamadi's familiar figure appeared at the study door. "Lord Ryan, congratulations on your victory over His Majesty Pentuskirk." Hamadi bowed deeply to Ryan. Hamadi's understanding of Ryan surpassed that of most imperial nobles, especially regarding matters occurring within the Federation, which he had learned through specialized channels. Therefore, upon meeting Ryan again, his attitude had changed dramatically, and he adopted a very humble demeanor. "Thank you, Your Excellency Hamadi, you are so polite." Ryan smiled faintly and gestured for him to take a seat. After some pleasantries, Hamadi stated his purpose. First, to express the Federation's congratulations, and second, to deliver an invitation from Hiram, the director of the Federal Mechanical Research Institute. Ryan took it and read it. The gist of the letter was that Hiram hoped Ryan would find time to visit the Federation again, to conduct joint research and exchange ideas on ancient goblin mechanical artifacts. "Please thank Lord Hiram for your invitation. However, I'm afraid I'm currently unable to make the trip. Perhaps I go in a while. I'm also looking forward to exchanging insights on mechanical manufacturing with Lord Hiram." "Yes, Lord Ryan, I'd be sure to pass on your message. Also, is there anything you need us to do recently?" "Rest assured, even though our capabilities are limited, we will report back." Hamadi's question had been a casual one, devoid of any hope. He knew Ryan was no longer the same person he had been. Not only had his strength soared, but his connections had also greatly expanded. How could he possibly trouble them? Hamadi himself couldn't imagine what it could be. Just as Hamadi stood up to leave, Ryan smiled and said, "Sir Hamadi, there's something I might need your help with." Please tell me." Hamadi was startled for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and he spoke excitedly. "I'd like to ask you to investigate the secret base of an organization called the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be somewhere within a small secret realm. I don't need you to go inside, just help me determine the approximate range." Ryan chose his words carefully. "Don't worry, Sir Ryan, leave this to us." Hamadi was overjoyed. "As long as they are in the Imperial capital, we should be able to give you confirmation within 3 days. You really don't need us to help you solve it directly?" Hamadi asked, looking at Ryan eagerly. Although he didn't know the specifics of the matter, he believed that even if they couldn't solve it, the Federation certainly could. This Sir Ryan before him was speaking for the first time, so he had to do it perfectly. Chapter 539. After Hamadi left, Ryan spent only one night at the mansion before returning to the Bishu Construction School's headquarters. He found a quiet backroom and began studying the 5th level of meditation. He hadn't expected to begin studying it so soon after reaching the 5th level. He had originally estimated that it would take several years at the earliest to reach the minimum required level of learning, a level of mental energy materialization exceeding 90%. Ryan had originally thought that the 256 runes that were outlined in the 4th level of the Iron Heart would be difficult enough, but after examining the 5th level, he was speechless. 512? This is truly difficult. However, Ryan had never imagined that he could easily master the 5th level of advanced meditation, so his mood quickly calmed down. After studying for a while, he stood up and paced back and forth in the back room, pondering. So that's how it is. Level 5 wizards have begun to alter the source of their bloodline, initially possessing the ability to pass on their extraordinary bloodline. Their bodies are no longer mortal, but rather something between human and divine, the so-called demigod level. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the greater the corresponding power. Once the model of the 5th level of the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation is fully mapped out, the effect will be to form an Iron Heart within the spiritual sea, amplifying metal-based magic by a full 5-fold, far exceeding twice the previous 4 levels. Ryan yearned. 5-fold. Not to mention the other improvements, this alone is overwhelming. After some thought, Ryan decided to begin his attempt. The first rune of will. The 100th. The 200th. The 354th. Huh? Ryan exhaled deeply. First attempt ended with the 354th. This difficulty. It's no exaggeration. The goal is 512, and I'm still over 100 short. I'm barely reaching the peak of dawn. To be honest, Ryan wasn't one to give up easily, but seeing this gap, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. No wonder, even the emperors of the empire, with their ample resources, knowledge of various mystical arts, mostly stopped at the peak of dawn. If I remember correctly, it seems that in the empire's 2,000 years, only 3 emperors have reached the level of a 5th level full moon wizard. It's simply too difficult. Ryan shook his head helplessly. However, as with everything difficult at the beginning, this small setback couldn't shake Ryan's resolve. After all, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So Ryan tried again, more than 10 times, until his mental strength gradually depleted and a dull ache in his temples. Although his progress had reached 366, it was still a vast gap from 512. Should I invest some recovery points? If the goal were 400, Ryan would have invested attribute points without hesitation, but this. Forget it. At this rate, I wait. After all, I only have 10 attribute points left. I consider adding more in a couple of days when I can't push any further. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Imperial Palace, in a resplendent conference room, Menia, Second Prince Everton, Princess Rhaenyra, and several elders of the royal family were holding a meeting. In principle, this was the highest authority in the Dragon Empire during periods when His Majesty the Emperor was unable to attend to official duties for special reasons. The matter of the Patagonian Highlands is of great importance, but our Imperial Guardians are understaffed and stretched thin. Yesterday, after review by the Senate, a group of young Imperial warriors with epic strength were reported as Guardian candidates. This is the final list. Please review it. If you have no objections, please approve it as soon as possible. Menia, seated at the head of the table, spoke with a wave of her hand. Several confidential maids stepped forward and placed a list on the table of each royal member present. At this moment, Second Prince Everton's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? As the female attendant respectfully handed over the list, Everton's eyes quickly fell on the paper. Lambert, the chief disciple of the Tide Sword Saint, participated in numerous top-secret imperial operations, and successfully achieved the status of Sword Saint a month ago. Ryan, the vice-chief of the Imperial Sword Bearers, possesses the bloodline of an unknown dragon, and has distinguished himself in battle. Sure enough, Second Prince Everton's eyelids twitched. If Ryan became an Imperial Guardian, he would immediately be able to enter into a two-way selection with the dragon, skipping the Dragon Rider Reserve and becoming a Dragon Rider directly. More importantly, nearly all of the Empire's resources would be open to him. This means the enemy's strength is likely to increase significantly again. Even if my father recovers from his injuries and returns, he will carefully consider all possible consequences if he wants to deal with them in the current turbulent environment. No! This must be stopped. I agree. The Empire is in turmoil right now, and the Imperial Guardians desperately need fresh blood. Otherwise, relying solely on us old bones won't last long. An elderly royal placed the list down and nodded with a smile. Yes. Especially this Ryan. He's quite powerful, easily defeating Pantascork. He should have joined the Imperial Guardians long ago. Another elderly royal, who seemed to have watched the match between Ryan and Pantascork earlier, stroked his graying beard and agreed with a similar smile. Others also expressed their opinions, all unanimously agreeing. Everton's face darkened upon seeing this. This great aunt of his own was a remarkable combination of beauty, strength, and skill. It seemed she had already consulted with some of the royal elders. However, it was clear that the great aunt hadn't revealed Ryan's secret. That was his Achilles' heel. There was no other way to stop him now. That was to reveal the secret. Even if it meant turning on the great aunt, there was no other way. Wait, I don't agree with Ryan's promotion, Everton declared. Huh? Everyone present looked at Second Prince Everton in confusion. In terms of both strength and mission participation, Ryan was the most qualified. The Imperial Guardian evaluation prioritized two key factors: individual strength and participation in Imperial missions. Ryan, having risen through the ranks from Imperial Swordbearer, had participated in countless missions, both large and small. If Ryan wasn't qualified, then the others on the list were even less so. Everton, the greater good is paramount. Menia's beautiful eyes narrowed, emanating a unique aura of dignity and authority. She had a vague idea of what Everton was about to say. A glint flashed in Everton's eyes as he gazed at Mina and smiled. Grand Aunt, I assume you haven't told the elders that Ryan's bloodline isn't that of a giant dragon, but rather a multi-headed dragon? What? Everton's words immediately shocked the several royal elders present. As descendants of the dragon bloodline, they naturally knew this secret. Princess Rhaenyra, too, covered her mouth lightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ever since watching the match between Ryan and Pentecook, Rhaenyra had developed a subtle admiration for Ryan. Although she had seen many talented young men from the Empire before, nothing had impressed her until she witnessed Ryan's prowess in the royal arena. But who would have thought that Ryan was of the bloodline of a multi-headed dragon? Wait, it said that when Great Aunt Mina was young. Rhaenyra glanced at her expressionless great aunt, then felt a pity and said, Everton, don't speak without evidence. Evidence? Everyone who participated in the Battle of Ferdinand Forest is a witness. Do we need to invite them one by one? Everton scoffed. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Mina, who sat at the head of the table. Because they knew that the imperial leader, who had sent support during the Battle of Ferdinand, was none other than Red Queen Mina. But at this moment, Mina remained silent. Because such a thing was far too easy to prove. Unless she had silenced all the imperial elite who had participated in the battle, which, even if possible, was clearly impossible. Everyone present was a shrewd person, and they instantly understood Mina's silence. Because silence itself actually meant a lot. I suggest that we all vote on whether or not to approve of Ryan becoming the Imperial Guardian, Everton said with a confident smile. Then he took the lead, raising his right hand and saying, Those who disagree, please raise your hands. Sure enough, as Everton had expected, one by one, the royal elders raised their hands. According to ancestral teachings, as an alien, evil bloodline, all descendants of the multi-headed dragon bloodline must be eliminated. If that's the case, I support the second prince's opinion. Everton glanced around with a smug look. 3 of the 4 royal elders had raised their hands. In other words, including himself, 4 of the 7 had already voted against the proposal. The other elder had always been close to Great Aunt Mina, so it was understandable that he didn't raise his hand. As for Rhaenyra, although Everton was somewhat puzzled by her absence, he didn't dwell on it since it didn't affect the outcome. 4 votes to 3 Great Aunt, it seems, Everton said, looking at Mina with a smile. However, before he could finish his words, Mina interrupted him. Wait, while your majesty is away, I will be fully responsible for imperial affairs. Now, I will exercise the final authority to make the decision through Ryan regarding the promotion of Imperial Guardian. No further discussion will be held, Mina said calmly. What? Great Aunt. If the Emperor knew about this, he would definitely not agree. Everton's eyes widened instantly, and he immediately jumped up from his chair, his face flushing, as he demanded loudly. Oh! But I have that power now, don't I? Mina remained unmoved, glancing at Everton and saying calmly. You regret this. Everton's breath choked, and he panted heavily. Then, with a loud snort, he quickly turned and left the palace meeting room. The second prince's residence. Bang! Everton, returning to his study, could no longer contain his anger. He slammed a cherished stone bust to the ground. Damn it! For Ryan, my great-aunt would rather confront me head-on. As expected, women are women after all. Buchanan, standing by, lowered his head even lower. Naturally, he dared not, and could not, interrupt a topic like this. All right, Buchanan, you're out. As you command, Your Highness. As Buchanan left, Everton, having forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath. He walked behind the desk, and slowly turned the base of the crystal ball on the 3rd shelf. Soon, the shelf split in 2 and moved to the sides, revealing a secret door. Entering the secret door, Everton walked down a short corridor and immediately arrived at a small secret room. This was a small secret room. Besides the usual gold, precious jewels, and ancient books, the floor in the center of the room was intricately carved with lines of a magical array, resembling some rare type of magical array. As Everton silently chanted the spell, a flash of pale blue light flashed, and he instantly vanished. Everton, having vanished, reappeared in a different location. A familiar, pungent aroma of potion filled Everton's nostrils. He had arrived at the Dragon Scale Brotherhood's top-secret base, where their special dragon bloodline concoctions were crafted. Your Highness! An ugly, strange-looking man stepped forward and bowed. What's going on? Haven't the tests on the super evolution concoction been completed yet? Your Highness, the 3 people tested so far have all been unable to withstand the immense power of the concoction and have exploded. Even a legendary level expert couldn't withstand it. However, we're not entirely without results. We've tested a young dragon and found it can actually withstand the super evolution concoction, though its current growth is a bit strange. Oh! Take me to see it, Everton said, his expression interested. As you command, Your Highness. As the two walked down the long corridor, they saw tall cylinders on both sides. Inside, they were filled with a special liquid, soaking the bodies of various humans, dragonkin, and even other monsters. Some were alive, some were still twitching, and some were in an uncertain state of life or death. Further ahead, there were also tall cylinders, but they were filled with young dragons of various sizes and enormous hearts of adult dragons. These hearts were still beating. Teams of 3 strong dragonkin guards patrolled the area, maintaining a tight defense. Every few dozen meters, a towering dragonkin, roughly the same size as the transformed bowstaff, could be seen. Further in, Everton and the ugly freak passed by a rather unusual room. The room was quite large, at least several hundred square meters, and was covered in a profusion of green shrubs, vines, and other plants, creating the appearance of a small forest. Even more astonishingly, dozens of tall, beautiful elves actually lived there. However, a closer look revealed that these elves were unusually pale, their beautiful eyes large but lifeless, and their bodies much thinner than normal elves. Their exposed arms were densely covered with pinholes. Seeing the elves, Everton couldn't help but recall the original intention of establishing the Dragon Scale Brotherhood. The essence of elven blood and dragon blood, through special processing, can be fused to a certain extent, forming a new special substance. He named it the Super Evolution Potion. Those potions that increase bloodline bursts, or the degree of evolution, are actually just byproducts of the Super Evolution Potion. Chapter 540. Everton soon arrived at a vast, enclosed chamber at the far end of the hall. He finally understood why his chief alchemist had such a hesitant expression. Before him lay a gigantic, deformed, and ferocious beast. No matter how one looked at it, it was hard to discern its former slender, graceful form. Although the beast possessed 5 heads, only one was functional. The remaining 4 were either deformed or shrunken, surrounding the main head like pendants. 5 heads of varying shapes. But they were completely different from the fully developed heads of a hydra. The dragon scales on its body also exhibited a palette of colors, with some areas red, others green, scattered across its body in a chaotic, unattractive pattern. The only noteworthy thing was that the energy fluctuations, which should have been at the level of a young dragon, now rivaled those of a full-grown dragon. No! It's even more powerful than an adult 5-colored dragon. Everton also keenly noticed that as the behemoth before him devoured the ferocious flesh of an unknown beast, its energy fluctuations were rapidly increasing. This made Everton ponder. After a moment, he tilted his head and asked, "Renflyer, why did it become like this?" "Well, I think the side effects of the newly developed Super Evolution Potion are too strong, so even dragons can't handle it." "Then what's the point of this potion? Do you think I can handle it?" Everton narrowed his eyes and looked at his chief alchemist, Renflyer, unkindly. "Your Highness, the development of new medicines is a process of endless experimentation. At least, we're very close to success, aren't we? Look, how beautiful it is." Renflyer's face flushed, and he excitedly defended himself. "Beautiful?" Everton glanced at the deformed behemoth not far in front of him, then at the equally deformed and ugly Renflyer beside him, speechless. However, despite Renflyer's hunched back, crooked neck, squinting eyes, and even severe bad breath, it was undeniable that he was a top-tier alchemist. In fact, there was no one else in the entire empire with such a talent for alchemy. That was why he chose to use him. "Okay, so why did you bring me here?" Everton asked, pointing to the deformed behemoth before him. "Your Highness, despite its ugliness, I guarantee that at its current rapid growth rate, given enough food, it will reach the level of a late epic dragon within a week. Of course, the cost will be substantial. I estimate its lifespan to be only a few decades, maybe even a dozen. I suppose you could try to enslave it?" Renflyer asked. "Enslave it? Are you an idiot? Where do you think I'd ever need it?" Everton said, looking at him with a look of idiocy. "But it's so beautiful and powerful. It would be a shame to destroy it," Renflyer said with regret. "Since you want to keep it, then keep it. Just observe the effects of the potion. It's just a waste of food. However, you need to expedite your research. I can't wait too long." After some thought, Everton agreed, feeling that he needed to encourage his subordinates' enthusiasm. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will soon produce an improved version of the Mega Evolution Potion." A deeply moved Renflyer patted his shrunken chest. "I already have some ideas. I plan to increase the proportion of elven blood essence in the next potion. Very good. I look forward to hearing from you, Everton nodded. 2 days passed. Viscount Hamidy's investigation was in full swing. Upon his return, he immediately enlisted the full support of his superior, Marquis Royce, and mobilized virtually every Federation agent in the imperial capital of Tamriel. But unfortunately, no firm news had yet arrived. With only 1 day left of the 3 days he had promised, Viscount Hamidy was in a less than cheerful mood. After all, he had promised Lord Ryan right then and there. If he couldn't keep his promise, how would Lord Ryan view him, and the Federation's credibility? No news yet? Hamadi asked unhappily, looking at a spy beside him. Sir, there's no news yet. Neither Prince Everton nor his steward, Buchanan, have left the palace these past few days. The only time second Prince Everton left was 2 days ago, for a meeting at the palace. As you said before, if the secret base is somewhere, we can only track them down if they move out, the spy reported. They've been in the palace the entire time, and only been to the palace once? Hamadi frowned at this, lost in thought. The palace? Unlikely. Making potions requires raw materials, and transporting them would be too troublesome. A mansion? By the way, haven't you previously conducted surveillance on important members of the imperial family? Do you have all the previous surveillance reports? Hamadi asked. Yes. Show me the surveillance report on the second prince. Yes, sir. Soon, Hamadi had a stack of information half a meter high. Sir, these are the second prince's travel records, and some of his living habits from the past 3 years. So many? Pick out the second prince's travel history from the past 2 months, and let me take a look. Hamadi pondered for a moment, and decided to first examine the other party's travel records from those 2 months. He thought he would find some clues. He just couldn't believe it. If that stronghold was truly important, why wouldn't they have gone there in 2 months? Half an hour later. The Royal Academy has been there 5 times in 3 months, which is highly suspicious. The Royal Apothecary Association headquarters has been there twice in 3 months, which is somewhat suspicious. Finally, it's inside his mansion. After investigation, Hamadi was almost certain that the possible secret realm node was in these 3 locations. Just as he was about to have someone quickly contact the spies lurking in 2 locations, intelligence suddenly arrived. Sir, we've confirmed that the other party's secret realm node is most likely somewhere within the mansion. Huh? Hamadi looked surprised. We've discovered that the mansion's purchases of ferocious beast meat have increased several times in the past 2 days, yet the kitchen claims they haven't received so much ferocious beast meat. Clearly, the ferocious beast meat has been sent to some unknown location. Excellent. You and your team deserve a great achievement this time. Hamadi nodded repeatedly in praise after hearing the analysis. Meanwhile, the School of Construction. Audrey and Alicia chatted as they worked. With the core members of the school suddenly departing for the Cyrodiil Plateau, much of the school's work was stretched thin, forcing the two to help out. Audrey, can you believe it? Since yesterday, the number of apprentices and wizards seeking to join our school has increased 7-fold or 8-fold. The personnel review process is giving me a headache. Besides, I've noticed that most of these people come from imperial nobility. With such good conditions, why would they sign up to join our school? Alicia complained with a mixture of pain and joy as she sorted through personnel files. It's all because of Lord Ryan, Audrey said with a gentle smile. Okay. But even if Lord Ryan is formidable, why would they choose to join our school? Although our school has just been promoted to a major wizarding school, the problem is, there are many other major schools for these noble heirs to choose from, Alicia countered. Perhaps it's because Lord Ryan has shown great potential, defeating a veteran Imperial Guardian at such a young age. Audrey's beautiful eyes flickered with admiration, and her hands paused from sorting through the documents she had been organizing. TSK. Alicia waved her fair hand in front of Audrey's eyes, and jokingly said, Are you already fantasizing about it? Alicia, don't say that. What if Lord Ryan hears? Audrey blushed shyly. Don't worry, Master Ryan is in retreat, so he can't hear. With that, the 2 pretty girls, each with their own unique posture, began to playfully engage in a fight. In a secret room not far away. After 3 days, although his progress had reached 392 runes, the rate of improvement had been increasingly slow. Ryan knew that this was approaching his limit. Despite the significant improvement of 26 runes of will, it could be roughly explained as familiarity with the 5th level model. Even if there were further progress, it would be increasingly gradual. To achieve a significant improvement, one must either significantly increase the total amount of mental power or improve the quality of mental power. However, reaching the peak of a Dawn Wizard, neither of these aspects is easy to achieve, Ryan sighed. Just like the ancient Dragon Soul Potion, at his peak Dawn Wizard level, its effect was extremely weak. Perhaps, after I become a Guardian of the Empire, I find something that will help me improve my strength. At this moment, the symbol on his wizard robes flickered. Ryan immediately knew who was looking for him. He quickly waved his fingers, and soon, a familiar, complex symbol appeared in the air in front of him. A familiar, slightly tired female voice rang out from it. Ryan, did I bother you? Of course, Minia, you sound a little tired. Well, things have been quite a bit lately. However, I want to tell you something very important this time. Your Hydra bloodline has been exposed, and I think you should be prepared. A slightly hesitant voice came from the other side. Hydra bloodline? Ryan looked puzzled. Although he had never clarified this, he truly wasn't of Hydra bloodline. Mia, actually, I'm not of Hydra bloodline. Mia on the other side was clearly a little skeptical, but she also understood intellectually that Ryan didn't need to lie to her. Really? Really? But what about that time in Ferdinand Forest? You can understand that I borrowed the power of some high-level magical artifact, but this high-level magical artifact was integrated into my body, so I can't prove it, Ryan explained. Okay, that's unbelievable. But you still have to be careful. Everton has already directly questioned you about this matter at the new Guardian meeting. Well, not being able to become an Imperial Guardian is a bit of a shame, Ryan said, slightly disappointed. Regret? Mia's light laughter came from the other side. No, I think you misunderstood. I've already forced this matter through. You're now the Guardian of the Dragon Empire. What? This time it was Ryan's turn to be shocked. Really? Get ready. You should receive the official notice soon. Well, thank you, Mia, Ryan said seriously. After a moment's reflection, he understood the immense pressure Mia was under in this matter. It wasn't coming from Second Prince Everton, but from all the other royal family members. With the communication with Mia over, Ryan, filled with joy, left the secret room. After saying goodbye to Audrey and Alicia, Ryan returned to the mansion in a carriage. Upon arriving at the mansion, the short man Matteo came to report that Viscount Hamadi was visiting. Hamadi? Could there be news about the Dragon Scale Brotherhood's secret base? Well, this is also a good thing, as my side of the story has come to an end. Please invite him in, Ryan said to Matteo. Yes, Lord Ryan. Soon, Hamadi, wearing a black hood and a cloak, was led into the study by Matteo. Oh! So, the secret node is most likely within the Second Prince's mansion? Yes, Lord Ryan, we are 90% certain. We considered infiltrating directly and continuing the investigation, but considering your concerns about avoiding alerting the enemy, we didn't proceed. We came here to seek your opinion. Is this necessary? No, the area is already very small. Thank you, Lord Hamadi. I will remember your help in this matter. Ryan nodded. Hamadi shuddered at Ryan's earnest gaze. He instantly understood that this matter might be even more important to Lord Ryan than he had imagined. The promise of a top-tier expert is invaluable. It's my honor to serve you. Hamadi, his face flushed with excitement, quickly stood up. By the way, we have spies in the Second Prince's residence. Do you need to monitor their movements? Okay. Notify me immediately if they leave the residence. After a moment's thought, Ryan nodded. Ryan considered that if he directly invaded the small secret realm, Everton, the Second Prince, would likely be the first to notice any problems. Therefore, even if he did invade the secret realm, it would be best to do so when Everton was no longer near the node. At the very least, he could make full use of the time before Everton returned to find Anna's mother, Darian Hawkmoon. Okay, Lord Ryan. Then I'll let you know as soon as there's any news. This is a communication rune stone. Once the other party leaves, press it. Ryan handed Hamadi a faintly glowing communication rune and said,